In the 11th year of Yonghe, the celebrations of the new year had just ended, and the festive atmosphere still lingered in Shanin City. People greeted each other with clasped hands, street vendors shouted their wares, and children played and laughed among the crowds. A slow-moving ox cart passed through the street. A steward-like man led the way, flanked by several burly guards armed with weapons. Seeing the ox cart approach, the townsfolk quickly stepped aside, watching as the group made its way toward the government offices. The cart stopped at the side entrance of the Naishi mansion. Several maidservants were already waiting outside. They lifted the thick cloth curtains, and a faint scent of incense wafted out with the warm breeze from inside the carriage. A young woman dressed in a layered RU robe, a half-sleeve jacket, and a long skirt in contrasting colors stepped down from the cart with the help of the maidservants. She hurried into the mansion, asking, "Is my husband in the meditation room or the study?" "Neither," one of the maids replied. "Master has been in the garden since early this morning." "Reading?" "No." The maid thought for a moment, then added, "He hasn't done anything. He's just sitting there." The young woman frowned slightly, shaking her head. Having just returned from her parents' home, she needed to first pay respects to her in-laws and couldn't immediately deal with her disappointing husband. Wang Ningzhi, who served as the Naishi of Kuaiji, was 53 years old this year. This was his 12th year serving as the highest official of Kuaiji. Xie Daoyun, the newlywed bride returning from Dongshan, paid her respects and handed over a letter from her uncle, Xie An. Wang Ningzhi had been in a bad mood lately. After asking a few perfunctory questions about Xie An's well-being, he dismissed Xie Daoyun. In the pavilion of the garden, a man sat motionless, seemingly oblivious to the biting cold. It had been several days since Wang Xian arrived in this era, but he was still somewhat disoriented. Had he really traveled back in time? From the 21st century to the dark and absurd Eastern Jin Dynasty. From an ordinary office worker to Wang Zixi's second son, Wang Ningzhi. From a single man to the husband of Xie Daoyun, the most talented woman of the Eastern Jin. That day, when he woke up in the meditation room, Wang Xian saw a portrait of Laozi hanging on the wall. The room was otherwise empty, save for an open copy of the Tao Te Ching lying on a long table. Overwhelmed by the merging of memories from two lifetimes, he fainted again. The Wang family summoned several physicians to diagnose him, but none could pinpoint the cause of his illness. Though Wang Ningzhi had regained consciousness, he remained in a daze. Wang Ningzhi then invited Du Zigong, a master of the Five Pecks of Rice sect, to perform a ritual. After Du's intervention, Wang Ningzhi finally showed some signs of responsiveness. But the person who awoke was no longer Wang Ningzhi. His body now housed a soul from 1,000 years in the future. After accepting reality, Wang Xian decided to cooperate slightly with Master Du's secret techniques to secure his future. He swallowed a talisman. Since Wang Ningzhi couldn't suddenly transform into a different person, Wang Xian cleverly used the mystical forces of the East to mislead others. He framed this illness as an opportunity for spiritual transformation. If the devout Wang family believed that a celestial being had descended upon Wang Ningzhi in the meditation room, granting him enlightenment and a new lease on life, all the better. Such events, though unbelievable in later eras, had precedence in this time. Decades earlier, Lady Wei of the Celestial Masters sect had received the Shangqing True Scripture from Qingshu Jinren and the Huangting Neijing Jing from Jinglin Jinren in her meditation chamber. The latter scripture was the Huangting Jing, which Wang Ningzhi famously copied in exchange for a flock of geese. Of course, Wang Xian didn't admit to anything. He only wanted to use this ruse to mask his true identity and had no intention of pursuing a path of religious enlightenment. Thus, he remained vague about what had transpired in the meditation room. In the end, Wang Xian secured a plausible explanation for his sudden change, and Du Zigong's mystical techniques once again proved their worth. Everyone was satisfied. However, to Xie Daoyun, who had only recently married into the family last year, all of this was utterly ridiculous. Especially when Wang Ningzhi, citing his incomplete recovery, refused to accompany her to Dongshan to visit her family. Thus, in a conversation with her uncle, Xie An, Xie Daoyun bitterly lamented about her husband. "I never imagined that such a man as Wang Lang existed under heaven." Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently spoken the truth. The current Wang Ningzhi truly did not belong to this world. Even in the magically inclined Eastern Jin, this situation was quite absurd. Wang Zuano, he should now be called Wang Ningzhi, rubbed his stiffened face, chilled from the cold, and sighed deeply. What is Wang Lang thinking about? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Ningzhi was startled. The sudden appearance of his wife, whom he hadn't fully adjusted to having, made him uncomfortable. In recent days, he had deliberately avoided Xie Daoyun. When he was still single, he had often dreamed of marrying a goddess. Now, the goddess of this era stood right beside him, yet he hesitated. Fantasizing about such things was easy, but reality required much more consideration. Still, he couldn't keep avoiding her forever. With a bitter smile, Wang Ningzhi replied, "I'm thinking about how I would contact the gods if they truly exist. Oh gods, why did you send only my soul here? Did you forget something else?" That was what he had been pondering moments ago. Xie Daoyun furrowed her brows, suppressing her anger, and advised, if Wang Lang has so much free time, why not think about family matters instead? Things aren't going well at the moment. Wang Shiji had 7 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Wang Xuanji, had always been frail and spent his days recuperating at the family estate after marriage. The second son was Wang Ningzhi, who was 22 this year. Since the deaths of Wang Dao and Wang Yunji over a decade ago, the prominence of the Langya Wang clan had waned. Recently, Wang Shiji had expressed intentions of retiring from public life, making it crucial for the younger generation to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Did Uncle Siem mention any plans to enter public service during your visit to Dongshan? Wang Ningzhi countered. Seeing that her usually reclusive husband was willing to engage in conversation today, Xie Daoyun sat down in the pavilion. Uncle's situation is different. The Xie family currently has General Jinshi in Yuzhou and my father in the Ministry of Personnel. She referred to Xie Shang, the current governor of Yuzhou, and General Jinshi, and Xie Yi, who served as Minister of Personnel in the imperial court. The rise of the Chen commandery Xie clan was largely due to Xie Shang and his father, Xie Kuan. Xie Kuan had transitioned from Confucianism to Taoism, elevating the family's status among the elite literati, while Xie Shang had emerged victorious in the political struggles between the court and the Yu clan, becoming governor of Yuzhou and securing a stronghold for the family. Wang Ningzhi thought for a moment and smiled. Then perhaps he'll first become a renowned scholar and wait for the right opportunity. There's no time for that, Xie Daoyun said, half amused and half frustrated. With grandfather considering retirement, it's your turn to step up. Wang Ningzhi felt helpless. Barely after his arrival in this era, his father, Wang Shiji, was already planning to retire and pursue immortality. The pace of events was overwhelming, leaving him no time to adapt. "I understand," he said, noticing Xie Daoyun's face turning pale from the cold wind. Rising to his feet, he added, "It's cold out here. Let's go inside. I've already begun considering entering public service, so don't worry." With that, Wang Ningzhi quickly left and headed straight for the meditation room dedicated to the 5 pecks of rice sect. Hearing his response, Xie Daoyun felt a flicker of relief. But when she turned around and saw him heading back to the meditation room, she stomped her foot in frustration. However, Wang Ningzhi was serious. Whether for the prosperity of his family or his own ambitions, one person loomed large in his thoughts. As a history enthusiast, he had a clear understanding of the broader trends of this era. Huan Wen had only launched his first northern campaign, meaning that for the next 2 decades, the Eastern Jin court would remain his stage. If Wang Ningzhi wanted to rise quickly, joining Huan Wen in Jingzhou was his only option. At least during this period, despite his flaws, Huan Wen was the best and, perhaps the only choice for anyone seeking advancement in the Eastern Jin. What Wang Ningzhi was contemplating now was how to maximize his value. He went to the meditation room to think calmly. After all, having a goddess-like wife standing by with expectant eyes was rather excruciating. With the prestige of the Langya Wang clan and Wang Zixi's reputation, securing a leisurely position under Huan Wen wouldn't be difficult. But as someone who had traveled through time, Wang Ningzhi wasn't content with being a mere extra. He wanted to ingratiate himself with Huan Wen before the second northern campaign, ensuring a higher starting point for himself. Thus, he needed an opportunity and a bit of fame. In this era, the simplest path to recognition was to become a celebrated scholar, and he wasn't joking about this with Xie Daoyun. The main characteristics of a celebrated scholar were straightforward: noble birth, an elegant and unconventional demeanor, a unique and independent style, and the ability to hold one's liquor. If one also possessed knowledge of the Book of Songs and Chu Xi and could discuss Laozi and Zhuangzi, then one could be considered a great scholar. Of course, these qualities weren't all mandatory, but the more, the better. Wang Ningzhi assessed himself. His appearance was passable, his family background unmatched, his education barely sufficient, and his calligraphy exceptional. His devotion to Taoism, often criticized by later generations, wasn't necessarily a disadvantage here. What he lacked was a memorable anecdote, something like taking 5-stone powder and running naked through the streets, or getting drunk and flirting with women. Such antics were completely alien to the honest and upright Wang Ningzhi. But now, he had a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. Someone was causing trouble for his father, Wang Ningzhi. How fortuitous. Chapter 2: The anger of Wang Ningzhi. On the second day, Wang Ningzhi wandered near the western gate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, seeking to gather intelligence on the recent significant events within the court. Given his status, his retinue of aides was forthcoming with information. On the third day, Wang Ningzhi procured a gentle steed, leisurely riding through the streets of Shanin City to reacquaint himself with the surroundings, while also eavesdropping on the official discourse of the Sage of Calligraphy. By the fourth day, Wang Ningzhi rose early and engaged in some exercises in the courtyard. In this era, longevity often surpassed capability in importance. As Wang Ningzhi convened with his officials to discuss state affairs, his son boldly entered the hall and seated himself at the back. The assembly paused, and Wang Ningzhi inquired, "What brings you here?" Ping Ningzhi, whose courtesy name was Shuping, was thus addressed. "Naturally, I come to relieve father of some burdens," Wang Ningzhi replied with a smile. "The most pressing matter at hand is the inspection from the inspectorate. The newly appointed governor of Yangzhou, Wang Shu, is the former minister of Kuaiji. Wang Ningzhi's ascension to this position was facilitated by the death of Wang Shu's mother, which necessitated his withdrawal from service due to mourning. Kuaiji is the fief of the esteemed Sima and is administered at the prefectural level under Yangzhou. This means that Wang Ningzhi's predecessor has concluded his mourning period, not only gaining a promotion but also assuming a superior role over him. The predicament is that these two gentlemen have a contentious relationship." Upon hearing his son's words, Wang Ningzhi's demeanor soured, and he asked, "What are your thoughts on this?" Wang Ningzhi, exuding confidence, replied, "As for affairs concerning father, they shall be handled with due diligence. I shall make a trip to the capital to meet with Wang Lantian." Wang Shu, styled Huayu, hailed from the Wang family of Taiyuan and held the title of Marquis of Lantian. Chao Mao, an aide, expressed delight, knowing that with Shuping's intervention, the matter would be resolved effortlessly. He understood the underlying motives of the impending inspection, and after sharing this, he hurriedly withdrew with his fellow officials. Sure enough, before they had departed far, Wang Ningzhi's voice echoed with indignation. "Does Ping intend for me to bow to Wang Huayu?" Wang Ningzhi promptly rose to offer counsel. "Father, do not be angered. There is no need for you to take any action. I shall resolve this matter in the capital alone." Wang Ningzhi remained displeased, asserting, "Regardless of who goes, they represent me. I would rather relinquish my position than endure such indignity. The historical texts do not deceive me, indeed. The Sage of Calligraphy is renowned for his unyielding nature, not one to suffer fools gladly. Father, you need not worry. The court does not belong to Wang Huayu." Wang Ningzhi endeavored to appease his proud father. "The governance of Kuaiji in recent years has been evident for all to see. You cannot tarnish your reputation." Upon hearing this, Wang Ningzhi's anger subsided somewhat, and he queried, "How do you intend to address him?" "Simply state the facts and clarify the right from the wrong," Wang Ningzhi explained. "Wang Lantian cannot obscure the truth or bear the weight of tarnishing your name." Wang Ningzhi nodded, yet his pride remained intact. "Even if this matter is resolved, I cannot continue to serve under Wang Huayu." Wang Ningzhi, resigned to the circumstances, nodded in agreement, recognizing that he must tread carefully with his proud father. In the annals of history, Wang Ningzhi, in a fit of anger, dispatched messengers to the capital, demanding that Kuaiji be separated from Yangzhou and elevated to the status of Yuezhou. Naturally, the court could not acquiesce to such a demand. Consequently, he vowed at his parents' graves never to serve again and promptly feigned illness to abandon his official post. This unprecedented act sent shockwaves through both court and society, however. All that anyone could do was offer consolation, unable to persuade him to return to public service. After all, in this era, oaths still held weight, and the first sin of the Sima family was their betrayal of the oath of Luoshui. After persuading Wang Ningzhi, Wang Ningzhi returned to the quiet chamber, only to find Xie Daoyun seated within. A twinge of awkwardness enveloped him. After several nights away from their shared abode, he indeed owed her an explanation. Yet, the thought of sharing a bed with someone he had known for only a brief period filled him with discomfort. However, Xie Daoyun was not there to discuss such matters. She inquired, having heard of his horseback riding in the city the previous day, "Is this how you cultivate your reputation as a scholar?" Wang Ningzhi replied, "Of course not. I found the ox cart too slow and rode to gather information." "What information?" she pressed. "Primarily, the people's sentiments towards my father," he explained. "The inspector's office is currently under scrutiny, and I must first ascertain the situation before engaging with Wang Lantian." "Are you heading to the capital? Alone?" Xie Daoyun asked with curiosity. Wang Ningzhi nodded. I shall depart tomorrow, first to Dongshan to consult with Xie Gong, then I will head north to Jiankang. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on a thick stack of paper. Upon her arrival in the quiet chamber, she noticed that the portrait of Laozi on the wall had been removed, and only the everyday practice sheets remained on the table. In terms of calligraphy, Wang Ningzhi still possessed considerable skill. His cursive and clerical scripts bore the essence of Wang Shiji, with strokes that flowed freely and an elegant spirit. Seeing Xie Daoyun lost in thought, Wang Ningzhi felt a pang of anxiety and asked, "Do you have something to convey to me?" After a moment's contemplation, she queried, "Your behavior has been unusual these past few days. Yesterday in the streets, today at the magistrate's office, tomorrow in Dongshan. Are you perhaps attempting to build momentum for yourself?" Wang Ningzhi chuckled, acknowledging her perceptiveness. "Indeed, but the horseback riding is not a ploy. I truly cannot endure the ox cart." After the southward migration, the substitution of oxen for horses was a reluctant necessity, given the scarcity of horses in Jiang'an. Yet, the allure of scholars was so compelling that ox carts were transformed into a trend, while riding in horse-drawn carriages became a mark of rusticity. The primary reason for his actions was boredom. With ample leisure time, the leisurely pace of the ox cart naturally suited the idle aristocrats. Xie Daoyun inquired further, "Do you believe that escalating the situation will compel Wang Lantian to relent?" "Certainly not," Wang Ningzhi countered. "The inspector's office is conducting a legitimate investigation. Why would he concede? He understands my father's strong temperament and knows that prolonged pressure will inevitably lead to resignation. Having a despised individual as one's superior was intolerable, and Wang Shiji would not endure such indignities." While Xie Daoyun was astute, her understanding of the court's dynamics did not match Wang Ningzhi's clarity, leaving her momentarily perplexed regarding her husband's true intentions. Wang Ningzhi, upon witnessing her adorable demeanor, could not help but chuckle as he explained, "The matter has escalated to the central authority. The current court will only procrastinate or offer insincere responses, ultimately resulting in adverse consequences for I. Therefore, we cannot rely on that group." Xie Daoyun was further perplexed. Wang Ningzhi provided a hint. Not all matters of the court are dictated by Jiankang. At this point, Xie Daoyun grasped the implication and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is your objective Huan Zhengxi?" Huan Wen, styled Yuanzai, was the then general of the westward campaign, governing 8 provinces and conferred the title of Duke of Linha. Wang Ningzhi saw no issue in seeking assistance from the elder Huan. He was not a bad person and possessed considerable abilities. Aside from being somewhat obstinate and concerned with appearances, he could be considered a commendable superior. Xie Daoyun was at a loss for words. If Huan Wen were willing to advocate for Wang Shiji, it would certainly pose no problem. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Huan Wen was the most feared figure in the court at present. Should they leverage his influence, if not handled delicately, it could lead to Wang Ningzhi, or even Wang Shiji, being marginalized to Jingzhou. Although it was common for prominent families to place their bets on both sides, Huan Wen now stood unrivaled, and no family wished to witness such a scenario. Currently, all parties were satisfied with the situation. The Sima family held the throne, while power was divided among the various aristocratic houses. The couple, still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, fell into a moment of silence. Xie Daoyun then inquired, "Will you disclose your plan to your uncle tomorrow?" "No," Wang Ningzhi replied candidly. "Out there, I will only state that I am going to the capital to explain the situation." "Then why confide in me?" Wang Ningzhi scratched his head. "You are so astute. I cannot conceal anything from you." Xie Daoyun rarely smiled, scrutinizing her husband closely before rising to leave, remarking as she departed, "If tomorrow my uncle and those brothers are unwelcoming towards you, Wang Lang, please bear with it." Wang Ningzhi was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 3. Xie Anxi's respite at Dongshan. As he journeyed to Dongshan, Wang Ningzhi opted once again for horseback riding. Xie An, a steadfast recluse of 36 years, showed no inclination to emerge from his seclusion. With his cousin Xie Shang and brother Xie Yi paving the way, he could continue to indulge in a leisurely existence. However, due to his esteemed status, society referred to his lifestyle as resting high, and with Xie An's withdrawal, they often pondered how it related to the common people. Posterity frequently invokes this phrase in conjunction with Xie An's accomplishments, asserting his alignment with public expectation, yet it bears little weight. The last individual to be spoken of in such terms was Yin Hao, who also faced the notion of being out of touch with the common folk. Yuan was Yin Hao's courtesy name. Having secluded himself for a decade, his renown eclipsed that of the current Xie An, prompting the public to liken him to the likes of Guanzhong and Zhuge Liang. However, the eventual outcomes are well known. The court, unwilling to see Huan Wen achieve further military success against Shu, appointed the unassuming Yin Hao as the governor of Yangzhou, pitting him against Huan Wen in a contest of prowess while overseeing the northern expeditions. Yet, Yin Hao faced successive defeats, resulting in significant losses and suffering for the populace. Huan Wen then submitted a formal complaint against his old acquaintance, compelling the court to strip Yin Hao of his position and reduce him to commoner status. This led to the vacancy of the Yangzhou governorship last year, which Wang Shu subsequently filled. After departing from Shanin City with several members of the Wang family, Wang Ningzhi rode swiftly to the Xie family estate. Upon announcing his arrival, Xie An summoned his nephew Xie An to greet him. The future renowned general, merely 13 years of age, could not mask his displeasure as he glanced at his uncle, hastily performing a curt gesture of respect before leading the way. Wang Ningzhi surmised the reason for Xie An's demeanor and remained unfazed, for indeed, the former Wang Ningzhi paled in comparison to Xie An. Moreover, at such a tender age, Xie An was naturally prone to pride. Xie An was engaged in light conversation with Sun Chua, Ji Zhuan, and others when he noticed Wang Ningzhi's approach. He smiled and inquired, "How is your health, aping?" Sun Chua, the governor of Zhongjia, had pinned the preface to the Lan Tingyi Su, with Wang Shiji's calligraphy adorning it, while Ji Zhuan, a contemporary monk well-versed in the interpretations of Zhuangzi, maintained close ties with Xie An and Wang Shiji, being a frequent guest in the realm of refined discourse. Wang Ningzhi bowed respectfully and greeted the other guests before responding. "I am quite well, thank you for your concern." Xie An then asked, "How is Yishao faring these days?" This question aligned perfectly with Wang Ningzhi's intentions, prompting him to respond promptly. "The court has been rather tumultuous of late. My father is quite distressed and contemplates retirement." "What troubles Yishao so?" Xie An inquired, feigning ignorance. Wang Ningzhi played along, expressing indignation. "The officials dispatched from the province have been exceedingly stringent. My father's integrity shines brightly. How can he be subjected to such injustice?" This response took Xie An aback. He had merely posed a casual inquiry, not expecting Wang Ningzhi to unveil the tensions between the provinces so overtly. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned and chuckled. If Yishao could extricate himself and retreat into the tranquility of the mountains, it would indeed be a splendid affair. Wang Ningzhi resolutely shook his head, his countenance grave. "If my father were to voluntarily retreat, I would naturally support him. However, now he is being coerced. As his son, I must journey to the capital to seek justice." His words astonished the assembly, prompting Sun Chua to inquire, "Does Yishao know of your intentions?" "I shall do what I must," Wang Ningzhi replied without directly addressing the question, then bowed and exited with decisive strides. The crowd was left bewildered by his actions. The younger generation, including Xie An, gaped in astonishment. Was this truly the so-called way spoken of by his elder sister only days prior? He appeared far more like a reckless hero. Xie An, reclining on a couch, stretched his legs and, with a hint of realization, sighed. With a son like Yishao, one cannot help but feel envious. Wang Ningzhi had made this journey precisely for such acknowledgement. With filial piety as the foundation of governance, his expedition to the capital was destined for success, especially with such commendation emanating from the esteemed scholar Xie An. After the guests departed, Xie An initiated his customary familial discourse, asking his listening nephews, "What do you believe was Wang Erlang's true purpose in coming here today?" Xie Wan's son, Xie Shao, hastily responded, "To seek support, currently. Wang Ningzhi is at a disadvantage and requires someone within the court to mediate." Xie An nodded, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. However, Xie An interjected, "I believe it is more than that. The present conflict is merely superficial. The core issue is Wang Ningzhi's unwillingness to remain in the shadow of Wang Lantian." Xie An maintained his neutrality, pressing further, "Then why do you think he came here?" After a moment's hesitation, Xie An articulated, "Perhaps he seeks to leverage his uncle's reputation to bolster his position. If he wishes to resolve the matter thoroughly, he must travel to Jinkong to consult with Prince Xiang." Prince Xiang refers to Sima, the king of Kuaiji, who presides over state affairs, hence the designation. Xie An chuckled, "Well said. Though there remains a slight gap in your reasoning. Please, enlighten us, uncle." Wang Huaizu's appointment as governor was made by Prince Xiang only last year, an arrangement that cannot be altered. Xie An elucidated, "Yet, if Yishao's Kuaiji Neishi desires change, finding a suitable position will be challenging. This is understandable. A mere reassignment would equate to yielding to Wang Shu. Given Wang Shiji's temperament, he would likely refuse such an arrangement." Xie An swiftly queried, "Then would it mean Wang Shu's journey is in vain?" Xie An contemplated various possibilities, sighing, "It is difficult to say. These are merely our private speculations. Perhaps he has not considered much. He might simply wish to strive earnestly to fulfill his filial duties. However, upon speaking, he found it hard to believe that Wang Ningzhi's decisive demeanor today suggested he had come prepared, rather than merely hoping for luck in the capital. Your sister has misjudged him, Xie An remarked with a sudden smile. Wang Erlang does not appear to be a simpleton solely devoted to the path of cultivation. The younger generation nodded in unison. After their discussions, Xie An dismissed the young ones, beckoning with a wave of his hand. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air as a few dancers entered the hall to perform. Xie An finds it difficult to comprehend Wang Ningzhi. What is wrong with seclusion? To wander through the mountains and rivers, to engage in philosophical discourse, to listen to music and admire dance, each of these pursuits offers far more comfort than the intrigues of the court. However, before he could fully relish the moment, a curtain was drawn between him and the dancer. Xie An proposed, today, with nothing pressing, my lady has permitted me to indulge a little longer. Lady Lu approached and sat beside him, smiling. Best of you it this way. Otherwise, it may tarnish your virtue should word of this spread. With no choice but to see through a haze, Xie An acquiesced. Lady Lu was the sister of the renowned Lu Tan, who had once boldly reprimanded Yin Hao in the realm of intellectual discourse, showcasing his prowess. Regrettably, he passed away in his prime. Xie An held deep respect for his wife. If she forbade him to take a concubine, he would comply, and if she disallowed him to admire the dance, he would settle for the music instead. Life's essence lies in finding pleasure. If one can indulge in leisure for a day, then let that day be embraced in grace. Chapter 4. The contest of the two kings. The city of Jinkong, serving as the capital, is rather rudimentary. It is hard to fathom that the outer wall of the capital consists merely of a bamboo fence, which is precisely why, during the rebellions of Wang Dan and Su Jun, the city could be so easily breached once the enemy approached its gates. Wang Ningzhi is not a stranger to Jiankong. He once resided in the ancestral home of the Wang family in Wui Lane during his childhood, with the Qinhuai River to the north and Chang'an Lane to the south, where he played with Huan Wen and Yin Hao in their youth. At present, the influential figure of the Langya Wang clan in the capital is Wang Biao, who holds the position of Taichung. Upon arriving in the capital, Wang Ningzhi's foremost task is to pay a visit to his esteemed uncle. The Taichung oversees ceremonial matters and ranks first among the 9 ministers, thus enjoying a certain prestige, yet lacking in real power, which underscores the current decline of the Langya Wang family. Although they remain a prestigious lineage, they no longer bask in the glory of the past when they once shared dominion alongside the Ma clan. After listening to his nephew's account, Wang Biao naturally sided with his kin, expressing his willingness to advocate for Wang Ningzhi in front of Sima Yu, and suggesting that Wang Ningzhi stay in the capital for a few days, awaiting favorable news. Wang Ningzhi added that Wang Lantian was using his position to oppress others. Thus, regardless of the outcome, his father was unwilling to remain in the post of Kuaiji's prefect. Do not act impulsively, Wang Biao cautioned. If he resigns voluntarily, it would only fulfill Wang Huaiju's intentions. I cannot persuade my father, Wang Ningzhi said with a bitter smile, then expressed his true intent. Uncle, could you arrange for me to meet the Prince of Xiong and plead my father's case in person? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Biao acquiesced. Observing Wang Ningzhi's determination, he realized that refusal would only drive him to seek an audience at the Wang residence himself, the outcome of which could become unpredictable. The Three West region is regarded as the backyard of Jiankong, with Kuaiji being the primary choice for northern aristocrats migrating south. Numerous prominent families, including the Wangs and Stes, have established their estates there. To abandon such a crucial area out of momentary anger would result in significant losses for the family. Having secured Wang Biao's support, Wang Ningzhi did not remain idle. The next day, he visited the Deputy Minister of Justice, Xie Tan. Xie Tan is the younger brother of Wang Ningzhi's wife, Xie An, making him Wang Ningzhi's maternal uncle, and he has always maintained a cordial relationship with Wang Ningzhi. When his nephew sought assistance, Xie Tan, whose role involves the oversight of officials, was naturally inclined to help. He promptly agreed to send someone to Kuaiji for an inquiry. Yangzhou will investigate Kuaiji, and Jiankong will probe into Yangzhou to ascertain who is innocent. Next, he had to meet with his father-in-law, Xie, who was the Minister of Personnel. Although he sought no assistance from him, a meeting was unavoidable. At that time, the Minister of Personnel had yet to achieve the status of a high-ranking official and was primarily responsible for the selection of lower-level officials. Before Wang Ningzhi could clarify his purpose, Xie bluntly remarked, "Why are you here instead of diligently cultivating your path at home?" Wang Ningzhi, unable to argue against his uncle's sharp words, bowed and explained, "My father is facing difficulties from the inspectorate in Kuaiji. and I have come to the capital to seek justice." He then embellished the tale with additional details. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi's anger surged, and he overturned the small table before him, exclaiming, "Wang Huaizhu owes his current status to the patronage of the former chancellor. How dare such a mediocre dog act in this manner?" The chancellor referred to as Wang Dao, and Wang Shu's entry into officialdom began with Wang Dao selecting him as a subordinate in the central army. Wang Ningzhi silently withdrew to the side. Having to deal with a newly appointed father was already challenging enough, and now there was a boorish father-in-law to contend with. It was truly unfortunate. Xie vented his frustrations and then commanded, "You may return. I shall handle Wang Huaizhu." Wang Ningzhi hurriedly recounted the matter of his audience with Sima and added, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall return." Xie waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, do not spend every day merely indulging in idle talk." Wang Ningzhi responded loudly and exited. The stages on both sides had been prepared, and Wang Ningzhi finally breathed a sigh of relief, awaiting the summons from Wang Sima of Kuaiji. Sima, the same age as Xie An, was 36 years old and was the uncle of the young emperor. The current emperor, Sima Dan, ascended the throne at the tender age of 2. Although he had been on the throne for 12 years, he was still not of age to rule independently, with the Empress Dowager, Lady Zhu, presiding over state affairs, while Wang Sima acted as regent. This marked the 10th year of Sima overseeing government affairs. Due to the chaotic situation in the north, he had little time to attend to the south, allowing for a relatively stable situation in Jiang'an. His greatest challenge was Huan Wen, who was active in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Sima's solution was to find a representative to counter Huan Wen, someone with great renown and capability to command respect. Thus, he chose the legendary figure known as the Sleeping Dragon of the Age, the esteemed scholar Yin Hao. In hindsight, this decision proved to be utterly misguided. Yet within his circle, Yin Hao was already recognized as the most formidable. This prince thrived in the realm of scholarly discourse. After Yin Hao was demoted, Huan Wen swiftly mobilized his forces to launch a northern expedition against the former Qin. Although he initially achieved victories, he ultimately suffered defeat, merely catching a distant glimpse of Chang'an before retreating empty-handed. Sima subsequently felt a sense of relief. Yin Hao may not have been effective, but neither would Huan Wen be. As everyone settled into their peaceful lives, it was unfortunate that Wang Shu and Wang Shiji began to quarrel once more. Both were allies in opposing Huan Wen, so why could they not coexist harmoniously? Sima, feeling exasperated, heeded Wang Biao's suggestion and summoned both Wang Shu and Wang Ningzhi to his residence for mediation. Wang Shu, serious and composed, sat upright after exchanging formalities. Wang Ningzhi stood in the hall, detailing how Wang Shiji had governed Kuaiji over the years, earning the love of the people, and how the minor officials of the Yangzhou governor's office had been nitpicking and creating difficulties. Sima, possessing a good temperament, patiently listened before reassuring them. "I naturally trust Yuseo. It seems the minor officials below have been remiss in their duties. We shall reassign personnel in the governor's office." He habitually sought to mitigate the issue by attributing it to lesser figures, allowing both parties a way to retreat. However, Wang Shu remained silent. Sensing the awkwardness, Wang Biao hastened to support Sima Yu's words. The lower officials lack discretion. It seems Huaizhu is unaware of this. Yet, Wang Shu continued to respond with silence. He was indeed the one who had instigated this situation and showed no inclination to relent. Sima Yu and Wang Biao exchanged a glance, both feeling a headache coming on. Wang Shu's character was inherently serious and fair-minded, making communication exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, the rift between him and Wang Shiji would not have escalated to such an extent. The two individuals were born in the same year, one from the Wang family of Langya and the other from the Wang family of Taiyuan, sharing similar backgrounds. Both lost their fathers in their youth and were raised by their mothers, a common experience that shaped their lives. The most significant difference lies in their paths to fame. Wang Shiji achieved renown early, receiving the first slice of the celebrated dish, Neo Xng, from the esteemed scholar Zhou Yi at a banquet when he was merely 13. Additionally, with his uncle being the Chancellor Wang Dao, he was later chosen as a favored son-in-law by the Grand Tutor Xie An, ensuring a smooth ascent in his political career. In contrast, Wang Shu only departed from the sheltered life provided by his family in his 30s, assuming the role of the magistrate of Wanling, yet he swiftly rose through the ranks, becoming the governor of Kuaiji even before Wang Shiji. Their lives were often compared, with Wang Shiji, who had a head start of several decades, basking in an air of superiority and frequently belittling Wang Shu in front of others. However, the dynamic shifted dramatically when Wang Shu was appointed as the inspector of Yangzhou. A man who seemingly fell short in every aspect began to gain equal footing, even surpassing Wang Ningzhi, leaving the renowned calligrapher in a state of embarrassment. The greatest conflict between them erupted following the death of Wang Shu's mother, who was interred in Kuaiji. During Wang Shu's period of mourning, Wang Ningzhi paid a visit only once, displaying a dismissive attitude. This affront infuriated Wang Shu, transforming their previously amicable relationship into one fraught with animosity. Wang Ningzhi was aware that Wang Ningzhi's actions were unjust, yet what could be done? Could he demand an apology from his own father? That was out of the question. Moreover, it was implausible for Wang Ningzhi to acknowledge any fault. His approach, as previously mentioned, was to confront the issue head-on, refusing to yield under any circumstances. Sima Yu found himself at a loss, unable to mediate between the two Wang families, and tentatively inquired of Wang Shu about his thoughts. Wang Shu's response was curt, declaring that the affairs of Kuaiji held no relevance in the capital. This single remark signaled the collapse of the negotiations. Wang Biao was poised to offer further counsel, but Wang Ningzhi, who had been waiting below, interjected with a bow, stating, "If that is the case, let us handle matters formally, even if it requires a trial by the three departments or a confrontation before the emperor. My father shall certainly oblige." After paying his respects to Sima Yu, he stepped back to join Wang Biao. With both parties having made their positions clear, the mediation inevitably came to a standstill. On their return journey, Wang Biao chastised, "Ah Ping, you are too impulsive." This matter was not significant. With a bit of persuasion, it could have been resolved, but now it has escalated beyond control. Wang Ningzhi retorted confidently, "Uncle knows my father's temperament. He would rather bend than break. How could I show weakness before Wang Huaizhu?" Wang Biao sighed, reflecting on the obstinacy of the family, lamenting that a simple concession could have led to a broader resolution. Yet they insisted on a destructive confrontation. However, Wang Ningzhi's intentions aligned with his expectations. He never intended to downplay the situation upon arriving in the capital. His aim was to amplify it, for how else could Huan Wen, far away in Jingzhou, become involved? Chapter 5. The gathering at Lanting funded by public money. After the negotiations collapsed, Wang Ningzhi took residence in Wui Lane. In an era reliant on carriages and boats for communication, haste proved futile. He sent several letters to Kuaiji, detailing the situation in the capital, urging his father to patiently await his news and not to resign in confusion. He also visited his uncle, Xie An, to update him on the mediation progress, asserting that since it was a public matter, everyone should follow their respective procedures. As for Huan Wen, after much deliberation, he deemed it premature to make contact. The matter currently lingered in a phase of rivalry between the two Wangs, awaiting the investigative results from Kuaiji to facilitate further developments. Wang Ningzhi felt emboldened by his belief that Wang Ningzhi would ultimately face no serious repercussions. Wang Shu's petty schemes stemmed from his understanding of Wang Ningzhi's pride, attempting to coerce his resignation through such tactics, rather than being confident of securing any incriminating evidence. To preemptively obstruct this avenue, Wang Ningzhi composed several letters emphasizing the importance of not resigning impulsively. Thus, it was highly probable that the investigation would yield no tangible evidence, or at worst, uncover trivial matters unrelated to Wang Ningzhi, marking the moment for Wang Ningzhi's counterattack. However, events unfolded somewhat contrary to his expectations. By the arrival of the Western Moon, news from Kuaiji was belated, and through the tireless efforts of officials at the inspectorate, a significant issue was indeed uncovered. On the third day of the third month in the 9th year of Yonghe, Wang Ningzhi convened 35 guests under the pretense of a purification ceremony, alongside his 7 family members, totaling 12 individuals at the Lanting in Shanin, incurring an extravagant expenditure of 1 million coins. In simpler terms, this constituted a misuse of public funds under a fabricated pretext, with staggering sums involved. Had this not transpired within the realm of Wang Ningzhi, Wang Ningzhi might have applauded Wang Shu, for such corrupt practices certainly warranted suppression. Yet, in the Eastern Jin, the determination of guilt hinged entirely on the mood of the court. Take Wang Shu himself as an example. Upon his initial appointment as a county magistrate, he, driven by poverty, accepted bribes indiscriminately. Upon being reported to the central authority, Wang Dao advised him to temper his behavior, to which he responded that he would cease once he had amassed sufficient wealth. Subsequently, the court chose not to pursue the matter, and Wang Shu indeed moderated his actions, eventually rising through the ranks, earning a reputation for integrity. Behind the facade of this farce lay the illustrious lineage of the Wang family from Taiyuan. Following the revelation of the Lanting affair, Wang Shu simultaneously submitted a report to the court elucidating the circumstances while demanding an explanation from Kuaiji. Wang Ningzhi was not concerned about a guilty verdict from the court but rather feared that in a fit of anger, Wang Shiji might rashly vow to resign before his ancestors' graves. Thus, he hastily dispatched a courier to expedite the message back home, urging his father to avoid falling into a trap. News also arrived from his second uncle, Xie An, indicating that with the intervention of the censorate, the officials at the inspectorate were deterred from overtly abusing their power. However, there were indeed detailed accounts concerning the Lanting affair before Kuaiji's response could be received. Another unexpected incident unfolded in the capital. Xie An, aligning with his in-law Wang Shiji, vociferously reprimanded Wang Shu, yet Wang Shu remained unfazed, adopting a posture of indifference, as if impervious to the tirade. Once Xie An had vented his frustrations and departed, Wang Shu calmly resumed his seat, as though nothing had transpired. After the incident came to light, Wang Shu's gentlemanly demeanor garnered praise, and his reputation soared, further complicating matters for Wang Shiji. Wang Ningzhi found himself powerless against the disruptive actions of his father-in-law. Soon thereafter, news from Kuaiji reached the capital, revealing that Wang Shiji had feigned illness and submitted his resignation, departing the official residence and returning to the Wang family estate without awaiting a response from the court. In a letter to Wang Ningzhi, Wang Shiji urged him to return home promptly and to refrain from engaging in actions that would tarnish the family's reputation. Although he could not dissuade his father, he was relieved that Wang Ningzhi did not resort to the exaggerated act of swearing an oath before a grave. Both fathers were preoccupied with their own desires, showing little regard for the consequences, which left Wang Ningzhi with a more profound understanding of the capriciousness of the literati. Nonetheless, the situation had escalated, fulfilling his wishes to some extent. After waiting for 2 days, the day of the Grand Court Assembly finally arrived. Wang Ningzhi made his way to the court's entrance and struck the drum of petition, causing a stir throughout the city of Jiankang. This drum, established during the reign of Emperor Wu Sima, was also known as the admonition drum, serving as a means for the common folk to voice their grievances to the central authority. Given Wang Ningzhi's status, he was not required to utilize this channel. However, he seized the opportunity to advocate for his father while simultaneously enhancing his own reputation, creating as much commotion as possible. After sounding the drum, Wang Ningzhi stood his ground, allowing the slowly gathering crowd to murmur and point. Those within the court were startled by the sound of the drum, and upon learning that it was Wang Ningzhi, son of Wang Shiji, they quickly comprehended the reason behind the commotion. The young emperor seated on the throne, along with the Empress Dowager Chushan Zizi, merely observed from the sidelines, leaving the troublesome matter to be resolved by Sima. After hastily concluding the court assembly, Sima summoned Wang Biao, Xie An, Wang Shu, and Wang Ningzhi to convene. Sima and Wang Biao wore expressions of resignation, while Xie An patted Wang Ningzhi's shoulder with satisfaction, and Wang Shu remained as impassive as ever. Once seated, Sima initiated the inquiry. The court has yet to reach a decision regarding the investigation in Yangzhou and Wang Ningzhi's resignation. Why, then, has Shuping struck the drum? Wang Ningzhi straightened his posture and boldly replied, "The findings of the investigation are entirely baseless. I must stand up for my father." The others turned their gaze toward Wang Shu, who succinctly stated, "There is substantial evidence. The gathering at Lanting utilized public funds." He clarified that the gathering was primarily for the Shaanxi Festival's purification rites, which naturally warranted the use of public finances. Wang Ningzhi retorted, "Did the investigation uncover any additional expenditures incurred from the presence of singers or dancers?" Having attended the Lanting gathering 2 years prior, he recalled it as an assembly of scholars engaging in poetry and drinking from flowing cups, which was why Wang Shiji remarked on the absence of music and orchestration. Wang Shu shook his head, asserting, the lavish feasting and drinking were indeed extravagant. With esteemed guests in attendance, it was customary to provide sufficient food and drink, particularly for the purpose of offering blessings and dispelling misfortune. A modest banquet is merely a fundamental aspect of hospitality. Wang Ningzhi, of course, would not concede. Fortunately, since they only entertained with food and drink, without indulging in other forms of entertainment, he could firmly maintain that the gathering was solely for the purification rites and not a misuse of public funds. It was entirely reasonable for expenses to be higher. Given the status of the attendees, the provisions provided were expected to be of a certain quality. As for the impromptu poetry recitation, there is little to elaborate upon. In such a grand assembly of distinguished individuals, could one merely sit idly and boast? Wang Shu did not anticipate that Wang Shiji possessed such a troublesome son. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "The expenses incurred for the purification ceremony are exceedingly great. It ultimately seems inappropriate Yixiao's resignation likely stems from an understanding of this truth. Wang Ningzhi rose and coldly laughed, saying, "The request for resignation clearly illustrates my father's integrity." When the esteemed minister accepted gifts and faced scrutiny from the court, he never resorted to such measures. This statement transcended the realm of mere defense, prompting Wang Biao to immediately admonish, "Such disrespect is unacceptable." Xie joined in laughter, saying, "The young man is audacious. He should hastily apologize." Wang Ningzhi, realizing the situation, offered a deep bow to Wang Shu and returned to his seat. Sima, you, not a fool, recognized that these two were clearly biased and understood that a resolution would not be reached that day. After instructing Wang Ningzhi to cease his antics, he dismissed the assembly. In this initial confrontation, Wang Ningzhi emerged victorious. However, the matter was far from resolved. Wang Shiji's position as the governor of Kuaiji was undoubtedly untenable. Who would succeed him? And where would he go? These questions remained unanswered. To decisively win this conflict instigated by a clash of egos, assistance from that man would be necessary. Far away in Jingzhou, Huan Wen was surely keeping a close watch on the happenings in Jiankong. He must have been well aware of the circumstances by now. What was more advantageous was that Huan Wen maintained a cordial relationship with Wang Shiji, frequently corresponding through letters. It was only natural for Wang Ningzhi, as a younger relative, to seek his assistance. Moreover, his father-in-law, Xie An, shared a deep camaraderie with Huan Wen, having served under him as a general. Wang Ningzhi, under the pretext of concluding affairs in the capital, bid farewell to several elders. Everyone presumed he was returning to Kuaiji and entrusted him with letters to convey, which merely contained words of comfort for Wang Shiji, urging him to visit the capital. Wang Ningzhi graciously accepted all the messages and then swiftly departed Jiankong, journeying westward. Chapter 6. The Young Zhuge. Huan Wen. Since the establishment of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, the province of Jingzhou has consistently been at odds with the court downstream. The governors of Jingzhou, having previously executed Wang Dun in Jiankong, then unlawfully killed the great general Tao Can, followed by the powerful and domineering clan of the Yu family, have shown little regard for the authority of the court. Consequently, after the death of Yue, the court declined to appoint his son as the new governor of Jingzhou, instead designating Huan Wen, the then governor of Shuzhou, who hailed from a modest lineage, to this significant position. At that time, this decision exhibited a modicum of courage and foresight on the part of the court. After all, Huan Wen not only assumed control of Jingzhou with ease, but also, in the following year, submitted a petition to launch an offensive against Shu, taking it upon himself to initiate military action without awaiting a response from the court, achieving immediate success. History repeated itself as the court unwittingly replaced a weaker adversary with a formidable one. Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by several subordinates, journeyed tirelessly, reaching Jiangling in just 5 days via Liang, Lujiang, and Jiangxia. Huan Wen was engaged in a leisurely discussion with Shi Zhaoqi, Yuan Hong, Xie An, and how long within his residence when he was informed of Wang Ningzhi's request for an audience. He mused, not long ago, news came that Wang Yixiao had resigned. Could he be here regarding this matter? How Long chuckled, when two Wangs contend, one is bound to be hurt. It is the court that should be concerned. Huan Wen instructed his steward to admit Wang Ningzhi, expressing a sense of nostalgia. If only Prime Minister Wang were still here, such a situation would not have arisen. Wang Ningzhi, having prepared extensively, felt a twinge of anxiety at the critical moment, following the steward while adjusting his breathing and pace. Upon entering the reception hall, he beheld a man of distinct features, with a thick and expansive beard, dressed in casual attire, exuding a relaxed demeanor, yet possessing sharp eyes. Ningzhi acknowledged the Grand General. Huan Wen smiled and nodded, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Shopping." Wang Ningzhi respectfully replied, "The court's unjust dealings have led to misfortune for my father. Hence, I have come to implore the Grand General for justice." In the presence of a man like Huan Wen, one cannot afford to be disingenuous. Thus, he spoke candidly, simultaneously criticizing the court while affording Huan Wen the respect he deserved. Huan Wen cleared his throat twice, feeling that it would be inappropriate to feign ignorance any longer, stated, "I have heard some whispers regarding Yixiao's situation, yet the court has not taken any action. How can there be any injustice?" Wang Ningzhi replied, "My father, in his fury, has already resigned from his position. The court's procrastination inevitably leads others to believe he has indeed committed a crime." Huan Wen, deeply aware of the court's delays, had repeatedly petitioned for a northern campaign and the relocation of the capital to Luoyang, yet the court remained indecisive, dragging its feet. However, he was not so easily swayed by this young upstart. Matters within the court were best left to the management of the reigning Wang. I shall submit a request for fair treatment. What do you think? Wang Ningzhi steadied himself, glancing at the few individuals seated nearby who could lend support, yet finding none. He relied solely on his resolve. He suddenly posed, does the Grand General intend to disregard this matter? Are the gentlemen not inclined to voice their opinions? This question took them aback, prompting Yuan Hong to inquire, why should we offer our counsel? Wang Ningzhi took a few steps forward, his tone sharp as he pressed on with his inquiries. Does the Grand General still intend to launch another northern expedition? If so, will the support of the court be necessary? At present, among those in the court, are there any who support the Grand General? After a few inquiries, the crowd finally retracted their previously somewhat mocking demeanor, but their expressions remained peculiar. Huan Wen, with a smile, broke the awkwardness, acknowledging the truth in Xuping's words. Yet he pointed out that Yishao had repeatedly written to dissuade him from the northern expedition. This was due to the untimeliness of the moment. Wang Ningzhi instantly sold out his father. Now, with the unrest in Guangzhou and the petty villains occupying the east, it is indeed the moment to reclaim the central plains and restore the old capital. Huan Wen struck the table before him with a clenched fist, affirming the sentiment. Xie An interjected, calmly advising, the Grand General should not interfere with the court's appointments. Huan Wen raised an eyebrow, nodded in agreement, and then scrutinized Wang Ningzhi, lamenting. It is a pity that Jingzhou lacks someone like Xuping. Wang Ningzhi, modestly downplaying the compliment, replied, the Grand General's praise is misplaced, under the banner of the Northern Expedition. I am willing to serve. After their initial exchange, Huan Wen allowed the weary Wang Ningzhi to retire for rest. Yuan Hong volunteered to escort him to the guest quarters. Upon exiting, the two traversed the winding corridor. Huan Wen, eschewing extravagance, kept the general's residence simple and the decor antiquated, quite unlike the atmosphere of Jiankong and Kuaiji. Does your father know you are here, Xuping? After walking silently for a while, Yuan Hong finally found an opening. Wang Ningzhi shook his head, indicating ignorance, yet asserted, I had no choice but to come. Yuan Hong, speaking delicately, suggested that perhaps his father had other intentions. My father has been coerced and forced to make choices. As his son, how can I tolerate such humiliation upon him? Unable to contain himself, Yuan Hong bluntly remarked, does Xuping suggest the Grand General go to Jiankong, placing the court in a precarious position? If the court were to take action, I would not have journeyed to Jingzhou. Yuan Hong's tone grew increasingly harsh, questioning if one would commit acts of rebellion for personal gain. Wang Ningzhi scoffed, that argument is absurd. The court's dealings are unjust, and the Grand General ought to offer counsel. How does that equate to rebellion? He then ceased to let Yuan Hong lead and found a servant to guide him to the guest quarters. Yuan Hong sighed and left the residence in solitude. When it comes to this matter, Wang Ningzhi was indeed in the wrong, which is why he sought to justify his actions with filial piety and youth. Fortunately, he had not yet entered official service, allowing him to prioritize filial duty over loyalty, which could be defended. After resting for a while in his room, Huan Wen sent someone to invite him to a banquet. Upon arrival, Wang Ningzhi observed that what was termed a feast was, in fact, merely a gathering of one host and one guest, and he immediately understood the situation. Despite Huan Wen's formidable reputation over the years, the only people he could truly trust were primarily his own kin from the Longkong Huan family. Most other prominent clans held him in disdain, and those commoners he had promoted largely did not support his ambitions. Thus, Huan Wen placed great importance on Wang Ningzhi's proactive approach. Xuping has traveled a long way. Would you consider staying in Jingzhou? If the Grand General's aspirations are confined to Jingzhou, then Wang Ningzhi might regret making this journey. Huan Wen was taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, what you say is indeed true, but where do you think my ambitions lie? The aspirations of the great general are profound. Yet he refrains from speaking recklessly. However, the initial step must undoubtedly be the reclamation of lost territories in the central and northern regions, rescuing the people from peril. Following the southward crossing, the court referred to the time prior to the crossing of the Yangtze as the Central and Northern Territories. Huan Wen, with a thoughtful demeanor, inquired about the appropriate course of action. Wang Ningzhi replied with a smile, suggesting that the great general need not test him. For Zhuge Liang's Longjing plan articulates the strategy quite clearly. Both men spoke with subtlety, yet their intentions were unmistakable. Zhuge Liang's plan indicates that the first step is to secure the regions of Jingzhou and Bashu. Thus, upon assuming control of Jingzhou, Huan Wen's initial action was to eradicate the Cheng Han regime that had entrenched itself in the Shu territory. The second step involves stabilizing internal governance while forging an alliance with Sun Quan. Although Huan Wen's position differs, the circumstances are remarkably similar. as both occupy the provinces of Jing and Yi and require the support of Jiangdong. The third step entails a response to any shifts in the realm, with forces divided into two paths, one advancing through Qinchuan and the other towards Wanluo. Huan Wen's inaugural northern expedition adopted a similar strategy, as he advanced through Wuguan to assault Shanglua, while Sima Sun led troops from Ziwugu. Regrettably, this northern campaign ended in failure. Apart from the resolute defense and scorched earth tactics of the former Qin, Huan Wen's own shortcomings were laid bare. Zhuge Liang was known for his meticulousness, a trait that Huan Wen also exhibited. Thus, setting aside identity and position, it is evident that Huan Wen truly endeavored to emulate Zhuge Liang in a comprehensive manner. Chapter 7. Service and retreat. After residing in Jiaoling for 2 days and discussing the forthcoming actions with Huan Wen, Wang Ningzhi hastily returned to Huiji, Shanin. Over 10 days had elapsed, yet no news had emerged from the capital. Wang Ningzhi concealed his journey to Jingzhou, reporting solely to his father about the situation in the capital, subsequently presenting letters from Wang Biao and others. Wang Shiji, upon learning that his son's trip had yielded no results, expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that he was no less capable than Wang Huaizu. The disparity in their current standings was solely due to their inferiority compared to Wang Tangji. Wang Tangji, the son of Wang Shu, was 6 years older than Wang Ningzhi. Aged 26, serving as a secretary under Sima Yu, Wang Ningzhi felt somewhat aggrieved, reasoning that his tardiness was not the sole cause, especially considering that among Wang Shiji's 7 sons, the most formidable was, ironically, the youngest. Thus, he reassured his father, saying, "Do not be upset, dear father. I shall surely surpass Wang Wendu in due time." Little servant referred to Wang Xianji, who was merely 12 years old at that time. It was common in that era for names to include servant, often signifying affection rather than servility, akin to the modern term treasure. For instance, the eldest son might be called big servant, while the youngest would be little servant, and those raised in other households referred to as foster servant. Wang Ningzhi, being the second-born, was thus called second servant. Wang Shiji shot a glare at his second son and retorted, "How can you say that? Why not compare yourself?" The eldest, Wang Xuanji, hastily intervened. "The younger brothers are still too young to compare with Wang Wendu. It is all my fault." Hearing this, Wang Shiji's anger somewhat abated. His eldest son had always been frail, often bedridden, and thus could not be held accountable. Wang Ningzhi, noticing this, quietly suggested, "In due time, the court will certainly summon you to the capital, and I shall accompany you to seek justice." Amidst his anger, Wang Shiji felt a sense of disillusionment regarding court affairs. Lamenting, "I am already advanced in age. What significance does further contention hold? It suffices for you brothers to assert yourselves." With that, he rose to leave. Wang Ningzhi attempted to offer further encouragement, but was restrained by his elder brother. Wang Xuanji sighed, "Let it be. Should father find solace in nature, it would indeed be a liberating experience." The other brothers nodded in agreement. Wang Ningzhi sighed, reflecting on the moral decay of society. In an era where public service paled in comparison to retreat, striving to achieve anything was truly arduous. Xie Daoyun was engrossed in reading within her chamber. Beside her, a delicate Basan incense burner, from which wisps of fragrant smoke curled through the intricately carved mountain-shaped lid, swirling amidst the layered peaks, resembling a celestial realm. Wang Ningzhi returned to his chamber in a state of dejection, observing the earnestness of Xie Daoyun. He refrained from disturbing her and instead laid down on the bed fully clothed, utterly fatigued from his swift return from Jingzhou. As Xie Daoyun completed a chapter, she rose only to discover that Wang Ningzhi had already succumbed to slumber, his hair somewhat disheveled, still dusted with remnants from the journey. This husband, who had once been so vigorous, seemed transformed after a grave illness. Xie Daoyun gently covered him with a silk quilt, silently returning to her reading by his side. When Wang Ningzhi awoke, the lamps had already been lit, and peering through the window curtains, he beheld yet another night of a full moon. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this place for 6 months. Occasionally, he would awaken in the middle of the night, blinking in disbelief, hoping he was still ensnared in a dream. Xie Daoyun approached to check on him, startled by the wide-eyed gaze he fixed upon her. "Is Wang Lang awake?" she inquired. Wang Ningzhi sat up, his expression vacant as he nodded slowly. Observing his demeanor, Xie Daoyun wondered if he had fallen ill again and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Ningzhi did not respond. Instead, he shifted slightly to the side, pulling at his wife's sleeve to invite her to sit beside him. He then recounted the events of the past 2 months, including several conversations with Huan Wen and the secrets he had kept before his family. Xie Daoyun listened quietly, not interrupting his narrative. Once he finished, the room fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the occasional crackle of the candlelight. "Are you doing this for your grandfather?" or for yourself? Xie Daoyun could not help but ask. Wang Ningzhi forced a smile that seemed tinged with bitterness. Is that truly how you perceive it? He replied. Your actions far exceed mere defense of your grandfather. It is difficult not to think otherwise. Xie Daoyun was forthright in her observation. My motivations are not solely for my father, yet they are not entirely for myself either, Wang Ningzhi said, drawing his knees close and resting his chin upon them. In all of Jiangnan, only Huan Gong desires to march northward, which is why I have chosen him. However, his intentions for the campaign are evidently ulterior. If he were to reclaim the Central Plains, it would indeed be his rightful claim. But can he? How can we know unless he tries? He is the only hope we have at present. With that, the couple fell silent once more. Huan Wen was certainly not regarded as a virtuous ruler in the eyes of the aristocracy. Yet his decisive victory over Qing Han in the back and forth during last year's northern expedition rendered him a suitable candidate for reclaiming lost territories. Wang Ningzhi mused. Do you think Sun Lingjun initially believed he was a loyal minister of the Han when he served Wei Wu? Xie Daoyun sighed, offering no reply. She was unaware of Sun Yu's thoughts, but Wang Ningzhi was acutely aware of Huan Wen's ambitions. Previously, she had chastised her husband for his lack of ambition, spending his days in quietude, yet now he appeared resolute, though she could not shake a feeling of unease. Wang Ningzhi, sensing her struggle to accept the situation, spoke gently. It is commendable of you to return so hastily today, only to feel stifled at home. I understand your need to confide in me. Xie Daoyun stood and said, As husband and wife, we are one. I am glad you can share this with me. Rest assured, I will keep it to myself. Afterward, she exited to summon a servant to prepare water, encouraging Wang Ningzhi to wash away the fatigue of his travels. In the following days, Wang Ningzhi dutifully remained at home, engaging in profound discussions with Xie Daoyun. The Wang family, staunch followers of the 5 pecks of rice teaching, were not inclined towards idle discourse. Yet the Xie family thrived on metaphysics, contributing to a rich intellectual environment, particularly with the prowess of Xie An and Xie Wan. Over the course of several days, Wang Ningzhi found himself outmatched by Xie Daoyun's insights. Fortunately, the nature of metaphysics did not demand strict logic, allowing him to counter her with some improvisation and clever reasoning. Each day, the couple would indulge in reading and engage in philosophical discussions, and on pleasant days, they would venture outdoors to enjoy the beauty of nature. After a year of marriage, they finally resembled a typical married couple. Wang Ningzhi reaped significant rewards, drawing closer to his aspirations of becoming a distinguished scholar. However, this idyllic life was short-lived. After a fortnight, an edict arrived from the capital, summoning Wang Shiji to the court. Wang Ningzhi expressed to his father his desire to pursue an official career, given his lineage and age. He was already considered somewhat late to embark on such a path, thus Wang Shiji readily consented, and the father and son set off together for Jiankong. Due to his noble background, Wang Ningzhi had the opportunity to enter government service at the 6th rank, and even as a reputable official, a position that was often unattainable for those of humble origins. The term reputable official does not merely denote integrity, but rather signifies a position of ease and proximity to the emperor. In contrast, corrupt officials are those burdened with the weighty responsibilities of daily affairs. The 9-rank system of the Chao Wei dynasty had evolved into a mechanism for the prominent families to consolidate their power, encapsulated in the adage that there are no humble origins among the upper ranks and no influential families among the lower ranks. Through strategic marriages and mutual recommendations, these illustrious clans wove a formidable web to maintain a tight grip on the power of the Jiangsu court. Yet, from another perspective, the scions of these families were also treated like livestock, devoid of ambition and merely existing in complacency. Historically, Wang Ningzhi epitomized this fate. Born into nobility, yet passing away in a state of mediocrity. Chapter 8. The decision in the 11th year of Yonghe, in the month of August, Wang Shiji, accompanied by Wang Ningzhi, arrived in Jiankong. Sima U.S. eloquence was merely a spectator-s in the circle of notable figures, and his governing capabilities fell beneath even that. He summoned Wang Shiji to the capital not out of a well-thought-out plan, but rather because he could no longer delay the matter. During the Orchid Pavilion gathering, the prominent families, including the Wang, Yu, and Xie clans, had all attended. The Gao family from Gaoping, the Sun family from Taiyuan, the El family from Runan, and the Yang family from Mount Tai were among those who traveled to Shanin. Even the Taiyuan Wang clan, belonging to Wang Shiji's own lineage, had sent Wang Yun as a representative. Thus, if Wang Shiji were to be found in any disrepute, it would tarnish the reputation of all those involved. Under the persistent inquiries from these influential figures, Sima could only invite Wang Shiji for a discussion. contemplating whether to relocate or to find a suitable official position in Jiankong. This time, he wisely extended the invitation solely to Wang Ningzhi, though Wang Ningzhi arrived unbidden, primarily concerned that his father might be swayed by flattery. Once they were seated, Sima and Wang Ningzhi engaged in pleasantries. "Dear Xiao, it has been arduous traveling from afar. After several years, your grace remains undiminished." Sima remarked, "Your Highness, burdened with the affairs of state, I, a mere rustic elder, cannot claim to have suffered." Wang Ningzhi replied, "You must not depart. The court cannot do without loyal subjects such as yourself." Sima insisted, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am aged and wish to spend my remaining days in the company of nature," Wang Ningzhi stated, prompting a near yawn from Wang Ningzhi. After several exchanges, Sima finally broached the main topic. Although Kuaiji boasts splendid landscapes, residing here for 3 years may lead to a wearisome familiarity. Have you considered a change of scenery? His tone was courteous, yet Wang Ningzhi remained unmoved. "Your Highness is overly concerned. I have resolved to spend my twilight years in Kuaiji," he replied. Sima persisted. "Given the tumult in the court, it would be prudent for you to remain in Jiankong and share in the burdens of the emperor." Wang Ningzhi's pride forbade him from conceding, and he resolutely declined. "An aged body cannot bear great responsibilities. It is better for me to return." Sima sighed and shifted to a more poignant appeal. "In my youth, you were by my side, guiding me. Now, as I faced emotion and struggle in court, can you not lend me your assistance once more?" Wang Ningzhi had served as a friend and mentor to Sima since the latter was conferred the title of King of Kuaiji at the age of 8. The emotional appeal began to sway Wang Ningzhi. Although he cherished nature and the pursuit of transcendence, he still harbored a fervent desire to serve his country. Noticing the shift, Sima seized the opportunity. "Uncle Ping is now in my service as a military advisor. Your presence in the capital would facilitate guidance." Wang Ningzhi, apprehensive that his father might acquiesce, swiftly interjected, "Thank you, Your Highness. My father harbors some reservations and wishes to ponder this further." This was a common sentiment. To agree hastily would suggest an undue longing for power. Thus, Sima did not dwell on it, content to redirect the conversation. The two reminisced about the past, particularly the days when Sima had yet to assume power, and they enjoyed a leisurely existence together. In that era, the court was governed in turns by Wang Dao, Yu Liang, and Yu Bing, while Huan Wen and Din Hao maintained their camaraderie. They were all still youthful, reveling in carefree drinking, composing poetry, and engaging in philosophical debates. Alas, such days are lost to time. Upon returning home, Wang Ningzhi remained enveloped in melancholy, being older than the others. He felt the impermanence of worldly affairs even more acutely as he had surpassed the age of destiny. Wang Ningzhi, unburdened by the sorrows of spring and autumn, cautiously inquired, "Does father intend to acquiesce to the request of Prince Xiang?" Wang Ningzhi hesitated, grappling with his response. During his last visit to the capital, his uncle had expressed that Kuaiji should not be easily abandoned. If father were to return to the capital for an official position, his uncle would likely come to take over. Wang Ningzhi reasoned, in that case, it is more probable that father will remain in the capital, taking on the role of Grand Minister or being promoted to the imperial attendant. The Eastern Jin Dynasty was characterized by frequent bureaucratic shifts, often disregarding the conventional hierarchy of official ranks. It was commonplace for chancellors from the capital to assume the role of governors or district magistrates, and vice versa. Wang Ningzhi expressed his concern, "If I stay, I naturally wish to accomplish something rather than squander my days in the capital." Wang Ningzhi understood his sentiments well. The moment had arrived to speak candidly. "I share your thoughts, which is why I do not intend to accept a position at the prince's residence. You are still young, and honing your skills in the capital is the right path." Wang Ningzhi immediately dismissed his son's notion, for the education of science from prominent families followed a prescribed route. Remaining in the capital would only allow for idle chatter. Wang Ningzhi scoffed, "If those people could reclaim the central plains with mere words, I could learn at a later time." "And what do you intend to do?" "I have already agreed to join the Grand General of the West," Wang Ningzhi declared. "What?" Wang Ningzhi exclaimed, rising in astonishment. "When did you get in touch with Huan Yuzi?" Wang Ningzhi briefly recounted his meeting in Jiangling and added, "Only Huan Gong in the entire Jiangnan is resolute in his ambition to launch a northern expedition. We must serve him." Wang Ningzhi trembled with indignation. "Did you not mention this during your last visit home? Were you merely waiting for me to take you to Jiankong?" "Yes," Wang Ningzhi replied earnestly, standing with hands at his side. "Not only have I secured a position for myself, but I have also made plans for you." Wang Ningzhi, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, "Is that so? Then pray tell, what do you intend for me to do for Huan Yuzi?" "Not for Huan Gong, But for the people of the realm, Wang Ningzhi pressed on, summoning courage to impart wisdom to his irascible father. For over 30 years since our migration southward, the plight of the displaced has yet to be adequately resolved. Now, the issue of the expatriates has grown increasingly severe, whether for the nation or for the populace. It is imperative to once again implement land redistribution policies. In the late Western Jin period, many northerners fled to the south to escape turmoil. After the establishment of the Eastern Jin, the court created numerous expatriate prefectures to accommodate these individuals, who were referred to as expatriates. The expatriates held white household registration, in contrast to the official yellow registration of the native population, thus exempting them from state conscription. On the surface, this appeared to be a benevolent gesture towards the displaced. Yet these expatriate prefectures lacked actual land and merely functioned as bureaucratic offices. The privilege of exemption was intended to enlist these northerners into military service, either as forces for the northern expedition or as a defensive line for Jiankong. However, repeated failures in the northern campaigns diminished the hope of returning to their homeland, and the cohort that had migrated southward gradually dwindled. Decades have passed, and prominent northern families like the Wang and Xie have long since claimed land and established gardens, while the common folk have largely been relegated to the status of servants or tenants, indistinguishable from the indigenous residents of Jiangnan. This situation has given rise to conflict. Despite leading similar lives, individuals bear differing burdens due to their household registration. Strikingly, those from the north are afforded preferential treatment on southern soil, prompting many Jiangnan farmers to choose flight, becoming refugees. To address this issue, the court had contemplated solutions. During the reign of Emperor Cheng in the Xinhe period, a land reform policy was enacted. In essence, this involved the reorganization of household registrations, merging expatriates and locals alike into a single roster based on their place of residence. However, the outcome of this reform was far from satisfactory. The common populace feared the imposition of heavy taxes, while the gentry dreaded the loss of their prestigious northern lineage, leading to widespread non-compliance. Should the Wang family of Langya be transformed into the Wang family of Kuaiji, their renown would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Wang Ningzhi dismissed his son's impassioned rhetoric, recognizing its eloquence, but resolutely refusing to become an accomplice to such schemes. His father was unwilling, and it was certain that Lord Huan would take action, employing severe measures that could result in the downfall of numerous noble families. Wang Ningzhi had already prepared his arguments. If his father were to oversee the land reform, he could potentially mediate and minimize violent incidents. Wang Ningzhi reclined once more, pondering deeply, and suddenly sighed. Last time, when anew, you were unconscious in the quiet chamber, to whom did you truly encounter? Chapter 9. The fleeting joys of life. Just as Sima, you believed the situation was nearing resolution. An army of 50,000 from Jingzhou descended the river and encamped in Wuchang. Concurrently, a memorial reached Jiankong, wherein General Huan Wen once again implored the court to return to Luoyang and restore the royal tombs. At first glance, this request seemed both just and reasonable. However, there was a minor complication. Luoyang was still under the control of the former Qin, who would likely not acquiesce to the relocation of the Jiankong court. Thus, Huan Wen presented himself with the Jingzhou forces, adopting an attitude of scrutinizing dissent. Before one storm could settle, another arose. Sima Yu found himself somewhat overwhelmed, and his ministers were equally at a loss, for Huan Wen's demand was inherently politically correct and difficult to refute outright. While all wished to maintain a foothold in the south, they could not explicitly reject the northern expedition and could only discuss the challenges it posed. Wang Ningzhi quickly learned of this development and summoned his son, chastising him for inviting disaster. What concern is this of mine? Wang Ningzhi retorted, if one northern expedition fails, surely there will be a second or a third. Though he spoke thus, Wang Ningzhi, recalling the previous land division issue, could not be oblivious to his son's involvement. If you do not truthfully confess, I shall return to Kuaiji and see how you manage in the capital, he warned. Wang Ningzhi, eager to placate his father, urged him not to leave, asserting that returning to Kuaiji would be tantamount to conceding defeat to Wang Lantian. Moreover, should he visit the Wang family estate, he would be subordinate to Wang Tangji, which was unacceptable. Do not attempt to trivialize this matter. Wang Ningzhi forcefully withdrew his hand from his son's grasp. Do you not understand that Huan Wen's army advancing eastward is a clear attempt to seize power? Wang Ningzhi nodded in acknowledgement but countered. Does father believe we should refrain from the northern expedition, return to the old capital, or avoid implementing land division to ease tensions? None of these justify a power grab. Wang Ningzhi remained stern, though his tone softened slightly. Wang Ningzhi pouted, reminding his father that power struggles were not unprecedented. After all, Wang Dun had once marched into Jiankong and placed Emperor Sima Rui under house arrest. Compared to him, Huan Wen was decidedly more restrained. The Eastern Jin court exemplified in action, squandering a promising position. Otherwise, with a unified south confronting a fragmented north, numerous opportunities to reclaim lost territories would have arisen. This was also Wang Ningzhi's rationale for persuading Huan Wen to intervene in the conflict between the two Wang factions, as the northern expedition would be challenging solely with the forces of Jingzhou. However, if they could seize control of the court, the dynamics would alter significantly. The subsequent northern expedition led by Lu Yu was met with tremendous success, largely because he first established dominance over the court, while Huan Wen, despite wielding substantial power, remained somewhat hesitant. Wang Ningzhi further articulated the hardships of the populace and the implications of land division, ultimately managing to soothe his father. Though Wang Shiji opposed the northern expedition, he was nevertheless willing to undertake efforts for the betterment of the people of Jiangnan. Unlike Xie An, who could comfortably retreat into seclusion, Wang Shiji's oaths at his ancestors' graves were, in truth, a means of severing his own retreat. He was not one to pit the rise of a great nation against the dignity of the common people. Thus, he would not dismiss the benefits of land division for the northern expedition. A few days later, leaving the majority of his forces behind, Huan Wen arrived at Gushu, present-day Dongtu County in Minshan, and repeatedly submitted memorials to the court, advocating for a northern expedition and the relocation of the capital to Luoyang. Although Sima could not consent to the relocation, he, succumbing to pressure, issued an edict appointing Huan Wen as the grand commander for the campaign, overseeing military affairs in the provinces of Ji and other territories, tasked with the northern campaign. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Huan Wen did not pause in his advance. He continued downstream until he reached Shirtu City. Shirtu City stood at the confluence of the Yangtze River and the Qinhuai River, while Jiankong was renowned as a strategic stronghold. With Zhongshan symbolizing the dragon's coil and Shirtu City representing the tiger's perch, an essential bastion of defense, Sima personally went outside the city to welcome this old friend. After a decade apart, while Sima had governed the court in Yangzhou, Huan Wen had been engaged in military campaigns in Jingzhou. "How could I trouble your highness to come and greet me?" Huan Wen dismounted from his horse at a distance and performed a respectful bow. Sima swiftly approached, grasping Huan Wen's arm, and laughed. "It has been years. How have you become so estranged?" Huan Wen replied courteously, "Times have changed. How could I dare to be disrespectful before your highness?" They exchanged a knowing smile and entered the imperial city together through the Hella Gate to meet the emperor. After this formal encounter, Sima invited Huan Wen to his residence for a drink. Huan Wen readily agreed, adding, "How could we drink without the company of Xie Wui? I have heard that Yishao is also in the capital. It would be best to invite both of them." Sima, wishing to strengthen their bond, naturally obliged. Upon gathering, they initially reminisced about their past partings. After consuming a few cups, Xie could not help but lament. As one reaches middle age, farewells multiply, always evoking sorrow. Only the contents of this cup can provide me with a modicum of solace. Without Wui to share drinks with me over the years, I often felt lonely. Huan Wen recalled the times when Xie would insist on drinking with him in Jingzhou, and a smile crept onto his face. Wang Shiji sighed. "You are still in your prime, yet I am already in the twilight of my years, feeling even more melancholic." Sima reminisced about the days when they were unencumbered by trivial matters. Now, they were beset by responsibilities, with no moment to spare, having squandered precious time. The group raised their cups in unison, erupting into laughter. They tacitly avoided discussing court affairs, for this gathering was a rare opportunity, perhaps after today. Such chances would never arise again. They continued drinking until sunset, at which point the revelry came to an end, and all were thoroughly intoxicated. Wang Ningzhi had awaited outside for quite some time and hurried forward to assist in lifting his inebriated father onto the ox cart. Stumbling, Xie emerged and, with a hearty slap on Wang Ningzhi's back, exclaimed, "Youth is truly splendid." The overwhelming scent of alcohol nearly knocked Wang Ningzhi over. Bewildered, he helped his father-in-law onto the ox cart. At that moment, Huan Wen, supported by a maid, stepped out and, upon seeing Wang Ningzhi, remarked with a smile, "Today has been a rare delight. Such camaraderie is something you, young lad, would not comprehend." Wang Ningzhi chose not to argue with the intoxicated man, but respectfully watched as a retinue escorted Huan Wen away. He then took hold of the ox cart and slowly made his way toward Shke Bridge. To buy osmanthus and share wine is never as delightful as the carefree days of youth. How could he not understand? The following day's morning assembly saw Huan Wen once again petitioning the court, requesting that consideration be given to restoring the old capital after his reclamation of Luoyang. Naturally, the ministers were opposed, citing that Luoyang had become a desolate ruin, beset by predatory forces. Aware of the impending refusal, Huan Wen continued, suggesting that the relocation of the capital could be discussed later, but the reconstruction of the city and the restoration of the imperial tombs would require substantial manpower. Raising the question of how such resources could be allocated. Implicitly, he conveyed that while he could lead troops to reclaim Luoyang, the burden of construction should rightly fall upon the court's shoulders. The ministers once again evaded the matter, bringing up previous expenditures from Yin Hao's northern campaigns and recent calamities in Zhejiang as reasons for their reluctance. Having laid the groundwork, Huan Wen then revealed his true intention. If that was the case, he would propose a land tax, which would not only increase the court's revenue, but also provide manpower for northern service. This suggestion caught the ministers off guard. Hushed whispers and furtive glances ensued, culminating in a collective gaze towards Sima Yu. Sima Yu, taken aback by Huan Wen's maneuvering, weighed his words carefully, asserting that the matter was of great significance and required extensive deliberation, thus could not be decided hastily. Huan Wen, however, pressed forward, merely seeking to establish a strategic plan, not immediate action. What was there to deliberate? As for the matter of land taxation, Sima Yu was less concerned. His true fear lay in Huan Wen using this issue as a pretext to interfere with court affairs, prompting him to refuse once more. This issue was exceedingly delicate, and there was currently no suitable individual to oversee it. Sima Yu's initial response was to thwart Huan Wen's ambitions of direct involvement. Unfortunately, he misjudged the situation, as Huan Wen boldly proclaimed that Wang Yishao was currently idle, making him a most fitting candidate. Chapter 10. The unparalleled virtue of Qi Jiabin. The decision to entrust Wang Shiji with the matter of land distribution was one that both Sima Yu and Huan Wen found acceptable. Sima Yu had faith in Wang Shiji's integrity, believing he would not align himself with Jingzhou, while Huan Wen trusted in Wang Shiji's capabilities, confident that he would act impartially and successfully implement the land distribution. Thus, it was settled that Wang Shiji, the former prefect of Kuaiji, would be appointed as the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, tasked with overseeing the land distribution. During this era, the administrative structure of the three departments was still in its nascent stages, with unclear delineations of authority and a somewhat chaotic division of responsibilities between the 9 ministers and the Minister of Personnel. Wang Shiji's position as Minister of Personnel was far less prestigious than it would become in later generations. In his earlier years, he had mocked Wang Shu for merely being worthy of a position in the Ministry of Personnel, suggesting that Wang Shu might eventually attain the role of minister through mere longevity. Now, however, the tables had turned, and he found himself in that very role. Nevertheless, the significance of an official's position, particularly in the central government, was largely contingent upon who held it. Wang Shiji, with the support of Sima Yu and Huan Wen, wielded influence that transcended mere social standing. Having been absent from the court assembly, Wang Shiji received his appointment with mixed feelings, especially upon witnessing the evident satisfaction of his son, Wang Ningzhi, before him. Wang Ningzhi was primarily jubilant about achieving his first significant endeavor since their arrival, as Huan Wen's land distribution was initially slated for implementation years later but had now been expedited. The reorganization of household registrations bore considerable significance, especially in an agrarian society where population size symbolized national strength. Wang Shiji began to interrogate his son regarding the extent of his involvement in this initiative. All of it. Wang Ningzhi replied, eager to demonstrate his capabilities. From the moment father expressed disinterest in the prefecture of Kuaiji, I proactively sought to come to the capital, and each subsequent step has been meticulously planned. Wang Shiji was somewhat perplexed. You trust that Huan Yuanzi will cooperate with you? It is not he who cooperates with me, but rather I who align myself with him. Wang Ningzhi corrected his father, asserting that both the northern expedition and the land distribution were endeavors he was keen to pursue. How can you be certain that the Prince of Xiang will consent to my leadership in this matter? Because father is well liked. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. Everyone trusts you. Sighing, Wang Shiji reflected on a past incident when his father-in-law, Qi Jian, had asked him to mediate a dispute between his uncle Wang Dao and his former superior Yu Bing. He had declined, and decades later, he found himself caught between Sima Yu and Huan Wen, a testimony to the inescapable fate he faced. Yet one question lingered. I shall ask once more, are you truly my second son? Of course, Wang Ningzhi replied, though ever since my last illness, I have felt an overwhelming influx of thoughts. Wang Ningzhi remained skeptical, yet he refrained from voicing his suspicions regarding matters of the supernatural. Huan Wen spent half a month in the capital, reconnecting with old friends, before preparing to return. The endeavor to reclaim Luoyang required further preparation, and it was clear that this year would not suffice. Wang Ningzhi chose not to accompany Huan Wen to Jingzhou, opting instead to remain in the capital to celebrate the new year before assuming his duties. The matter of Huan Wen appointing him as an official in the Grand General's office had been finalized, and although Sima harbored some discontent regarding this decision, he chose to remain silent, considering Wang Ningzhi was still in the capital. The rivalry between the two Wang brothers had finally reached a temporary resolution, allowing the court to regain a semblance of tranquility. In this affair, Wang Ningzhi had significantly made his presence known. To the common folk, he was a dutiful son, beating the drum of justice for his father. To the aristocracy, he was a clever strategist who, through Huan Wen's influence, assisted his father in escaping peril and secured a vital position in the court. The cost of his newfound prominence was an influx of invitations, as many sought to behold this rising star of the Wang family in Langya. Wang Ningzhi found himself in a quandary, as these invitations typically involved mundane gatherings of drinking and philosophical discussions, reflecting the simplicity of the capital's society. Fortunately, prior to arriving in the capital, he had undergone training under Xie Daoyun, which equipped him to navigate most social occasions. After more than a month of idle engagement, the individual whom Wang Ningzhi had not encountered in Jingzhou returned to the capital. Xiao Chao, styled Jingxing and known colloquially as Jiabin, was the son of Wang Ningzhi's elder sister's husband, Xie An. He had initially served in Sima's military office before transferring to Huan Wen's command, currently holding the position of military advisor in the Grand General's office. In his earlier days, Wang Ningzhi found himself incomparable to Xiao Chao, who had always been exceptional and carefree, known for his eloquence and charisma, often regarded as a prominent figure in the capital. Standing alongside Wang Tan from the Wang family of Shu, he was famously referred to as the unparalleled Xiao Jiabin, and his reputation in Jiangdong was equally formidable as Wang Wendu. It is noteworthy that Xiao Chao was 6 years younger than Wang Tan, which made Wang Ningzhi seem rather insignificant between the two. Xiao Chao returned to the capital to visit his parents and naturally paid a visit to his uncle, Wang Ningzhi. Last time my brother went to Jiaoling, I happened to be absent and couldn't assist uncle, so I have come to express my apologies, he said, appearing slightly older than his actual age with his well-groomed beard. Wang Ningzhi had never favored this nephew who had distanced himself from the central court to align with Huan Wen, yet with his own son having joined the ranks, he felt he had no grounds to voice his objections, and sighed. You brothers truly give me no peace of mind. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. This is merely a case of heroes seeing eye to eye. Wang Ningzhi, with a face full of disdain, replied, Go on, then. Don't linger here and trouble me. The two cousins were ushered out into Wang Ningzhi's courtyard. Upon seeing the uniquely styled tables and tea sets before him, Xiao Chao curiously approached to inspect. In this era, it was customary to sit on the floor, with the better off using mats. The seating for guests was known as a ta. The ta was categorized into sitting and reclining types, hence the phrase regarding Su Ru visiting Qin Fan's ta does not imply Su Ru was on Qin Fan's bed, but rather that Qin Fan had prepared a special seating arrangement for him, which was usually hung on the wall and reserved solely for his use. Pointing to a somewhat rudimentary high-legged chair, Xiao Chao inquired, Brother, what is this? It's merely a raised stool, Wang Ningzhi explained with a smile. I find it uncomfortable to sit for long, so I had this set custom-made, though it turned out a bit rough in haste. The Hu stool was a foldable type, designed for sitting atop fabric. Xiao Chao nodded, and then gestured toward the exquisite set of celadon tea utensils. This set of wine vessels is rather distinctive. This is a teacup, Wang Ningzhi replied, somewhat amused. Please take a seat. I shall demonstrate for you. In the realm of tea, Qichao is no stranger. Huan Wen often entertained guests with tea and fruits to exemplify his integrity. However, in Wang Ning's perspective, what they prepared was hardly tea. It ought to be regarded as a medicinal concoction. This was due to the fact that during the brewing process, not only tea leaves were employed, but also an array of spices including scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, cornelian cherries, and mint, resulting in a flavor that one could only imagine. While it was impractical to prepare tea in such a manner, he had tea cakes at home and could still employ the method of pan-frying. Wang Ning summoned a servant, ignited a small stove, and placed a thin slab of green stone atop it, onto which he laid a tea cake to roast, occasionally flipping it with bamboo tongs. Once the cake developed small bumps on its surface and began to emit a fragrant aroma, He removed it from the heat. The servant then cleared the stone slab and set a kettle over the fire, pouring in spring water. Wang Ning, on the other hand, took the cooled tea cake and placed it in a stone mortar, commencing the grinding process. After grinding, he sifted the mixture through a fine cloth to eliminate any residue. At that moment, the water in the kettle began to bubble, prompting Wang Ning to add a pinch of salt. When the water reached a vigorous boil, he scooped out a ladleful and set it aside, stirring the boiling water with bamboo tongs before introducing the sifted tea powder. Moments later, a froth began to form atop the kettle, gradually threatening to overflow. He then poured back the ladleful of water to prevent spillage while skimming off the black froth. As the water boiled anew, the tea froth floated on the surface, pure and white as snow. Wang Ning ladled a portion into a celadone tea cup before Qichao, gesturing for him to drink it while it was still warm. Observing Wang Ning's diligent efforts, Qichao quickly cradled the tea cup with both hands and inhaled its aroma, noting the distinct difference. After scrutinizing the froth, he finally took a small sip. It was scalding hot. Chapter 11. The Beauty of Jiangnan. Familiar scenery. Wang Ningzhi's entire performance flowed effortlessly, and as for the final product, Qichao praised it repeatedly. With such a display before them, the quality of tea became inconsequential. How did my brother conceive of such a convoluted method of drinking tea? Wang Ningzhi aimed primarily to be distinctive. First attempting the art of pan-fried tea, preparing for a more elaborate presentation next time with powdered tea to broaden the horizons of those present. In comparison, the aesthetic sensibilities of the Song dynasty were likely more in harmony with the renowned scholars of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Since it was tea drinking, one must not overshadow the main event. Wang Ningzhi chuckled, I indulge in this leisure daily. Qichao was skeptical of such claims and shifted to the main topic. Why did you not inform me beforehand about your intention to enter the Grand General's residence? I could have offered my assistance. In truth, he had not considered it until recently, when Wang Lantian had forced his hand. Do you think me foolish? Qichao set down his teacup, his dissatisfaction evident. Merely to extricate our uncle, why make such a fuss over it? To take up a position in Jingzhou. Wang Ningzhi filled his cup with hot tea again, offering the same rationale as Qichao. How could you possibly know my thoughts? By conjecture, considering your perspective. Qichao lifted his teacup anew, contemplating his ambition to assist Huan Wen in a northern expedition's success and subsequently usurp the Jin dynasty. However, he could not voice such sentiments now, as Huan Wen had not explicitly stated his intentions. They were merely working in unison towards a common goal. Ambitions expand gradually. When Huan Wen first assumed control of Jingzhou, he likely never imagined he could grow powerful enough to rival the court of Jiankong, especially in such a short span. From Wang Ningzhi's perspective as a figure of the later era, both Huan Wen and Lu Yu sought to achieve a successful northern campaign before instigating a change in dynasty, which would genuinely reflect the people's will and minimize potential hazards. Nevertheless, neither fully realized their ambitions. Huan Wen ultimately relinquished his aspirations, while Lu Yu, constrained by his origins, failed to garner the support of the prominent families, ultimately seizing the throne under circumstances where he could only claim the western portion of a divided realm. What is your opinion on the matter of reclaiming Luoyang? Qichao redirected the conversation. The issue lies not in the act of reclaiming, but in the course of action afterward, Wang Ningzhi replied, furrowing his brow. The incessant inquiries from Huan Wen's trusted advisor unsettled him. Luoyang had endured numerous conflicts, resulting in destruction and loss of life. Reconstruction was no swift endeavor, rendering it of limited immediate value. Then why pursue reclamation? Wang Ningzhi smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, leisurely sipping his tea. Recognizing his overstep, Qichao hastened to clarify, forgive me, brother, I was merely curious if our thoughts aligned. Wang Ningzhi remained silent. Such matters were best left for Lord Huan to adjudicate. His temper began to flare. Qichao was deliberately probing, waiting for him to articulate that Huan Wen sought to seize power under the guise of a northern expedition. Yet, was it necessary to share such thoughts with one in his subordinate position? Upon finishing his tea, Wang Ningzhi instructed a servant to dispose of the remaining tea in the kettle. Qichao quickly intervened, after half a day's toil. We have only consumed 3 cups between us. How can we simply discard it? Wang Ningzhi, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, although there is an abundance of tea, my heart is drawn solely to these 3 exquisite cups. The rest are merely commonplace. It seems that without a touch of arrogance, he truly believes I am still the former Wang Ningzhi. After bidding farewell to Qichao, Wang Ningzhi felt a twinge of disappointment. Though his cousin possessed commendable insight and capability, he bore the common flaw of contemporary scholars, a narrow-minded disposition. Initially, Wang Ningzhi had hoped they could support one another as cousins united in purpose, but perhaps he had underestimated the complexities of human nature. As November approached, Madame Qi arrived in the capital with her sons for a family reunion, and naturally, Xie Daoyun accompanied them. Only the eldest, Xianqi, remained in Kuaiji due to health concerns, unable to travel. Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by his wife, went to pay respects to his father-in-law, Xie, only to receive a stern reprimand. I thought you would shy away from visiting. Last time you deceived me by claiming to return to Kuaiji, when in fact you sought help in Jingzhou. Do you think you can waltz into the presence of someone like Huan Yuanzai? Wang Ningzhi could only nod submissively, not daring to retort. Xie continued, now that the matter has been settled, do not venture to Jingzhou again. I shall handle matters concerning Huan Yuanzai on your behalf. Wang Ningzhi was reluctant to acquiesce, yet the fear of his father-in-law's wrath made him glance sideways at Xie Daoyun. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, she chuckled, Father, let him be. It's better for him to engage in some affairs than to languish at home, practicing Taoism. This sentiment she dared only express within the confines of her home, for the Wang family was composed entirely of devout followers. Xie glared at Wang Ningzhi, insisting, then we shall find you another position. What would you like to do? I will make the arrangements. Realizing he could not evade, Wang Ningzhi braced himself and declared, to recover the central plain and restore the old capital is my ambition. Xie scoffed, such matters are beyond your consideration. Your presence or absence makes no difference. The Xie family had not been strangers to the northern expeditions. During the campaign led by Yin Hao, Xie Shang commanded the troops against former Qin, only to suffer a disastrous defeat. Had it not been for the protection of Yao Xiang, he might not have returned at all. Subsequently, Xie Shang faced inquiry by the Court of Judicial Review, and it was fortunate that the reigning Empress Dowager, Chu Xuanzi, was his niece. Otherwise, the Xie family's stronghold in Yuzhou could have been lost. Hence, Xie held little faith in Huan Wen's northern expedition and was naturally averse to his son-in-law's involvement. Wang Ningzhi had long contemplated his course of action and was not one to yield easily. He resolutely argued, if everyone chooses to remain uninvolved and aloof, the central plain shall forever remain unrecovered. Observing the veins throbbing on Xie's forehead, Xie Daoyun quickly interposed herself between the two, urging them to discuss matters calmly. Xie, concerned for his daughter, let out a cold huff and stormed off in anger. Nevertheless, during the meal, Xie did not relent, and soon Wang Ningzhi found himself inebriated and sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, the Wang and Xie families resided not far apart, and the drunken Wang Ningzhi was hoisted onto an ox cart, with Xie Daoyun overseeing his care, while the Wang family attendants accompanied them back home at a leisurely pace. Not long after they exited the Xie residence, Wang Ningzhi opened his eyes and sat up, chuckling. It's fortunate I fell quickly, otherwise, who knows how long they would have kept pouring drinks down my throat. Xie Daoyun shot him a glance, exasperated, feigning drunkenness while drinking. I truly wonder when you are being sincere. Wang Ningzhi, seeing that they were not far from home, instructed the carriage to stop, leaped out, and extended an invitation. It is still early. Would you accompany me for a stroll by the riverside? Xie Daoyun felt a stirring in her heart but politely declined, saying, I had planned to return home today and did not bring my veil. The veil, a decorative headpiece with cloth hanging from its brim, could obscure one's entire form. Wang Ningzhi slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail, which dampened his spirits. He climbed back into the carriage and instructed the driver to head toward the riverbank. For a young lady of a prominent family like Xie Daoyun, the pursuit of intellectual freedom was attainable, yet the constraints of feudal etiquette remained inescapable. Upon arriving at the banks of the Qinhuai River, Wang Ningzhi dismissed the driver and attendants, remaining inside the carriage with Xie Daoyun, gazing through the curtains at the scenery outside. At this moment, the banks of the Qinhuai River were already bustling with prosperity. Numerous boats floated upon the water, and the air was filled with lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Leaning against the backrest, Wang Ningzhi reflected on his previous life when he had passed through this very place, becoming momentarily lost in thought. It is often said that the south of the Yangtze River is beautiful, and only those who have wandered there can truly appreciate it. Xie Daoyun pondered his sudden utterance, perplexed. What do you mean by wanderers? As the intoxication of the moment enveloped him, Wang Ningzhi waved his hand languidly before him. In the face of all this, I feel like a traveler from afar. Why? He gazed blankly out the window, and after a considerable pause, his head tilted and rested against Xie Daoyun's shoulder, as if he had fallen asleep. Xie Daoyun gently adjusted his head and noticed the moisture at the corner of his eye, bewildered by the sight. Chapter 12. The boundless realm of Chu. The following day, Wang Ningzhi awoke with a slight headache. Not merely due to a hangover, but also because Xie Daoyun sought an explanation for his assertion of being a wanderer. He had initially envisioned a leisurely stroll along the riverside of Qinhuai to enhance their marital bond. However, not only did he not disembark from the carriage, but he also found himself in a muddle, unaware of the words he had spoken. Consequently, Wang Ningzhi began to manipulate the tea set, hoping to divert Xie Daoyun's attention. After a delightful display of skill, he indeed succeeded. Xie Daoyun, intrigued, attempted to replicate his actions with great curiosity. Wang Ningzhi, feeling a swell of pride, proceeded to showcase new techniques. He first poured the finely ground tea powder into a cup, added a splash of boiling water, and then, using a freshly crafted tea whisk, whisked it into a paste. Subsequently, he poured in more boiling water and whisked vigorously, creating a frothy white layer atop the mixture. After some effort, he finally handed the teacup to Xie Daoyun. She gazed at the tilted, barely discernible character for Wang floating on the surface, feeling somewhat speechless. "I intended to write your name, but alas, I still require further practice." Wang Ningzhi felt no embarrassment. After all, his creation was truly unique in the world. Xie Daoyun soon became enamored with the art of tea preparation, overshadowing her previous admiration for the fragrance of brewed tea. The tranquil room, originally intended for meditation, had been transformed by Wang Ningzhi into a charming space, adorned with a complete tea set on a low table, a fragrant Bashan incense burner, and a pair of green porcelain vases filled with plum blossoms. A genuine calligraphy piece by Wang Shiji, Lantingyi Su, graced the wall, adding to the ambience. The elegance of tea preparation, incense burning, flower arranging, and painting hung upon the walls was profoundly refined, captivating not only Xie Daoyun, but even prompting Wang Shiji, who had previously questioned his son's dedication to the Tao, to refrain from reprimanding him. This refined beauty was irresistible to literati, contrasting sharply with contemporary scholars who, while sipping peculiar teas and gesticulating wildly, appeared rather unrefined. Through these pursuits, Wang Ningzhi managed to redeem himself from the dullness of his first 20 years. It turned out that he was simply a man of few words, not devoid of thought. The year of Yonghe 11 passed amidst the flourishing reputation of Wang Ningzhi. Following a series of tedious spring festival activities, Wang Ningzhi was set to depart for Jiangling. The military in Jingzhou was plotting a northern expedition, and he intended to accompany the troops, which meant Xie Daoyun would not be traveling with him. Their relationship had just begun to flourish, and the impending separation was met with a sense of reluctance, with no clear understanding of when they would reunite. Wang Ningzhi felt increasingly disheartened, as the absence of advanced communication methods implied that a letter would take more than half a month to traverse back and forth, and sending messages while the army was on campaign seemed inappropriate. Lady Qi, harboring concerns for her son, though he would not be on the battlefield, penned a letter to her brother, Xie An, requesting him to send 2 skilled veterans from Jinko. Wang Shiji shared her concerns but concealed them well, selecting 2 astute members from his own retinue to accompany his son. Wang Ningzhi, serving merely as an assistant, often remained by Huan Wen's side. Otherwise, his parents would undoubtedly assign him a personal guard. Such was the fortunate circumstance of their family. On the day of departure, the 5 brothers of the Wang family and the capital accompanied him to Shirtu City. Wang Ningzhi, assuming the demeanor of an elder brother, earnestly advised, "Dear siblings, while in the capital, be dutiful to our mother, devote yourselves to studying and practicing calligraphy, and avoid the pitfall of becoming boastful or arrogant, thereby bringing trouble upon our family." He pointedly indicated the youngest, Wang Huizhi, warning him not to act too recklessly. The other siblings, not directly addressed, stifled their laughter. Wang Huizhi pouted, remarking, "I shall return to Kuaiji in a while. The capital is exceedingly dull." Wang Ningzhi playfully chastised the youngest, Wang Xinji, saying, "And you, though the youngest, are the most haughty, often offending others without realizing." Wang Xinji's smile faltered as he muttered, "Understood, elder brother." With a nod, Wang Ningzhi said no more and boarded the long-awaited passenger ship, accompanied by his Western bodyguards. The journey from Jiankong to Jiangling meant navigating upstream, surely taking more time than riding a horse, yet it offered comfort, allowing Wang Ningzhi to become better acquainted with his Western attendants. 2 men sent by his uncle, Xie An, named Guo Bao and Li Shou, were in their 30s and were descendants of refugees recruited by Wang Ningzhi's grandfather, Qi Jian. They had previously fought in the wars against later Zhao, but retired to serve the Qi family after Qi Jian's passing. 2 others arranged by Wang Shiji, named Jiang Shun and Lu Taobang, were merely in their early 20s and belonged to the Wang family's retinue, having never seen battle, serving primarily as couriers and tenant farmers. After inquiring about their backgrounds, Wang Ningzhi couldn't help but admire his parents' foresight. It was a perfect arrangement, two responsible for combat and the other two for escorting him. Wang Ningzhi found little interest in the two from his family, but valued Guo Bao and Li Shou, for he had yet to witness the warfare of this era in either his past life or present. Thus, throughout the journey, he sought their insights on matters such as troop composition, armament configurations, and the sequence of events in specific battles. The accounts of warfare chronicled in historical texts often consist of scant details, predominantly focused on the commanders. Conversely, these two had first-hand experience wielding the weapons that once confronted them, offering a vastly different perspective. Guo Bao was reticent, typically allowing Li Shou to answer questions, only interjecting to fill any gaps. The retinue was a private military force of distinguished families, and upon their arrival beside Wang Ningzhi, their families had been sent to the Wang estate in Kuaiji. At present, Wang Ningzhi was their master, just as Xie An had once been. Upon his second arrival in Jiangling, Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by his Western companions, proceeded directly to the general's residence to report in. After receiving notification, Qi Chao swiftly emerged to greet him. "Brother, you have arrived swiftly. I had anticipated you would linger in the bustling capital for a few more days during the festival." Not wishing to delay official matters, Wang Ningzhi smiled as he explained, "It is best to arrive early to receive orders." Qi Chao led Wang Ningzhi into the residence, where accommodations had already been arranged, with servants taking care of the Western attendants. Discussions regarding military deployments were currently underway, as previous scouts sent to Luoyang and Xuchang had begun to return with news. "Brother, your timely arrival is fortuitous, however. The detailed arrangements for troop movements will require a few more days." As Qi Chao led the way, he briefly elucidated the circumstances. Wang Ningzhi expressed his gratitude and remarked, "In the residence of the Grand General, you hold the position of a military officer, while I serve as a secretary. Henceforth, do be mindful of your public remarks, lest those petty individuals find amusement at our expense." By petty individuals, he referred not to mere insults, but specifically to the subordinates of Huan Wen, who hailed from humble backgrounds. Qi Chao scoffed, "Why concern ourselves with them? They merely handle some clerical tasks and, during their leisure, engage in idle chatter for amusement." Although the Gaoping Qi Chao family may not rival the illustrious Huan family of Longqing or the Wang family of Langya, they certainly far surpass the local gentry recruited by Huan Wen from Jingzhou. Thus, despite the presence of some capable individuals among Huan Wen's subordinates, none of them garnered Qi Chao's respect. This sentiment transcended mere ability. In this era, a formidable chasm existed between the prestigious families and the humble-born. Chapter 13. Huan Wen's lament for the submerged land of Xinzhou. Huan Wen was perusing the intelligence reports from various regions when Qi Chao, leading Wang Ningzhi, entered the hall. With a respectful gesture, he announced, "Lord Huan, Uncle Ping has arrived." Wang Ningzhi bowed respectfully and paid his respects to the Grand General. Huan Wen set aside the letter in his hand and smiled. "Uncle Ping, welcome. Was your journey smooth? And how is Yishao faring lately?" "Everything went smoothly. And my father is in good health, currently preparing for the land allocation matter." "The Grand General must have already received the proposal," Wang Ningzhi replied. Huan Wen nodded. "Indeed. Yishao is decisive in his actions. It is high time he took on significant responsibilities in Jiankong." Once seated, the three engaged in light conversation about affairs in the capital. Huan Wen instructed, "Uncle Ping, since you have just arrived, take a few days to rest. Let Jia Bin help you familiarize yourself with things here. We shall arrange specific matters later." Wang Ningzhi, unfamiliar with the workings of the general's residence, readily welcomed this suggestion. However, he soon realized that the role of a clerk, meant to assist the leadership with daily affairs, lacked any substantive duties. After spending over 10 days in Jiangling, with no sign of movement regarding the northern expedition, Huan Wen had summoned him a few times, yet each occasion was merely filled with discussions alongside a group of scholars. Gradually, he became acquainted with the likes of the military advisors, deputy officials, and clerks. As Qi Chao remarked, there was little talent among them, and their level of discourse paled in comparison to that of Jiankong. The only notable figure that captured Wang Ningzhi's attention was the future luminary Xie An, who was then serving as the general of the Western expedition. His story of studying by the light of fireflies revealed his humble origins, a testament to his resilience in the face of adversity. After several tedious discussions, Wang Ningzhi chose to emulate Qi Chao, finding various excuses to withdraw from such gatherings altogether. Huan Wen, aware of their disdain for the people of Jingzhou, did not press them to attend. With idle days stretching ahead, Wang Ningzhi took to the outskirts of the city with Guo Bao and Li Shou to engage in hunting, which served more as practice for horsemanship and archery. Though they had no intention of charging into battle, enhancing their survival skills was prudent, and at the very least, it provided physical training. As March arrived, scouts returned with news that Yao Xiang, who had seized control of Suchong, was advancing to attack Shouqing and Luoyang. Yao Xiang, a Chong, had surrendered to the Eastern Jin after the fall of the former Zhao, yet he did not descend southward but instead remained in the central plains, claiming territory. In the 8th year of Yonghe, after the death of his father, Yao Yizhong, Yao Xiang faced several defeats against the former Qin before finally leading his forces southward, where the court stationed him in Qiao City, present-day Buizhou, on Hubei. He formed a close bond with the provincial governor of Yuzhou, Xie An, and together they had campaigned against rebel forces, though they returned in disgrace. Such tranquil times did not last long, as the renowned scholar Yin Hao, harboring suspicions of Yao Xiang, began orchestrating various covert actions, sending assassins and launching surprise attacks and attempts to annex Yao Xiang's troops, all of which proved futile. Then came the most absurd turn of events. Yin Hao, leading an army northward, unexpectedly designated Yu Xiang's forces as the vanguard. The rationale behind Yin Hao's decision was perplexing. Yet Yao Xiang seized the opportunity to lay an ambush midway, striking back decisively. In a stunning victory, he routed Yin Hao's forces, capturing and slaying over 10,000 men. Claiming for himself the provisions and supplies painstakingly amassed by the Jian Concord for the northern expedition. After this incident, Yao Xiang submitted a memorial to the court detailing Yin Hao's transgressions, while simultaneously seeking to atone for his own actions. However, even the most foolish of the Jian court could not accept him. Consequently, tensions between the two parties escalated. Fortunately, Yao Xiang's subordinates were predominantly from the north, harboring little interest in the Jiangnan region. Thus he chose to lead his forces northward to capture Xuchong, advocating for agricultural development and accumulating strength. Zhou Cheng, a general of the Ranwei, surrendered to the Eastern Jin after the fall of the Ran clan. Nevertheless, the Jiankong court had no intentions of extending its influence over the Yellow River. After observing the situation for a while, he opted to sever ties with the Eastern Jin and independently seize Luoyang. Yao Xiang's assault on Luoyang was a strategic move aimed at finding an easy target to expand his territory. Currently, the area north of the Huai River and south of the Yellow River was encircled by the Qin, Yan, and Jin states, each coveting the land, yet wary of one another, which allowed several minor warlords to assume significant power. These individuals operated under a principle of opportunism, readily surrendering to the advancing forces of the former Yin from the north one day, and then to the former Qin from the west the next, only to later express a desire to return to the legitimacy of the Eastern Jin by submitting surrender documents. They were unwilling to relocate, yet other terms were negotiable. Upon receiving intelligence from the north, Huan Wen's Generalissimo office began to mobilize swiftly. He dispatched his protector Gao Wu northward to occupy Luoyang, present-day Lushan County and Pingdingshan, while also sending General Dai Shi with naval forces to advance on Luoyang via the Yellow River. Simultaneously, Huan Wen petitioned the court for military assistance from Shuzhou and Yuzhou. In June of that year, Huan Wen personally led a large army northward from Jiaogling, first arriving in Xiangyang, where his younger brother Huan Chong was stationed. During the battle, Huan Wen primarily relied on his family. Although his son was lacking in merit, his brothers Huan Hua and Huan Chong were capable of defending their respective territories. And among his nephews, valiant warriors such as Huan Shiqian and Huan Shimin emerged. Wang Ningzhi participated in warfare for the first time and felt somewhat anxious, yet maintained a facade of composure as he accompanied figures like Qi Chao and Yuan Hong. After the army departed Xiangyang, Huan Wen, along with his entourage, took to boats navigating the waterways, traveling north along the Yu River. For Huan Wen, who had previously triumphed in a war of annihilation, the likes of Yu Xiang and Shouqing were hardly worthy of concern. He commanded the setting of a banquet on the ship's deck, where tea and fruits were served, and gathered with his companions in merriment. In the height of summer, the view from the heights revealed a lush and verdant landscape, with mountains and rivers intertwining, inspiring a sense of grandeur and ambition. Wang Ningzhi let out a long sigh, truly relaxing for the first time. After several rounds of casual conversation, Huan Wen rose, gazing longingly toward the north, and lamented, "The land of Xinzhou has sunk, a century of ruins, all due to the failures of figures like Wang Yifu." Wang Yan, styled Yifu, was a paragon of elegance during the Western Jin, distinguished in appearance and demeanor, fond of philosophical discourse and enamored with Laozi and Zhuangzi. Yet, his greatest talent lay in mere survival. Even amidst the turmoil of the Eight Kings Rebellion, he managed to persist until the end. Regrettably, the victor of the internal strife, Sima succumbed to fear amidst internal and external troubles within 2 years, and the once-promoted General Wang Yin soon became a captive of Shirla. In this dire context, Wang Yin did not surrender, expressing his disinterest in political affairs to Shirlu while simultaneously urging him to declare himself emperor. The slave of the Chang tribe, Shirlu, was greatly astonished upon hearing these words, which transformed his understanding of renowned figures. Unlike his treatment of other aristocrats from the Western Jin, he refrained from executing this esteemed individual immediately. Instead, he ordered that the wall be brought down at night to crush this person, who transcended the mundane world. Huan Wen's remarks left Wang Ningzhi somewhat embarrassed, for Wang Yin was his great-uncle. And it was Wang Yin who had prepared one of the sanctuaries for Wang Dao and Sima Rui in Jiadong, though regrettably, he had not utilized it himself. Just as Wang Ningzhi hesitated on whether to distance himself from this great-uncle, Yuan Hong, who was seated beside him, interjected, "The fortunes of the state rise and fall by their own accord. It is not their fault." Huan Wen's expression shifted dramatically. Although he generally enjoyed light conversation, his demeanor was markedly different in the context of warfare. He turned to the assembly and declared, "I have heard that Liu Biao possessed a colossal bull weighing 1,000 pounds, consuming tenfold the fodder. Yet it could not carry a load as effectively as a frail cow. When Wei Wu entered Jingzhou, he had it slaughtered to reward his soldiers." Upon hearing this, not only did Yuan Hong turn pale, but the others were equally taken aback. Only Wang Ningzhi clapped in approval, drawing the attention of the crowd. Chapter 14. Lu Xuanda of the Chang tribe. Upon being called by Wang Ningzhi, Huan Wen recalled his identity and offered an explanation. "Uncle Ping, please do not take offense. I was merely expressing my momentary sentiments." Given his stature, it was not entirely inappropriate to voice a few grievances against Wang Yin. Yet doing so in the presence of his juniors felt somewhat unseemly. Wang Ningzhi, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He wholeheartedly agreed with Huan Wen's sentiments. The great general was indeed correct. One must engage in governance while in power. It is unacceptable to merely occupy a position and savor idle conversation. Those who relish in such leisurely discourse might as well take a page from the life of Ji Kong and refrain from public office. This statement was even more extreme than Huan Wen's original intent, as he himself enjoyed casual discussions during his leisure. The onlookers perceived Wang Shiji's younger brother as somewhat lacking in decorum, attempting to curry favor with Huan Wen. Observing the expressions of those present, Wang Ningzhi quickly realized his misstep and remarked with a smile, "Isn't it prudent to reflect upon the lessons of the past?" His words bore a double meaning. Yin could refer to the Yin Dynasty or to Yin Hao himself, while he could not speak ill of Wang Yin. The painful lessons learned from Yin Hao's downfall were still vivid, and they could certainly be brought forth as a cautionary tale. Intrigued, Huan Wen inquired how Uncle Ping perceived the rise and fall of dynasties. Holding significant power and plotting a reversal of fate, he found Yuan Hong's remarks particularly jarring. Wang Ningzhi, aware of Huan Wen's expectations, carefully articulated, "The will of heaven is notoriously elusive. Thus, matters of rise and fall are beyond my comprehension. However, one must recognize that diligence is rewarded by the heavens, which suggests that success is likely to be achieved through effort." Though his words were somewhat veiled, the assembly clearly grasped their meaning. Huan Wen nodded with a smile, choosing to conclude the discussion, for he understood that the world is conquered, and he would not allow himself to be shackled by ephemeral notions of dynastic change. Furthermore, if the Sima family could achieve greatness, why should he falter? After traversing waterways to reach Nanyang, the army shifted to land routes and arrived at the banks of the Yishui River in August of the 11th year of Yonghe. Upon learning of Huan Wen's northern advance, Yao Xiang had already ceased his siege, yet Huan Wen dispatched men to intercept him on his return to Xuchang. It was impossible for Yao Xiang to feign a casual return home without incident. Thus, shortly after the Eastern Jin's northern expedition established camp on the southern bank of the Yishui River, Yao Xiang sent emissaries across the river to meet with Huan Wen. In the central tent of the army, Huan Wen sat in the middle, with Huan Chong positioned at a slight angle beneath him. The military officers, led by Huan Shiqian, and the strategists, headed by Qi Chao, were seated on either side. Yao Xiang had sent his attendant Xie An, a native of Taiyuan, who had served in this Chong unit since the time of Yao Xiang's father, Yao Yizhong. Huan Chong inquired on behalf of his brother, "What brings you here, Xie An?" With a respectful demeanor, Xie An replied, Our general is aware that the royal army comes for Luoyang and is willing to offer his humble services. Huan Chong chuckled. There is no need. A few bandits are not difficult to handle. The misunderstandings that previously arose were largely due to Yin Hao's interference. Now that the royal army has arrived, we are eager to transform hostility into harmony and return to the service of the royal army. Very well. Let General Yao come forth, Huan Chong responded readily. However, Xie An expressed hesitation, stating, the general alone cannot come. The soldiers below may feel uneasy. I humbly request that the royal army withdraw a little, and the general will certainly lead his men to offer his apologies. Wang Ningzhi found the words somewhat familiar. Reminiscent of the lines from the Battle of Feishui, he opened his mouth to remind them. But upon seeing the expressions of amusement on the faces of Shi Chao and others, he hastily closed it again. Indeed, he soon heard Huan Chong respond. The movement of the army presents numerous inconveniences. It would be best for General Yao to come over. If he wishes to surrender, he must demonstrate some sincerity. Xie An pondered for a moment and proposed an alternative plan. In that case, I kindly ask Lord Huan to cross the river to receive the surrender. The general will certainly lead us in welcoming you from the roadside. Before Huan Chong could reply, Huan Wen impatiently interjected. I have come to reclaim the Central Plains. If Yao Xiang wishes to surrender, let him surrender. If not, let us engage in battle. What does it mean to send envoys across a river? Having said this, he ordered for Xie An to be taken away. Huan Chong, the mild-tempered, merely responded with a few perfunctory remarks, not genuinely believing in the other's claims of surrender. It appeared that Yao Xiang intended to initiate combat against us from across the Yishui River. At this moment, Shi Chao chuckled. It seems we are witnessing the same old tactics, planning to ambush us from both flanks as we cross the river. The dense forests in the north of the river provide ample cover. Yao Xiang aims to lure Huan Wen across with the pretense of surrender, only to unleash his hidden forces for a surprise attack. He has employed this strategy successfully against Yin Hao in the past, yet even without such a precedent, Huan Wen would not fall for his ruse. With that minor episode concluded, Huan Wen began to assign the operational tasks for the following day. Yao Xiang commanded fewer than 20,000 troops, while the Jingzhou army boasted 50,000. Even with a river as a barrier, this disparity was insurmountable. The Jingzhou forces, seasoned from countless battles, were formidable, while Yao Xiang's Chang troops had been significantly diminished through repeated conflicts, with reinforcements consisting largely of newly conscripted peasants. From any perspective, the Jin army held the upper hand. After hearing Xie An's response, Yao Xiang remained expressionless and silent. He did not wish to engage in this battle, yet found himself with no alternatives. Surrender was out of the question. After the previous debacle, even if Jian Kong were magnanimous enough not to execute him, he would find himself no different from a prisoner for the rest of his life. Leaving this place, there was nowhere to go, surrounded as he was by enemies who would undoubtedly pounce on a fallen foe. His aide, Quan Yi, cautiously suggested, why not leave the elderly and weak behind while the general leads the elite north to Bingzhou? Yao Xiang, known not only for his martial prowess, but also for his compassion towards the populace, had garnered considerable loyalty from many civilians. Despite his repeated defeats and retreats, there were always those who refused to abandon him, bringing their families along to seek refuge. Before attacking Luoyang, Yao Xiang had already gathered over 70,000 followers. Although most among them were not fit for battle, they could still serve to delay Huan Wen's pursuit. Yao Xiang shook his head. If I simply wished to escape, I could have departed upon learning of Huan Wen's advance northward. Now, with the enemy in greater numbers and Shou Qing and Luoyang keeping a watchful eye, we find ourselves besieged on all sides. It seems Quan Yi's words trailed off, clearly lacking optimism regarding the impending conflict. Only Yao Xiang's brother, Yao Chang, supported his elder sibling's resolve. With no retreat left, they would fight. If we win this battle, not only Luoyang, but the entire Central Plains will be ours. Yao Xiang felt a surge of determination, affirming, you are right. As brothers, we have come this far. Indeed, there is no retreat left. Wherever we go, we must carve our path through combat. After expressing his thoughts, he summoned his subordinate generals to deliberate on strategies to withstand Huan Wen's formidable army. Following the conclusion of the military conference on the Jin side, Wang Ningzhi and Xiao Chao exited the main tent together. It appeared that tomorrow would herald a bloody battle. Wang Ningzhi lamented that Yao Xiang was wagering everything, desperately seeking a sliver of hope beneath the walls of Luoyang, and would certainly not relinquish his ambitions easily. Xiao Chao scoffed repeatedly, his vision narrow and myopic. Even if Yu Xiang seized Luoyang, what would it matter? In the western battlefield, with his capabilities, he could not possibly hold the ground. Wang Ningzhi gazed northward, his sight seemingly penetrating through numerous barriers, catching a glimpse of Yao Xiang, the cornered beast still fighting. With a sigh, he remarked, "What a pity. Yao Xiang is, in truth, not a bad person. In these chaotic times, a warlord who is cherished by the common folk is indeed a rarity." Chapter 15. The Battle of the Yi River. Upon returning to his tent, Wang Ningzhi began to deduce the outcome of the battle from future events. The result of this conflict was that Huan Wen emerged victorious, reclaiming Luoyang, while Yao Xiang retreated, eventually seeking refuge in Guangzhou, where he met his demise at the hands of the former Qin shortly thereafter. The question lingered, from where did Yao Xiang flee? Wang Ningzhi's memories of his previous life did not provide such intricate details. However, it was not difficult to infer. To the east and south lay Huan Wen's forces, while to the west offered a direct route into Guangzhou. Yet, Yao Xiang could not possibly lead his defeated troops to assault the formidable Hanga Pass. Thus, he could only head north, seeking refuge along the borders of Qin and Yin, biding his time to advance westward. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Ningzhi hesitated over whether to advise Huan Wen to preemptively deploy troops in the northern mountains to intercept Yao Xiang. Justifying such a course of action was not the issue, but rather finding an opportune moment. He was no Zhuge Liang. Being overly prescient would not earn him credibility. On the following day, the army of Jingzhou prepared for an assault. Huan Wen entrusted the task of crossing the river to Huancheng, while he himself observed the proceedings from a vantage point with his aides. Huancheng dispatched soldiers to fell great trees, and under the cover of powerful crossbows, began constructing floating bridges at numerous points along the Yi River. Despite being at a numerical disadvantage, Yao Xiang's several thousand cavalry allowed him to maneuver with ease, concentrating his forces to impede the Jingzhou army's bridge-building efforts. However, this tense standoff did not endure for long. As General Dai Shi's naval forces entered the Yi River from the Yellow River, raining down arrows from their elevated ships upon Yao Xiang's troops on the northern bank. With no recourse, Yao Xiang chose to withdraw, while Huancheng successfully crossed the river with his elite forces, establishing a formation to protect the main army's rapid passage. Huan Wen advanced with the bulk of the forces, ascending the ship's platform to survey the battlefield ahead. Yao Xiang did not commit all his troops, personally leading over 10,000 men to block the advance of the 50,000-strong Jingzhou army. Neither side showed any inclination for parley. And as the war drums sounded and flags waved, the Jingzhou army initiated the attack. Shield bearers advanced in a fan formation, followed by long spears, archers, and finally the infantry with swords and halberds, while cavalry flanked the sides. The formations of the Jingzhou army swiftly collided with Yao Xiang's forces. Several of Yao Xiang's brothers led cavalry charges at the forefront, and the front line of the Jingzhou army fell rapidly. Yet the elevated long spears thwarted the cavalry's charge, and a volley of arrows from the rear eliminated a number of Yao Xiang's subordinates. Yao Xiang commanded his troops, retreating while fighting, striving to avoid a stalemate that could lead to encirclement. Meanwhile, the Jingzhou army advanced methodically, pursuing relentlessly. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air as ambush troops sprang forth from both flanks. Despite being at a disadvantage, Yao Xiang sought to psychologically impact his adversary. However, Huancheng was well prepared. The cavalry that had remained uninvolved in the battle surged forward to intercept them. The soldiers of the Jingzhou army remained undaunted as their formations began to expand, encircling inward. Observing the tide of battle from the ship's platform, Huan Wen felt a surge of emotion. Yao Xiang possessed both courage and strategy, yet he failed to grasp the larger picture. Luoyang was far beyond his reach. Wang Ningzhi struggled for a considerable time on the sidelines, observing the fierce combat raging on the battlefield. His blood surged with fervor, and he could no longer restrain himself. He approached with a request. The situation with the Chang is unfavorable. They will undoubtedly attempt to break through. Might the general send a contingent to intercept them? This marked the first occasion he expressed his opinion since joining Huan Wen's ranks. Huan Wen, intrigued, chuckled, "Uncle Ping, where do you suggest we ambush them?" The Guangzhou region is the ancestral home of the Chang, and they will undoubtedly seek to return westward. However, Hanggu Pass is currently in the hands of the Qin, leaving them no choice but to flee northward, towards the northern mountains. Huan Wen pondered briefly, considering that capturing Yao Xiang and delivering him to Jiankong would wield an influence on the court comparable to reclaiming Luoyang. After all, Luoyang is still too distant for those officials. He summoned the commanding officer, Huan Shiqian, and issued a direct order: Zhenyi, hasten with 3,000 cavalry to the northern mountains. If Yao Xiang falters here, ensure he is captured. Aware of the fleeting opportunity, Huan Shiqian replied loudly, and prepared to descend. After offering his counsel, Wang Ningzhi sought to expand his merits, exclaiming, "I wish to accompany the general. May Lord Huan grant this request." Huan Wen disagreed, advising, "Uncle Ping should refrain from venturing into perilous territory. Should we capture the bandit leader, your contribution would be duly recognized." With this, Wang Ningzhi felt compelled to comply. Shaking off the grasp of Qiao Chao, who attempted to restrain him, proclaiming loudly, "Lord Huan speaks erroneously. Ningzhi is no seeker of glory. However, since the strategy is mine, I wish to witness the outcome firsthand." Faced with the urgency of the situation, Huan Wen ceased his persuasion, patting Wang Ningzhi on the shoulder and glancing at his nephew Huan Shiqian, urging them to depart swiftly. Clad in soft armor and under the protection of Guo Bao, Li Shou, Jiang Shun, and Lu Taobang, Wang Ningzhi stealthily followed Huan Shiqian's cavalry as they departed from the flank, racing towards the northern mountains. Unbeknownst to the beleaguered Yao Xiang, who had engaged in several rounds of combat, he realized that Huan Wen was fully committed this time. The losses sustained by the Jingzhou army were considerable, yet for every soldier that fell, another took their place, showing no signs of retreat. While the individual combat prowess of the Jingzhou army may have been slightly inferior, their strict military discipline compensated for this shortcoming. As the encirclement tightened, Yao Xiang resolved to act decisively. Recognizing the futility of escape, he designated his infantry as the rear guard and personally led the cavalry in a northern breakout. The elite fighting capabilities of the Chang were formidable, quickly tearing a gap in the Jingzhou lines. To confound his adversaries, upon breaking free, Yao Xiang dispersed his forces, with the Yao brothers leading them in various directions to flee. Huan Wen observed intently from the ship's tower, sighing, "Their escape is remarkably resolute. I wonder if Zheni and his men can intercept them in time." With that, he waved the signal flags, and the remaining Jingzhou cavalry commenced their pursuit of the retreating forces, though their gains were modest at best, merely better than nothing. As the northern cavalry of Yao Xiang held the advantage in horsemanship and steeds, Huan Shiqian's 3,000 troops remained on the battlefield, likely engaging in pursuit from behind Yao Xiang. Yet if they could position themselves along the enemy's inevitable route, they might achieve a decisive capture. Wang Ningzhi was suffused with a fervent zeal, spurring his steed onward, undeterred by the biting wind or the chafing of his thighs, as his excitement remained untempered. 3,000 individuals gathered at the foot of Beishan, as the sky darkened ominously. Huan Shiqian divided his troops to conceal themselves along the sides of the road, patiently awaiting the arrival of Yao Xiang. Wang Ningzhi chose not to remain with Huan Shiqian, opting instead to hide on the opposite side with 4 guards. After breaking through the encirclement, Yao Xiang was pursued by the Jingzhou army for a while, and only after a considerable effort did he manage to shake them off, subsequently ordering a halt to regroup. The battle had commenced at the hour of Xi and did not conclude until the hour of Shun, resulting in several hours of fierce conflict, leaving both him and his subordinates utterly exhausted. Yao Chang, who had been closely following his brother, observed Yao Xiang dejectedly seated on the ground, while the over 1,000 soldiers who had fought alongside them appeared equally despondent. He rallied their spirits, exclaiming, "Do not lose heart. Everyone, we have successfully broken through. As long as we can return to Guangzhong, the grievances we have endured today will surely be avenged in the future." The soldiers responded in scattered affirmations, while Yao Xiang released a long sigh. The hardships faced in the Central Plains over the years were indeed difficult to articulate. Losing today might be a blessing in disguise, as it severed any lingering hopes, allowing him to focus solely on returning to Guangzhong to vie with the Fu family. If the D people could achieve it, then certainly the Chang people could as well. Chapter 16. A moment between life and death. Although Huan Shiqian was still young, he had participated in the northern expedition against the former Qin 2 years prior, where he heroically rescued his uncle, Huan Chong, from the encirclement of the Qin army. The army sighed in admiration, and his reputation struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. It was said that from then on, when those afflicted with malaria called out for Huan Shiqian, they would be so startled that they would recover, for his name was synonymous with exorcising evil. Hence the saying about dispelling disease. This ambush was somewhat hasty, yet Huan Shiqian skillfully devised a route. Instead of charging directly down the main road, he led his troops to take a detour, approaching the ambush point from the side. Such a tactic would typically falter against a properly marching army, due to the scouts that would precede them. However, the defeated soldiers of Yao Xiang, desperate for escape, had no inkling that the Jingzhou army lay in wait behind them. After resting for half an hour, the brothers successfully regrouped, and the main force set off northward, unwittingly stepping into the trap. As the enemy drew near, Wang Ning's sense of triumph reached its zenith. The exhilarating feeling of defying fate made his hands tremble around the reins, and his heartbeat quickened to match the galloping hooves of Yao Xiang and his men. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and the Jingzhou army unleashed a rain of crossbow bolts upon the unsuspecting Yao Xiang's forces. After several volleys of arrows, a gong sounded, and the Jingzhou army surged forth with cries of battle, encircling the Yao Xiang troops. Caught off guard and already demoralized, the Yao Xiang army was quickly thrown into chaos. Suffering the loss of hundreds of men in an instant, Yao Xiang urged his horse forward, shouting to stabilize the situation, but Huan Shiqian would not afford him that opportunity. Charging directly towards him, the two clashed for several rounds, only to be separated by their respective guards, before rallying their soldiers for yet another charge. After a few exchanges, Yao Xiang's forces disintegrated into disarray, and his horse was struck by an arrow amidst the tumult, throwing him to the ground. Fortunately, Yao Chong was nearby to protect him. He swiftly helped his elder brother back onto his feet and offered him his own horse, urgently exclaiming, "Fifth brother, hurry and flee. I will hold them off." Yao Xiang, both alarmed and enraged, retorted, "If you leave, they will come for me." Yao Chang seized two long spears, dispatching an approaching Jingzhou soldier before vaulting onto a horse, brandishing the spears as he shouted, with both hands above the knee, "I instill fear in others. I can command the multitudes, and the three armies will fight valiantly, but none can compare to you, fifth brother. As long as you remain, we still have a chance." With that, Yao Chong commanded Yao Xiang's guards to assist him in breaking through, while he gathered the remnants of their forces to staunchly block Huan Shiqian's advance. If they could reach the northern mountains, it would be akin to fish returning to the sea. Moreover, as dusk approached, even though the Jingzhou army was numerous, they could not possibly track them through the vast mountains. Filled with resentment, Yao Xiang turned his horse towards the distant northern mountains. Wang Ning, observing the near miss of his plan, felt a pang of frustration. He glanced at the few men left to guard him, and then at Yao Xiang, who was escaping with only a handful of followers. Unable to suppress his impulsive desires any longer, he realized he could not command these men, especially since Huan Shiqian had undoubtedly ordered them to protect him at all costs. Thus, Wang Ning chose to take a risk. He shook the reins and shouted for them to block Yao Xiang, spurring his horse into the fray. Not far away, Yao Xiang was charging fiercely towards this direction. The Western guards reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously making the choice to rush out alongside him, while the other soldiers were slightly slower, trailing a few paces behind the guards. Upon seeing an obstruction, Yao Xiang secured his long spear and drew his bow to shoot at those blocking his path, his personal guards mimicking his actions. It was only at this moment that Wang Ningzhi realized the peril he was in, but it was too late. He widened his eyes in horror as several arrows flew towards him. In a moment of crisis, Guo Bao leaped forward, knocking Wang Ningzhi from his horse and rolling him into the nearby grass. The remaining soldiers unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts, and Yao Xiang was struck by two arrows, collapsing onto his horse's back as he fled into the darkness of the northern mountains with his last two subordinates. In the midst of battle, Huan Shiqian was completely oblivious to the commotion on this side, as Yao Chang fought like a cornered beast, his reckless tactics preventing them from swiftly dispatching this small rearguard team. Wang Ningzhi hurriedly sat up, only to be frozen in shock by the scene before him. A deadly arrow pierced Guo Bao's neck. Although his iron armor had protected his body, the arrow had struck a vital point through a gap. The remaining three guards gathered around, indifferent to whether Yao Xiang escaped or not. Guo Bao, using his last bit of strength, pointed weakly at Li Shou, uttering no words before closing his eyes forever. Wang Ningzhi clutched Guo Bao's lifeless body, trembling violently. If it weren't for his reckless ambition, this tragedy would never have occurred. Even if he intended to obstruct Yao Xiang, why did he charge out like a fool? Why not stay hidden and shoot arrows from the shadows? Why? In a flurry of thoughts, Wang Ningzhi reflected on everything that had transpired since the moment he had boarded the ship. He had anticipated Yu Xiang's escape route, successfully executed a strategy, and achieved the ambush. Everything had unfolded so perfectly, yet he could not accept that Yao Xiang had ultimately escaped. In a moment of heated impulse, he had committed an unfathomable act, resulting in Guo Bao's demise. The three guards remained silent, encircling him and Guo Bao in a somber stillness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the fighting on Huan Shiqian's side finally ceased, with Yao Chang and his men all annihilated. In terms of outcomes, this ambush was a resounding victory, with Yao Xiang fleeing almost alone and having sustained 2 arrow wounds. His survival beyond the northern mountains was uncertain. Yet, Wang Ningzhi felt no elation in victory. Once the battlefield was cleared, he moved like a specter, bearing Guobao's remains as he followed the main force back to the army camp. Huan Shiqian reported the results of the battle to Huan Wen. Although there was some regret, the complete annihilation of Yao Xiang's forces was a tangible triumph. Upon hearing of Wang Ningzhi's loss of a guard, Huan Wen even offered to send a few of his personal guards to him, but Wang Ningzhi declined. For him, this conflict had already concluded prematurely. He no longer required protection, as summer was upon them, and corpses could not be left unattended for long. Wang Ningzhi found a place to gather firewood and cremated Guobao's body, placing the ashes in an exquisite celadone tea canister. He undertook all of this alone, refusing help from the 3 guards who wished to assist. Shi Chao noticed something amiss and offered some words of comfort, urging him to return to Jingzhou. Wang Ningzhi, however, did not acquiesce. He dispatched Jiang Shun back to Kuaiji to bring Guobao's family to the capital and penned a lengthy letter to Xie Daoyun, informing her of the situation and urging her to make arrangements for Guobao's family until his return. The turmoil in Luoyang swiftly reached its conclusion. Following the defeat of Yao Xiang, Zhou Qing, who had been harboring fantasies of watching the conflict unfold from a distance, relinquished his hopes and opened the city gates to surrender to Huan Wen. Faced with the formidable Huan Wen, who approached with the momentum of victory, he found himself devoid of courage even to engage in battle. The city of Luoyang, which had been captured and lost multiple times, once again fell under Eastern Jin's dominion. Huan Wen rode into the ravaged city of Luoyang, devoid of any feelings of elation, standing amidst the ruins of the Taiji Hall, as if it still whispered tales of its former grandeur. Chapter 17. The sorrow of the sorghum leaves. On the first night of their arrival in Luoyang, Huan Wen commanded his troops to establish their encampment in the square before the Taiji Hall. He ascended the lofty steps with his trusted confidants, gazing down upon the dilapidated city. Since the onset of the 8 Kings Rebellion, Luoyang had changed hands among various factions, the princes of the Sima clan, the Hanzhao of the Xiongnu, the later Zhao of the Jie, and the former Qin of the Di, each having left their mark here. Amidst the frequent changes of rule, the warlords occupying Luoyang had, on several occasions, feigned allegiance to the Eastern Jin, yet such declarations proved fleeting. Over the span of 50 years, the flames of war raged incessantly, with banners of various kings frequently replacing one another atop the city walls. Those common folk fortunate enough to have survived the turmoil had mostly fled, leaving the outskirts of Luoyang desolate. After Huan Wen's reclamation, the Jiankang court had assumed control of Luoyang for the 6th time. However, whether they could genuinely lay claim to it would depend on Huan Wen's ensuing negotiations with the court. As dusk fell, bonfires ignited in the square, and the soldiers of the Jingzhou army rejoiced in their victory. Occasionally, flickering lights could be seen in the ruined residences, remnants of the common people, now reduced to spoils of war. After Yao Xiang's flight, the remaining populace lingered outside the city, and Huan Wen had left a contingent to guard them. Thankfully, summer had not yet waned, and the elderly, women, and children huddled together, temporarily spared from the cold. Wang Ningzhi had yet to recover from the ordeal. Meanwhile, Huan Wen was preoccupied with strategizing his approach to the court, rendering the 2 men starkly out of place amidst the surrounding jubilation. Xie Chao approached, patting Wang Ningzhi on the shoulder as he settled beside him on the steps, offering words of solace. Brother, if you find this too overwhelming, perhaps you should remain at the rear next time. The battlefield is indeed fraught with peril. Not only he, but everyone presumed that Wang Ningzhi had been frightened. After all, for a young master of a prominent family, it was only natural to feel trepidation after nearly being struck down by an arrow on his first venture into battle. Yet Wang Ningzhi knew his feelings were not rooted in fear. Instead, he was consumed by an unending sense of regret. He had been too impulsive, too eager for success. Throughout the northern expedition, his desire for recognition had been excessively pronounced, both in speech and action. Such a mindset might be overlooked in the city of Jiankang, where eccentricities could be the subject of jest among the learned. However, on the battlefield, it proved fatal. I am filled with regret, Wang Ningzhi sighed. Had I handled the situation more adeptly at that moment, our escort would not have fallen, and Yao Xiang would undoubtedly have been captured. Xie Chao's gaze drifted to the horizon. On the battlefield, circumstances shifted in an instant, rendering perfection an impossibility. After exchanging a few words, Huan Wen approached, prompting the 2 to rise promptly. Huan Wen casually took a seat, instructing them to disregard formalities, allowing Wang Ningzhi and Xie Chao to sit beside him on the lower steps. Given the destitution of Luoyang and the absence of defensible positions, how do you believe we should proceed? Wang Ningzhi glanced at Xie Chao, signaling him to speak first. Xie Chao, unreservedly, responded, For he had long contemplated this issue. It is imperative that we request the court to dispatch personnel to take over. With the bandit threat eliminated and the grain routes secure, there is no longer any justification for delay. Huan Wen chuckled, saying, while that may be the case, it would mean that our toil was merely in service of others. His words were candid, showing no hesitation regarding Wang Ningzhi's presence. It ultimately depends on the person assigned to the task. With unwavering confidence, Qi Chao continued, Luoyang is an ancient capital. The court cannot simply send anyone. The most suitable candidate is Xie An, the governor of Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Huan Wen interrupted him and turned to Wang Ningzhi, inquiring about Shuping's perspective. Wang Ningzhi, feeling somewhat despondent in recent days and having not yet contemplated the subsequent matters, pondered for a moment before responding, the court has no intention of relocating the capital. Regardless of who is appointed to guard it, there will be a discrepancy between reputation and presence. The true essence of Yuzhou undoubtedly lies in the Central Plains. Xieshang's Yuzhou is merely a temporary placement, situated south of the Huai River, with Liang, present-day Xie An, Hui, as its seat, obstructing Huan Wen's passage downstream toward Jiankang. Qi Chao's proposal aimed to have Xieshang depart from Liang and head north, thereby clearing the pathway for Huan Wen's eastern advance. Wang Ningzhi implied that even if Xieshang took charge of Luoyang, he would likely not venture north himself, at best appointing a general, which would not suffice to realize Qi Chao's vision. Qi Chao countered, Luoyang is incomparable to Liang. Should Xieshang delay his advance, there will surely be those who will petition against him. Despite this assertion, the ongoing delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. Over time, the Xianbei might descend southward, or the D people might choose to advance eastward, resulting in Luoyang being lost once again. Such a loss would be sufficient to shift the governance of Yuzhou. Wang Ningzhi fell silent upon hearing this. As the son-in-law of the Xie family, he found it difficult to respond. Huan Wen, sensing the tension, chuckled to diffuse the awkwardness, suggesting that Shuping share his thoughts instead. Wang Ningzhi was reluctant to see Luoyang become a mere political tool. If Huan Wen aspired to unify the realm, he should refrain from seizing power through internal strife. Wang Ningzhi believed that Huan Gong should personally oversee Luoyang and prioritize negotiations with the court concerning provisions and populace. In doing so, the people would witness Huan Gong's determination to reclaim the Central Plains, leaving the court with no choice but to acquiesce, even if unwilling. Qi Chao disagreed with this approach, asserting that to defend the western front of Luoyang, one would inevitably incur significant costs, which wise men would avoid. Huan Wen leaned towards Qi Chao's opinion, noting that to the west of Luoyang lay the Hangu Pass occupied by the Qin people, and not far to the north was the city of Yi held by the Yin. At this moment, Luoyang lacked walls, citizens, and provisions. Establishing a foothold in such a place would require substantial investment from Jingzhou, which Huan Wen was reluctant to part with, having painstakingly accumulated his resources. Wang Ningzhi, understanding Huan Wen's concerns, explained, it is said that the new ruler of the Diqin, Fu Xing, is tyrannical and lacks benevolence, leading to a rift between lord and subjects. With Yuxiang still alive, he is sure to head towards Guangzhong to rally the Chang people for rebellion, leaving the Diqin with no time to direct their attention eastward. As for the Murong Xianbei, there were reports of their plans to relocate their capital to Yi City. Huan Wen's intelligence operations were indeed commendable. Wang Ningzhi's thoughts became increasingly lucid. Since they had resolved to advance southward, it was all the more crucial to secure Luoyang. Otherwise, it would merely be relinquishing it to others. Should the Xianbei seize this territory, reclaiming it would no longer be as straightforward as it seemed. Huan Wen harbored certain reservations. Indeed, he aspired to reclaim the Central Plains. Yet engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Xianbei would merely allow the Jiankang court to reap the rewards. Wang Ningzhi ceased his persuasion, recognizing that Huan Wen did not fully trust him. As an advisor, he deemed it sufficient to have expressed his thoughts. Any further entreaty might incite Huan Wen's suspicion of ulterior motives. Xiao Chao also refrained from further comment. Each had articulated their views, and ultimately, decisions rested with the leader. After a prolonged contemplation, Huan Wen remained silent, sitting for a moment longer before he sighed and departed, seemingly in search of his brother Huan Chong. Xiao Chao exhaled a sigh as well, pondering whether the recovery of the Central Plains was truly the foremost priority in his brother's eyes. Want it not to test the boundaries, certain matters are not inherently contradictory, and being overly cautious might result in futile endeavors. If one wishes to reclaim the Central Plains and aspire to dominion over the realm, it is imperative to abandon the notion of merely preserving strength, relying on intimidation to usurp the Jin throne. Even if the Sima family acquiesced, the powerful clans would not consent. With a lack of shared understanding, the two refrained from continuing the discussion. Xiao Chao gazed upon the desolate twilight, reciting a renowned passage from the Book of Songs. The millet is abundant, and the seedlings of the grains are tender. As I walk, my heart is unsettled. Wang Ningzhi followed suit. Those who know me say I am troubled at heart. Those who do not know me wonder what I seek. Chapter 18. The post-war turmoil after surveying the city of Luoyang. Huan Wen chose to station his troops at the Jinyang city located at the northwestern corner. This area, albeit a mere fragment of the vast Luoyang, offered certain advantages, particularly in terms of defense. To the north of Jinyang city lies the Mang Mountain, while to the south it connects to the outer city of Luoyang. Initially constructed by Cao Pai as a 100-foot tower, it was later expanded by Cao Rui into a fortified military stronghold. However, for the most part, Jinyang city became a prison for the disheartened. The deposed Emperor Cao Feng and Cao Wan resided here, as did the later ruler Lu Shan, who spent his final days within these walls. Tragically, the Empress of Sima Yan met her demise here from starvation, and Jia Nanfeng, who issued the orders, also perished within. Many of the vanquished from the War of the Eight Princes faced execution here. This small city witnessed the rise and fall of the Sima clan, and now found itself at the brink of welcoming one who aspired to replace them. As the army mobilized, news arrived from the guards outside the city that many civilians accompanying Yao Xiang had taken advantage of the night to escape. Huan Wen felt a measure of respect for such an adversary, despite Yao Xiang's repeated defeats. He still retained the loyalty of the people, though he lamented the absence of a hidden dragon among his ranks. This sentiment, however, was somewhat biased. For Yao Xiang was not without capable subordinates, nor did he lack counsel urging him to return to Hebei, yet he chose to disregard their advice. Once settled in Jinyang city, Huan Wen dispatched individuals to repair the imperial tombs, while simultaneously presenting a memorial to the court, recommending General Xie Shang to oversee the military affairs of Xizhou and to guard Luoyang. Xizhou, originally the office of the inspector during the Han and Wei dynasties, had been renamed Xizhou during the Jin Dynasty, with its administrative center in Luoyang. Ultimately, Huan Wen heeded the counsel of Qiao Chao and opted to abandon Luoyang in exchange for Xie Shang's departure from Liyang. Wang Ningzhi felt somewhat disappointed yet understood that it might be more in alignment with Huan Wen's character to first secure control over the court before seizing the opportunity for a northern expedition. He was not one to take risks without assurance and thus refrained from embarking on uncertain ventures. In September of that year, without waiting for Xie Shang to assume command, Huan Wen left behind 2,000 men to secure Luoyang, leading the main force back to Jingzhou, accompanied by captives and over 3,000 households. With a wave of his sleeve, he departed without leaving a single family behind. After Yao Xiang narrowly escaped, he crossed the Yellow River, traversed the Taiying Mountains, and entered the territory of Pingyang, present-day Linfen, Shaanxi province. In the southern part of Pingyang, Xiangling was occupied by Yin Qi, the inspector of Bingzhou from former Qin, who was once a subordinate of Yao Xiang. After being separated during the turmoil of war, he surrendered to former Qin. Now, with his former master's return, Yin Qi unhesitatingly rejoined Yao Xiang, bolstering his strength once more. However, Yin Qi's title as inspector was merely nominal. For the true ruler of Pingyang was the Grand General and Governor of Jizhou, Zhang Ping. Following his defeat, Yao Xiang adopted a posture of humility, refraining from challenging Zhang Ping directly. Instead, he dispatched Quan Yi to seek peace, asserting that he was merely passing through and harbored no ambitions towards the land of Hedong. Zhang Ping, a man of indecision who often wavered between Qin and Yin, upon hearing Yao Xiang's words, was reluctant to create an enemy without cause. He thus instructed his adoptive son to monitor the situation, delaying any offensive action. This adoptive son was named Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, the court in Jinkang received Huan Wen's report and consented to his recommendation, appointing Xie Shang to oversee the military affairs of Yu, Ji, Yu, and Bing provinces. This title was rather hollow, as Yu province held only a meager territory, while the other three provinces were entirely beyond the reach of the Eastern Jin, serving merely as a symbolic gesture. However, Xie Shang had no intention of heading north, for he was unwell. Even the affairs of the prefecture were entrusted to Wang Hu, the magistrate of Danong. It was not a mere excuse. He was genuinely ill. As the year drew to a close, Xie Shang had yet to recover, so he recommended Wang Hu to replace him in Luoyang. Consequently, the court appointed Wang Hu as general of pacifying the north and inspector of Xizhou, sending him north to garrison Luoyang. Thus, by the end of the year, the court merely dispatched envoys to pay respects at the imperial tombs and made no additional military deployments to Luoyang. Upon returning to Jiangling, Wang Ningzhi found himself with nothing to occupy his time. He decided to request leave from Huan Wen, seeking permission to return to Jiankong to celebrate the new year with his family. Huan Wen readily consented, remarking with a smile that he had already submitted a memorial on behalf of Uncle Ping to commend him, and upon his return to the capital, he would surely receive a reward. Wang Ningzhi expressed his gratitude but remained somewhat discontent, urging Huan Gong to keep a close watch on news from Luoyang, as the court did not seem to regard it with sufficient seriousness. If they were to lose it after gaining it, it would be an inexplicable loss of troops and resources. Huan Wen nodded in agreement, yet said little more. With a sigh in his heart, Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by 2 guards, boarded a boat and sailed downstream back to Jiankong. After disembarking at Shirtu City, the trio mounted different horses and proceeded along the Qinhuai River, passing through the Zhuke Gate and entering Wui Alley. Since the family had not received news of Wang Ningzhi's return, he was met with shouts of joy from the servants as he dismounted at the entrance. Both Wang Shiji and Madame Qiao were overjoyed to see their son return safely. As they knelt in reverence, Madame Qiao pulled him close to examine him closely. Wang Ningzhi complied, turning around playfully, and remarked, "Mother, do you think I have grown stronger?" Madame Qiao gently tapped his head, saying that while she could not discern any newfound strength, he had certainly become much darker, which was rather vexing. In this era, a fair complexion was deemed beautiful, especially among the scions of noble families. Fortunately, he was already married, so a bit of darkness was of little concern to him. Wang Shiji, aware of the more intricate details of the battlefield, felt a tinge of apprehension and was reluctant for his son to return. "Now that you are back, you shall remain in the capital. I will arrange something for you," he insisted. Wang Ningzhi, lacking direction at the moment, did not argue but smiled in response. "I have just returned. Such matters can wait until after the new year." Although he had secured Huan Wen's favor, there was no immediate action from Jingzhou remaining there. He could only serve as a companion for idle discussions. After updating his parents, several brothers clamored to inquire about the events of the war. Wang Ningzhi, feeling helpless, entertained their curiosity while discreetly winking at Xie Daoyun, who patiently awaited nearby. Fortunately, his brothers were merely inquisitive and showed no interest in military affairs. Upon hearing of the perils, they resolved to avoid such dangerous endeavors. Once he had dismissed them, Wang Ningzhi finally returned to his small courtyard with Xie Daoyun. Xie Daoyun was already well aware of the events from letters, so upon entering the room, they simply held hands, leaning against one another, exchanging little in words. After closing his eyes to savor the warmth of home for a while, Wang Ningzhi let out a deep sigh and recounted the subsequent developments to Xie Daoyun, softly stating, "At present, the court and Jingzhou are engaged in mutual scheming, rendering the battle for Luoyang a futile endeavor." After speaking, he found it somewhat amusing and added, "I cannot say it was entirely in vain. After all, we honored our ancestors, though I wonder if those in the underworld are utterly infuriated." Xie Daoyun had grown accustomed to his peculiar remarks. "What do you intend to do? Is it not said that only the Grand General can reclaim the Central Plains?" This statement holds merit, yet the Grand General currently shows no urgency to launch a northern expedition. His thoughts are fixated instead on your family's Yuzhou. Xie Daoyun was indeed troubled by this matter, as her uncle, Xie Shang, had been in poor health for several months, and the prognosis was far from optimistic. Wang Ningzhi gently patted his wife's hand, offering reassurance, "Do not worry. The court will not yield on this issue, and Duke Huan will not mobilize troops for Yuzhou. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Huan Wen is too indecisive. He must either launch a northern expedition to exert pressure on the court through military achievements or emulate Wang Dun and lead troops into the capital to eliminate the usurpers. As it stands, with half-hearted aspirations for a northern campaign and clandestine attempts to seize power, employing trivial tactics, achieving one's goals seems a distant dream. It is no wonder he ultimately fell victim to the machinations of Xie An and Wang Tanji. Chapter 19. The Value of Life the Day After Returning Home. Wang Ningzhi accompanied Li Shou and Jiang Shun to pay a visit to the widow of Guobao, Lady Yin. After being brought to Jiankang, Xie Daoyun had arranged for Lady Yin to temporarily reside in the servants' quarters of the estate. Guobao left behind a son and a daughter. The son being 11 years of age and the daughter merely 6. Lady Yin was originally a maidservant of the Shi family, and as she matured, her master arranged for her to marry the household servant Guobao, with whom she enjoyed over a decade of peaceful life in Jinko before being sent to the Wang family. Wang Ningzhi personally handed the urn containing Guobao's ashes to Lady Yin, who received it with a gentle murmur of gratitude. Observing her rough fingers caressing the delicate porcelain urn, Wang Ningzhi found himself at a loss for words. It was Jiang Shun who, displaying his quick wit, stepped in to inquire, "If you are facing difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with us. Do you wish to return to Jinko, or perhaps go to Kuaiji? Staying in the capital is also an option." Lady Yin gazed down at the urn in her hands, flanked by her two children, her son, whose face was etched with sorrow, on the verge of tears, and her daughter, still naive, curiously assessing the unfamiliar faces before her. Her late husband had willingly joined the campaign, and with the master's generous provisions, she felt profoundly grateful and dared not ask for more. Her eloquence betrayed her noble origins from the Xie family, setting her apart from the ordinary village women. Wang Ningzhi inquired, "Does your son know how to read?" He referred, of course, to her 11-year-old boy. Lady Yin nodded slightly. "In my spare time, I have taught him a little, so he can barely recognize some characters." Wang Ningzhi pondered for a moment before suggesting in a conciliatory tone, "In that case, it would be best for him to remain in the capital and accompany me for now." Guobao, having returned to service in middle age, would naturally wish for his children to rise above their current status as mere servants, although Wang Ningzhi could not make any promises at that moment. The wealth of the Wang family of Langya could indeed afford opportunities for Guobao's son to become a minor official in the future. Lady Yin turned to her son, seeking his opinion. The young boy, forced to mature prematurely, bit his lip, his hands unconsciously rubbing together in front of him. "But what about my mother and little sister? They can assist with some chores in my courtyard. You will still be together as a family. Do you think that is acceptable?" Wang Ningzhi replied, feeling a pang of compassion for the youth, softening his tone. The boy nodded vigorously, that would be fine. Yet, upon realizing the disparity between their statuses, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and glanced at his mother. Lady Yin expressed her deep gratitude, deferring to Wang Ningzhi's arrangements. Faced with the plight of this widow and her children, Wang Ningzhi still felt a tinge of unease. After their conversation, he gently patted the little girl's head before leading the group outside. "Shortly, go find the steward and have him send some clothing and charcoal." Wang Ningzhi instructed Jiang Shun, "If there is anything lacking, let me know." Jiang Shun complied, and upon joining Wang Ningzhi, he took on the role of a diligent errand runner. Having been with Wang Ningzhi for nearly a year, Li Shou understood his young master's sentiments and advised, "Do not burden yourself with guilt, my lord. Once the decision to go to war is made, one must accept the whims of fate." Jiang Shun concurred, adding, "Indeed, my lord. Moreover, Guobao, knowing your benevolent heart, would surely find solace in the afterlife. He died saving me. It is indeed different," Wang Ningzhi replied. What weighs heavily on Wang Ning's heart is, in truth, his own folly. Li Shou, however, remains unfazed, believing that a worthless life can be exchanged for the peace of one's family, rendering death a worthy trade. As Guobao approached his end, he expressed his concerns for his family, gesturing towards Li Shou in a manner that suggested entrusting them to his care. Wang Ning, having arranged matters meticulously, felt that his departed friend could now rest in peace. For those of humble status, life is as fragile as grass. If one can be sold at a high price, dying would be considered a fitting end. Wang Ning comprehended this, yet found it difficult to accept. As the year drew to a close in the 12th year of Yonghe, the most significant event in the capital was the dispatching of ministers to the imperial tombs in Luoyang, followed by the court officials donning mourning attire to pay their respects at the Taiji Hall in Jiankang for 3 days. With the arrival of the new year, Sima, having reigned for 13 years, finally turned 15, reaching the age of governance. Empress Dowager Chu Xuanzi issued an edict to return power to the young emperor, retreating to Chengde Palace, while simultaneously penning a decree to the ministers, lamenting the failure to unify the Western Sea, the rebellion of the 5 barbarians, and the suffering of the populace, urging them to unite in support of the young sovereign. Concurrently, the court decreed a change in era, announcing a general amnesty, marking the beginning of the era of Shiping, 357 AD. Nevertheless, Sima Dan's ascension to power did not herald any significant changes. Governance continued under the stewardship of Wang Sima, maintaining the same sluggish and complacent style of administration. The court appointed Wang Huji, a cousin of Wang Shiji, to guard Luoyang. Upon receiving his appointment, he began to assemble his retinue in the capital. Wang Ning, harboring an obsession with Luoyang, sought an audience with his cousin to glean his intentions. Upon arrival, he encountered a man in his 30s loitering outside, his face etched with worry. Intrigued yet pressed for time, Wang Ning was guided inside by the steward. Wang Huji, afflicted by a condition that caused dizziness, was reclining on a couch, resting during an episode. Wang Ning approached to pay his respects, unaware of his uncle's ailment, and felt it presumptuous to intrude. "It is but an old malady. Nothing to fret over," Wang Ningzhi replied, appearing reasonably composed. Aware that Uncle Ping had participated in the campaign to reclaim Luoyang, he was preparing to inquire about the situation. I am unworthy of such concern, uncle. Please, I shall speak candidly, Wang Ning responded. What are the city walls? How fare the people? Wang Ning offered a wry smile, recognizing that his uncle was uninformed of the situation, and replied, the walls have collapsed, and their restoration requires considerable time. The populace has scattered westward, with scarcely any land for cultivation. Wang Ningzhi, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. No wonder Huan Yuanzai could relinquish control so readily. It seems the city is tasteless. Indeed, uncle, yet it is a pity to abandon it. Reports from the north suggest impending turmoil within the Di and Qin, compounded by the threat of Yaoxiang, while the Xianbei Murong are plotting to relocate their capital. Thus, Luoyang is likely to enjoy at least a year of safety. Upon hearing this, Wang Ningzhi exclaimed in surprise. Questioning, is Uncle Ping advising me to defend Luoyang? Precisely, Wang Ning confessed. Initially, I advocated for Lord Huan to take command of Luoyang, but alas, he declined. Wang Ningzhi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. While Uncle Ping's analysis holds some merit, Luoyang stands alone, and the court lacks sufficient troops and provisions to offer support. I find myself powerless in this regard. Though he had assumed control of Luoyang, he could very well choose to feign authority without truly immersing himself in that desolate realm. Wang Ningzhi continued to persuade, stating that the fortified city of Jinyong and Luoyang could be defended, and that his uncle could lead troops stationed in Xuchang, while utilizing naval forces to control the surrounding waterways of the Yellow River, Luo River, and Yi River in a coordinated manner, thus ensuring that Luoyang would not stand isolated. Wang Ningzhi meticulously pondered these suggestions, yet soon began to feel dizzy again. With a heavy heart, Wang Ningzhi took his leave, recognizing that even if his uncle had the will, his frail body would struggle to endure the journey northward. Outside the gate, a man continued to pace back and forth. Upon seeing Wang Ningzhi emerge, he hastened forward and introduced himself. I am Xin Jin from Wuxing. May I inquire if General Wang is in good health? Wang Ningzhi paused, finding the name somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall its significance. What brings you to seek General Wang? Was there no one to announce your arrival? Xin Jin, perceiving Wang Ningzhi's willingness to engage, quickly elaborated. I have recently been appointed as an officer in the Northern Pacification General's office and wish to inquire when General Wang plans to head north. However, I was informed that the general is unwell and refuses to meet with visitors. Indeed, the general is not in good health. Perhaps you should return in a few days. Wang Ningzhi replied. Upon hearing this, Xin Jin clenched his fists and waved them in frustration, revealing his disappointment and reluctance. Wang Ningzhi paid him no further heed and took a few steps forward, suddenly remembering. Are you Xin Jin, the son of Xin Chong? At this mention, Xin Jin's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 20. The fateful journey of Xin Jin in the first year of Youchang. Wang Dun led his troops eastward under the pretense of quelling Lu Kuei's rebellion. The prominent local aristocrat Xin Chong rallied troops in response and was appointed as the Grand Commander. 2 years later, when Wang Dun revolted, Xin Chong remained loyal, leading his forces northward with the intention of attacking Jiankang. However, not long after, Wang Dun fell gravely ill and subsequently passed away, prompting the court to send envoys to persuade Xin Chong to submit. To their surprise, Xin Chong resolutely declined, asserting that loyalty to a comrade must remain steadfast. To waver midway is to betray one's integrity. Ultimately, he was defeated and betrayed by his own former generals, who exchanged him for a reward of 3,000 households from the court. This illustrates that not everyone possesses such unwavering loyalty. Xin Jin, the son of Xin Chong, was initially condemned to death for his father's treasonous actions. Fortunately, he was hidden by his fellow villagers, sparing his life. Growing up, Xin Jin vowed to redeem his family's honor, serve his country, and restore his lineage. However, being a descendant of a criminal family, he found it nearly impossible to enter the official ranks, and thus languished in obscurity well into his 30s. During Wang Hu's tenure as the governor of Wuxing, he greatly admired Xin Jin's integrity. After being appointed as the general of Pingbei, he promptly petitioned the court to summon Xin Jin to the capital. When Xin Jin realized that Wang Ningzhi recognized him, he felt a profound sense of shame and turned to leave. Wang Ningzhi intercepted him, smiling. I have long heard of the esteemed Xin Jian. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Shall we share a few cups together? Xin Jin regarded the suddenly familiar young man with confusion. Wang Ningzhi, slapping his forehead, exclaimed, How rude of me. I am Wang Ningzhi of Langya. Seeing the sincerity in his demeanor, Xie Jin set aside his doubts and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Uncle Wang is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. I have long admired your reputation." Wang Ningzhi waved his hand dismissively. "I hardly deserve such praise. People from the capital do tend to exaggerate." With that, he took Xie Jin by the arm and led him to his residence. Wang Ningzhi was a formidable figure who had once contended with Mu Rongke in a battle of wits, despite ultimately losing. He had gallantly held out for 2 years against overwhelming odds, without supplies or reinforcements. Upon reaching his home, Wang Ningzhi arranged a feast with wine and dishes for Xie Jin to enjoy together. After facing numerous setbacks, encountering someone who truly embodied the spirit of defending Luoyang brought him immense joy. "When did you arrive in Jiankong?" Wang Ningzhi inquired. "Upon receiving the imperial edict, I set out immediately and arrived in the capital by year's end," Xie Jin replied, taking a hearty drink. "I have yet to visit the general's residence. It is the new year, and the halls are bustling with visitors. I would not wish to intrude." He felt the weight of his family's past, believing it unseemly to present himself before others until he had avenged his father's disgrace. Wang Ningzhi candidly shared, "Upon seeing my uncle today, the situation does not seem promising. My journey to Luoyang is fraught with peril." At these words, Xie Jin's mood plummeted. He drank several more cups, exhaling a deep sigh. "Alas, my fervent aspirations to serve my country seem futile." Wang Ningzhi empathized with him, lamenting the time squandered. As they conversed, the two men, feeling an immediate kinship, discussed the grand ambitions of a northern expedition, how to reclaim the Central Plains, recover the lands south of the Yellow River, and fend off the incursions of the Di and Xinbei tribes. The more they talked, the more they found common ground, and as the evening deepened, they reluctantly bid each other farewell, their spirits lifted by the shared vision of their aspirations. When Xie Daoyun encountered Wang Ningzhi, who reeked of alcohol, she was somewhat puzzled, wondering whom he had met, for he seldom indulged in drink. Wang Ningzhi, unable to maintain his seat, slid from the couch and chose to lean against it, settling onto the floor. "Shun Shijian from Wuxing is indeed a formidable figure. I hold him in the highest regard," he remarked. Xie Daoyun pondered for a moment, recalling that the Xin family from Wuxing had ceased to exist 30 years prior. The lamentable irony lay in the fact that he was indeed the son of Xin Chong, possessing a desire to serve his country, brimming with talent yet unable to express it. Xie Daoyun chuckled. "Ah, so you empathize with him, which explains your inebriation." Teased by his wife, Wang Ningzhi reached out, pulling her closer to sit upon the couch while he rested his head upon her lap. "If everyone were like Xin Shijian, how could we despair of the Central Plains revival? I truly wish to venture north with him." Feeling somewhat shy and unaccustomed to such intimacy, Xie Daoyun steadied herself and asked, "Do you not plan to return to Jingzhou?" "Returning would serve no purpose. I would merely squander precious time," he replied. "Huan Wen's next objective is to further consolidate control over the court, hence a northern expedition is not on the horizon. You were once optimistic about the general. Why abandon hope so swiftly?" Wang Ningzhi gently nudged his head against her, clarifying, "It is not abandonment, but a temporary loss of direction. While I support him, I do not wish to engage in his open and covert struggles with the court, especially since his ambitions still lie with the Xie family's Yuzhou." Xie Daoyun cradled his head in her hands, playfully admonishing, "Speak properly and refrain from fidgeting. No more talk. Let me rest for a while." "Do not. I prefer it this way." The following day, tragic news arrived. Wang Huji, the West General of the Middle Command, the General of the North, and the Inspector of Xizhou had passed away due to illness. Upon hearing this, Wang Ningzhi felt sorrow not only for his uncle but also for Xie Jin, reflecting on the cruel whims of fate that so swiftly snatched hope away. With his uncle's passing, Wang Ningzhi chose to remain. The demise of the General of the North meant that Xie Jin, a staff officer at the general's office, was also rendered obsolete, prompting him to consider returning to Wuxing. However, Wang Ningzhi persuaded him to wait a while longer to observe the court's forthcoming arrangements. Should a new appointee be sent to Luoyang, there might still be an opportunity for maneuvering. Regrettably, following Wang Huji's funeral, as March approached, the court remained unresponsive, leaving Luoyang to languish in neglect. Since taking charge of land disputes, Wang Shiji had been preoccupied with investigations across various regions, yet progress was slower than anticipated. Most of those harboring refugees were royal and aristocratic families, and despite Wang Shiji's stern demeanor, he could only take action against minor families, finding himself powerless against the obfuscations of old friends and relatives. Wang Ningzhi had initially considered enlisting his father's help to arrange for Xie Jin to assume a governorship in Jiangbei, where it was not a lucrative position. and he surmised there would be little opposition. However, Wang Ningzhi himself was overwhelmed with his own troubles and had no inclination to involve himself in his son's affairs. Yet, Wang Ningzhi had his own approach, smiling as he inquired, "If I were to resolve this issue for you, could you assist me with a favor in return? First, tell me your plan. It cannot be spoken of, yet it is undoubtedly effective. If I agrees, I shall promptly take action." Wang Ningzhi, reflecting on his son's penchant for mischief, hesitated. "You wouldn't dare to undertake anything outrageous, would you? How could that be? The land tax is a matter of national significance. I would never treat it lightly." Thus, after a spirited negotiation, the father and son joyfully reached an agreement. Wang Ningzhi was tasked with advancing the land tax initiative, which had reached an impasse, while Wang Ningzhi devised a means to relocate Xinjiang to the north of the Yangtze River. That very day, Wang Ningzhi penned a letter and dispatched a swift courier to Jiangling. This matter was beyond Wang Ningzhi's capabilities, for the influential families were as formidable as a rolling stone. Yet it was a trivial concern for Huan Wen. A few days later, a response from Jingzhou arrived. Huan Wen instructed Wang Ningzhi to select a representative case. Simultaneously, he submitted a sharp missive to the court, asserting that the land tax had been in effect for a year with less than satisfactory results, attributing this to some individuals harboring unrealistic hopes and betraying the nation's benevolence. Among the numerous lambs awaiting slaughter, Wang Ningzhi chose a member of the royal family, Prince Sima of Pengqing. Upon receiving this news, Huan Wen submitted another petition, demanding that Sima be imprisoned and interrogated. Sima, unwilling to offend Huan Wen, summoned Sima back to the capital and detained him for several days, subsequently announcing that Prince Pengqing had harbored 5 households of refugees and had already confessed and accepted punishment. This tactic served as a warning. Although the fowls suffered only minor injuries, the monkeys were nonetheless intimidated, for they were not of the Sima lineage. In this matter, the interests of the Sima family and Huan Wen aligned. Consequently, despite their reluctance, the prominent families had no choice but to cooperate and surrender the hidden refugees. Naturally, it was unrealistic to expect that all of them would be turned over, but as long as the land tax policy continued to be enforced, the number of those in hiding would inevitably diminish. Chapter 21. The dragon enters the sea. With Huan Wen's intervention, the stagnation of the 2 Duan operations was resolved. However, the whereabouts of Xinjiang remained an unresolved mystery. Wang Ningzhi urged her father multiple times, receiving the response that the farthest he could be arranged to go was Shouchuan, with an additional stipulation that Wang Ningzhi must accompany him. Following the southern migration, the capital of Yuzhou was established in Shouchuan, present-day Shouxian. On Hue, during the court's intention to launch a northern expedition, when risks arose in the capital, the seat of governance was relocated south to Liang, present-day Hexian, on Hue. For over a decade, Yuzhou had been under the control of Xie An, yet Wang Ningzhi still hoped his son would change his allegiance. However, Wang Ningzhi's ambition lay in Luoyang, or at the very least, Xuchang. During the last battle for Luoyang, Wang Ningzhi had offered counsel and actively engaged in the campaign, securing a resounding victory. The court had issued an edict of commendation, but unfortunately, it was thwarted by the combined efforts of his father, the Minister of Personnel, and his father-in-law, the Minister of Officialdom. Given his qualifications, while the title of Taishio was somewhat beyond reach, securing a position as a Sima in the governor's office was entirely feasible, thereby allowing him to command troops in the Central Plains, poised to attack or defend as circumstances dictated. At this juncture, vast tracts of land south of the Yellow River nominally submitted to Eastern Jin. However, the court regarded them with indifference, treating them merely as a buffer zone between the 3 kingdoms. Whether it was Huan Wen's Jingzhou, Sun Xian's Shuzhou, or Xieshang's Yuzhou, all were keen to relocate the populace of Huaibei to their respective territories rather than expand their influence northward. It was this point that left Wang Ningzhi feeling regretful, for he understood that the former Qin and former Yin would not be arriving anytime soon, and Eastern Jin's timidity had resulted in a missed opportunity for substantial development. After conferring with Xinjiang, Wang Ningzhi concluded that going to Shouchuan would bear little significance, as there were no opportunities for notable achievements. Thus, he resolved to first journey to Jiangling together. In the preceding months, Huan Wen had also been active, dispatching individuals to quell the rebellious tribes and those who had risen under the guise of religion, even sending their severed heads to Jiankong. Though he was not present in the capital, his influence loomed large there. Wang Ningzhi had been on this pretense of a leave for quite some time, prompting Huan Wen to greet him with a smile. "I thought you would not return, Shuping." How could that be? Ningzhi is eager to accompany Lord Huan in reclaiming the Central Plains. The two engaged in a subtle exchange, each discerning the other's intentions. Huan Wen was concerned about Wang Ningzhi's lineage, while Wang Ningzhi was focused on Huan Wen's northern campaign. I have heard the court intends to appoint you as a secretary, allowing you to remain in the capital. If I wished to be a righteous official, I would not have come to Jingzhou. My purpose in coming this time is to seek a position under Lord Huan. Huan Wen responded with an "oh," suggesting, "Shuping, please speak first. Given the current emptiness of the Central Plains and rampant banditry, I am willing to march northward to eradicate the thieves, thereby paving the way for Lord Huan's next expedition." Although Huan Wen was aware of Wang Ningzhi's aspirations for the north, he was nevertheless taken aback by such a declaration. Was Shuping implying that he intended to lead an army to cleanse the Central Plains? Lord Huan, you jest. How could I possess such capability? Wang Ningzhi felt somewhat embarrassed. Realizing his earlier grandiloquent statements had been rather exaggerated, he quickly clarified, the court's governance in the Central Plains is limited to the walls of the counties, and provisions still rely on the supply from the south, making it somewhat nominal. The Central Plains are not devoid of common folk. Rather, they lack protection. Consequently, individuals either resort to thievery or migrate northward or southward. The reason Xie An consistently attracts followers lies in the assurance of safety he provides for the displaced populace. Upon hearing this, Huan Wen refrained from expressing his opinion. He trusted Wang Ningzhi's loyalty, yet the matter of mobilizing troops was rather delicate. He felt apprehensive about the court's reaction and worried that Wang Ningzhi might provoke their northern neighbors. In either case, it diverged from his current strategy. After a moment of silence, Wang Ningzhi observed Huan Wen's lack of response and continued, "Currently, there are no appointments in Xizhou. Lord Huan can certainly take the lead. I shall act as the vanguard, clearing out bandits and reclaiming land without complicating matters further." Despite Wang Ningzhi's earnest entreaty, Huan Wen remained noncommittal. "Last time in Luoyang, you narrowly escaped death. Should you venture north again, what will I tell your father if anything goes awry? Rest assured, this time I will remain in the rear to coordinate, avoiding personal risk," Wang Ningzhi replied, his determination evident. Huan Wen, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Shuping, you are indeed an anomaly. While the children of aristocratic families view military attire with disdain, you are singularly intent on ascending." Wang Ningzhi chuckled, "What others do, I choose not to. What others avoid, I wish to attempt." Huan Wen shook his head in resignation, yielding, "You may leave for now. Allow me some time to consider how to arrange this." Elated, Wang Ningzhi expressed his gratitude before seeking out Xiao Chao. After hearing his cousin's thoughts, Xiao Chao's initial reaction was one of confusion. A child of great wealth should not be so reckless. "Your idea is indeed commendable, but why must you go personally? I am restless by nature. Staying at home drinking tea may drive me to illness." Wang Ningzhi, buoyed by his recent success in persuading Huan Wen, countered, "I am not foolish enough to undertake a foolhardy endeavor." Recognizing Wang Ningzhi's resolve, Xiao Chao ceased his objections and inquired, "Did you summon me for assistance?" Wang Ningzhi rubbed his hands together, saying, "Indeed. Accompanying me is Jin from Wuxing. He was originally appointed as an aide in the pacification of the North General's office, but could not take up the position. I kindly ask you to devise a way for him to accompany me north. Why not directly approach Lord Huan regarding this? Such a trivial matter could easily be handled by you. No need to trouble him," Xiao Chao suggested, sensing Huan Wen's earlier exasperation. "However, I cannot arrange for someone of that rank. That can be easily managed. Any position will suffice." Having successfully secured the cooperation of these two, Wang Ningzhi returned to await news with Shenzhen. Shortly thereafter, Huan Wen submitted a formal proposal to the court, suggesting Huan Chong for the long-vacant position of Xizhou governor, with Wang Ningzhi appointed as the chief clerk of the governor's office. In Sima Yu's view, the Xizhou governor was akin to a royal guardian, and Huan Wen aimed to seize this opportunity, sparing the court the trouble of making arrangements. Alongside these appointments, Shenzhen was also designated to serve in the Xizhou governor's office. It is worth noting that a title does not necessarily correlate with rank. Such honorary titles often represent lower offices, akin to the likes of the brave general or the steadfast general, all of which are classified as 8th rank positions. Upon receiving his appointment, Wang Ningzhi promptly set forth northward, first to pay his respects to Huan Chong, who was stationed in Xiangyang. Huan Chong had already learned about the arrangements from his elder brother, and he did not concern himself with the additional position of the governor of Xizhou. Instead, his curiosity about Wang Ningzhi grew even stronger. Uncle Ping, indeed, displayed a patriotic spirit, as he proactively requested to head to the Central Plains under such circumstances. The esteemed minister Miao praised him, noting that Ningzhi was merely unwilling to see the achievements of the northern expedition squandered, hence his earnest appeal to serve. Huan Chang's relationship with Huan Wen was akin to that of Sima Fu with Sima. They were trusted allies, yet he did not endorse usurpation. However, should his elder brother insist on it, he would acquiesce. After Uncle Ping's northern expedition, would he be stationed in Luoyang? Huan Chong discussed official matters, mentioning that there were currently 2,000 personnel in Luoyang. Excluding the guards of the imperial tombs, over 1,000 could still be mobilized. These were remnants of the forces left by Huan Wen, which the court had not yet interfered with. Wang Ningzhi and Xin Jin had long devised a strategy, responding that the purpose of their northern journey was to eliminate banditry and consolidate the displaced populace, establishing a defensive line centered around Luoyang, Xuchang, and Luoyang. Thus, he requested the esteemed minister to dispatch additional personnel. Huan Wen had already provided guidance on this matter, and Huan Chong complied with the orders, stating, "I shall provide you with another 1,000 men. As for provisions and supplies, this is the limit. Suzhou is under your jurisdiction, and you may allocate as you see fit." Implicit in his words was the notion that if Wang Ningzhi wished to recruit troops and shelter refugees, he would have to finance it himself, with Jingzhou having no responsibility in that regard. This was roughly as Wang Ningzhi had anticipated, yet he had the audacity to request 100 horses and 10 warships. Departing from Xiangyang with heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 22. Simulated City once again embarking on a boat to leave Xiangyang and navigating upstream along the Yu River. Wang Ningzhi's emotions were markedly different from his previous journey. During the northern expedition, he had been but an inconspicuous figure, yet filled with ambition. Envisioning that his prophetic insights would lead to military accomplishments, he had hoped to persuade Huan Wen with his eloquence to not abandon the Central Plains. This time, however, he was accompanied by merely 1,000 men, and the future remained uncertain. Standing beside him was Xin Jin, who gazed at this commander, a decade his junior, with a hint of admiration. Wang Ningzhi's thoughts were anchored to the land before him. He leaned against the railing of the boat, contemplating. How could one bear to forsake such splendid mountains and rivers? Xin Jin cast his eyes toward the horizon, reflecting on the desires of many, yet the fears that paralyzed them, resulting in the current state of affairs. Their undertaking had been meticulously planned, with the first step being to establish a foothold in Luoyang. Luoyang was a small county situated between the Yu and Ru rivers, bordered to the west by the Qinling Mountains. Originally part of Nanyang Commandery, the chaos in the Central Plains had driven most of its inhabitants to flee to Jingzhou. The military strength of Jingzhou and Jinkou was closely tied to the influx of numerous refugees. County Magistrate Lu Daxiu, accompanied by several soldiers, awaited Wang Ningzhi and his entourage outside the city. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of desolation and decay. Lu Daxiu explained, "There are but a few dozen households remaining here. The majority of the populace has fled south, while others have sought refuge in the mountains." Wang Ningzhi observed the pitiful few before him and inquired, "Where are the other officials? Why do they not come to greet me? There are no others." "It is just me," Magistrate Lu replied with a wry smile. "Even these few subordinates are hastily assembled." Xin Jin asked, "Has no one been dispatched from above?" "Indeed. There have been orders, but who would wish to come to such a place? They have all sought various excuses to evade the task," Lu Daxiu lamented. Wang Ningzhi regarded the unremarkable, middle-aged man in slightly faded official attire and asked, "Then why have you not left?" "I am a native of Luoyang," Lu Daxiu murmured, "and thus I cannot bear to depart. I hold on to the hope that one day this place will flourish once more." The lack of conviction in his voice was palpable, overshadowed by a sense of disorientation. Wang Ningzhi stepped into the county office, surveying the dilapidated premises. The building, long neglected, bore mottled walls and a pockmarked floor. Yet it was evident that it had recently been tidied. "I shall remain here for a time. Will you stay, or shall I arrange for your return?" Lu Daxiu's eyes lit up. "Is the prefect planning to summon the refugees back here?" Wang Ningzhi nodded and added, "If you desire to return, I will endeavor to assist you in securing another position." For officials like Lu Daxiu, Wang Ningzhi merely needed to pen a letter to his father-in-law, Xie, and spread word of Lu's merits in the capital. Securing a new posting would pose no challenge. The court required positive contributions, and the removal of a county magistrate would not significantly impact the interests of the officials. However, Lu Daxiu declined this opportunity, stating, "If the prefect can restore Luoyang, I am willing to remain." This response fell within Wang Ningzhi's expectations. While he could not promise restoration, he expressed his willingness to make an earnest attempt. Wang Ningzhi pointed towards Jin and addressed County Magistrate Liu, saying, "This is General Jin of Xie An. Please provide him with a detailed account of the situation surrounding Liu Yang." County Magistrate Liu clasped his hands in acknowledgement, and the two departed to confer. Wang Ningzhi instructedly showed to station the troops outside the city while he, along with Jiang Shun and Liu Taobang, wandered within the town. Despite its dilapidated state, the county boasted a complete array of amenities. The roads were broad, and the marketplace was orderly. Faint echoes of its former prosperity still lingered. As the trio strolled, curious onlookers peered through door cracks, captivated by Wang Ningzhi's attire and demeanor, which were unlike anything they had encountered in their humble locality. They marveled at his presence, speculating how such a noble gentleman had arrived in their rundown county. After a while, Wang Ningzhi returned to the county office, where Jin had already gathered information from County Magistrate Liu. The immediate priority was to address the banditry in the vicinity. Enabling the common folk to venture beyond the city walls, the limited resources within the town were insufficient to sustain many. The surrounding mountain and river bandits had diverse origins, comprising deserters, convicts, hunters, and ordinary citizens. Some had banded together for self-preservation, continuing to farm, hunt, and fish, only turning to banditry when desperation struck. Others had succumbed to the allure of easy plunder, fully embracing a life of crime. The task of eradicating the bandits would naturally fall to Jin and Li Shou. But Wang Ningzhi had but one stipulation: to capture as many alive as possible, sparing those who could be saved, except for the ringleaders. This was not merely an act of compassion, rather, it stemmed from a pressing need for manpower. After all, most bandits had resorted to crime out of sheer necessity. And in the face of survival, one could not demand too much of human nature. Wang Ningzhi empathized with their choices, thus willing to offer them a second chance, contingent upon their willingness to start anew. In the ensuing days, Li Shou ventured forth to gather intelligence, while Jiang Shun journeyed southward to procure essential seeds and farming tools. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Liu gathered the townsfolk, informing them that imperial troops were en route, and they could safely venture outside the city. The unclaimed land beyond the walls was ripe for the taking. They merely needed to register it with him. Upon hearing this, the townspeople hesitated. Land was indeed desirable, but one needed life to cultivate it. Wang Ningzhi stepped forward to assert his identity, adding, "I understand your concerns, but the planting season waits for no one. I have already dispatched men to procure supplies, and once they arrive, they will be distributed among you." The townsfolk continued to murmur among themselves. Liu Deshio raised his voice, declaring, "The noble scion of the Langya Wang family is here. What do you have to fear?" Although his words were somewhat brusque, the townspeople found them reasonable, and many agreed to venture outside to cultivate the land. Soon, dozens of households armed with farming tools surged out of the city gates, hastily claiming plots close to the town. Jin, who was outside training the soldiers, observed this unfolding scene with perplexity and inquired of Wang Ningzhi, who was leisurely trailing behind, "What is happening?" Wang Ningzhi replied, "They are going to farm. Otherwise, how will so many people survive?" Jin countered, "But it seems excessive for men, women, and children to rush out together." Wang Ningzhi explained, "You underestimate the allure of land for the common folk. It is something they would risk their lives to obtain. Furthermore, I have promised to provide tools and seeds, which only strengthens their resolve. Although the Wu Xingxin clan has fallen from grace, this pertains solely to their standing in the realm of power. Jin's family wealth remains substantial. He is resolute in his quest to revive his lineage and is willing to part with family assets. I have already dispatched someone to liquidate properties. As long as we endure through this year, everything will fall into place." Wang Ningzhi, however, does not share his optimism and remarked with a smile, "Do not think too far ahead. First, we must eliminate the bandit threat to assure the populace." Jin retorted dismissively, "I have come to the Central Plains to expel the Hu people. These are merely a handful of petty thieves, and I shall deal with them in due time." Indeed, Wang Ningzhi must rely on him for such matters. In the face of a greater enemy, it is an opportune moment to drill these soldiers. In the ensuing month, Jin led his forces in a fervent campaign against the bandit strongholds surrounding the county town, most of which he subdued without bloodshed, returning with prisoners in tow. Occasionally, there was resistance, but it faltered quickly against the regular army. Jin not only brought back captives but also thoroughly ransacked each bandit lair, leaving no potential spoils behind. Under the guidance of Magistrate Liu and the townsfolk, several notorious criminals were executed, their heads displayed at the city gate as a warning, while the remaining miscreants were driven into the fields. If one wishes to eat, one must work. No household permits idleness. Chapter 23. The abandoned central plains. After dealing with the mountain bandits, Shinjin led his men to begin clearing several waterways. Between the Yellow River and the Huai River, numerous waterways crisscrossed, which, while not providing the defensive capabilities of the great rivers, were nonetheless crucial for the transportation of grain and supplies. The Hu people's advantage lay in their cavalry, whereas the south had its formidable naval forces. Wang Ning's desperate plea for 10 warships was an attempt to ignite a spark in order to enhance his defensive system as much as possible. The progress in Luoyang was methodical, with the returning populace gradually contributing to the construction efforts. By the end of summer, the town had grown to over 200 households, surpassing the number of soldiers. Wang Ning left Shinjin and Jiangshan to continue overseeing the construction while he, accompanied by Li Shou and Lu Taobang, made his way to Xuchang. Xuchang belonged to the Yingchuan commandery, and the governor, Mao Muji, was a former general under Huan Wen, having participated in campaigns to pacify Shu, defend against the northern Qins, and capture Luoyang. However, upon Wang Ning's arrival in Xuchang, he found the city gates wide open and unguarded, with the townsfolk hurrying about, swiftly retreating indoors upon seeing Wang Ning and his companions. Wang Ning's confusion deepened, especially as he gazed at the desolate governor's mansion, leaving him momentarily stunned. Li Shou led a thorough search both inside and outside the mansion until they finally found an elderly official, bringing him before Wang Ning. "What is the situation in the city? Where is Lord Mao? Where have the guards gone?" The elderly official, sensing the young man's ominous intent, quickly replied, "The governor has been reassigned to Ningzhou and left a few days ago." Wang Ning had yet to process this information. Even if the governor had been reassigned, where had the other officials and the city guards gone? "They left with the governor," the official replied. Li Shou could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. While the departure of officials can be understood, the guards are not private soldiers. How can they abandon the city, leaving the entire populace in peril?" The elderly official, somewhat intimidated, shrank back, explaining that the soldiers were originally brought by Lord Mao. At this moment, Wang Ning began to comprehend the situation. Xuchang had previously been under the control of Yao Xiang, and after Huan Wen expelled him, Mao Muji was appointed. However, after weighing his options, Huan Wen ultimately chose to abandon the central plains, leading Mao Muji, a close confidant, to leave with his men. Thus, it was expected that the Yingchuan commandery would now fall under the jurisdiction of Yuzhou. "Has no one from the Yuzhou governor's office come?" Wang Ning, striving to suppress his fury, inquired with a calm demeanor. Someone did come to assess the situation, but upon hearing of the recent death of Lord Xie, there has been no further communication. Wang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Lord Xie has passed away. His first thought was that Huan Wen would surely be pleased by this turn of events. For 12 years, Xie Shang had held sway over Yuzhou, guarding the western gateway of Jiankong, thus preventing the armies of Jingzhou from easily advancing eastward. Huan Wen had always viewed Yuzhou as a thorn in his side. Not anticipating that the situation would shift in such a manner, Xie Shang had reached the age of 50, which, in this era, could hardly be deemed short-lived. A silent Lu Taobang suddenly remarked, "Indeed, the Central Plains is an ominous land." Both Lords Wang and Xie departed swiftly after assuming their posts. He referred specifically to the recent passings of Wang Huji and Xie Shang within a span of a few months. Li Shou kicked him, instructing him to take the elderly officials down first, then consoled Wang Ningzhi, saying, "Do not heed his nonsense. He has become overly zealous in his beliefs." Wang Ningzhi, bemused, thought that if he were still in his original form, he could engage in a meaningful discourse with the two men, perhaps even perform a rite to dispel malevolent forces. The name Lu Taobang itself suggested a household of devout Taoist practitioners, as names like Peach Stick and Peach Branch derive from the peach tree, known for its protective qualities against evil spirits. In Wang Ningzhi's estimation, Luoyang, Xuchang, and Luoyang formed a strategic triangle, and with the support of naval forces, the Jin army would be capable of withstanding the southern advance of the Xinbei. Even if they could not prevail, they could buy time, drawing Huan Wen and the court into the fray, ensuring the Central Plains would not be surrendered without a fight, thereby preventing undue advantage to the former Yin. However, with Luoyang just beginning to mobilize and Xuchang having collapsed, he found himself without reliable allies. Huan Wen's selfishness weighed heavily on Wang Ningzhi, who realized he must return to the capital first. Once the governance of Yuzhou was settled, he could then make a decisive move. Having departed with few guards, he could only leave Li Shou and the others behind to recruit more personnel within the city, ensuring stability in Xuchang. While he hastened back to Jiankong with Lu Taobang in tow, Correspondence was dispatched to Shenzhen to update him on the situation in Xuchang, while another message was sent to Huancheng delineating the progress made over the past few months, after which he took leave to return to the capital. By the time he arrived in the capital, it was already September. Xie Shang's death had occurred in June, and upon Wang Ningzhi's return, the court had appointed Xie An as the new governor of Yuzhou. Initially, Huan Wen intended for his brother Huan Yun to assume the position, but he was thwarted by the opposition of Wang Shu, Wang Shiji, and others. After a month of contention, a consensus was finally reached on Xie An, a candidate acceptable to all. Xie An, a long-standing subordinate of Huan Wen and closely allied with him, would be acceptable to the court given the Xie family's ongoing influence in Shenzhen. Wang Ningzhi met with his father to discuss the situation in Xuchang and expressed his profound dissatisfaction, lamenting the court's inaction. The lands that had been reclaimed with such effort were now left unprotected, leaving the populace perpetually threatened by bandits. It was merely a coincidence that matters had escalated to this point without proper attention. Recently, Wang Shiji had been under considerable pressure. Having to navigate negotiations with Huan Wen with utmost caution, he could neither allow matters to spiral out of control nor provoke Huan Wen's ire completely. Sima Yu remained a hands-off administrator, delegating these affairs to court officials while he busied himself with metaphysical salons. As for the young Emperor Sima Dan, who had only recently been enthroned in August, having just appointed a queen at the tender age of 15, expectations of him were understandably low. Seated on the ground in a somewhat disrespectful manner, Wang Ningzhi sulkily extended his legs and continued to lament to his father. Do you in the capital understand the perils I face in the north? I live in constant fear, dreading not only the unrest among the common folk but also the incursions of the barbarian tribes. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shiji was also incensed, exclaiming, "That is of your own making. Despite my admonitions, you chose to proceed. What purpose does it serve to lament now?" Wang Ningzhi dared not retort, angrily shaking his hand. The father and son sat in silence for a moment, yet the father's concern for his son led him to sigh. "If you regret it, do not return. I shall make the arrangements." Wang Ningzhi numbly shook his head. He felt disheartened. Both Huan Wen and the court's actions had left him deeply disappointed. Yet he was not yet ready to abandon hope. "I shall do my utmost. Whether I succeed or fail, I shall have no regrets." Wang Shiji inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "If you could expedite my promotion," Wang Ningzhi replied, half in jest, "it would facilitate my endeavors as a governor." Wang Shiji pondered seriously for a moment. "That is feasible, but it must wait until after the new year." In the Central Plains, there were few vying for the position of governor. As long as Wang Ningzhi achieved some success in gathering the displaced people, it would not be difficult for him to secure a recommendation in court. Wang Ningzhi clicked his tongue in admiration, thinking how fortunate it was to belong to the Wang family of Langya, where one could thrive under the shade of a great tree. He then curiously asked, "I wonder who our dynasty's youngest inspector is, and at what age he attained that position?" Wang Shiji shot his son a glance. It was Sun Xian, the inspector of Shuzhou, appointed at the age of 28. Wang Ningzhi's spirits lifted. "I am only 20. I still have the opportunity to surpass him." The elder father was left astounded by his son's audacity. Even the position of governor relied on one's lineage, yet he was now aspiring to be an inspector. Chapter 24, Where Affection Lies. Xie Daoyun languidly flipped through a book in her chamber when Wang Ningzhi rushed in, his presence a delightful surprise. "What brings you back?" she inquired, her heart fluttering. "I missed you, so I came to see you," he replied, enveloping her in an embrace after several months apart, amidst the muffled laughter of the maidservants. However, just as they relished this fleeting moment of intimacy, Xie Daoyun gently pushed him away and asked once more, "Is something amiss?" "I returned from matters concerning Yuzhou, but now all is well," he assured her. A shadow crossed Xie Daoyun's face. The death of Xie Shang had dealt a severe blow to the Xie family. Her father, Xie An, was known for his brashness and obstinacy, compounded by his fondness for wine, which made his governance in Yuzhou a cause for concern. Wang Ningzhi, aware of her worries, jested, "What is there to fret over your uncle's governance in Liang? I am in Liang, and you ought to be more concerned about me." Observing the weary yet vibrant Wang Ningzhi, Xie Daoyun pondered if this was still the earnest, naive man she had wed. "How have you become so frivolous?" she teased. Wang Ningzhi stroked his chin. "Isn't it said that a talented woman favors a silver-tongued man?" He nearly let slip an unkind remark, but caught himself. Although Xie Daoyun did not fully grasp his humor, she understood the implication of being a talented woman, yet it did little to alleviate her confinement within these walls. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ningzhi proposed, "Why not accompany me to Liang first, then on to Luoyang? Xie Daoyun felt a flicker of excitement. Is that permissible? Wang Ningzhi, contemplating, nodded. Just follow my lead. If I summon you back, you must return. Realizing the potential ambiguity of his statement, he quickly added, I mean, if all is not tranquil, you must return to Jiang and immediately. During her time in Kuaiji, she had enjoyed the freedom to explore Dongshan, but upon arriving in the capital, she felt trapped within the confines of her residence. The prospect of venturing out was tempting, yet she hesitated. What will my family say? I shall address it, he replied. With a nod, she acquiesced, feeling somewhat sheepish. Wang Ningzhi took her hand. Being confined to the inner chambers is indeed a hardship for you. Historically, Xie Daoyun had exhibited remarkable courage and responsibility, safeguarding her grandson's life amidst the chaos following the deaths of Wang Ningzhi and their sons. This fortitude surpassed that of most men of her time and was far more commendable than mere literary talent. After spending a night at home, Wang Ningzhi sought his father's counsel. The people of Luoyang are starving and poorly clothed. I am ashamed. Might you spare some funds for me? How much do you require? Not much, merely 200,000, or its equivalent in cloth. Wang Shiji, having barely welcomed his son back for 2 days, was already reluctant to engage. No. You were tasked with governance, not depleting our wealth. Could we settle for 150,000? Wang Ningzhi pressed. You have not seen the plight of those refugees. It is dire. That is your concern. If you lack the means, do not attract so many. 100,000 is the minimum. Even Shinjin of Wuxing has sold his ancestral estate. I cannot be completely unyielding, can I? 100,000 it is. You may withdraw it from the treasury. Wang Ningzhi performed a long bow with great satisfaction, expressing gratitude on behalf of the people of Luoyang to his father-in-law. Currently, the market price for millet and barley hovers around 200 to 300 coins per stone, allowing for the purchase of several thousand stones with 1,000,000 coins. However, Luoyang is in dire need of essential goods such as salt, cloth, and plow oxen. Salt costs 800 coins per stone, coarse linen 500 coins per piece. And a single plow ox can demand several thousand coins, thus rendering their overall supply rather limited. After securing sponsorship, Wang Ningzhi spent a few more days converting money into goods and simultaneously dispatched messengers on swift horses to notify Shinjin to send ships for their transport. In this era, food equates to population. Wang Shiji did not oppose the idea of accompanying Xie Daoyun, as their son was not merely away for a day or two. It was trivial for a young couple to be separated for a while. If there were an invasion by the Hu people, they could simply flee. Such was the common mindset of the gentry. Wang Ningzhi did not wait for the ships from Luoyang to arrive and departed from Jiankang. He and Xie Daoyun first journeyed to Liyang to pay a visit to the newly appointed governor of Yuzhou, Xie, surprised to see his daughter in a foreign land. Xie, filled with joy, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ningzhi, questioning whether he could ensure her safety after such a long journey, and whether he needed assistance for protection. There is no need for escort, Wang Ningzhi replied. I shall stay with my father-in-law for a few days until the ships from Luoyang arrive to take us. Foolish. Traveling by boat takes far longer. I have a carriage. It would be much quicker to head north from here. Traveling from Luoyang necessitated navigating the Yushui River into the Han River, and then into the Yangtze River. While transporting goods was feasible, it was undeniably time-consuming. It is rare for Jiang to venture out. There is no need to rush. Let us take our time to explore. Upon hearing Wang Ningzhi's words, Xie refrained from rebuking him further and nodded in acknowledgement of his son-in-law. Noticing her father's good mood, Wang Ningzhi hastily recounted the situation in Xuchang, emphasizing that their safety in Luoyang relied significantly on support from Xuchang. Xie, already aware of the matter, impatiently responded, I am already making arrangements. If you are afraid, do not play the hero. I can have Huan Yuanzai replace you. Wang Ningzhi felt embarrassed and refrained from responding. Xie Daoyun, exasperated, remarked, must we always argue? Can we not converse civilly? Is it not because this fellow is restless, unable to enjoy the peace in the capital, always wanting to venture outside? Xie retorted angrily. Everyone has their aspirations. My daughter believes this is quite fine, he added, dismissing the matter with a scoff. Seeing his wife defend him, Wang Ningzhi seized the opportunity to advise. I kindly ask my father-in-law to exercise caution. Lord Huan is not the same as before. One cannot count on relationships as they once did. Huan Wen has conquered the Central Plains. He can abandon us at a whim, showing that his focus lies solely on Jiankang. Xie's anger flared once more. But he glanced at his daughter and restrained himself, saying, I have my own sense of discretion. There is no need for your guidance. Wang Ningzhi smiled and chose to remain silent thereafter. They resided in Liyang for over 10 days, the young couple meandering through the streets as if on holiday. Venturing out of the city to admire the scenic beauty, Wang Ningzhi modified the full-body cloak into a length akin to a modern hood, making it more convenient for Xie Daoyun to travel. Yet, as is often the case, joyful moments swiftly fade. The Luoyang warships, having completed their cargo in the capital, had returned and anchored by the riverside. Xie An escorted the two to the entrance of the residence, observing as Wang Ningzhi assisted his daughter into the carriage. He then remarked, "Everyone is well aware of Huan Yuanzai's ambitions. While I have no objections to your choice, do remember not to entangle yourself too deeply. Leave yourself some room for maneuver. Thank you for your guidance, uncle." Wang Ningzhi understood the implication that when the time came, he should not be at the forefront. Thus, even if Huan Wen were to suffer defeat, the strength of the Langya Wang clan could still extricate him from peril, preventing him from facing execution. This was a reflection on the events of Wang Dun's rebellion, where the court lacked the capacity for thorough retribution. As the carriage prepared to depart, Xie Daoyun could not restrain herself from lifting a corner of the curtain, calling out, "Take care, father." Xie An waved his hand, and the carriage set off towards the dock. Wang Ningzhi, noticing the somewhat melancholic expression on Xie Daoyun's face, teased her, "When we left Jiankong, my father was overjoyed. It's quite a difference for us fathers." Xie Daoyun indeed broke into laughter, retorting, "You only ever think about money and promotions. Anyone would find that unbearable." Wang Ningzhi turned back to see Xie still standing in place and sighed, "Indeed, where the heart is devoted, there we stand." Wang Anfeng's words ring true. Truly, it is an era steeped in sentimentality. Chapter 25. Return to the base camp. The fleet sailed upstream, with Wang Ningzhi and Xie Daoyun enjoying the scenery aboard the ship. After the onset of autumn, the weather turned cooler, and the journey westward revealed a desolate landscape. On this trip, Wang Ningzhi had brought along Guo Bao's son, Guijing, to serve as his attendant, while Xie Daoyun was accompanied by her maid, Qingyang. However, once the novelty of the long journey wore off, the two seldom emerged from the cabin. Xie Daoyun remained spirited, finding unique beauty and history in every place they visited. After passing Wuchang, the vessel left the Yangtze River, entering the Han River, and after traversing Xiangyang, it continued northward via the Yu River. This time, Wang Ningzhi did not visit Jiangling to pay respects to Huan Wen. Instead, he disembarked at Xiangyang to report to his superior, Huan Chong. Huan Chong offered little commentary, expressing skepticism about the prospects of Luoyang, and merely encouraged Wang Ningzhi to retreat to Xiangyang if difficulties arose. Upon returning to the ship, Xie Daoyun noticed his mood was somewhat subdued and inquired, "Is the general displeased with your departure from Luoyang?" "That would be a relief, as it indicates he cares for Luoyang's safety," Wang Ningzhi replied with a wry smile. "In reality, he is indifferent to the situations in both Luoyang and Ruyang. He merely urges me to withdraw at the first sign of danger." Xie Daoyun patted the back of his hand in a gesture of comfort. After passing through Nandu Lake, the ship entered the foothills of the Funyo Mountains and proceeded along the narrow riverways winding through the hills. Soon, Wang Ningzhi spotted Xin Jin waiting by the roadside with soldiers and townsfolk. Upon seeing the approaching fleet, an exuberant cheer erupted from the crowd. Wang Ningzhi's earlier gloom dissipated as he stood on the deck, vigorously waving his hand and shouting in response. Xie Daoyun, donning her veil, tugged at his sleeve, whispering for him to be more composed. Wang Ningzhi laughed heartily. "They care not for such formalities. A good official is one who ensures they are well-fed, warmly clothed, and secure." Upon disembarking, the townsfolk assisted in unloading goods and loading them onto carts, and then the grand procession made its way back to the city of Ruyang. Xin Jin, unaware of Wang Ningzhi's arrival with his wife, was at a loss without a carriage. Wang Ningzhi calmly led his horse and began recounting a tale to Xie Daoyun. "My father often expressed a longing for the mountains and waters of Shu, which led him to correspond frequently with the governor of Izhou. Do you know who that was?" Xie Daoyun shook her head, uncertain of his intention. "It was Duke Jianqing." "Zhou Fu," he continued. "And do you know who his wife was?" Xie Daoyun shook her head again, casting a glare at Wang Ningzhi through her veil. "She was the daughter of the late Earl of Pingle, sister to Sun Lingzhi, the governor of Shuzhou. Are you aware of her notable deeds?" At this point, both Guijing and Qingyang rolled their eyes in exasperation. "If you have a story, just tell it. If not, let us be on our way." Xie Daoyun was clearly on the verge of frustration. Wang Ningzhi, with a smile, concluded his tale. In the city of Wuhan, during a siege, the Earl of Pingle's 13-year-old daughter broke through the encirclement to summon reinforcements, ultimately leading to the successful relief of Wuhan. Upon hearing this, Xie Daoyun understood. If he desired her to ride with him, he could have simply stated it directly, rather than weaving such a convoluted narrative. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. This is merely to alleviate your concerns. Let me present a role model for you. Who says women are inferior to men? Yet you persist with these peculiar remarks. But I do not know how to ride a horse. Fear not. This horse is mine and exceptionally gentle. Wang Ningzhi dismissed the onlookers and assisted Xie Daoyun onto the horse, instructing her to grasp the saddle while she held the reins and walked alongside. The stirrup had only recently emerged in this era, initially designed as a single-sided support for mounting, later evolving into a double-sided version upon recognizing its advantages. Xie Jin walked beside her, updating Wang Ningzhi on recent developments. As winter approached, the number of displaced persons began to rise, with many who had fled returning home, consequently escalating land disputes. County Magistrate Liu was overwhelmed by the daily influx of issues. This is an inevitable situation. We cannot allow the land to remain fallow. It must be claimed by whoever arrives first. Despite this assertion, numerous affluent families presented their original land documents to the county office, demanding the return of their properties. Leaving Magistrate Liu in a difficult position, Wang Ningzhi nodded. I shall return and assess the situation. If necessary, I will take on the role of the villain. Xie Daoyun, observing Wang Ningzhi's profile from atop the horse, felt a sense of calm wash over her. Upon reaching the city gates, Lu Dexiu awaited their arrival. Accompanied by a group of individuals behind him, the carts laden with supplies began to enter the city in an orderly manner. And Lu approached Wang Ningzhi at the rear of the procession. However, before he could speak, several individuals suddenly rushed past him towards Wang Ningzhi. Xie Jin reacted swiftly, stepping forward and demanding, "Who goes there?" Gui Jing, vigilant, positioned himself protectively in front of Wang Ningzhi. To their astonishment, the individuals dropped to their knees, documents in hand, exclaiming loudly, "We are the people of Luoyang, here to accuse the county magistrate of unjust practices and allowing the displaced to seize our fertile lands." Lu Dexiu stood awkwardly to the side, unable to defend himself. Wang Ningzhi, her enthusiasm dampened by this interruption, helped Xie Daoyun dismount and instructed her to wait. She then patted Gui Jing's head, signaling him to step aside, and strode purposefully towards the protesting citizens. "Rise and speak." The kneeling individuals exchanged glances, then collectively stood. The foremost among them bowed, saying, "I am the steward of the Yuan family. My master sent me back to manage the land, only to discover it has been occupied by outsiders. The county magistrate fails to uphold justice and instead collaborates with these outsiders to drive us away." Upon hearing this, Lu Dexiu felt compelled to interject. "Wang Changshi, do not listen to his nonsense. I have never driven them away." Wang Ningzhi disregarded him, addressing the accuser with impatience. "What Yuan family? I have never even heard of it. If your master has grievances, let him come to me directly." Turning to Xie Jin, she commanded, "What are you standing there for? Clear the way." Xie Jin acknowledged loudly, leading his soldiers to escort the accusers away as if they were mere chicks. Wang Ningzhi quickly passed through with Xie Daoyun and the others, ignoring the shouts and entering the city without looking back. Once settled at home, Wang Ningzhi proceeded to the hall, where Xie Jin and Lu Dexiu awaited her presence. "What is the origin of the Yuan family that instills such trepidation in you?" Lu Dexiu hurriedly replied, "The Yuan family is a prominent local lineage that has existed in Luoyang for several centuries, producing numerous officials. The family head fled to Nanyang with his kin during the previous turmoil." "The Yuan clan of Luoyang? I have never heard of them." Xie Jin, standing by, was rendered speechless. "Such a minor household, Uncle Ping. How could you have knowledge of them from far-off Jiangdong?" Wang Ningzhi chuckled and remarked, "That is indeed true. Then why do you all exhibit such courtesy? Should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility." Lu Dexiu elaborated, "The Yuan family still holds considerable sway in Nanyang, and I am concerned that they may conspire against us and sever our supply lines. Presently, Luoyang's material provisions are still reliant on the direction of Nanyang." Wang Ningzhi nodded, contemplated for a moment, and instructed, "Go and speak with those individuals. If they relocate their entire family back now, there will still be a piece of land for the Yuan family in Luoyang. If they persist in their entanglement, the Yuan clan will be expunged from Luoyang." He harbored no fear of offending any powerful families. Could any be greater than his own? Moreover, with Huancheng in control of Nanyang, Luoyang serves as his northern gateway. He would not jeopardize his position over such trivial matters. Chapter 26. The hope of winter. After attending to official duties, Wang Ningzhi hurried back to the inner courtyard. Xie Daoyun was tidying up her belongings with Qingyang. Upon seeing him enter, she quickly approached with concern, asking, "How did it go? Those people seem to be targeting you." They have grown accustomed to bullying the weak, believing I will side with them, Wang Ningzhi replied with a smile. What I truly need is more allies. Not these so-called noble families. You do realize that you are criticizing yourself with such words, she remarked. If the noble families had any spirit, they would not be hiding in Jiang'an. Xie Daoyun shook her head, choosing not to respond, as her husband sometimes spoke with little regard for propriety. I am not mistaken. Take your uncle for instance. He is well versed in knowledge yet prefers to recline in Dongshan, listening to music, indifferent to the storms outside. By your reasoning, in the chaotic times of the warring states, should we blame Zhuangzi? Xie Daoyun could not help but defend her uncle, Xie An. Zhuangzi did not reside in such a grand estate, nor did he keep so many singers and dancers. Throughout history, only the recluses of our dynasty have lived such a celestial existence. Xie Daoyun, infuriated, chose to ignore him. Realizing he had overstepped, Wang Ningzhi hastily added, I misspoke. It is merely that we have not yet reached a critical moment. When the time comes, he will surely stand up. Xie Daoyun replied earnestly. Your ambition to save the world is commendable, yet your uncle's desire for a life in the mountains is not without merit. Indeed, Wang Ningzhi acquiesced. Everyone has their own aspirations. It is I who am narrow-minded. With a sigh, Xie Daoyun returned to her tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ningzhi sought out Xinjin to hear his report on the surrounding situation. In the region of Diqin, Yao Xiang had allied with the Chang people of Guangzhou to incite rebellion. After suffering defeat, he fled to the northwest. And the aftermath of this conflict led to internal strife within the Fu clan, culminating in the East Sea King Fu Jian assassinating the Qin ruler Fu Sheng and declaring himself king. Surprisingly, Yao Xiang managed to escape, evading a reckless demise. It remained uncertain whether this turn of events would prove advantageous or detrimental. Zhang Ping of Bingzhou surrendered to Jian Kong and was appointed as the governor of Bingzhou. A seasoned warlord, he had occupied Bingzhou since the time of later Zhao, previously surrendering to former Yan and former Qin, and now finally aligning with Eastern Jin. However, this defection bore little significance, as Eastern Jin dared not contest the Central Plains, let alone the northern Bingzhou. The exchange between Zhang Ping and the court was merely a facade. Who was deceiving whom? The Murong Xinbei were in the process of rebuilding Yi City and had confirmed their plans to relocate the capital by year's end. Indeed, their greatest rival remained the Xinbei. With Fu Jin newly in power, he was busy collaborating with Wang Ming to expedite internal reforms, leaving little attention for the East. Yet the Xinbei's relocation to Yi City clearly signaled their ambitions toward the Central Plains, not far from crossing the river. Wang Ningzhi's anticipated year of peace was drawing to a close, and the unfolding developments would no longer be guided by his prior knowledge of history. As for Wei Yang, I had sent emissaries to make contact, but there had been no response thus far. Currently stationed in Luoyang is the governor of Hunan, Dai Shi. During Huan Wen's northern expedition, he led the navy to provide support and later accepted an appointment, remaining in Jinyong City. Upon concluding Xinjin's report, Wang Ningzhi inquired, What is your perspective? The Xinbei people are advancing southward, and Luoyang is at the forefront of this threat. Thus, it is imperative to assess the situation on Governor Dai's side. His silence speaks volumes about his stance. Do not expect anything from him. Historically, those who steadfastly defended Luoyang are now in plain sight, and one can only speculate on the attitudes of others, which are likely to be abandonment of the city or surrender, common phenomena of this era. Solely relying on our capabilities is insufficient. Without Luoyang, we must focus on Xiangqing and Xuchang. I am not suggesting a lack of reliance on Luoyang, but rather urging you not to place your hopes on Governor Dai. Wang Ningzhi clarified, I will address the matters concerning Luoyang. Your focus must be on fortifying our defenses. Xinjin's eyes brightened, and he joyfully remarked, Naturally, we shall center our defense around Luoyang, with support from Luoyang, Xuchang, and Xiangqing, complemented by the assistance of the Navy. We are well equipped for battle. His thoughts aligned closely with Wang Ningzhi's. As long as Luoyang can hold its ground, they could find a way to mobilize troops from Yuzhou or Jingzhou to secure the southern bank of the Yellow River. As for Hebei, there was little hope for the immediate future. Offense is significantly more challenging than defense, a matter beyond the current capacity of Eastern Jin. Indeed, as winter approaches, the number of refugees will surely increase. Coordinate closely with County Magistrate Liu to ensure the stability of our grain supply. Reinforcing the city defenses and manufacturing weaponry can involve recruiting additional manpower, but we must exercise patience. Recruitment must be approached with caution. We currently cannot sustain a large number of personnel, so we should aim for a smaller, more elite force. Jin acknowledged each point. Wang Ningzhi pondered further. Contact Zhangping and Bingzhou under the authority of the Suzushi Inspectorate and see if we can exchange some supplies. After all, we are colleagues in the same court, which may help strengthen our relations and potentially provide assistance in the future. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? It may pose challenges if the court or Inspector Huan learns of it. Jin expressed concern. No worries. They do not regard Suzushi with any seriousness, and I can maneuver without their notice. Jin responded with a wry smile, conceding to the plan. Once these matters were addressed, Wang Ningzhi relaxed and sighed. Do you think we are idle, abandoning our prosperous lives to endure such fears here? You certainly are, but I am not like you, Jin retorted playfully, having grown comfortable in their camaraderie. What is the difference? He continued. It is merely that insatiable yearning within, believing oneself capable and ever eager to make a contribution, whether for the nation, family, or any individual, it matters not. Reflecting on this, Jin recognized the truth in his words. His intentions were to redeem the shame of his father's rebellion and restore the glory of the Shun family of Wuxing. But what drove Wang Ningzhi? Jin refrained from asking. After the first snowfall of winter, the number of refugees arriving in Luoyang increased significantly, with a long queue at the soup kitchen by the city gate, seemingly endless. For the impoverished, winter presents a formidable obstacle. Security checks at the city gate grew stringent. Citizens wishing to enter must undergo thorough searches and detailed registration before being permitted entry. This is an unavoidable circumstance. To remain outside would mean succumbing to the cold. Yet allowing entry raises concerns about unscrupulous individuals seeking to take advantage of the situation. The refugees are a veritable powder keg. Fortunately, everyone has demonstrated remarkable cooperation, harboring no complaints, perhaps having lost the capacity for such grievances in the face of death, where all else pales in significance. The abandoned houses within the city gradually found new occupants, as the community united to repair rooftops and ventured into the mountains beyond the city to gather firewood. Strangers on the streets exchanged greetings. Jin organized the able-bodied men to venture into the mountains for hunting, carefully selecting suitable individuals to join their ranks. The town of Luoyang County visibly began to thrive, with the emergence of cooking smoke and even the sounds of children's cries. Though winter's chill persists, beneath the ice and snow lies a promise of hope. The seeds sown this year will yield a bountiful harvest in the next. Chapter 27. Late arrival of snow during the spring festival of the second year of Shiping. The city of Luoyang finally experienced a festive atmosphere after many years. On the main street outside the county office, a troupe was vigorously performing, drawing rounds of applause from the gathered crowd. Snowy weather did not deter the small vendors, who hurriedly sold festive trinkets, prompting a group of children to chase after them. Jin returned from outside the city with a small contingent of soldiers, hastening directly to the county office. Upon seeing them, the townsfolk erupted in cheers. Jin suppressed his worries, dismounted, and greeted everyone with a smile. General Shin, you've worked hard, patrolling in such cold weather. I was born in the south, rarely witnessing such weather. It's a fine opportunity to enjoy the scenery. This snow bodes well. The wheat in the fields will surely yield a good harvest. Indeed, when that time comes, life will be much better for everyone. As they reached the county office, Jin clasped his hands together. I must report to the chief clerk. You all may continue to enjoy yourselves. The crowd then dispersed. Upon entering the county office, the festive cheer vanished, replaced by a heavy silence. Wang Ningzhi, clad in a mourning scarf, sat in the corridor observing the snow. News had just arrived from Jiankong that his elder brother, Wang Xuanji, who had been recuperating in Kuaiji, had passed away before the new year at the tender age of 30. Wang Ningzhi had already written to his father, assuring him that once he concluded his business here, he would return home. Seeing Jin stride in but hesitate at a distance, Wang Ningzhi sensed the gravity of the situation and shook his head, rising to inquire. Speak. What is it? Messages from the north indicate that the Di and Qin are preparing to take action against Zhang Ping. The vanguard has already departed, with the main forces expected to arrive by February. Don't beat around the bush. Is there more to say? Feng Yang of Shandong has defected to the Di and Qin, and the Xianbei are also preparing for an expedition. Wang Ningzhi furrowed his brow, remaining silent. After a tumultuous conflict in the north, numerous warlords had emerged, but the situation was gradually clarifying. Yin, Qin, and Jin were forming a tripod in Shenzhou, leaving little room for those who once occupied a county as mere opportunists. Individuals like Zhang Ping and Feng Yang, who switched allegiances so readily, would find it difficult to secure a master even if they wished to serve a Western lord. The territories they occupied, Pingyang County, present-day Linfen, Shaanxi and Shandong County, southeastern Shaanxi, lay north of the Yellow River, surrounded by the Taihang and El Liang Mountains, which was the reason for their survival until now. Seeing Wang Ningzhi remain silent, Xie Jin quietly shared his perspective. In my view, neither Qin nor Yin appears to have any intentions of launching a large-scale invasion southward. This military action seems aimed solely at eliminating rebellion. Despite this, Wang Ningzhi was less optimistic, particularly regarding Zhang Ping, who, although nominally loyal to our dynasty, would display weakness by being abandoned. The greatest challenge now lay in the lack of time for development. Gathering the displaced populace and forming a fighting force would not yield results overnight. Xie Jin understood Wang Ningzhi's concerns. However, with just over 1,000 soldiers at his command, he knew that even a call for support in the north would be insufficient. There lies another concern, across the river from Luoyang. The capricious Lu who still lingers in Yuan, present-day Qinyang, Hunan, currently serving as the general of Ningnan for the former Yan. The Jin army seeks to march northward. Yet they must remain vigilant against his potential ambushes. Wang Ningzhi found himself lost in thought while gazing at the snowman in the courtyard as bad news continued to pour in. How could he possibly leave at such a time? He resolved to head to Luoyang first, hoping to persuade Governor Dai to cooperate with him. Luoyang still held 2,000 men. If necessary, he could borrow some from his father-in-law in Yuzhou to bolster his forces. A delay might suffice, after all. The Qin and Yin states were merely targeting 2 counties and wouldn't deploy excessive troops. Xie Jin pointed to the white scarf he wore, cautioning that it might provoke controversy and tarnish the reputation of Uncle Ping. Wang Ningzhi, undeterred, thought that a trip to Kuaiji would consume too much time. Surely, his elder brother in the heavens would understand. Although Xie Jin attempted further persuasion, Wang Ningzhi had already risen to return to the inner courtyard. As dusk settled in, the rare winter sunlight faded, giving way to the brewing of yet another storm. Wang Ningzhi lit a small stove by the window, brewing tea that wafted its fragrance into the air. He carefully skimmed off the froth, letting it fall onto the snowy ground outside in scattered drops. Xie Daoyun, drawn by the aroma, approached from the corridor. "What has inspired you to brew tea today?" she asked. "As night falls and snow looms, might I have the pleasure of a cup?" Xie Daoyun sighed. "The poetry is lovely, and the tea delightful, yet upon finishing this cup, I must return to Jiankong." "Mustn't I?" Wang Ningzhi mimicked her sigh. "Indeed, a clever lady is quite admirable, though she can be a mood dampener." The two exchanged smiles through the window. "I shall set forth for Luoyang tomorrow to persuade Governor Dai to muster his troops," he declared. "Will you go alone?" "Shun Shijian will accompany me. For now, I shall leave the matter in the hands of County Magistrate Lu and Li Shou in Luoyang. But what of the citizens left behind? If you all depart, what will they think? We are heading north, not fleeing southward. What cause have they for concern?" Xie Daoyun reasoned astutely. "News from the north cannot be concealed. The refugees are like startled birds. Once you leave, who knows if you will return? Only I can provide them with reassurance." Without hesitation, Wang Ningzhi firmly declined. "No. When I brought you here, it was agreed. This matter must be decided by me. If I say you must leave, then you shall leave." Xie Daoyun turned away, watching the snowflakes begin to fall from the sky. "If you go, I shall go with you." Wang Ningzhi grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him. "Do not throw a tantrum. When war erupts, one spark can ignite a conflagration. This place may not be safe. If this place is not secure, then is it not more perilous for you to head north?" Xie Daoyun looked at him resolutely. "This is the path I have chosen. Yet you must not share in this risk. Are we not one as husband and wife? Do you truly lack confidence in yourself?" Wang Ningzhi fell silent. Given a few more years, he would undoubtedly feel assured. But at present, each step was fraught with difficulty. It was uncertain whether Dai Shi of Luoyang would heed his counsel, whether Lu Hu of Yi Wang would cooperate, or if Zhang Ping of Pingyang and Feng Yang of Shandong would possess the strength to fight. His involvement might not preserve the present fragile balance. Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. The only certainty lay in the fact that, if executed with finesse, he would secure invaluable time for development. "I have always found it difficult to contend with you. Thus, I shall heed your counsel. I will venture forth to seek assistance while you remain behind to safeguard the home." Wang Ningzhi, in a moment of resignation, conceded to the persuasion. Xie Daoyun, her eyes sparkling with mirth, lifted her teacup and said, "I shall await your return." The heavy snow fell throughout the night, and Wang Ningzhi scarcely found respite. Diligently composing several letters, each meticulously crafted after prolonged contemplation, destined for Jiankong, Liang, Xiangyang, and Jiangling. He did not wish to assume the role of a solitary hero. Yet the extent of assistance he could garner from these regions remained uncertain. As dawn broke on the following day, the snowfall finally ceased, and sunlight pierced through the layers of dense clouds, casting a golden hue upon the expanse of white. Lu Taobang stood atop the city tower, observing Wang Ningzhi and Xie Jin as they, accompanied by 500 soldiers, trekked northward through the snow. The echoes of Wang Ningzhi's parting admonitions lingered in his ears. Should my endeavor prove futile and the enemy cross the river, you must escort the lady southward at once, even if it requires binding her. Chapter 28. Taking over Jinyang City traveling in winter is indeed a laborious endeavor. However, fortune favored Wang Ningzhi and his companions, as the snowfall finally ceased after their departure. After traversing a series of undulating hills, they continued their journey northward along the Yishui River. Despite the winter season, the river remained unfrozen, with floating ice drifting along the current, occasionally clashing with a resonant sound. After several days of arduous travel, they encountered no signs of civilization. The entire world was shrouded in a blanket of white, which, after prolonged exposure, inevitably evoked a sense of despair. To alleviate the somber atmosphere, Wang Ningzhi, positioned in the midst of the group, entertained his companions with anecdotes, primarily humorous tales of notable figures from the capital, inducing bursts of laughter among them. The noble science, often perched high above, could scarcely imagine that one day they would become the subjects of soldiers' jests. Following a challenging yet joyful trek, the white walls of Luoyang City emerged before them, with wisps of smoke rising prominently into the air. A chorus of cheers erupted. They had finally arrived. Within Luoyang, a modest gathering of citizens had begun to assemble, clinging to their meager rations. They chopped discarded wooden planks for fuel, huddling in their homes as they struggled to endure the harsh winter. 500 soldiers marched in unison through the desolate streets of Luoyang. Their presence met with a myriad of indifferent gazes. Upon reaching the outskirts of Jinyang City, the sentinels stationed atop the city walls craned their necks and shouted, "Who goes there?" Xie Jin stepped forward to respond, stating, "I am Xie Jin, chief of the historical office under the prefect of Xizhou, Wang Ningzhi. Please announce our arrival." The guards atop the wall lowered a basket and called out, "Wang Changshi, we must first verify the imperial edict as per protocol." Xie Jin dutifully placed the edicts of both Wang Ningzhi and himself into the basket. After a considerable wait, the city gates gradually opened, and the drawbridge was lowered. A man clad in fur hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "He Wu greets Wang Changshi." Wang Ningzhi adopted a haughty demeanor, inquiring, "Who are you? Why has T Prefect Dai come to greet me?" He Wu hastily clarified, "I am a military officer from the prefect's office. The prefect awaits you in the court." Wang Ningzhi dismissively waved his sleeve, remarking, "What an audacious prefect Dai, leaving me to languish in the snow while I am expected to pay him a visit." In terms of rank, the chief of the historical office was slightly beneath that of the prefect. Nevertheless, Wang Ningzhi's lineage held far greater significance than his official title. In the frigid air, beads of sweat began to form on He Wu's brow as he implored, "Wang Changshi, please forgive me. The northern regions have been quite unstable of late, hence the prefect's caution." Wang Ningzhi snorted, demanding, "Then lead the way." He exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Jin, indicating that Dai Shi was likely aware of the disturbances in the north. He Wu began to tremble, stammering, "Wang Changshi, it may not be appropriate for so many of us to enter the city together." "What, are you afraid I might seize this dilapidated city?" Wang Ningzhi reprimanded sternly. "And no. It's just that the city is too small to accommodate such a large group." Xie Jin waved his hand, signaling the main contingent to step back, leaving only a dozen or so behind. "Will this suffice?" He Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead, responding, "Yes, yes, please enter, Wang Changshi." This incident underscored the disparity in their backgrounds. Had He Wu hailed from a prestigious family, even with a lower rank, he would not have felt such trepidation. However, as a leader of the displaced, lacking any foundation, he dared not offend a member of the illustrious Wang family. Dai Shi is indeed remarkable. He has made significant contributions. After the downfall of Ran Min, he cunningly retrieved the imperial seal from the hands of the orphaned Ran family, restoring the once-lost treasure to the Sima clan after a decade of absence. Naturally, the primary credit for this feat belongs to his then leader, Xie An. When Wang Ningzhi entered, the charcoal fire in the hall was blazing warmly. Dai Shi courteously greeted him, saying, "Long historian Wang, your journey has been arduous." Behind him, Xie Jin was completely disregarded. Wang Ningzhi squatted before the brazier, warming his hands while grumbling about the cold, lamenting how he nearly froze to death on his journey. Dai Shi discreetly glanced at He Wu, who shook his head and gestured silently. uncertain of the purpose behind Wang's snowy visit. He cautiously inquired whether it was a directive from the inspectorate. Wang Ningzhi, flipping his hands to warm them, mentioned the impending conflicts in Shandong and Ping'an. Asking Dai Taisho for his thoughts, Dai Shi was taken aback, asserting that the Hu people were waging war in Hebei, so we must bolster our defenses. Wang Ningzhi stood, facing Dai Shi, and countered, I beg to differ. The principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold is surely understood by the Taisho. Moreover, since Bingzhou has already surrendered to our dynasty, how can we stand idly by? Dai Shi astutely identified a gap in Wang Ningzhi's argument. Noting that he had not received any official documents from the court or the inspectorate, Wang Ningzhi maintained his composure, stating that he had already submitted a petition to the court and that the inspectorate had sent word, but due to the harsh weather and slippery roads, no response had yet arrived. However, due to the urgency of military affairs, he had come to meet the Taisho. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Shi declined Wang Ningzhi's proposal, stating that without official documentation, he could not comply. Should troops be dispatched northward, the credit would belong to the Long historian. While any missteps would be his own, there was no need for him to take such risks. Predicting Dai Shi's refusal, Wang Ningzhi posed a probing question. With the Xianbei moving their capital to Yi City, it seems they may soon descend southward. Would Taisho be willing to share the fate of Luoyang? The question was somewhat rude, leaving Dai Shi in a predicament. Answering affirmatively would hand over leverage, as this man before him was a notable scion of the Wang family. Conversely, declining would jeopardize his position as Taisho. Wang Ningzhi, not wishing to pressure him, suggested that Dai Shi could travel to Xuchang under the pretext of coordinating defenses, while he would oversee Luoyang's security. This way, Dai Shi would share in the merits, while any failures would rest solely upon Wang Ningzhi. Dai Shi regarded this nobleman, sensing an almost piercing insight in his gaze that seemed to read his thoughts effortlessly. Yet, a question lingered. Would Xuchang refuse him entry? No, Wang assured. I have made arrangements. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Xuchang will send troops to support us. Dai Shi remained hesitant, his dwindling dignity preventing him from acquiescing too swiftly. However, Shinjin grew impatient, glancing towards the door where a dozen soldiers swiftly approached. I agree. Dai Shi succumbed to the pressure, choosing to yield. Wang Ningzhi inherently represented the office of the inspector. Backed by the formidable Wang clan of Langya and the Xie family of Qinjun, Dai Shi found it unnecessary to offend these powerful factions over a dilapidated city like Luoyang. However, he could not suppress his curiosity and posed a question. Why did Wang Changshi act in such a manner? Wang Ningzhi did not respond. Instead, he turned to Shinjin and inquired, Are you willing to share the fate of Luoyang? Of course, as long as the city stands. Shinjin replied emphatically, his voice resonating with conviction. This was the crux of the matter. Dai Shi ceased his resistance, although he did not comprehend the motivations of these individuals. He was prepared to show them respect. The crumbling city of Luoyang was hardly a coveted prize. He had long desired to leave. Yet the court had not dispatched anyone to replace him. After the handover was completed, Dai Shi departed with a sense of melancholy. To his surprise, however, Officer He Wu chose to remain. Shinjin looked at him in confusion and asked, Officer He, do you have something to discuss? No. I am a citizen of Luoyang and am willing to share its fate, He Wu declared, shedding his earlier humility and standing tall. Wang Ningzhi smiled and said, Excellent. Then you shall stay and assist General Shen in taking command of the troops. With He Wu's assistance, the transition would be far more seamless. On the following day, Dai Shi departed from Jinyong City with a few trusted confidants, officially transferring the small city and its garrison to Wang Ningzhi of the inspector's office. This first step, the simplest of all, had been accomplished. Chapter 29. Elhu's self-interest acquiring Jinyong City from Dai Shi was a scheme long orchestrated by Wang Ningzhi and Shinjin. The ideal outcome was to exert pressure on Dai Shi to induce his voluntary concession. Thus Wang Ningzhi began applying pressure from the moment he entered the city, compelling Dai Shi to ultimately accept his counsel. With Dai Shi's departure, Wang Ningzhi, in his capacity as the chief officer of the inspectorate, seamlessly assumed control over all affairs in Luoyang. The first order of business was to recall all soldiers guarding the imperial mausoleum. Given the already insufficient manpower, the ancestors of the Sima family had to manage on their own. Consequently, Wang Ningzhi found himself with a force of 2,500 men. Shinjin consolidated the troops, integrating soldiers brought by Lu Yong into the ranks, dispatching several skilled hunters to cross the river and gather intelligence in the Taihang Mountains. During the first month of the lunar calendar, Fu Jian sent 5,000 cavalry, led by Deng Chong, to reach the Fun River. Zhang Ping stationed in Pingyang, sent his adopted son Zhang Hao to engage in battle. The two sides had minor skirmishes, with Zhang Hao displaying remarkable valor, forcing Deng Chang to retreat and await the arrival of Fu Jian's main army. In Changdong, the assault against Fengyang was led by Murong Ping of former Yan, a figure renowned in history as the water-seller tutor, who had yet to assume the role of the great nature's transporter. As Wang Ningzhi held fort in Jinyang City, he organized intelligence from Hebei while sending a messenger to El Hu, who was entrenched in Yiwang, expressing his willingness to forge an alliance against the advancing Hu people. The Xianbei, having mobilized against Shandong, were poised to cross the river, and El Hu, occupying the Mengjin ferry, faced yet another critical decision. 7 years prior, he had surrendered to the Eastern Jin, yet the court in Jiankong, far to the south, had dismissed him, prompting him to switch allegiances. Last year, after Murong Ke's forces captured his stronghold at Luku, present-day Raoyang, Hebei, El Hu fled south to Yiwang and again chose to surrender, receiving the title of General of Ningnan and Governor of Heian. Just as he began to enjoy his new position, the Xianbei advanced southward once more. Compared to the former Yin court, El Hu was more inclined to submit to the Eastern Jin, yet he was reluctant to become a mere pawn in their schemes. After considerable contemplation, he replied, requesting a meeting with Wang Ningzhi. Shinjin vehemently opposed Wang Ningzhi's visit, warning that El Hu's intentions were inscrutable and that he might detain Shuping to curry favor with the Xianbei. Wang Ningzhi acknowledged the considerable risk but felt time was of the essence. As news from the south remained elusive, delay would likely leave Zhang Ping and Fengyang prisoners. Allow me to ponder further, he suggested. Shinjin, seeing Wang Ningzhi's stubbornness, proposed that he should meet El Hu instead to gauge his disposition. No, Wang Ningzhi replied. He wishes to meet me, so it must either be I who goes or not at all. Otherwise, it may yield no results and could provoke him. You cannot go. We shall devise another plan, even if it means circumventing Mengjin. Wang Ningzhi understood Shinjin's concern for his safety, but the current circumstances were dire. And without taking a gamble, there would be no chance at all. I have made up my mind. I shall meet him at the ferry, he declared. Before Shinjin could retort, Wang Ningzhi raised a hand to halt him. This opportunity is fleeting, and I am confident, even if the alliance fails, he is unlikely to turn against me. Then I shall lead the troops to safeguard Shuping, Shinjin responded. No. One cannot possibly bring all the armies of Luoyang into another's territory. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. Rest assured, Lu Hu has survived until today, so he cannot be a mere brute. Shinjin sighed. If it were a battlefield filled with bloodshed, he would fearlessly engage, but he found himself utterly inept in matters of intrigue and manipulation. Upon reaching Mengjin, the Yellow River transformed into a placid stretch. Wang Ningzhi bid farewell to Shinjin and his companions, taking Jiang Shun with him to board the boat. Guojing suddenly dashed out from the crowd, seizing the moment of distraction to leap onto the vessel. Wang Ningzhi instructed him to disembark and not to be mischievous, as there were significant matters at hand. You wait here with them. I will return shortly. Guojing retorted from the stern. What mischief? I am not a child. Very well, you are not. However, you must obey. Quickly, get down. Guojing stubbornly exclaimed. Your life was saved by my father, thus I must protect you. Wang Ningzhi paused, feeling a twinge of emotion, and approached to straighten his attire. Then let us go together. Guojing cheerfully agreed and stood behind Wang Ningzhi alongside Jiang Shun. After a brief journey, they spotted several small pavilions on the opposite shore, with numerous soldiers standing along the riverbank, and not far from the ferry were two dense formations of cavalry. Wang Ningzhi quietly instructed, do not be afraid. Simply hold your head high and follow me. Guojing scoffed, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Shun. I am not afraid. Jiang Shun remained unresponsive, his expression stoic as he gazed ahead. Once the boat halted, Wang Ningzhi disembarked and cupped his hands in greeting towards the burly man at the forefront of the line. I am Wang Ningzhi of Langya. It is an honor to meet General Lu. Lu Hu scrutinized the young man clad in informal attire, feeling a hint of disappointment. Yet he engaged in pleasantries. Wang Changshe, so young and accomplished, truly commendable. Wang Ningzhi mused that Lu Hu must be thinking him merely a scion of a noble family, wasting his time. Lu Hu, taken aback by this notion, burst into laughter. Wang Changshe certainly possesses a sense of humor. Please, this way. As they settled beneath the pavilion, Wang Ningzhi expressed, in such wild and desolate lands, I beg your pardon for any neglect towards our esteemed guest. I am grateful for General Lu's invitation. It is my first visit to Hebei, and I am filled with joy. Lu Hu, disinterested in riddles, promptly shifted to the crux of the matter. What does Wang Changshe mean by the proposed alliance? Wang Ningzhi met his gaze directly, stating, "That depends on General Lu's intentions. If you are willing to return to our dynasty, that would be most ideal. If there remain doubts, we can first join forces to address the pressing issues at hand." "What pressing issues are you referring to? I would love to hear more. Why must the general test me?" "The Xianbei are advancing towards Shandong. They are not far from the Wild King. Do you truly believe they will halt their southern march?" Lu Hu struck his fist against his palm, revealing his concerns. "Morongping has urged me to send troops for assistance, but I have yet to respond. Do you believe that deploying troops to Shandong will resolve future predicaments?" Lu Hu refrained from answering and retorted, "Does Wang Changsha think that an alliance between us can thwart the Xianbei?" Wang Ningzhi offered a serene smile. Acknowledging that General Feng Yang had managed affairs in Shandong for many years, with our assistance, the Xianbei would undoubtedly face adversity. Lu Hu contemplated the situation, pondering how many troops Wang Changsha could muster. 1,000 men, he replied, his disappointment palpable. Despite the grandiose words, such a meager force was all that was to be dispatched. Wang Ningzhi, aware of the inadequacy, continued with a smile, "General L, do not underestimate their numbers. What truly matters is our banner. The Xianbei remain oblivious to the strength of our forces." Lu Hu's expression remained somewhat grim. Suspecting that Wang Changsha might be scheming to lure them into a deadly confrontation with the Xianbei while he reaped the benefits from the sidelines. "You jest, General L. If Ningzhi harbored such thoughts, he would simply await on the southern bank, rather than wade into this murky water." While the reasoning held merit, 1,000 men felt undeniably insufficient. Lu Hu appeared conflicted. Once engaged, there would be no retreat. Observing his hesitation, Wang Ningzhi sought to paint a more appealing picture. "That 1,000 represents Luoyang. Should the general wish to return to our dynasty, I can petition the court for reinforcements." Lu Hu sighed, reluctant to part with his estate. The distance to Jiankong felt vast, with the emperor far removed from his grasp, while Yeqing loomed perilously close. Wang Ningzhi, with a decisive smile, proclaimed, "I shall provide 1,000 men to assist. The general should find solace in this. If I were able to summon 10,000, would that not trouble you further?" Lu Hu chuckled at Wang Changsha's wit, replying, "Then I kindly request you to write to the court, urging the swift dispatch of reinforcements." Wang Ningzhi raised his cup, assuring, "Rest easy, General." A fleeting smile graced Lu Hu's lips, quickly vanishing. Chapter 30. Stalemate. After concluding the discussions, Wang Ningzhi took a boat back to the southern shore. Although the negotiations proceeded smoothly, he sensed a hint of self-satisfaction from Lu Hu, which left him somewhat uneasy. Guo Jing, oblivious to the nuances, was simply delighted at their safe return. Jiang Shun, observing his lord's contemplative demeanor, could not help but inquire, "My lord, you do not seem pleased?" Guo Jing leaned in closer, following Wang Ningzhi's gaze towards a sandy shoal, and proclaimed with pride, "I understand why. It's the Song of the Ospreys, on the river shoal. My lord is thinking of his lady." Wang Ningzhi chuckled at his innocent jest, remarking on the naivety of youth. "How could I not know? In the past, when my father went to war, my mother would often gaze into the distance like this." At these words, laughter swiftly faded from the group. Wang Ningzhi affectionately ruffled Guo Jing's hair and gently asked, "Do you miss your mother? I could send someone to escort you back to Jiankong." Guo Jing shook his head vehemently. "I do not. My mother instructed me to stay by your side and learn, so that I may protect her and my sister in the future." Wang Ningzhi then shifted to patting his shoulder, assuring him, "When I next see your mother, I shall tell her of your commendable efforts. Though the world may seem disheartening, there are always treasures worth safeguarding." After reuniting with Shinjin, they all returned to Jinyong City. Throughout the journey, Wang Ningzhi remained silent, prompting Shinjin to tread cautiously beside him. Upon entering the residence, Wang Ningzhi continued to wear a pensive expression. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly sighed deeply. "This time, I have been outmaneuvered." Shinjin seized the opportunity to speak, urgently asking, "Did you not say the negotiations were successful? That Lu Hu was willing to assist us in reinforcing Shandong?" Since we aided him, he naturally acquiesced. Wang Ningzhi replied, a note of frustration in his voice. "I was too hasty. This matter should not have been initiated by us." Supporting Shandong would only place greater pressure on Luoyang, and Wang Ningzhi had unwittingly surrendered his leverage in the negotiations. "Are you suggesting that even if we refrain from sending troops, Lu Hu would still provide aid to Shandong?" Wang Ningzhi nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. The Xianbei's relocation to Yeqing had rendered any semblance of unity between them impossible. "In that case, we should simply concoct some pretext to refuse military deployment," Shinjin proposed. "That is no longer viable. He has already resolved to submit a petition for surrender to Jiankong, and he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to solidify this matter. If I were to retract, Wang Ningzhi left the thought unfinished. The court might not have the means to retaliate against him, but the reputation he had painstakingly built could become tarnished. Deception in warfare is a time-honored strategy. Perhaps Uncle Ping is overthinking this, Xie Jin remarked, somewhat dismissively. Wang Ningzhi, feeling the weight of his predicament, responded with resignation. Once Lu Hu yields, he becomes one of our own. Your notion of deception in warfare would transform into a breach of trust, an act of disobedience. Moreover, there lay an additional hazard. Lu Hu could be viewed as having capitulated at Wang Ningzhi's behest. While it may appear as a significant victory now, its ramifications could prove troublesome in the future. Upon reflection, the most prudent approach would be to fortify the southern bank of the Yellow River under the pretext of impending northern disturbances, waiting for Lu Hu to initiate contact regarding his submission. Yet at present, Wang Ningzhi found himself swallowing this bitter pill. Dispatching 1,000 troops when his own forces were already stretched thin. The subsequent issue at hand pertains to the division of troops. As both the Shandong and Pingyang directions require personnel, Wang Ningzhi proposes to lead the forces to Pingyang, while Xie Jin is to proceed to Shandong. However, Xie Jin disagrees with Wang Ningzhi commanding the troops and suggests that Deputy General He Wu should take charge instead. Aware of his own capabilities, Wang Ningzhi understands that this military expedition is not intended for direct conflict. The addition of 1,000 troops to the battlefield would scarcely make a significant impact, as enemy cavalry could easily overwhelm them in a few charges. Wang Ningzhi's primary objective is to confound the enemy amidst the mountains. Whether it be the former Qin or the former Yin, once they learn of the Jin army's involvement, they will inevitably become apprehensive, for they are not yet prepared for a grand confrontation with the court of Jiangzhou. Although Wang Ningzhi has faith in Xie Jin, he harbors some reservations about He Wu. Should there be any miscalculations, those 1,000 men could very well become mere cannon fodder. Nevertheless, after hearing Wang Ningzhi's strategy, He Wu exudes confidence, stating that he is well versed in such tactics. In his past endeavors leading the refugees in the Central Plains, he often resorted to evasion, retreating when the enemy advanced, only to strike elsewhere. Wang Ningzhi smacked his forehead, realizing that He Wu is indeed well suited for the task. However, he prudently reiterated the importance of caution, advising them not to overextend themselves. If the enemy presses hard, they should retreat, for every day of delay is a victory in itself. Xie Jin and He Wu responded in unison, descending to make preparations without further ado. As February approached, Morong Ping faced continuous setbacks in his assaults on Shandong. In response, the Yin sovereign Morong Jun dispatched the general Mu Yugen to bolster the forces. Upon receiving intelligence, El Hu led 3,000 men northward, coinciding with Xie Jin's 1,000 troops entering the Taihang Mountains under the pretense of supporting the Yin army, only to catch Mu Yugen off guard when he let his guard down. Feng Yang within the city, aware of the reinforcements' arrival, though not summoned by himself, felt a surge of morale, resolutely blocking Morong Ping at the city gates. By mid-February, a decree from the court arrived, accepting El Hu's surrender and appointing him as the governor of Jizhou. Yet another empty title devoid of substance. Wang Shiji fulfilled his promise to his son by utilizing El Hu's capitulation as a means to elevate Wang Ningzhi to the position of governor of Hunan, stationed in Luoyang. Dai Shi, who had been summoned back to the court for reassignment, ultimately gained no accolades, perhaps feeling a mix of bitterness and relief at escaping such a chaotic situation. Wang Ningzhi was heartened to find that Huan Wen chose to support his northern expedition plan, reallocating 2,000 troops from Jingzhou to reinforce Luoyang under Wang Ningzhi's command. His father-in-law, Xie An from Yuzhou, did not remain idle either, directing the Yingchuan army to advance eastward, ever ready to provide support. However, Wang Ningzhi's elation was short-lived. In March, Fu Jian led a formidable army to the front lines, personally commanding the operations. Zhang Ping, emboldened by the prowess of his adopted son Zhang Hao, chose to commit all his forces to engage the Qin army in open battle. Upon receiving this news, Wang Ningzhi felt a sense of foreboding. Disregarding the counsel of Jiang Shun and others, he took the 2,000 reinforcements from Huan Wen and marched northward to combat the enemy. His target was Zhang Hao. While Zhang Ping's demise was of little consequence, Zhang Hao could not fall into Fu Jian's grasp, for he was universally recognized as a formidable adversary. Navigating the treacherous mountain paths, Wang Ningzhi was consumed by urgency and fervently prayed for He Wu's effectiveness. Despite Zhang Hao's formidable reputation, Fu Jian's ranks were filled with fierce generals such as Deng Chang and El Guang, whose skills were not to be underestimated. It remained a mystery where Zhang Ping derived his confidence from, as he had opted to abandon the city without defense. In a series of encounters over several days, Zhang Hao found himself increasingly fatigued under the relentless assaults of the opposing forces. Fortunately, He Wu did not disappoint Wang Ning's high expectations. Seizing the opportunity, he divided his troops into two teams to launch a successful surprise attack, incinerating the Qin army's supplies. Although the victory was not complete, it allowed the Qin forces to briefly reorganize, granting Zhang Ping some respite. By the time Wang Ning arrived, the Qin army had already reformed its ranks and bolstered its defenses on both flanks, preparing to launch another offensive against Zhang Ping. This left He Wu, who was observing from the mountains, at a loss for strategies. Upon their convergence, Wang Ning dispatched a small contingent down the mountain to lure the enemy. However, the Qin forces remained unperturbed, merely sending cavalry to pursue without daring to venture into the mountains. With one plan thwarted, Wang Ning opted to erect banners of the Qin army at various points in the mountains. This tactic proved effective as the Qin army, uncertain of the true situation, temporarily ceased their advance and withdrew to establish camp. Wang Ning's anxious demeanor eased slightly, although he had not yet engaged in battle. The palpable tension of the moment caused his heart to race and left him somewhat breathless. He Wu, having been present for some time, was well acquainted with the terrain and selected a defensible mountaintop, deploying troops at several key points to prevent any stealthy approaches by the enemy. After taking stock, the two of them counted a total of 2,700 men remaining, having sustained losses primarily during the earlier raid on the supply camp. Had it not been for He Wu's prudent withdrawal, they might have lost the entire 1,000. The combat prowess of the Qin army far exceeded that of the adversaries he had faced in his days as a leader of the displaced. Chapter 31. The indomitable Zhang Hao. After arranging the night watch, He Wu returned to the encampment. In the spring mountains, the nights remained somewhat chilly. The young commander sat by the fire, his face illuminated by the flickering flames, casting shadows that danced across his features. Zhang Ping's reckless advance had disrupted Wang Ningzhi's prior plans. In the vast expanse of the battlefield, his fewer than 3,000 infantrymen, lacking fortifications, had diminished value. Fu Jian, exercising caution, had only slightly retreated. A subsequent foray would reveal that Wang Ningzhi's bluster was merely a fade. With the configuration of the Qin army, facing two foes was not an insurmountable task. He Wu approached and quietly suggested that they could not linger here. A southern maneuver to intercept the Qin supplies might be prudent. This had indeed been Wang Ningzhi's original strategy. Pingong lay nestled between the Taihang and Liang mountains, with the Qin forces relying on a lengthy supply line from the passes, compounded by the need to procure timber for siege engines. The Qin army had ample opportunities to disrupt their logistics. Such efforts are futile, Wang Ningzhi replied, maintaining his composure despite his frustration. The Bingzhou army cannot endure for long. Once the Qin occupy Pingong, supplies will no longer pose a challenge. We need not squander our forces on such fruitless endeavors. He Wu sighed in relief. Then let us return early. Zhang Ping is courting disaster. We have already done our utmost. He feared that Wang Ningzhi, in a moment of impulsive fervor, might lead troops to join Zhang Ping in resisting the Qin. Wang Ningzhi, however, was reluctant to retreat so easily. The loss of Pingong was regrettable. Yet the opportunity to engage Zhang Hao was rare. Missing it would be a grave error. Fu Jian was a man of integrity, adept at winning hearts. And once Zhang Hao fell under his influence, his loyalty would be unwavering. With a soft sigh, Wang Ningzhi acknowledged the futility of the situation. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Ping, a seasoned veteran, would suddenly act with such hubris, confronting Fu Jian himself as he approached with his forces? Let us assess the situation tomorrow and send a message to Zhang Ping, urging him to retreat with us to Hunan. Should he remain obstinate, we shall proceed alone. He concluded, and He Wu acquiesced. The following day, the Qin army dispatched scouts to the mountains, only to be met by He Wu's vigilant troops, who managed to eliminate several. However, after several probing attempts, the Qin army's strength was inevitably laid bare before the enemy. Fortunately, the mountainous terrain hindered large-scale maneuvers, and Fu Jian was disinclined to alter his strategic intentions for the sake of these 2,000 men, leaving a small contingent to guard the base. He redirected his focus towards Zhang Ping. Upon receiving Wang Ningzhi's correspondence, Zhang Ping unhesitatingly dismissed the suggestion to retreat southward. His foundation lay in Pingong. Abandoning it would render him vulnerable to the whims of his enemies. Furthermore, he had not yet been defeated and still possessed the capacity for battle. The messenger sent by Wang Ningzhi was Jiang Shun. Zhang Ping's refusal was anticipated, so he conveyed Wang Ningzhi's instructions, adding that our forces will remain at Fushan to provide support. Should the prefect reconsider, he may retreat into the mountains. Zhang Ping, upon hearing such disheartening words, waved his hand impatiently, signaling for the messenger to take his leave. Upon exiting the tent, Jiang Shun fortuitously encountered Zhang Hao, who was inspecting the surroundings. Zhang approached to convey Wang Ningzhi's admiration, flattering him profusely before cautioning him to be wary of the Qin army's relentless will tactics. Zhang Hao, somewhat perplexed by the situation, nodded in agreement. Seeing that he was amenable to conversation, Jiang added a few more remarks, emphasizing that while they were all part of the Jin army, they lacked a general as formidable as General Zhang, and thus could only rally support for him from Fushan. If ever the general found their assistance useful, they would not hesitate to offer it. Zhang Hao merely nodded, refraining from further comment. Wang Ningzhi, having received Jiang Shun's report, let out a sigh of relief. Feeling that he had done all he could and formed the necessary alliances, he gathered his belongings and returned home. He remained at Fushan with 1,000 men, vigilantly monitoring the ongoing battle while lying in ambush on both sides of the mountain path, with strong bows and crossbows aimed at the mountain's entrance. Wang Ningzhi instructed him to cover the retreat of Zhang Ping's defeated troops should they arrive, but if the battle concluded without their arrival, he should retreat without delay. In the year of the Western Moon, Wang Ningzhi returned to Luoyang empty-handed. The Yin army, in a state of urgency, struggled to breach the city, with Xinjin and El Hu lurking nearby, resulting in a stalemate. Following the southward migration of the Xinbei people, their ambition surged as they launched incursions against the warlords Gao Chang and Li Li, who had taken control of Eastern Yin, present-day northeast of Yinjin County, and Puyang. Consequently, the northern bank of the Yellow River erupted in flames of conflict. Wang Ningzhi, overwhelmed with concerns, dispatched scouts to patrol the southern bank of the Yellow River, closely monitoring developments in the north. Before long, he will return safely, reporting the conclusion of the battle at Ping'an. Zhang Hao, unable to withstand the Qin general's relentless assaults, was unseated by El Guang and captured by Deng Chang, leading to the disintegration of the Bingzhou army. Zhang Ping once again surrendered to the former Qin. Fu Jian, demonstrating his magnanimity, chose to forgive him, appointing Zhang Ping as right general and allowing him to remain stationed at Ping'an. However, as Fu Jian's army returned, he relocated over 3,000 households from Zhang Ping's forces to bolster Chang'an, while simultaneously promoting Zhang Hao to the rank of Tiger bin Zonglangjiang, taking him along as well, proving that a benevolent leader is not without wisdom. Receiving the news, Wang Ningzhi felt helpless, yet consoled himself with the notion of doing one's utmost and accepting fate. Amidst a series of unfortunate tidings, there were glimmers of hope. Due to the conflict in Hebei, many displaced individuals crossed the Yellow River, with Luoyang and surrounding provinces welcoming a considerable influx. Wang Ningzhi submitted a petition to the court, requesting funds and provisions to assist the refugees. The court in Jiankong, recognizing the Xinbei's aggressive demeanor and relying on Wang Ningzhi to safeguard Luoyang, readily acquiesced to his request. In May, the Yin army withdrew from Shandong, returning to Yi City to reorganize their forces. Xinjin, lacking trust in El Hu and Fengyang, promptly crossed the river back to Luoyang. Although Wang Ningzhi's proactive engagement yielded no gains at Ping'an and resulted in losses of several hundred men, his efforts at Shandong successfully impeded the Xinbei's advance southward. Following a meeting with Xinjin, they redistributed their tasks. Wang Ningzhi would oversee the procurement of supplies and the resettlement of refugees, while Xinjin would focus on strengthening the city's defenses and coordinating with the scattered garrisons in the Central Plains. The walled fortress, known as a wubao, is a defensive structure characterized by its enclosing walls, watchtowers, and corner towers, resembling a miniature city. Its origins can be traced back to the Han Dynasty, initially constructed by affluent families for self-preservation. Over time, these fortifications evolved into small bastions for common folk to resist invasions during tumultuous periods. Regions such as Hunan and Hebei are replete with such wubao, as the populace, disillusioned by the inability to rely on the imperial court, took it upon themselves to organize and establish these strongholds to ensure their safety within a limited area. Wang Ningzhi's maternal grandfather, Zhao Jian, was esteemed for his virtuous reputation and was elected as the leader of a wubao during the turmoil in the Central Plains, guiding over 1,000 households to seek refuge in Mount Yi. Naturally, where there are people, there exists a realm of social dynamics. As the wubao has developed over the years, they have become akin to independent factions, complete with their own hierarchies, divisions of labor, and personal agendas. Consequently, they adeptly navigate the shifting tides of circumstance, rendering commands from Luoyang or the imperial court largely ineffective. Much like warlords, they have developed their own survival strategies, allowing them to endure through successive conflicts. Chapter 32. A moment of respite as winter yields to spring, the season of bountiful wheat harvest has finally arrived. Wang Ningzhi gallops along the official road from Luoyang to Luoyang, the desolate fields on either side gradually transforming into a splendid expanse of gold, reflecting his joyous spirit. The farmers harvesting in the fields, upon spotting Wang Ningzhi's return, joyfully raise their sheaves of wheat, momentarily forgetting the relentless warfare plaguing the northern regions. With unyielding momentum, Wang Ningzhi waves briefly and hastens back to his residence. Inside, Xie Daoyun awaits, having much to share after their months apart. However, upon their reunion, as they clasp hands, they find themselves rendered speechless, merely gazing into each other's eyes. Fluffy willow catkins drift down from the branches, swirling gracefully before settling upon Xie Daoyun's hair. Wang Ningzhi gazes at her, reminiscing about the snow during his departure. At the outskirts of Luoyang, the swirling snowflakes resembled floating willow fluff. Today, as spring wanes, the willow fluff appears akin to snow, and the young lord returns home at last. Xie Daoyun's radiant smile ignites a flicker of suspicion in Wang Ningzhi. Could she be teasing him? To her, the willow and catkins carry meanings beyond mere parting. What does the falling snow resemble? It is not as lovely as the catkins dancing in the wind. A strong gust has whisked her from her secluded chamber into this vast world. Wang Ningzhi gently leads her inside, eager to inquire about her experiences over the past months. While you were in Luoyang, I found myself quite at ease, Xie Daoyun replies with a smile. Here, no one interferes with me. I have explored every mountain and river in the vicinity with Qingyang. Wang Ningzhi reclines on the couch, filled with envy. How wonderful. I ventured into the mountains too, but returned empty-handed and dejected. Their conversation flows effortlessly, with each exchanging thoughts and stories. As Xie Daoyun's horizons broaden, her interests gradually shift from metaphysics, lightening Wang Ningzhi's heart. After a night of tender companionship, Wang Ningzhi yawns while listening to Lu Daxiu's report on the current state of Luoyang. Currently, the number of households in the city exceeds 800, with an influx of refugees arriving from other regions. The surrounding lands and housing within the city are becoming increasingly strained. Wang Ningzhi gestures for him to pause. You can manage these matters. For those who cannot be accommodated, send them to Luoyang, where there is ample space. Lu Daxiu appears troubled, noting that many of the refugees have come from the direction of Luoyang. That is precisely why you must intervene. Luoyang is a limited area, not an endless pit. It will inevitably become overcrowded. Wang Ningzhi's tone sharpens with discontent. I stand at the front lines of Luoyang while you undermine our efforts from behind. Do you find that appropriate? Lu Daxiu bows his head in fear, acknowledging his oversight. It was my failure to consider. I only wish to see Luoyang prosper swiftly. You are the magistrate of Luoyang. Such thoughts are not erroneous. Wang Ningzhi's tone softens. However, our goal in cultivating Luoyang is to fortify the central plains. If we lose Luoyang, how long can Luoyang withstand? I understand, Lu Daxiu responds, and after dismissing him, Li Shou approaches. The destitute flocked in desperation, many seeking to infiltrate the military for provisions. After careful selection, I gathered 500 individuals for you to escort back to Luoyang. You shall lead them alongside me on our return. With the current unrest in Hebei and the Xinbei stirring in Qishou, peace near Luoyang will not endure for long. Li Shou nodded in agreement and inquired how long you planned to stay in Luoyang, so I could make the necessary preparations. We shall depart in 3 days. Wang Ningzhi had returned with the intent to persuade Xie Daoyun to return to Jiankong. Previously, he had urged her to leave due to his own potential peril. Now, it was because the Central Plains was destined to become a battlefield. As anticipated, Xie Daoyun refused his counsel, insisting on accompanying him to Luoyang. If you are rallying the destitute to Luoyang, why may I not join? They are ensnared in chaos, with no retreat but to strive for a glimmer of hope. Are you suggesting I return to Jiangnan and feign existence in a time of peace? It is not pretense. Jiangnan is indeed peaceful. And perhaps the scholarly discussions in Jiankong have taken on new topics, making it an opportune time for you to return and observe. Are you implying I am oblivious to the plight of the people, reduced to mere philosophical discourse? Wang Ningzhi found himself at a loss against her words. And she began to assert herself, declaring, I shall not negotiate with you. Should you disagree, I will bind you and send you back. You dare. Xie Daoyun rose, her eyes wide with indignation. Wang Ningzhi recoiled slightly, murmuring, You must heed my counsel just this once. There is genuine peril ahead. And the Xinbei will soon advance southward. Luoyang will be the epicenter of conflict. Unmoved, Xie Daoyun retorted, Are you frightened? Not at all. Since the decision to head north, I have been preparing for this very day, Wang Ningzhi replied with composure. I fear neither death nor the demise of those destitute, but you must survive. Your existence is what renders all this meaningful. Xie Daoyun gazed at him in silence for a long while before shaking her head. Had I remained in Jiankong, I would surely heed your words. Wang Ningzhi, feeling defeated, raked his fingers through his hair, bemused, originally intending to broaden Xie Daoyun's horizons. He now found himself thwarted by his own efforts. Xie Daoyun turned the tables, urging him. Consider this. My following you to Luoyang lends considerable credence to your cause among the destitute. Wang Ningzhi chuckled dryly, recognizing the futility of her argument, as he had already employed that reasoning previously. Very well, do not be vexed. Once in Luoyang, I shall follow your lead, she offered, providing him a way out. Really? Wang Ningzhi's gloom dissipated instantly. Xie Daoyun shot him an exasperated glance. Amidst the heartfelt farewells of the citizens of Luoyang, Wang Ningzhi set forth for Luoyang. Accompanied by Xie Daoyun, Li Shou, and Lu Taobang as guards, in addition to 500 soldiers. Numerous destitute souls trailed behind, drawn by the promise of sustenance, land, and shelter. These three essentials were sufficient for Wang Ningzhi to lead many away. The court's allocations had been converted into provisions, and his primary focus was on safeguarding the city. Nothing was more vital than sustenance, for with food came soldiers, and the people's hearts would remain steadfast. The dilapidated city of Luoyang still bore traces of its former grandeur. Even the moss-covered remnants of walls could not obscure its majestic aura. Xie Daoyun, upon her first encounter with such an expansive city, gazed around with curiosity. Wang Ningzhi pointed towards the extensive streets to the west, remarking that Jiankong paled in comparison, being winding and lacking in grandeur. Is that so? Yet Jiankong was constructed under the auspices of Prime Minister Wang, Xie Daoyun replied, her expression suggesting he should reconsider his statement. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Jiankong may be small. If the streets were straight, they would appear all too visible. A winding path possesses a certain depth and mystery. The two continued their banter as they traversed through the city of Luoyang, eventually arriving at the northwest corner, the Jinyong city. Standing beneath the city tower, Xie Daoyun inquired, the city we are to defend is indeed this one, correct? Yes, replied Wang Ningzhi, Luoyang is far too vast, and our forces are insufficient to cover every aspect. Furthermore, the collapsed walls require repairs that cannot be managed by the current populace. Shinjin, having received the notification, had already lowered the drawbridge and opened the city gates, awaiting them at the entrance. Wang Ningzhi instructed him to arrange accommodations for the accompanying soldiers and the refugees, while he himself escorted Xie Daoyun back to the governor's residence. Though Jinyong city was modest in size, the dwellings within were of considerable quality. It was said that during the Chao Wei era, this place was regarded as Luoyang's garden retreat. However, due to the incessant turmoil of war, it had suffered neglect, becoming akin to Luoyang itself, merely a remnant of its former splendor. Barely 2 days after their arrival, news arrived from the east. Lili of Puyang had been defeated by Murongzong, the king of Yian from the former Yan, forcing the remnants of his army to cross the river and occupy Xinjiang. The flames of war had now reached the southern banks of the Yellow River. Chapter 33. A horse cannot thrive without night grass. After Yan's ruler, Murongjun, relocated the capital to Yi City, the era of regional warlords in Hebei came to a definitive end. News of battles in the north poured in like snowflakes to Wang Ningzhi, who remained entrenched in Jinyong City. Following his defeat, Lili of Puyang fled to the southern bank of the Yellow River, seizing the unguarded city of Xinjiang, where he plundered military provisions and abducted the populace. Daily, refugees streamed from the east into Luoyang, bearing tidings that Lili showed no mercy towards the defenseless forts, breaching their walls and bringing grain and people into Xinjiang. The Eastern Yan's Gaochang was also suffering relentless defeats. Under the fierce onslaught of the Xianbei, internal strife erupted, with some factions opting to surrender to the Yin while others attempted a desperate breakout southward. Zhang Ping, who had just seen off Fujian and his adopted son, was met immediately with the Yan's assault. Weakened, he could scarcely resist, and many of those who had submitted to him turned to the former Yin. In Shandong, Fengyang sighed in relief, only to find that Yu City had gathered a formidable army to cross the Taihang Mountains. Murongjun was determined not to allow the Western Gate to fall into the hands of outsiders, placing utmost importance on the attack on Shandong. Wang Ningzhi, with a furrowed brow, stood atop the city wall, acutely aware of the Xianbei's intentions to annex Hebei. The Yellow River's defensive line lay fully exposed before the Yin army, and even if LV who could guard Mingjin, the enemy could still cross the river from the eastern front. Another pressing question loomed. Could he trust LV who? In the Wuxi Ridge southwest of Xinjiang, a contingent of soldiers was escorting dozens of ragged civilians out of the mountains, having already pillaged 5 summits. After stripping the surrounding villages bare, Li turned his gaze towards the fort within the mountains. Though referred to as a fort, it was merely a makeshift stronghold constructed by impoverished villagers, adequate for fending off wild beasts but incapable of withstanding the brutal assaults of these defeated soldiers. The military would not take everyone. Only valuable men and women were bound together, while the elderly and young, if they did not resist, were left to fate. Yet, how could the elderly and children survive in these mountains after having all their provisions seized? Such concerns were far from the soldiers' minds. They were solely focused on whether they could secure their next meal. The situation around Xinjiang mirrored this grim reality as Li relentlessly sought to bolster his strength. Eager to carve out a share in this chaotic world, groups of captives were led back into the city, where Li personally oversaw their allocation. Those with strength were conscripted into the army, the frail were relegated to labor, and attractive women were naturally awarded to his confidants. Many couples were torn apart, their cries echoing, but after Li executed a few, the captives fell silent once more, resigned to their fates. Xinjiang, situated precariously close to the Yellow River, was hardly secure, hence Li did not intend to linger. Once he had restored his forces and replenished supplies, he would press further south. The soldiers accompanying him in his flight took a few days to recuperate, lost in dreams of resurgence. A few shadowy figures stealthily approached the city gate, adhering closely to the walls, exercising utmost caution. However, the night watchmen, having indulged in a hearty meal, were dozing beside the fire, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Following a series of sharp sounds indicative of blades piercing flesh, the city gate was successfully seized. The flickering flames illuminated a resolute face. It was Xinjin. As chaos unfolded below, a simultaneous attack commenced from above. After Xinjin's men swiftly dispatched the patrolling sentinels, he vigorously waved a torch, signaling the forces of Li Shou outside the city to advance. 1,000 men swiftly approached, maneuvering through the darkness to reach the foot of the city. Xinjin opened the gates, allowing them entry. The laxity of the city's defenders even afforded Xinjin the time to organize the combat tasks. Having endured captivity within the city for several days, Xinjin had already ascertained Li's whereabouts and led his men in a bold charge. Awakened from his slumber by the clamor of battle cries, Li initially believed it was the Xianbei pursuing him. In a panic, he hastily donned his garments, preparing for yet another escape. Yet, fortune was not on his side this time, with only half of his armor secured. Xinjin's blade was already poised at his throat. The resistance within the city did not last long. Upon learning of their commander's capture, the bewildered soldiers laid down their arms, while a few die-hard extremists were summarily executed. As Li was escorted from his residence, he realized that those who had ambushed him were not Xianbei warriors. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I have already sent a letter of surrender to Jiankong. We are all on the same side." Xinjin spat at him, retorting, "You dare call yourself one of us? What have you done these past days? Do you think I am unaware?" Li struggled, for he had indeed surrendered to the court, and cried out, "Whose subordinates are you? I demand to speak with your general." "Behave, and you may yet have that opportunity," Xinjin replied, ignoring him as he began to assemble his troops, encircling the captives and gathering the common folk whom Li had exploited. "Silence, everyone, and listen to me," Xinjin proclaimed from atop a crumbling wall. Addressing the gathered citizens, "I am Xinjin, the prefect of Xizhou, acting under the command of the governor of Hunan, come to eradicate the bandits." Only then did Li comprehend the identity of his adversary. Breaking free from his captors, he shouted, "What bandits? I am also a man of the court." His soldiers began to stir restlessly in response. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Xinjin cast a fierce glance at Li Shou. Li Shou stepped forward, delivering 2 swift kicks to Li, toppling him to the ground. He then seized him, dragging him to Xinjin's side and discarding him at his feet, where he stomped down and bellowed, plundering livelihoods and violating wives and daughters. "What else could you be but a bandit? If anyone feels wronged, step forward." Li wailed beneath his foot, but his subordinates, seeing the gleaming blades of the surrounding soldiers, lowered their heads in submission. Xinjin, satisfied, nodded before continuing. "Our governor has stated that anyone who wishes may accompany us to Woyang. Those who do not wish to come may return home without hindrance." A vast assembly stood in silence, the only sound being Li's curses echoing through the air. Xinjin was acutely aware of their apprehensions. Before his departure, he had discussed this matter with Wang Ningzhi. Seizing the city of Xinjiang from a ragtag group was not inherently challenging. The true difficulty lay in the aftermath of such an endeavor. It was unequivocal that they had no intention of retaining Xinjiang, as their current troop strength was insufficient. rendering it impossible to allocate forces for garrison duty. The real quandary was the fate of the rescued civilians. If they were to take them along, it would cast them in the same light as Li Li. Yet, if they chose not to, these individuals would be left destitute and vulnerable. Noticing the silence enveloping the crowd, Xie Jin paused for a moment before addressing them. Since there is a lack of trust, I shall not impose. At dawn, we will withdraw from Xingyang. Take care of yourselves. With that, he leaped down from the crumbling wall and made his way toward the captives. The common folk were afforded the liberty of choice, but the captives had none. They were all to be escorted back to Luoyang. 1,000 soldiers sprang into swift action, counting the prisoners and organizing their transport, while the supplies amassed within the city were diligently loaded onto carts, prepared for the journey back to Luoyang. The neglected civilians exchanged glances, each seeking reassurance from the other, until they finally elected a young man to approach Xie Jin. The youth stepped forward, and upon meeting Xie Jin's gaze, summoned his courage to speak. General, we implore you to allow us to reclaim our grain. Otherwise, even if we return, we shall perish from hunger. Chapter 34. Unexpected encounters. Xie Jin scrutinized the young man before him, who bore the semblance of a hunter, and remarked with a smile, I can spare a few carts of grain for your journey. The resources were all mixed together. It would be impractical to waste time discerning which rice belonged to whom and which wheat belonged to whom. The young man hastily replied, Thank you, General. We shall not take more than what is necessary. Xie Jin nodded, patting the young man's shoulder, and cautioned him to remain vigilant upon his return, as the Xianbei were on the way. Hearing this, the young man wore a bitter expression. In such tumultuous times, surviving even a single day was arduous, and mere caution was hardly sufficient. Before long, the captives and supplies were thoroughly accounted for. Surprisingly, the contingent accompanying Li Li numbered over 2,000. Had it not been for the infiltration of an insider and the prompt capture of Li Li, the Luoyang army would not have had such an effortless endeavor. As dawn barely broke, Xie Jin set off with the bulk of his forces. Wang Ningzhi, feeling uneasy, dispatched an additional 500 men to provide support. Upon learning that all was well, he hastened back to deliver the good news. Upon receiving the jubilant tidings, Wang Ningzhi pumped his fists in excitement and remarked to Xie Daoyun, a ragtag band of mercenaries, only knowing how to pillage and burn. Yet they are so negligent in defending the city. This was because they believed they had surrendered to the court and perceived no enemies around them. Xie Daoyun expressed concern, for she understood that Wang Ningzhi's motives for this proactive assault were not entirely pure. His disdain for Li Li's actions was only one aspect. More significantly, he sought to incorporate Li Li's forces into his own. Since I have not received any edict from the court, he is nothing more than a bandit. Before taking action, Wang Ningzhi had already presented his plans to the court, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. As for how the governor of Hunan ended up in Xingyang to suppress bandits, the Jiankong court would not be concerned, as their vision did not extend that far. Upon returning to the city, Xie Jin settled the captives in Luoyang and took Li Li into Jinyong City. Li Li, who had been clamoring throughout the journey, was taken aback upon meeting Wang Ningzhi, the young governor appointed by the court. Impressed by the youthful prowess of the governor, he thought to himself that he had already submitted a letter of surrender to the court, and thus, they were all of one family. This must all be a misunderstanding. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. Is that so? Do you have any proof? Let me see it. If you could wait a few days, there will surely be a response from the court, Li Li replied, bowing his head, his eyes filled with resentment. I believe that will not be necessary. I have already informed the court of my triumph. Even if there is a response, it would merely be a commendation for me. Li Li had not anticipated that this young man would take such a hard stance, clenching his fists in his sleeves, yet he maintained a respectful tone. If that is the case, I am willing to serve the governor. After waiting for a moment without receiving a response, Li Li lifted his head and found the young governor gazing at him with keen interest. He quickly added, I harbor a deep-seated enmity with the Xianbei. Should the governor grant me the opportunity, I shall serve with utmost loyalty. Wang Ningzhi sighed, somewhat disappointed. After all, he was the one who had defeated Li Li. Why did Li Li still regard him as a fool? You handle this. Eliminate a few more to prevent this group from spreading a corrupting influence. Xie Jin acknowledged his understanding. On the following day, the heads of Li Li and his trusted associates were displayed atop the city walls of Luoyang. In Xingyang, they had refrained from executing them, mindful of potential complications. However, upon reaching Luoyang, there were no longer any reservations. With the addition of this contingent of 2,000 troops, the total military strength in Luoyang swelled to 5,000. While this number was still modest, it sufficed for the defense of the modest Jinyong city, as there was no room for more within its confines. After several days, news from Jiankong arrived belatedly, confirming the commendation of Wang Ningzhi for his meritorious service in vanquishing enemies. Nonetheless, there was no elevation in rank, only a reward of money and cloth. Wang Ningzhi diligently reported every detail of the developments in the Central Plains to Huan Wen, asserting that these skirmishes were mere trifles. And should the Yin army launch a full-scale invasion, it would be the forces from Jingzhou that would come to the rescue. By July, Gaochang could no longer endure the conditions in the north and resolved to cross the river for survival. Wang Ningzhi pondered whether to employ the same tactics once more to ambush the Gaochang army under the cover of night, but it was Lu Hu, stationed on the northern bank, who acted first, launching a surprise attack on the crossing Gaochang forces and assimilating his troops. Lu Hu, officially the governor of Jizhou under the Eastern Jin, was capable of executing the same strategies as Wang Ningzhi. The battles in Shandong and Pingyang continued. With the Yin army launching multi-pronged offensives, progress was not as swift as anticipated, yet the fall of these two regions remained merely a matter of time. Encouraging news emerged from former Qin, where a severe drought plagued Guangzhou. Fujian suspended military operations to nurture the populace, excavating channels and advocating for frugality to endure these trying times. The threat from the west of Luoyang had diminished, yet the advance of the Xianbei people from the south grew ever closer. Wang Ningzhi recognized his limitations. While he could not lead troops effectively, he could contribute to the fortifications of the city. For instance, enhancing the range and projectile capacity of catapults, armed with his knowledge of mechanics, was within his grasp. Various crossbows, from handheld to large siege crossbows, could be fortified once the principles of their mechanisms were understood. Yet there were aspects he could not master, such as steel forging, rendering the creation of sharper weapons than those of the enemy impossible. Additionally, while he knew of horseshoes, his lack of horses made their production less practical than forging weapons. All preparations were aimed at fortifying Luoyang, specifically Jinyang City. As everything progressed methodically and the defenses of Jinyang City grew increasingly robust, dire news arrived from the south in August of the second year of the Xinping era. General of Anxi and governor of Yuzhou, Xie An, passed away. Wang Ningzhi found himself in a quandary. If he returned, he feared the advancing Xianbei, as Shunjin lacked sufficient reputation to manage many matters. Yet if he chose not to return, he would have to contend with Xie An, the historical successor to Xie An, a man entirely unversed in military affairs who could potentially complicate his situation further. Understanding his dilemma, Xie Daoyun voluntarily offered to return alone. Upon seeing her tear-stained eyes, Wang Ningzhi ultimately resolved to grant her one more day. By both emotional and rational standards, he ought to return to pay his respects to his father-in-law. Shunjin, upon learning of his decision, expressed approval. Although the flames of war loomed ever nearer, they still resided in Hebei. Using this as a justification to refrain from returning would render him susceptible to criticism. The more he sought to establish his foothold and ascend, the less he could afford to grant others any leverage in such matters. Wang Ningzhi spent an entire day traversing the city walls alongside Shunjin. He harbored no doubts about Shunjin's resolve. However, many of the instruments were his own modifications and deployments, and only he comprehended how to utilize them for optimal effect. After imparting this information, Wang Ningzhi began to ramble. After I depart, ensure that you send someone daily to relay the latest intelligence to me. Do not overlook even the minutest detail. Dispatch more scouts. It is imperative to ascertain any movements from the north in advance. I must inform the naval forces in Jingzhou and Shuzhou to advance northward for support, lest we find ourselves merely enduring blows. Refrain from recruiting more soldiers. Instead, focus on enhancing training. Defending the city does not necessitate such a large number. After expounding on many points, he paused, letting his hands fall, and chose silence. Feeling increasingly anxious with each word, Shunjin smiled knowingly, assuring him, I shall not let you down. Chapter 35. The furious Xie An. Upon returning to the capital, Wang Ningzhi was once again enveloped in a sense of disconnection from reality. The faint echoes of war from the north were barely perceptible, while the vibrant city of Jiankong continued to flourish amidst a backdrop of song and dance. As Wang Ningzhi and Xie Daoyun hurried back, the grand funeral of Xie An was nearing its conclusion. The court had posthumously conferred the title of General of the West to him, with plans for his burial in Miling, south of Jiankong. Xie An, the eldest son of Xie Ping, was survived only by his brothers, Xie An, Xie Wan, Xie Shi, and Xie Tai, all of whom returned to the capital. Among the younger generation, Xie An left behind 6 sons and daughters, complemented by the offspring of his brothers, creating a lineage that was truly a sight to behold. Wang Ningzhi quietly trailed behind the crowd, safeguarding Xie Daoyun. Neither of them anticipated that their farewell, separated by the carriage curtain, would ultimately be their final goodbye. In this era, life expectancy was unpredictable, no matter how high one's rank or wealth. Existence could be abruptly extinguished. Given the capriciousness of life, many chose to indulge in pleasure, avoiding official duties even when aware of the dangers of five-stone powder, retreating into a life of passive seclusion. On the day of burial, heavy rain fell, deepening the somber mood of the attendees. Wang Ningzhi sheltered under an oiled paper umbrella alongside Xie Daoyun at the foot of the mountain. Despite the significant upheaval of the moral codes during the Wei and Jin dynasties, Xie Daoyun chose to adhere to traditions, remaining at the base to silently bid farewell to her father. After a prolonged wait, the Xie family finally descended from the mountain, boarding the ox cart in silence for their return to Jiankong. The rain-soaked path was muddy, and the ox cart moved slowly, forming a long procession that traversed the dimly lit landscape. As Wang Ningzhi sought to comfort Xie Daoyun within the cart, she suddenly felt a jolt as their vehicle was struck. Peering out, she observed a neighboring ox cart swaying unsteadily. The driver appeared flustered, one hand gripping the reins while the other waved the whip erratically. At that moment, a wooden post protruded from behind the curtain, striking the driver with force, accompanied by an angry rebuke. "You worthless fool, what purpose do you serve?" Wang Ningzhi recognized the voice of Xie An, feeling a jolt of surprise. It seemed that the facade of calmness had not yet reached him. The death of his elder brother had undoubtedly dealt Xie An a significant blow. Wang Ningzhi requested Lu Taobang, the driver, to halt the errant cart, realizing that the driver was clearly intoxicated and unable to maintain control. Xie An withdrew the wooden post, letting the curtain fall without uttering a word. Wang Ningzhi contemplated inviting him to join them but ultimately deemed it inappropriate, signaling Lu Taobang to return while she chose to depart first. In such a moment, Xie An likely preferred to avoid the company of outsiders. After resting for a few days at the Wang residence, Wang Ningzhi remained largely by Xie Daoyun's side. Letters from Luoyang arrived in rapid succession, each bearing increasingly grim news. Zhang Ping had lost his valiant son, and with Fu Jian's relentless recruitment of soldiers, the remnants of resistance in Shandong fell to the forces of Yan, as they succumbed to the fierce onslaught of the Xianbei, ultimately choosing to surrender and align with former Yan. Wang Ningzhi and Shenjin share the same judgment. Lu Hu's reluctance to assist further stems from his desire to absorb the remnants of Shandong and engage in a decisive battle with the Yan forces. Following his recent victory and the subsequent increase in military strength, he has become somewhat intoxicated by success, believing he possesses the capability to confront the Xianbei. Naturally, Wang Ningzhi holds a dim view of Lu Hu, who, after repelling the water-seller Taifu Murongping, considers himself invincible, unaware that the formidable Murong brothers, Murong Ke and Murong Chui, have yet to reveal their prowess. He writes back to Shenjin, instructing him to closely monitor Lu Hu's every move. A man determined to meet his demise cannot be stopped, but it is imperative that this does not affect Luoyang, given their proximity across the river. Originally, defending Shandong would have been most suitable, as its geographical advantages could have stalled the advance, leaving Yi City vulnerable. Unfortunately, the lack of unity among the allies has squandered this favorable situation. Xie Daoyun, observing Wang Ningzhi's furrowed brow, is aware of the dire circumstances in Luoyang. With the mourning period concluded, she suggests he return post-haste. Wang Ningzhi, though anxious, understands that the fate of Yuzhou remains undecided and that a significant conflict looms in the Central Plains. To prevent Luoyang from becoming isolated, he must confer with Xie An. For him, if Xie An is unwilling to take charge of Yuzhou, he would prefer the Huan family to assume control. Should Huan Wen gain power swiftly, it would facilitate an earlier northern expedition, while the Xie family merely acts as a buffer for the Sima family, passively allowing the northern nomads to grow stronger. Encouraged by Xie Daoyun, Wang Ningzhi readily agrees to first meet with his father, Wang Shiji. "Father, do you know to whom the court plans to assign Yuzhou?" Wang Shiji, fully aware of the implications of Yuzhou's fate for his son, responds cooperatively. It will either be the Huan family or the Xie family. Wang Ningzhi blinks in response, realizing this is no different from silence, and presses further. If it is the Xie family, who would that be? Shouldn't he be hoping for the Huan family to receive Yuzhou? Wang Shiji, puzzled by his son's indecision, contemplates. "Indeed, I wish for the Huan family to take Yuzhou, but the court is unlikely to grant that, so I seek to know who from the Xie family might take over." After some reflection, Wang Shiji concludes it should be Xie Angshi, but he is not inclined to step forward, leaving it to Xie Wanshi. Wang Ningzhi eagerly awaits this answer and quickly interjects. "Xie Wanshi, with his scholarly demeanor, is ill-suited to endure the hardships alongside the military. He is not the right choice. Wang Ningzhi exclaims, surprised, "Your thoughts align perfectly with mine." The character of Xie Daoyun is well known across the realm, and with impending war in the Central Plains, it is unwise to entrust the critical Yuzhou to him. Wang Ningzhi speaks earnestly, hoping his father can persuade the crown prince to either appoint Xie Daoyun or hand it over to the Huan family. While Wang Ningzhi disagrees with the idea of assigning it to Huan Wen, he shares his son's misgivings about Xie Daoyun and agrees to advocate for his son's wishes. Heading to Council Sima, the father and son part ways, with Wang Ningzhi proceeding to the Xie residence to pay his respects to Xie An. A few days later, Xie An appears to have regained his calm demeanor. Upon Wang Ningzhi's arrival, he expresses gratitude for the assistance rendered in halting the ox cart previously. After Wang Ningzhi takes his seat, he humbly insists that Xie Daoyun should not hold any grievances against his abruptness. Neither party is in the mood for pleasantries, so they swiftly delve into the matter at hand. Wang Ningzhi succinctly conveys the situation in the north and articulates his intent, given the perilous condition of the Central Plains. He hopes Xie Daoyun will heed the people's sentiments and take command in Yuzhou. Xie An, without a moment's hesitation, declined the offer, asserting that the court possessed ample talent and that Uncle Ping was overly concerned. Wang Ningzhi, not one to mince words, stated plainly, should the court wish to assign Yuzhou to the Huan family, I have no objections. However, if the court intends for the Xie family to continue their governance of Yuzhou, then Xie Daoyun must not refuse. Xie An scrutinized the young man once more, noticing that he did not seem entirely devoted to Huan Wen. Wang Ningzhi found himself perplexed. What was Xie Daoyun hesitating about? Shaking his head, Xie An declared, I shall not return to public life. The court lacks no talent, nor does the Xie family. The implication was clear. The Xie family was not solely represented by him. If the third son did not take up the mantle, then the eldest son could step forward. Wang Ningzhi understood what truly concerned Xie An. The imminent crossing of the Xianbei people would herald the onset of war, necessitating the unity of the troops to safeguard their territory. Should Yuzhou fall to misfortune, the Xie family's decades of diligent effort would be rendered futile. This sentiment was somewhat veiled. To put it bluntly, if Yuzhou were lost, the Xie family would face ruin. 2 generations of labor, spanning over 20 years, could be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 36. The ownership of Yuzhou given Xie and psychological resilience, it was improbable that he would be intimidated by mere words. However, he was acutely aware of the true nature of his own brethren. The discourse highlighted by Wang Ningzhi underscored the necessity for the military to unite in purpose. With Xie Wan's distinguished demeanor, it was inconceivable that he would regard his subordinates with any gravity. Historically, Xie Wan was known for summoning his commanders and, with a gesture of his hand, declaring that all generals are valiant soldiers. Such terminology, referring to troops and soldiers, was inherently derogatory for several reasons. Firstly, the hereditary military system mandated that those who served were condemned to a life of servitude. Secondly, the soldiers often belonged to the lower classes, looked down upon by the aristocracy. Thus, Xie Wan's pronouncement incited resentment among his generals, leading some to contemplate his demise during their defeats. Ultimately, Xie Wan met a fate akin to that of Yin Hao, being relegated to the status of a commoner, which paved the way for Xie An's emergence. In Wang Ningzhi's view, the populace's expectations of Xie An were inconsequential. However, the Qinjun Xie clan required his presence to stabilize their standing, compelling him to acquiesce. Wang Ningzhi's remarks rendered Xie An momentarily speechless, yet he remained steadfast in his silence. After several years of experience in the north, Shuping had indeed transformed. With every utterance revolving around matters of state, discussions amongst the assembly circled the dichotomy of existence, inevitably leading to the questioning of authority. Wang Ningzhi had always held a disdain for the prevailing trend of idle discourse. Xie An, however, remained unconvinced. How could the cyclical rise and fall of fortunes be solely attributed to lofty words? The contention between Confucianism and Taoism could be viewed as a discourse on governance. The debate over existence and non-existence held little relevance for the realm. At the juncture of the Wei and Jin dynasties, metaphysical thought gravitated towards the concepts of moral education and natural order. The former emphasized feudal rights and moral standards, while the latter championed the principles of the Tao and the philosophy of non-action. Wang Ningzhi, coming from a future perspective, recognized the flaws inherent in both schools, yet acknowledged that these noble families were critiquing the Confucian doctrines of the Han dynasty. Perhaps in the fervor of debate, corrections could arise regarding Dong Zhongshu's interpretations. However, This path quickly diverged, as metaphysics became intertwined with increasingly performative arts, with figures like Jikong transcending mere moral teachings through natural expression. Engaging in activities such as forging and drinking, which became a new standard. The subject of discourse shifted to the fundamental nature of existence itself, whether it is being or non-being. Certainly, philosophical discussions hold intrinsic value, yet the participants were members of the ruling elite, which rendered the situation alarming. What connection does the essence of the world have with governance? Xie An refrained from engaging in debate, in his eyes. The youth were enraptured by the allure of fame and fortune, having already descended to a lower standard. Thus, he replied with a measured tone, our actions bear no relation to the affairs of the world. Wang Ningzhi returned disheartened upon hearing this. Upon reaching home, the news relayed by Wang Shiji was similarly bleak. The prominent families collectively opposed the Huan clan's acquisition of Yuzhou. Wang Ningzhi, feeling a heavy burden upon his heart, could not suppress an urge to curse. How can good governance emerge from association with these vermin? At this juncture, it was Xie Daoyun who approached him with concern. Inquiring where he had faced adversity, I advised your third uncle to take over Yuzhou, but he refused. Wang Ningzhi lay on his couch, his gaze vacant as it drifted towards the fabric ceiling, a representation of the era's artistry. Xie Daoyun waved her hand in front of him and inquired, is there a decree from the court? Not yet, he replied, but the court seems inclined to entrust matters to the Xie family. If your third uncle refuses, then it falls to your western uncle. So, you are worried about this? From Xie Daoyun's perspective, she could not comprehend the distinction. For both Xie An and Xie Wan excelled in eloquence, yet neither possessed military experience. Wang Ningzhi smiled wryly as he sat up. Knowing he could not say that your western uncle was a fool, with subordinates who wished nothing more than to eliminate him. Noticing his silence, Xie Daoyun pressed further. What do you plan to do? Will you return to Luoyang? Wang Ningzhi pursed his lips, hesitating before saying, if I were to join forces with the Huan family to seize Yuzhou, would you blame me? He could march from Luoyang to Yingchuan while Huan Wen advanced from Jingzhou to Wuchang, pinching Yuzhou from both north and south, thereby compelling the court to yield. Given Sima Yu's consistent demeanor, he would undoubtedly capitulate. Xie Daoyun struggled to mask her astonishment. Why would you do this? To safeguard the city of Luoyang. I require a Yuzhou that can provide support. Wang Ningzhi sighed lightly. Your western uncle is clearly not the ideal candidate. Do you think he would stand by and do nothing? No, it is rather that he is incapable of anything beyond his abilities. Now Xie Daoyun understood. Will you seize Yuzhou then? No, I cannot take Yuzhou right after my father-in-law's death. Such an act is beyond my capacity. Ironically, if not for Xie Wan's significant defeat, Xie An would never have emerged from retirement. Wang Ningzhi, in a fit of frustration, clutched his head, lamenting, what use is foresight? The course of history is predetermined. Despite my relentless efforts, change remains limited. Xie Daoyun could not fathom the depth of his anguish, yet she sensed it and gently grasped his hands. Wang Ningzhi recognized that with the privileges of his status came inevitable constraints, a reality he had to accept. After a few more days in Jiakong, Wang Ningzhi prepared to return to Luoyang. This time, Xie Daoyun did not accompany him. Her younger brothers were still too young and had yet to assume official roles, remaining in the capital to observe mourning. As the eldest sister, her presence would provide them with guidance. Wang Ningzhi had initially intended to take one of his brothers along, but found none suitable. The elder Huan wished to be a recluse, Su wished to remain in the capital, and the carefree Hui was not a viable option. Chao and Xian were still too young. One more thing irked Wang Ningzhi. The ancestors of the Langya Wang clan was Wang Jian. Yet it seemed that any martial spirit had dissipated over time. With a face full of melancholy, Wang Ningzhi rode away from Jiankong, intending to first meet Huan Wen, seeking to bolster his confidence before the impending battle. Huan Wen was delighted to see Wang Ningzhi and praised him in front of his numerous advisors, acknowledging the considerable efforts of Uncle Ping and Shi Shou over the past 2 years, asserting that the current state of affairs in Luoyang was largely due to his contributions. Wang Ningzhi, eager to avoid inciting resentment, quickly responded with humility, it is all due to Duke Huan's astute leadership. I cannot claim any credit. Huan Wen, fully aware of the situation in the north, continued to commend him, noting how the Xianbei had driven the remnants of the later Zhao southward, resulting in chaos across the central plains. Uncle Ping's proactive measures to eliminate Li Li were indeed a remarkable achievement. Wang Ningzhi continued to exhibit humility, asserting that he could manage the petty bandits. However, with the Xianbei descending from the north, the assistance of Lord Huan was imperative. A few aides offered their praises, to which Wang Ningzhi responded graciously. Once the formal exchanges had concluded, only Huan Wen, Wang Ningzhi, and Xie remained in attendance. At this juncture, Xie remarked with a smile, "I have heard that Jinyong City is now fortified and boasts a formidable army. Truly, you possess remarkable strategies, my brother." "Do not flatter me," Wang Ningzhi feigned modesty. "I have no cavalry to speak of. I have come seeking your support in procuring some horses and naval forces." Huan Wen erupted in laughter. "As for horses, do not harbor any illusions. Even if I were to gift them to you, you could scarcely sustain them. As for naval forces, I have already made provisions. So rest assured, the Yellow River is not an insurmountable barrier. It cannot be held indefinitely. Yet, a naval presence can serve as a defensive line to the north of Luoyang, collaborating effectively with the infantry. In essence, it will function as a mobile fortress upon the river." Wang Ningzhi expressed his gratitude and added, "With the Xianbei advancing southward, the directions of Yuzhou and Shuzhou are equally critical. Should the enemy breach those territories, Luoyang would stand isolated and utterly devoid of value." Huan Wen, ever vigilant regarding the fate of Yuzhou, regarded Wang Ningzhi, who had journeyed from Jiankong, with a bemused expression, pondering whether Shuping had come to persuade him to seize Yuzhou. Chapter 37. Half-scholar, half-hero. Huan Wen's words carried a hint of probing. Wang Ningzhi, however, was quite candid, stating that he had been waiting in the capital for quite some time, and it seemed that Duke Huan had no intention of taking Yuzhou. Xia Chao exchanged a glance with Huan Wen and asked on his behalf, should Uncle Ping consider pressuring the court? Otherwise, Wang Ningzhi expressed his frustration at their hesitation, wondering if they still hoped the court would voluntarily relinquish Yuzhou. Huan Wen was partly a scholar, yet also a cunning strategist. Thus, he often preferred to let things unfold naturally, believing in a seamless progression. However, if one aspired to seize the world, it was illogical to wait for others to relinquish their hold. Xia Chao felt that the time was not yet ripe and explained. The Xie family has held Yuzhou for over a decade, deeply entrenched in power. If we act too hastily, it may backfire. Wang Ningzhi understood their concerns and bluntly pointed out that if Duke Huan intended to wait for the Xie family's downfall at the hands of the Xianbei before stepping in to pick up the pieces, he believed that would be unwise. Huan Wen chuckled lightly, asserting, "How could that be? I have always maintained good relations with the Xie family and would not wish to usurp their foundation." Wang Ningzhi disregarded his excuse and continued to articulate his perspective. "Before departing, I visited Xie An, who still refuses to emerge from seclusion. Thus, the position in Yuzhou will likely fall to Xie Wan. You are well aware of his temperament. Once the Yin army advances southward, Yuzhou is bound to fall." Only then did Huan Wen's expression turn grave. Is Angshi disregarding the Xie family? Judging from Xie An's treatment of the coachman, it was evident that the death of his elder brother and the weight of family responsibilities had left him grappling with his duties. Yet he soon returned to his original resolve. After discussing this detail, Wang Ningzhi shifted the conversation to the situation in the north. With the Yin army capturing northern Yuzhou, their military might would quickly reach the Huai River. At that point, not only would Luoyang be in jeopardy, but even Jingzhou and Shuzhou would be cut off, surrounded on all sides. This was not an exaggeration. Historically, the former Yin had swept through the central plains in just over 2 years, advancing relentlessly from the Yellow River to the Huai Water, causing the Jin army to flee southward in utter disarray. Had it not been for Sun Jin's steadfast defense in Luoyang, the former Yin would have taken even less time. Huan Wen hesitated once more. He wished to diminish the Xie family's influence in Yuzhou without handing it over to the Xianbei. Xia Chao proposed, why not draft a letter to Jiankong, reiterating the dire situation in the north and urging the court to carefully consider the selection of candidates? Meanwhile, we should bolster our forces in Nanyang, so that if the Xianbei were to attack Yingchuan, we could promptly provide support. This was a compromise, akin to knowing there was a hole in the sheepfold but waiting to mend it until a sheep had escaped, all while dealing with the caretaker. Wang Ningzhi was unsatisfied with this plan, for he was on the front lines and hoped that Yuzhou could safeguard his flank. To appease him, Huan Wen proactively suggested providing logistical support to Luoyang, promising to quickly dispatch naval forces northward to reinforce the Yellow River defenses. Wang Ningzhi was utterly disheartened. The outcomes of this long detour could only be described as marginally better than nothing. He politely declined Huan Wen's suggestion to linger a few more days. Departing Jiangling that very night, journeying north to Luoyang, Xia Chao bid farewell to his cousin and returned to meet Huan Wen. Uncle Ping appeared exceedingly anxious. As the threat of the Xianbei loomed like a blade above him, Huan Wen sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation, indeed, among the younger generation. He was the only one capable of such feats. Xiao Chao nodded in agreement but found himself perplexed by his cousin's unwavering determination. Questioning why he was so fixated on Luoyang, a city vast yet dilapidated and situated in the war-torn west, hardly an ideal choice. Huan Wen smiled and replied, "Because it is Luoyang, no other city can compare." In the desolate countryside of late autumn, as one ventured further north, the landscape grew increasingly bleak. The populace had concluded this year's labor and commenced preparations for the long winter ahead, gathering grass and firewood. The surroundings of Luoyang mirrored this scene, as the displaced people scoured the west for winter provisions, seeking refuge within the defenseless city. Jinyong City could no longer accommodate more refugees, prompting them to cluster in the northwest corner of Luoyang, as close to safety as possible. As Wang Ningzhi returned to the city, he traversed through residences that had been repaired, yet still allowed the cold winds to seep through. The citizens observed his procession with a lack of vitality in their eyes. These individuals had just escaped calamity, yearning for protection, yet the prolonged turmoil had rendered them numb. Conditions within Jinyong City were considerably better, as the early arrivals looked up at the towering city walls and the patrolling soldiers, finding a sense of security. Upon seeing Wang Ningzhi, Shinjin finally felt a sense of relief. He could manage the city's defense. But watching the increasing number of refugees outside each day weighed heavily on him. Wang Ningzhi ascended the city tower, gazing down at the bewildered and helpless refugees. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, "Uncle Ping, the influx of refugees has been growing over these months. It is not a solution to keep them out indefinitely. Should someone incite unrest, the situation could spiral out of control." Shinjin voiced his concerns. Wang Ningzhi contemplated for a moment and then gestured expansively, proposing, "Let us extend the city outward, utilizing the existing walls as a foundation. What do you think?" Jinyong City, nestled against Mang Mountain, was flanked by moats on the east and west, with Luoyang's walls to the south. Wang Ningzhi's plan involved expanding southward, leveraging the original Luoyang walls, thereby requiring the construction of only 2 additional walls to form a new city. Shinjin found the proposal feasible but harbored concerns regarding security. With their current troop strength and equipment, an expansion could render their defenses vulnerable. This is not an insurmountable issue. With a larger population, we will have more soldiers, and we can manufacture more defensive apparatus. Jingzhou will soon send another shipment of military supplies, addressing your concerns," Wang Ningzhi reassured him. Shinjin's spirits lifted. "Then it is settled. I shall gather the personnel tomorrow to discuss and strive for an early commencement of construction." Wang Ningzhi nodded, turning his gaze towards the east. The governor of Taishan, Zhuge Yu, had already engaged in conflict with the Grand General of former Yan, Murongku, while the inspector of Shuzhou, Sun Xian, led his army northward in an attempt to reclaim Qingzhou. "Shijian, the situation is worse than I had anticipated. If the Yan people launch a large-scale invasion, the surrounding provinces will struggle to defend themselves. Should the central plains fall, Luoyang will become the last sanctuary." Shinjin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this notion. However, he remarked, "Yet, I did not come here merely to seek refuge. It is not us, but them." Wang Ningzhi pointed towards the refugees below the city. "They have entrusted their hopes of survival to us, and we must honor this trust." Shinjin had long prepared to sacrifice his life in Luoyang, smiling in silence. Wang Ningzhi tilted his head to glance at him, recalling his lineage. "You still have unfinished business. Do not dwell solely on death." "What unfinished business?" "Your father fell at the hands of the old General Wu Ruji. Once this battle concludes, I will allow you to return and exact your vengeance." The mere thought of that man made Shinjin grit his teeth in fury, exclaiming, "Very well, the vengeance for my father's death is one that cannot be overlooked. If I survive to return, I shall personally settle the score and then seek forgiveness from the court." Wang Ningzhi laughed heartily. "Once we secure Luoyang, you may kill at will. The court will hardly concern itself with such matters. In the past, Huan Wen avenged his father by slaying the 3 sons of his enemy, and it became a celebrated tale. Alas, it seems that Huan Wen's life revolved solely around that one audacious act." Chapter 38. A strategy. The following day, Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by Shinjin and several guards, departed from Jinyong City and arrived at the settlement of displaced persons. At Shinjin's boisterous call, the refugees gradually gathered, their faces marked by confusion as they regarded the newcomers. Wang Ningzhi clapped his hands and announced with a resonant voice, "I am Wang Ningzhi, the governor of Luoyang, and I wish to discuss a matter with you all." The refugees exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the purpose of this gathering. Seeing Wang Ningzhi's approach, Shinjin Both amused and slightly anxious, ascended to a higher vantage point and shouted, "The governor intends to expand Jinyong City and wishes for everyone to move in. What do you think?" This elicited a response from the crowd, who collectively shouted in agreement, "Good." Xie Jin glanced at Wang Ningzhi, inquiring if he would like to add anything further. Wang Ningzhi, feeling somewhat awkward, gestured for Xie Jin to continue. Xie Jin bluntly summarized the situation, stating that labor was needed for transporting materials and building walls. There would be no wages, but meals would be provided for those willing to sign up. The refugees grew increasingly animated, clamoring, "Where do we sign up? I can help." Xie Jin called over several soldiers to tally the numbers and organize the work. Once everything was arranged, he approached Wang Ningzhi with a sense of pride and remarked, "Uncle Ping, you were too formal. Why discuss matters when they wouldn't dare to respond?" Wang Ningzhi shook his head, recalling that during the last incident in Luoyang, he had relied on County Magistrate Lu's assistance. He realized he had yet to master the art of communication with the common folk. They were more accustomed to receiving orders. The more polite one was, the less they would respond. The bricks and stones for the walls were readily available, as they could dismantle the eastern wall to repair the western one. Thus, there was no shortage of materials, and labor was ample. The plan to distribute porridge was already in place, essentially transforming aid into labor. Moreover, the motive behind the fortification was for their own benefit, thus ensuring a high level of enthusiasm and quality in the construction. Wang Ningzhi also recruited additional individuals to oversee the creation of defensive armaments, prioritizing the urgent task of venturing out to gather timber before the onset of severe winter weather, which would render travel difficult. In an era where means of keeping warm were scarce, the poor endeavored to avoid venturing outdoors during winter. As Luoyang thrived in its construction efforts, other regions were not idle. Murong triumphed over Zhugeyu, establishing a county magistrate on the south bank of the Yellow River, thereby encroaching further into Qizhou territory. The eastern front of the Yellow River had completely fallen. Sun Xian, initially victorious in his northern campaign, ultimately faced defeat and returned to Xiapai due to illness, passing away shortly thereafter. That year, the Eastern Jin court suffered the loss of several key officials. In addition to Xie and Sun Xian, Wang Dao's son, Wang Qia, also met an untimely demise, both at the tender age of 36 or 37. Taking over the governorship of Su and Yin provinces was Wang Ningzhi's second uncle, Xie Tan. North of Luoyang, the Xianbei engaged in skirmishes with the increasingly powerful Elhu, with each side experiencing victories and defeats until a heavy snowfall compelled both to cease hostilities. Upon receiving this news, Wang Ningzhi felt relieved to have gained a few months of respite. During that winter, news from Yi City indicated that the Yan ruler, Murong Jun, intended to conscript 150,000 troops to decisively conquer the Qin and Jin states. Fortunately, this frenzied ambition was dissuaded by a more prudent minister. The temporary tranquility allowed Wang Ningzhi to devote his energy to the construction efforts while reallocating tasks among his team. Xie Jin was tasked with the defense of Jinyong City. With Yi Wu as his assistant, Li Shou was responsible for military training, Jiang Shun managed domestic affairs, and Lu Taobang coordinated the efforts of the displaced populace in establishing the new city. The hunter Zheng Yu, whom Xie Jin encountered in Xingyang, returned to the mountains to retrieve his family and eventually made his way to Luoyang. Xie Jin held him in high regard and appointed him to gather intelligence. Apart from these individuals, Wang Ningzhi also had a young lad, Guo Jing, overseeing the production of city fortifications. His previous intention to bring along a younger brother was motivated by the increasing population and the expansion of the army, creating an urgent need for assistance. He had also hoped that Xie Xian would soon be of age to gain some experience, but with the mourning period, that was delayed by over 2 years. In this era, talent selection relied heavily on recommendations from influential families, leaving the matter of personnel shortages unaddressed, forcing them to progress while gradually uncovering new talents. While everything was advancing slowly, the construction site in Luoyang was unexpectedly visited by several guests. LV Hu, observing the bustling scene, couldn't help but admire the audacity of this young man. Even with the enemy approaching, he was still expanding the city. Governor Wang was indeed bold. In a few years, Luoyang could be restored to its former glory. Wang Ningzhi found this remark somewhat awkward, sensing it was less of a compliment and more of a sarcastic jab. He chuckled and replied, "I have such intentions, but it also requires you, Governor LV, to keep the Xianbei at bay in Hebei." LV, whose sudden visit caught Wang Ningzhi off guard, but the fact that he only brought a few individuals indicated sincerity. Wang Ningzhi personally ventured outside the city to welcome them into his residence, offering tea and fruits. At nearly 50, LV, who had allied with various factions and was aware of his own reputation, thus eschewing any preamble and getting straight to the point. He warned that after spring, the Xianbei would undoubtedly return, and with the limited troops at Wild King City, resistance would be challenging. Wang Ningzhi feigned indifference while gauging his intentions, responding, "Your words hold merit. I have already petitioned the court for naval forces, which will enter the Yellow River come spring, ensuring that you will not be left to fight alone." The governor's approach was indeed prudent, and Wang Ningzhi pondered, "I have a plan that, while somewhat audacious, could potentially drive the Xianbei away for good." Wang Ningzhi maintained his composure and expressed interest in the details. "The court will dispatch a large army to cross the river, and I am willing to be the vanguard in a surprise attack on Yi City." LV's words were bold, bordering on reckless. Wang Ningzhi felt like throwing his teacup at him, questioning the absurdity of such a notion, advancing alone on a long-distance raid. As if the Xianbei were merely camping outside Yi City. If the gates were closed, it would be a one-way trip. This was not merely a slight risk. It was a jest. Wang Ningzhi blinked and tactfully inquired, "Might I ask how you propose to execute this surprise attack? Are there any reinforcements along the way, or insiders within the city?" LV, who waved his hand dismissively, stating that those details were unnecessary. "Speed is of the essence. If our forces appear suddenly at Yi City, the Xianbei will surely be thrown into disarray, allowing us to seize the palace amidst the chaos. The Yan army would be rendered powerless." While this plan bore semblance to a decisive strike, it seemed to underestimate the opponent's capabilities. Wang Ningzhi refrained from arguing, nodding in acknowledgement, "Such a brilliant strategy. Have you already reported this plan to the court?" "The report has been submitted, and Lu Hu appears to be quite confident. His visit serves two purposes: to reaffirm Governor Wang's trust from the last river crossing, and to urge him to jointly petition the court to facilitate this matter." Wang Ningzhi readily agreed, emphasizing that should they accomplish their goal in a single endeavor, it would indeed be a testament to the merits of the esteemed official. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and Lu Hu took the opportunity to express his desire to ascend the city tower for a view. Wang Ningzhi's expression shifted slightly, as the frigid weather rendered him unfit for such an outing, and he expressed his inability to accompany Lu Hu. Lu Hu quickly reassured him, stating that it was unnecessary for the governor to trouble himself, for he had long yearned to see the sights of Luoyang. A mere glance would suffice to fulfill his wish. Wang Ningzhi chuckled and summoned Lu Taobang, instructing him to accompany the esteemed guest to the tower, ensuring his safety, and reminding him to return promptly due to the cold. He then called upon Li Shou to take Lu Hu's attendants to enjoy some wine and warm themselves. Seeing the arrangements made, Lu Hu followed Lu Taobang up to the city tower. The view of Luoyang after the snowfall was indeed breathtaking. Yet as Lu Hu took a few steps, Lu Taobang closely trailed behind, maintaining a vigilant presence at his side. Growing impatient, Lu Hu remarked, "Do not follow so closely. I wish to wander freely." Lu Taobang scratched his head, explaining that his lord had advised him to be cautious, and he feared Lu Hu might accidentally tumble down. Noticing the simplicity of Lu Taobang's demeanor and feeling a surge of frustration, Lu Hu shifted his thoughts and inquired, "Why are there no visible defensive instruments atop the tower?" Lu Taobang replied, "I am unaware. I do not concern myself with such matters." "Then what exactly do you oversee?" Lu Hu pressed. "I impart wisdom to the common folk. Do you believe that?" Chapter 39. The Five Do Rice Sect, as El Hu descended from the city tower. His expression bore a hint of displeasure. Under the cordial invitation of Wang Ningzhi, he reluctantly consumed a few cups of wine before hastily departing. Citing concerns for the safety of the Wild King, Wang Ningzhi, satisfied, patted Lu Taobang and inquired, "What did you discuss with him?" He said he does not believe in the Tao. I attempted to expound its teachings, but he refused to listen and even grew angry, Lu Taobang mumbled. Wang Ningzhi was puzzled. "How did your conversation veer into matters of faith?" Lu Taobang replied, "He asked me what I was doing here, and I told him I was preaching the Tao." "Surprisingly astute of you," Shen Jin remarked with a chuckle nearby. "However, it would not have mattered had you spoken the truth. The construction of the new city is evident. There is no need for subterfuge." Lu Taobang, still confused, murmured, "But my daily task is indeed preaching the Tao." At this, both Wang Ningzhi and Shen Jin ceased their laughter. Discussions regarding the Five Do Rice sect could wait. They first needed to ascertain El Hu's intentions. Shen Jin speculated that El Hu was under duress. Following the new year, the Wild King would undoubtedly become the prime target of the Xianbei, and although he had grown stronger, his recent confrontations had not favored him. Thus, he might be contemplating a risky maneuver. While this held some merit, Wang Ningzhi was skeptical, believing such thoughts were not characteristic of a seasoned schemer. I suspect he is more inclined to betray the reinforcements as a means of elevating his own standing, ultimately aligning himself once more with the Xianbei. Shinjin dismissed this notion, arguing that even if Elhu pursued such a course, the Xianbei would find it difficult to trust him again. This argument held some weight. Yet Wang Ningzhi remained curious. Why does he wish to inspect the defenses of Jinyong City? It is likely he fears the Wild King may not hold his ground and intends to retreat here, hence his desire to assess the situation in advance. With that, Wang Ningzhi refrained from further inquiries and clapped Shinjin on the back, remarking, "You and Lu Taobang share a certain resemblance." Shinjin bristled at this comparison. "I'm not nearly as naive as he." "No, I meant you both possess a certain innocence, unlike myself, who is filled with dubious schemes." Wang Ningzhi laughed heartily as he took his leave. Should Elhu face defeat, he would undoubtedly opt for surrender, complying with the orders of the Xianbei and subsequently turning against Jinyong City. This scenario aligned with the tendencies of both parties involved. His inspection of Jinyong City's defenses was likely a reconnaissance mission, yet the timing was unfortunate. Due to ongoing construction, the defensive apparatus atop the walls had been dismantled. Nevertheless, there was no need for excessive concern. Wang Ningzhi promptly submitted a petition to Jiankong, endorsing Elhu's requests. After all, they were ostensibly allies, and it was prudent to assist where possible. In any case, the court was unlikely to dispatch troops. While Wang Ningzhi found Elhu somewhat inscrutable, he was entirely certain of the court's response. There would be none. As anticipated, Jiankong disregarded their petitions, treating them as if they had not been received, neither supporting nor opposing, let alone sending troops. Consequently, Wang Ningzhi intensified his vigilance regarding Elhu, deploying additional scouts along the southern banks of the Yellow River as a precautionary measure. In the following days, Wang Ningzhi dispatched Gui Jing to gather intelligence among the refugees, yielding results that were both amusing and perplexing. Lu Taobang was indeed diligently preaching, and his efforts bore fruit as numerous refugees, under his guidance, embraced the Five-Do Rice sect. At present, the situation does not seem dire. It provides a semblance of spiritual support for the despondent populace. Though they hail from disparate origins, their affiliation with a singular organization facilitates rapid unification. However, a sense of trepidation washes over Wang Ningzhi as he recalls that he is leading a group of adherents. After all, the Five Pecks of Rice sect is, in essence, one of the grave diggers of the Eastern Jin, a stepping stone on Lu Yu's path to imperial ascendance. Thus, he summoned Lu Taobang and inquired, "Why do you engage solely in preaching instead of overseeing the work? Expanding the city and providing sustenance for them is indeed a form of preaching, is it not?" Lu Taobang did not perceive his actions as overstepping. The Five Pecks of Rice sect has a tradition of establishing charitable homes to provide food for the impoverished, which is one reason it attracts the lower classes. Yet Wang Ningzhi's intent was evidently misconstrued. He retorted, "Nonsense. They are under my governance now, so it is my duty to oversee them, irrespective of doctrine." Lu Taobang paused momentarily, then responded, "What difference does it make? I have informed them that the Lord is our sacrificial wine. The sacrificial wine serves as the administrator among the adherents." As the Five Pecks of Rice sect does not appoint officials, Wang Ningzhi found himself unable to elucidate this to the somewhat naive Lu Taobang. He could hardly confess to his lack of faith. The Five Pecks of Rice sect enjoys considerable popularity among the impoverished. Yet it also counts many loyal followers within the prominent families, such as the Wang family of Langya and the Qiao family of Gaoping, both of which are established Taoist lineages. Within the upper echelons of Eastern Jin society, the sect has forged connections with the scholarly elite, as they both revere the Tao Te Ching and Laozi's commentaries as sacred texts, thus attracting a significant number of aristocrats with the allure of transcending mortality through spiritual cultivation. Therefore, after his transmigration, Wang Ningzhi exhibited only a tempered enthusiasm for the sect, without severing ties, as that would only invite trouble. After dismissing Lu Taobang, he began to contemplate the broader implications of this matter. He was indifferent to whether the populace embraced the faith. However, the current circumstances were somewhat delicate. With so many individuals displaced and congregated in a relatively confined space, vulnerable to external threats, it was easy for unrest to arise. At that moment, Gui Jing, who had been eavesdropping nearby, observed Wang Ningzhi's troubled demeanor and asked, "What concerns you, my lord?" "Nothing of consequence," Wang Ningzhi replied. He could hardly engage a child in discussions of faith. Instead, he casually inquired, "Are you a believer?" Gui Jing shook his head. "I am not, but my mother is." and she often prays for us. Do you believe in the efficacy of prayer? I am uncertain. Perhaps it works, for things do seem better than before. Wang Ningzhi felt a headache coming on. This was truly an intricate matter. He could only instruct Guijing to circulate among the refugees when possible, to observe any anomalies and report back to him promptly, as he no longer dared to place his trust in Lu Taobang. While it was acceptable for the populace to practice their faith, managing them through doctrine was a line Wang Ningzhi was unwilling to cross. Following the heavy snowfall, construction of the new city came to a halt, marking the coldest time of the year. Wang Ningzhi traversed between the two cities daily, witnessing many refugees huddled together in straw for warmth, their families squeezed tightly for heat, making even the simple act of venturing out for porridge a daunting challenge. The porridge distribution point has been dispersed, enveloping the entire small town. However, many elderly, frail women, and children have not survived, with carts continuously transporting bodies outside the city. Wang Ningzhi selected several grand residences, igniting bonfires within them. While preparing porridge, he also facilitated the relocation of some refugees inside, allowing them to take turns warming themselves by the fire, though he could not guarantee that the flames would burn for the full 12 hours. The supply of firewood posed a significant challenge. There were too many people, and the previously stockpiled drywood proved insufficient. The scarcity of food was similarly dire. He could only dispense porridge in measured portions instead of allowing everyone to eat their fill. Although a full stomach would better fend off the cold, winter still lay ahead, with the next harvest far off. During the most trying times, Wang Ningzhi stepped out of the governor's mansion and sat beside the fire with the townsfolk. They remained silent, collectively gazing at the flickering flames and listening to the crackling of the wood. In the large pot over the bonfire, porridge simmered, releasing enticing steam and a mouth-watering aroma. Chapter 40. Dark clouds over the city. After the new year. Following 3 years of peace, the earth began to awaken. The long-stalled construction of the new city resumed, and the wastelands both inside and outside the city were cultivated by the displaced populace, who sowed seeds into the soil. As long as they could endure, they would no longer be mere refugees, but rather a proud new generation of citizens in Luoyang. Wang Ningzhi's emotions ebbed and flowed with the arrival of various tidings. The court had indeed appointed Xie An as the governor of Yuzhou. Yet Xie An did not return to Dongshan and Kuaiji, but accompanied his brother to take up the post. Yi City was mustering forces to march south against the rebel Wang, led this time by Murongku. Huan Wen's promised reinforcements were finally heading north, with Deng Xia, the governor of Jingling, leading 2,000 naval troops into the Yellow River, and Zhuge Yu, the governor of Taishan, after his defeat the previous year, was once again rallying 20,000 troops to attack Yan, aiming to drive the Xianbei out of Qizhou. The lower reaches of the Yellow River were shrouded in ominous clouds, and the conflict between Jin and Yin was on the verge of eruption. Wang Ningzhi intensified the city's defensive arrangements, with a clear objective to safeguard Jinyong City. In February, Murongku arrived with an army of 60,000 at the gates of Yiwang City, facing off against the 10,000 defenders led by Elhu. Elhu dispatched a plea for aid to Jiankong, while simultaneously notifying Wang Ningzhi and Luoyang to send troops in support. After conferring with Shenjin, Wang Ningzhi decided to leave Shenjin to guard the city, while he himself proceeded to the naval station of Deng Xia. Deng Xia, at 36 years of age, was the son of General Deng Yu, renowned for pacifying the south. He had served in Huan Wen's camp during the campaign against Shu, his valor unmatched among his peers, and contemporaries likened him to the formidable Han General Fan Kwa. His most celebrated feat was the slaying of the dragon in the Mian River, making him a figure reminiscent of the legendary Erlang Shun. Naturally, Wang Ningzhi was overjoyed to have such a fierce warrior at his side. However, with the flames of war currently raging on the northern bank, both sides needed to deliberate on how best to assist Elhu. Despite his age and numerous accolades, Deng Xia did not presume too much in Wang Ningzhi's presence. Upon meeting him, he rose to greet him, having long heard of the esteemed Wang Shuping, and was pleased to finally make his acquaintance. Wang Ningzhi stepped forward quickly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and remarked with a smile, "General Deng, you jest. During your campaigns against Shu under Lord Huan, I was but a mere child." Hearing this, Deng Xia secretly sighed with relief. It was well known that scions of prominent families often carried an air of arrogance, looking down upon those of military standing and proving difficult to engage with. Yet, this individual before him appeared amiable. Once seated, Wang Ningzhi eagerly inquired about the situation with the encroaching Xinbei forces at Yiwang. Deng Xia, being courteous, replied, "Having journeyed from afar, I am not yet familiar with the specifics. I shall defer to your arrangements, Wang Shuping." Wang Ningzhi hastily waved his hand, insisting, "You overestimate me, General. I possess only a modest understanding of the northern intelligence. Matters of the battlefield are not my forte, and I shall rely entirely on your guidance." He then proceeded to outline the circumstances at Yuang to Deng Xia. Deng Xia cut straight to the heart of the matter, asking, "Does Wang Shuping believe that Governor L will hold his ground?" Wang Ningzhi, hesitant to make guarantees, nonetheless shared his perspective, stating, "I believe that as long as his forces remain intact, Governor L will not concede. With 60,000 besieging 10,000. The assault would primarily rely on siege engines and ladders. L who, as the defender, could indeed make a stand." Deng Xia, unfamiliar with L who, chose to trust Wang Ningzhi's judgment and inquired further, "If we were to march north in support, how many troops could Luoyang muster?" Before embarking on their journey, Wang Ningzhi had already conferred with Xinjin and promptly responded, "We can muster 2,000 troops. The position of Yuang is exceedingly significant. It is a steadfast nail driven into the northern bank. If the Xianbei do not seize Yuang, they risk being cut off in their southward advance." Deng Xia himself commanded 2,000 men, which, when combined, amounted to an impressive force of 4,000 for reinforcements. "Xu Ping, return and await my summons. The situation remains uncertain, and I shall first observe the river for a while," Deng Xia resolutely declared to Wang Ningzhi. Wang Ningzhi acquiesced and returned to Jinyong City. After surrounding Yuang, Murongku, observing the tightly fortified defenses of El Hu, refrained from hastily launching an assault. Instead, he adopted the strategy he had employed during the siege of Guanggu, commencing the excavation of trenches and the construction of fortifications outside the city, intending to starve El Hu into submission. However, during his siege of Guanggu, he had taken a full 7 months to achieve victory. Upon receiving this intelligence, Deng Xia opted for a strategy of restraint, maintaining his troops at the riverside and biding his time. Meanwhile, Wang Ningzhi remained vigilant regarding the developments at Yuang. But after the encirclement, communication from within the city ceased, leaving him uninformed about the internal conditions. In the subsequent 2 months, the conflict at Yuang showed no signs of progress. However, in Dongyi, Zhuge Yu suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the water seller Tafu Murongping and was forced to retreat in disarray to Taishanjun. The Jian Kong court began to entertain thoughts of sending troops northward to attack Yan, with intentions to dispatch Su Zhao, Xie Wan, and Chiotan. Wang Ningzhi, feeling his voice was insignificant, opted to pen letters to Huan Wen and his father Wang Shiji, urging them to dissuade the court from this reckless northern expedition. The court should focus on fortifying the defenses in these 2 provinces, advancing cautiously rather than seeking swift glory through battle. On the walls of Yuang, El Hu gazed at the distant Yan army, his countenance tinged with melancholy. Although the remaining provisions within the city were adequate for the time being, continued siege would inevitably lead to starvation. His subordinate, Zhang Xing, stood beside him, seemingly musing. Will Jian Kong send troops to our aid? El Hu found himself in a quandary, trapped in a city of despair. He was unwilling to accept surrender yet lacked the courage to venture out for battle. Lamenting, the Jin people ought not to be so short-sighted. Zhang Xing expressed dissatisfaction with the notion of surrendering to Eastern Jin, feeling they had gained nothing from their trust in those weasels, who had merely sought to place them at the forefront against the Xianbei, never truly considering them as their own. El Hu, however, retained a glimmer of hope, chuckling, "It sounds as if we regard ourselves as Jin people." Zhang Xing lacked the mood for jest, asserting that without reinforcements, they could only hold out for another 2 months at most. What then? El Hu still harbored a sliver of optimism, believing that if Jian Kong refrained from sending aid, there would surely be some reaction from Luoyang. Since that young man had resolved to defend Luoyang, he would not allow Yuang to fall without a fight. Let us wait a while longer. Seeking an opportunity to send a few individuals to Luoyang for assistance, he proposed. Zhang Xing reluctantly concurred, recognizing the difficulties of dispatching messengers amidst the tightly encircled Yan forces, uncertain of the cost required to break free. On Wang Ningzhi's side, anxiety began to mount. He genuinely feared that delays would squander their chances for victory. After 3 months of siege, who could ascertain how much longer Yuang could endure? Unable to contain his impatience, he once again visited the naval garrison, humbly seeking counsel from General Deng Xia. "I beg your pardon, General, for my anxious state in the city. I have come merely to inquire about the situation, not to pressure you into deploying troops." Deng Xia, understanding his plight, smiled and explained, "The situation is evolving. There have been movements within the encirclement, likely indicating that someone in the city is attempting to break through." Wang Ningzhi, adopting the demeanor of a diligent student, ventured an analysis. This suggests that the Wild King cannot hold out much longer and is in urgent need of reinforcements. However, what we can deduce, the Yin people can also surmise, and they will likely bolster their defenses. Deng Xia interjected, that is difficult to ascertain. The Yin forces may believe that if reinforcements were indeed on the way, they would have arrived by now, rather than waiting until the city is on the brink of collapse. There was another reason Deng Xia withheld. During the siege of Guanggu by Muronku, Jian Kong had dispatched reinforcements, but upon witnessing the formidable might of the Yin army, they ultimately refrained from advancing. Wang Ningzhi found this explanation somewhat tenuous. Yet he hesitated to voice his doubts, offering only an awkward smile. Deng Xia then added, whether they choose to fortify their defenses is of little consequence. The Yin army comprises merely 60,000 troops, dispersed around the city. Regardless of our point of attack, we possess a numerical advantage. Furthermore, Governor L will undoubtedly send forces to engage in battle, making it quite feasible to break the siege. Wang Ningzhi comprehended the situation, casting another glance at Deng Xia, who could have relieved the Wild King long ago but had chosen to remain patient until this moment. Chapter 41. The Battle of Wild King on a Summer Night. The sharp chirping of insects in the grass resonated in a rhythmic manner, particularly noisy near the river, where the incessant croaking of frogs and the persistent buzzing of mosquitoes kept one tossing and turning. The soldiers of the Yin army generally found it challenging to fall asleep until the latter half of the night. In the tranquil waters of the Qin River, several warships glided eastward under the cover of darkness, while hundreds of soldiers patrolled the river, discreetly eliminating the Yin scouts. Deng Xia led 3,000 troops north across the river from Gong County, stealthily approaching the southern gate of Wild King. When the soldiers stationed in the lookout tower of the Yin army detected the enemy's movement, the Jin army was merely a few hundred paces from their camp. As the sentinels raised the alarm, the Jin forces shouted in unison, forming ranks as they charged towards the Yin encampment. With a clear objective in mind, Deng Xia directed his men to shoot down the unsuspecting Yin soldiers while simultaneously setting fire to their tents. Avoiding entanglement with the enemy and maintaining formation as they advanced towards the city gate, the guards within the city, alerted by the commotion outside, quickly roused Lu Hu from his slumber. Lu Hu, recognizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly rallied his troops, sending Zhang Xing with 5,000 men to break through the southern gate and join the reinforcements. Outside the southern gate, the deep trench dug by the Yin army was soon filled with earth bags by the Wild King's forces, topped with wooden planks. Having been besieged for some time, these materials for breaching had already been prepared within the city. Meanwhile, Muronku received news of the enemy's nocturnal assault and commanded the Yin troops on both flanks to converge swiftly upon the southern gate, striving to encircle the reinforcements and the Wild King's army below the city. However, after Deng Xia and Zhang Xing joined forces, they chose not to exploit their numerical superiority to further their gains. Instead, they opted for a decisive retreat, retracing their steps back to the Yellow River. Leading his elite guards at the forefront, Deng Xia's troops, fierce and unyielding, wielded their long spears amidst a torrent of bloodshed and cries of anguish. Once again, the surprise strike team broke through the enemy lines and returned to the riverbank, where the archers aboard the warships stood ready to provide cover for their boarding, eliciting sighs of frustration from the pursuing Yin forces. After exchanging intelligence with Zhang Xing, Deng Xia led his troops towards the eastern gate, where they unexpectedly collided with the Yin reinforcements rushing to support the southern gate, igniting a chaotic melee. The well-ordered ranks of the Wild King's army quickly gained the upper hand against the hastily assembled Yin forces. At that moment, the eastern gate of the Wild King swung open, with Lu Hu personally leading 3,000 men into the fray, joining forces with Zhang Xing to disperse the Yin troops outside the city, as nearly 8,000 Wild King soldiers surged towards the banks of the Qin River. The grain convoy led by Shinjin had been waiting for some time. The two sides moved as if rehearsed, with Zhang Xing's men engaging the Yin army while Lu Hu coordinated with the Jin forces to unload the supplies, swiftly delivering 50,000 bushels of grain into the city. The Luoyang army completed their mission and returned to their ships, turning back for home. The Wild King's forces, uninterested in lingering on the battlefield, provided minimal cover for the departing warships before turning a blind eye to the disarrayed Yin army and promptly returning to the city, securing the gates behind them. By the time Muronku arrived, this brief but intense conflict had already concluded. Both sides suffered minimal losses in this nocturnal engagement. Yet it was evident that the Jin army emerged victorious. Although the grain delivered to Wild King was not substantial, the Jin army's actions affirmed their support for him, demonstrating that if they so desired, They had the capability to break the siege and deliver supplies into the city. This also signifies the inevitable failure of Murongku's siege plan. Wang Ningzhi stood atop the Jinyang city, gazing towards the northeast. Yet shrouded in the heavy cloak of night, he could discern nothing. Only the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs reached his ears. It was only when the dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pink, that he spotted a swift steed approaching from the north, its rider gripping the reins with one hand while waving the other in the air. The anxiety that had weighed on Wang Ningzhi throughout the night lifted at last, and he slumped against the city wall. Winning this battle had indeed secured a significant reprieve for Luoyang. A few days later, Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by Xie An, met with General Deng Xia. As expected, General Deng was both valiant and astute. I have already reported to the court, recommending the general for commendation for his role in breaking the siege. Deng Xia's northern expedition aimed to provide support for Luoyang, and Wang Ningzhi was quite understanding. Indeed, Luoyang has also dispatched troops. It is not solely my achievement, Deng Xia humbly remarked. Wang Ningzhi continued to extol his virtues, asserting that without the general's leadership, their efforts would have surely faltered. Deng Xia laughed heartily. Xu Ping, your words suggest you wish to keep me here. Wang Ningzhi, having been seen through, was unperturbed and responded with a smile. General, returning to jingling, what opportunities for merit could you possibly find? Such talent would surely be squandered. Deng Xia chuckled and shook his head. Alas, this matter is not for you and me to decide. Wang Ningzhi detected the stirrings of ambition in his words and quickly added, as long as the general is willing, I shall speak to the court and Lord Huan on your behalf. Deng Xia did not pursue this line of conversation and shifted the topic, noting that in recent days, the Yin army had regrouped, likely abandoning the siege in favor of a direct assault. Wang Ningzhi was aware of this intelligence and entertained some thoughts. Should they proceed with a forceful attack, they could still provide support across the waterways, at the very least diverting a portion of the Yin forces to defend the riverbanks. Deng Xia concurred, stating that assaulting a well-fortified city was no simple task. If a multi-pronged attack were to occur, the Luoyang forces stationed on the southern bank could launch a surprise assault. However, if they focus solely on one or two city gates, the current troop deployments would leave the defenders at Yangwang with little pressure. From any angle one examined, Murongku found himself in a predicament. Of course, the solution was not insurmountable. It would simply require reinforcements. The first step would be to secure the northern bank of the Yellow River and then neutralize Yangwang. Yet, such actions would come at a steep cost, and the Jin forces were not naive. Ultimately, both sides would augment their troops, leaving the Yin army still grappling with the challenges of besieging a city. Murongku was indeed troubled, once again attempting to persuade Hu to surrender while simultaneously beginning the construction of siege machinery. Having recently achieved a small victory, Hu was unwilling to capitulate. Yangwang represented his last opportunity, a culmination of all his efforts, and he was confident in his ability to keep the Xinbei at bay, with diplomacy proving futile. The Yin army initiated their assault on the city. Murongku did not commit a large force, only making a minor attempt at the northern city. The hastily constructed ladders and siege towers, pushed forward by the soldiers, gradually approached the city walls. The defenders atop the walls were well prepared, unleashing arrows, rolling logs, and boiling water upon the attacking Yin forces, resulting in carnage on the battlefield. After hastily discarding hundreds of corpses, the first day of the siege concluded. On the second day, the assaulting troops were reinforced with siege towers, allowing the Yin army to survey the city's defenses from their elevated position before raining arrows down upon the battlements. However, Liu Hu was well prepared for this, commanding his subordinates to launch attacks on the siege towers with crossbows, while skilled archers unleashed fiery arrows. Several siege towers were either shattered or set ablaze, causing the soldiers atop to plummet from great heights, their anguish cries echoing through the air. Murongku attempted to assault from the west, yet the city's defenders were ample and well prepared, leaving him unable to find a breach. After several waves of offensives, nearly 2,000 men were lost, and the Wild King remained as steadfast as ever. From the construction of siege engines to multiple assaults, the Yin army expended 2 months, transitioning from summer to autumn. With no further actions taken from Luoyang, after Murongku abandoned the siege, Liu Hu and Wang Ning maintained constant communication. Defense was no concern, yet it was time to consider resupplying. Chapter 42. The grain transportation. Again, the provisions for Yiwang are supplied by Jiankong, with the grain vessels entering the Yellow River and subsequently being managed by Wang Ningzhi in Luoyang. Following the onset of hostilities, the court demonstrated a reasonable grasp of priorities. satisfying not only the demands of Hu but also allowing Wang Ningzhi to benefit from substantial supplies. The expansion of Jinyong City has been completed, while the once glorious capital of Luoyang has been reduced to mere vegetable gardens and wheat fields. Until the recovery of Hebei and the stabilization of Guangzhou, the city of Luoyang is unlikely to regain its former splendor. Wang Ningzhi, citing the ongoing siege of Yuan, requested the retention of Deng Xia, to which Huan Wen acquiesced. Of course, the court also formally consented. In preparation for the second grain transport, various parties convened again to deliberate on a strategy, with Zhang Xing representing Hu at the meeting. The most straightforward method of transportation remains via waterways. However, having employed this route previously, the Yin army has since fortified their defenses along the banks of the Qishui River, rendering a replication of prior success unattainable. Zhang Xing was the first to voice his opinion, suggesting an initial waterborne offensive to create a significant show of force, while we simultaneously mobilize from the city to draw the Yin troops toward the East Gate, allowing grain to be transported through the South Gate. Unlike the last operation, where we attacked the South Gate and transported grain through the East, a reversal of roles was proposed. Deng Xia countered, asserting that even if the Yin forces were to redeploy, they would not relinquish the South Gate, which is closest to the river and the second best choice after Qishui. Wang Ningzhi remained silent, while Shen Jin proposed an alternative to create the illusion of a large-scale breakout from within the cities. Observing how the Yin forces might adjust their defenses, thus enabling us to decide which gate would be optimal for grain transport. This suggestion drew Zhang Xing's opposition. As it appeared too conspicuous, we could hardly choose the North Gate, and even if we attempted a breakout, the Yin would still concentrate their forces in the south. The rationale was simple. Hu would ultimately have to retreat southward, and the Yin army could hold the southern line. The Yuan troops would have to navigate back around, as it was implausible to plunge over 10,000 men deep into the heart of the former Yan's territory. After much discussion, a satisfactory solution remained elusive. Wang Ningzhi discerned the underlying issue. It was not the inability to transport grain, but rather a mutual fear of depleting their own forces, with both parties hoping the other would confront the Xinbei, while they merely facilitated the transport of provisions. Otherwise, with nearly 20,000 troops from both sides assembled, how could they fail to breach the Yan's defensive line? Thus, the inaugural tripartite meeting concluded in failure. Zhang Xing returned to consult Hu, scheduling a follow-up in 10 days to reach a decision. Remaining in the Central Plains, Deng Xia chose to lead his troops to encamp in Xinjiang. Wang Ningzhi, puzzled, inquired of Deng Xia, "In these trying times, should we not unite in purpose rather than quibble over gains and losses, lest we provide the Yin with an opportunity to exploit?" Deng Xia, unfazed, chuckled. "Uncle Ping, you are overly concerned. We must remember, it is we who are delivering provisions to them." Wang Ningzhi longed to ask whether Deng Xia would hold the same sentiment if he were in Yuan's position, but ultimately refrained. After bidding farewell, he returned to Jinyong City with Shen Jin. The expanse from Xinjiang to Luoyang lay largely uncultivated, overrun by weeds, adjacent to the Yellow River, where the Xie River flows. This once fertile land now languishes in desolation. Shen Jin was aware that his proposal had caused some discontent in Wang Ningzhi, so he explained, "Uncle Ping, do not assume that I lack understanding of the larger picture. The transport of provisions is indeed essential and will inevitably come at a cost. It is far better to clarify matters beforehand than to foster distrust on the battlefield." This reasoning held merit. Preemptive caution is preferable to reactive treachery. Wang Ningzhi, with a wry smile, expressed his concerns about potential coordination failures, fearing that the Xianbei might exploit any lapses, for Murongku was not one to be trifled with. "Rest assured, Uncle Ping, we shall devise a plan that is acceptable to all parties involved." In terms of military strength, the majority lay with the Yuan, and thus Lu Hu was designated to bear the brunt of the assault against the Yin army. However, the Jin possessed a formidable naval force, affording them a significant advantage in overcoming the Yan's defenses. The outcome of the second round of discussions was a strategy of independent operations. The Yuan would split their forces, feigning a breakout from the southern gate, while the main contingent surged forth from Dongshan, aiming to clear a path through the eastern gate towards Qingshui. Meanwhile, the Jin would deploy their warships to advance westward along the Qingshui, coordinating with infantry to breach the Yan's defenses on the waterways. Upon their convergence, the Jin archers aboard the ships would provide cover for the Yuan troops, who would clear a passage with chariots and shields to escort the provisions into the city. Wang Ningzhi, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of military affairs, felt a weight lift from his heart as consensus was finally reached. The transport of provisions was scheduled for the midnight hours. As autumn set in, the small creatures by the water had quieted somewhat, though the chill in the air was palpable, causing the marching soldiers to involuntarily draw in their necks against the cold wind. It was merely 5 miles from Yuan when the Jin forces encountered an ambush set by the Yan. Deng Xia had anticipated this, positioning 3 ranks of shield-bearers with their backs to the water, slowly shifting laterally. The archers aboard the boats drew their bows, picking off any Yan soldiers daring to approach. The Yan attempted several charges, yet could not penetrate the 3 layers of shield-bearers. The fleet advanced steadily, albeit slowly, and inexorably. On the Yuan side, the breakout from the southern gate incited a commotion, but upon realizing the numbers were insufficient, the Yin quickly abandoned their pursuit, adhering to Murongke's orders to hold the southern gate. Meanwhile, trouble brewed at the eastern gate, where Zhang Xing's forces, having charged out, were intercepted by the well-prepared Yin troops, plunging both sides into a fierce positional battle, rendering Zhang Xing's troops beleaguered. Fortunately, reinforcements from the southern gate arrived just in time, and the Jin naval forces drew closer, diverting some of the Yan's attention, thereby stabilizing the situation and creating an escape route. Lu Hu, observing from the city walls, promptly dispatched chariots to establish defenses along the newly opened pathway. With the addition of chariots and shields, the pressure on the Yuan forces diminished significantly. The soldiers maneuvered to the sides, using long spears to strike down the approaching Yin warriors. Upon reaching the designated location, Deng Xia commanded the Jin's shield-bearers to join the defense, while some archers disembarked, utilizing the protection of the chariot formation to rain arrows upon the Yin. At that moment, the citizens of the city surged forth, pushing carts in a frenzy to transport provisions. Lacking armor, many were struck down by stray arrows, meeting a tragic fate, while others, clutching their wounds, groaned in agony as they desperately attempted to retreat to safety. Yet, the passage was narrow, and the injured were trampled underfoot, succumbing to the chaos wrought by their own kin. In a state of urgency, the Yin forces found themselves unable to breach the defenses of the chariots, resulting in a fierce exchange of fire across the ranks. By the time the grain transportation concluded, the passage was already strewn with the lifeless bodies of the common folk. Deng Xia commanded the Jin army to return to their vessels, preparing for retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing ordered the chariots to converge, slowly withdrawing into the city gates. As the Yin troops attempted to close in, they were met with a hail of arrows from the defenders on the watchtower, unleashing a relentless barrage that left a multitude of indistinguishable corpses at the gate before it was finally shut. On the Jin side, the necessity of transporting provisions meant that their vessels were somewhat anchored near the riverbank. The Yin forces relentlessly pursued them, and a fierce battle erupted along the shore. Standing at the bow, Deng Xia directed his men. Upon witnessing the overwhelming might of the Yin army, he ordered the ships to depart before all could board. Those left on the bank were engulfed in despair, utterly powerless to resist, with the majority falling beneath the blades of the Yin soldiers. A small number who leaped into the waters were also struck down by Yin arrows, leaving scarcely a soul to escape. In the shroud of darkness, the waters of the Qin River deepened in hue, reflecting the grim reality of the scene. Chapter 43. Are you Lu Laoji? Within the governor's office of Jinyang City, Xin Jin was reporting the battle results to Wang Ningzhi. Most of the troops I brought were shield-bearers. Thus, over 100 enemy soldiers perished on the front lines, with nearly 100 more injured. General Deng's losses were also close to that figure. And considering the civilians on the side of the Wild King, I estimate the casualties exceeded 1,000. Wang Ningzhi felt a pang of sympathy. Having taken 2,000 men, losing 500 on a single grain transport, combined with our allies, amounted to a staggering loss of 2,000 in just one engagement. Shen Jin hesitated momentarily before continuing. In the end, most of those left on the shore by General Deng were our men. If he had waited a while longer, some could have been saved. Do not speak such words, Wang Ningzhi interjected. Currently, the 3 factions must cooperate just to maintain our position. If we harbor grievances among ourselves, the next encounter will undoubtedly be even more arduous. Bowing in agreement, Shen Jin remarked, after this grain transport, the Wild King has sufficient provisions to last through the year. I wonder what the Yin people will decide. With regard to this, Wang Ningzhi maintained a calm demeanor. Defensively, we held the advantage, yet the attackers inherently held the upper hand, leaving us in a position of reactive engagement. He harbored hopes that Murongke would shift his focus toward the Wild King, yet given that the Jin army had already delivered grain into the city twice, would the Yin truly risk their fortunes on a single tree? Following the expansion of Jinyang City, it quickly became populated by refugees. Wang Ningzhi submitted a petition to the court, requesting that the Yingchuan County of Yuzhou accept a portion of these refugees to bolster the sparse population of Xuchang. Without civilians, the conquest of the Central Plains would remain an empty phrase. However, to retain the populace, a garrison was imperative. In response to the petition, the court decisively passed the responsibility to the newly appointed governor of Yuzhou, Xie An. Stationed in Sichuan, Xie An dispatched General Lu Jian to Xuchang to gather the refugees and fortify the city through agricultural efforts. Wang Ningzhi, feeling uneasy, personally escorted the first batch of refugees to Xuchang. Upon Lu Jian's arrival, a robust man in his middle years, he appeared somewhat disconcerted by Wang Ningzhi's visit. After instructing his aides to settle the refugees, he welcomed Wang Ningzhi into his residence. Compared to the literati, Wang Ningzhi preferred engaging with military leaders. Once seated, he smiled. With General Lu stationed in Xuchang, I feel much steadier in Luoyang. Lu Jian responded with a somewhat awkward chuckle. Governor Wang, your youth and achievements are commendable. As I am new here, I still have much to learn from you. You are too modest, General. In these times of vulnerability across the Central Plains and the dispersal of the populace, our urgent task is to gather the refugees and stockpile provisions to safeguard the city. Advancing cautiously, Wang Ningzhi did not hesitate to express his thoughts candidly. Lu Jian nodded in agreement. Xie An has provided me with 2,000 men, but beyond that, I am limited in what I can do. Seeing Lu Jian's earnest demeanor, Wang Ningzhi felt a surge of optimism. He added, to the north of Xuchang lies Xingyang, where over 2,000 of Deng Xia and Deng Yingyuan's men are stationed. We must ensure mutual support among our three regions. Lu Jian nodded once more, inquiring about the ongoing attacks by the Xianbei on the Wild King, uncertain of the situation's developments. Wang Ningzhi briefly outlined the circumstances and voiced his concerns regarding the potential river crossing by the Yin army. Now that they had descended southward to Qingzhou, he feared they might bypass the Wild King and launch an assault on Yanshou from the east. The presence of the Wild King serves as a safeguard for Luoyang. Yet it cannot shield the entirety of the Central Plains, particularly as news of renewed conscription in Yi City has already emerged. Following the thwarted plan of Murong Jun to amass an army of 150,000, the latest strategy involves conscripting 3 out of 5 men, essentially a 3-2 and 5-3 ratio. Consequently, the pressure on the Wild King has intensified, and the entire mid-lower reaches of the Yellow River now lie within the striking range of the Yin army. Lu Jian's expression was grave. This undoubtedly posed a dire predicament for him, who was still finding his footing. After discussing the daunting circumstances, Wang Ningzhi sought to reassure his newly allied general, advising Lu not to fret, for the Xianbei people are not adept at besieging cities. Whether it was the previous Guanggu or the current Wild King, their strategy primarily revolves around encirclement. Thus, as long as they establish robust city defenses and stockpile provisions, the Yin forces would be rendered powerless. Lu Jian expressed his gratitude with a solemn bow, still wearing a serious demeanor. Once the business at hand was concluded and noticing Lu Jian's lack of intent to offer a meal, Wang Ningzhi tactfully rose to take his leave. Lu Jian did not insist on keeping him, accompanying him to the door. As they passed through the courtyard, a youth of about 15 or 16 was practicing with a spear, exuding vigor. Observing the boy's flushed face, it was evident he had been training for some time. Wang Ningzhi, intrigued, paused to watch. Lu Jian, noticing this, called out, prompting the youth to halt, sheath his spear, and hasten over. This was Wang Shuping, the governor of Hunan, whom they had yet to meet. The boy quickly bowed, addressing Lu Jian as Lord. Wang Ningzhi's expression froze momentarily, realizing this was Lu Laoji. The boy looked puzzled, glancing toward his father, while Lu Jian appeared equally bewildered, inquiring, indeed, I am Daoyun, but what does Governor Wang mean? Wang Ningzhi chuckled heartily, marveling at the serendipity of fate, lamenting his lack of capable individuals, only to now encounter a promising talent. To the confusion of the father and son, he improvised. I had heard tales of General Lu's red-faced son, known for his fortitude and cunning. I never anticipated to meet him today. Lu Jian, astonished, remarked, Daoyun is still young. How can he bear such praise? Wang Ningzhi began to ponder. Throughout history, heroes have emerged in youth. General Lu, do not be modest. I wonder if Daoyun currently holds any official position? Lu Jian shook his head, clarifying that his son, still in his tender years, remained close by. Wang Ningzhi feigned a sigh, declaring, now is the time to employ talents. Individuals like Daoyun should serve the court without delay. Lu Jian's expression turned peculiar. While he indeed wished for his son to enter officialdom, their family lacked the necessary pedigree. Not everyone is born into the Wang family of Langya. Wang Ningzhi swiftly proposed a solution, suggesting, "Why not allow Daoyun to come to me, and I shall recommend him to the court?" The father and son were momentarily perplexed by his self-assuredness, exchanging silent glances. Wang Ningzhi, sensing their hesitation, added, however, "Given Luoyang's current perilous state, if General Lu is not at ease, I shall not press the matter. We may seek alternatives later." Before Lu Jian could respond, Lu Laoji resolutely declared, "Am I one to fear death?" Wang Ningzhi clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Then it is settled. You shall accompany me at once." The father and son chorused in surprise. Wang Ningzhi finally managed to regain his composure, feeling somewhat anxious. Recently, the Xianbei people had exhibited unusual behavior, causing him to worry about Luoyang. Lu Jian expressed his understanding and instructed his son to prepare for the journey alongside Wang Ningzhi to Luoyang. The offspring of military families were not overly concerned with formalities, especially when a prominent family was willing to offer support. Such an opportunity must not be missed. If Lu Laozi continued to follow his father, he would have to start from the very bottom of the military ranks, gradually working his way up. However, aligning himself with the Wang family could present a different trajectory, potentially allowing him to escape the confines of his military lineage. In this era, even those who attained high ranks as military generals were still looked down upon by the aristocracy. Lu Laozi hastily packed a few garments, grasped his spear, and followed Wang Ningzhi with an expression of exuberance. The group swiftly mounted their steeds and galloped towards Luoyang. Chapter 44. The tragic defeat at Xinjiang. News from the Wild King indicated that Murong-ku was retreating. Elhu believed that with winter upon them, besieging a city would become increasingly arduous, and the Yin forces were likely preparing to return to battle in the following year. Wang Ningzhi found it peculiar. It was only early October, far from the biting cold of winter, and the Xianbei should have been less averse to the chill. Why then were they so prematurely retreating? He thus corresponded with Elhu, advising him to remain vigilant, for the Yin might be plotting a surprise attack. However, Elhu's scouts trailed closely behind and confirmed that Murong-ku indeed led his troops back to Yi City. The ensuing month was marked by an unprecedented calm in Yi City, devoid of any military movements. By November, Hebei remained eerily quiet, leading Wang Ningzhi to ponder whether he had been overly suspicious. The Xianbei appeared genuinely intent on wintering, regardless of the situation at Wild King's side. The defenses of Jinyong City remained unyielding, with lookout posts established 10 miles away, ready to signal any disturbances with fire. As everyone anticipated a tranquil winter, a contingent of Yin soldiers set forth from Wanqing, heading straight for Xinjiang. After transporting provisions, Deng Xia led his fleet away from the Yellow River, docking at Sisui, while his troops disembarked to rest within Xinjiang City. Over a month since the war's conclusion, the news of the Wild King's retreat and Hebei's stillness gradually allowed Deng Xia and his soldiers to relax. It was the cold season, and the southern troops were somewhat apprehensive of the chill, huddling by the fire for warmth. Understanding the plight of his men, Deng Xia contemplated a slight withdrawal southward. Having heard that Xuchang had recently received new garrison troops, he was deliberating whether to lead his forces there for the winter. He had previously considered Jinyong City, but upon learning of its overcrowding, he doubted the feasibility of accommodating his over 2,000 men, especially since his soldiers preferred a southern retreat. Just as he was mulling over this matter, a sharp gong sounded. Enemy attack! Deng Xia reacted swiftly, donning his armor and grasping his sword as he rushed from his quarters. His guards rallied to him, and a small detachment quickly approached the western city gate, where fierce fighting raged within. The Yin had scaled the walls with grappling hooks, dispatching the gatekeepers and flinging open the gates. However, upon receiving the alarm, Deng Xia's men promptly organized to reclaim the gate, resulting in a standoff at the entrance, preventing the bulk of the Yin forces from entering the city. Realizing the untenable situation in Xinjiang, Deng Xia seized a long spear from a guard, felling several Yin soldiers with a flourish. "Do not linger in battle, follow me," he commanded. With that, he led the hastily assembled troops toward the eastern gate, pursued relentlessly by the Yin troops. The two sides clashed multiple times in the narrow streets, Deng Xia managing to evade capture on several occasions. As the Yin army infiltrated the city, they encircled Deng Xia's forces. Covered in blood and moving like a razor-sharp blade through the urban landscape, Deng Xia, though heavily outnumbered, thrived in the close-quarters combat, repeatedly slicing through the encirclement. After a series of brutal skirmishes, Deng Xia's forces suffered significant losses, Yet they finally approached the eastern gate. The Yin, taken aback by the swift response of Deng Xiao's troops, had failed to secure the western gate in advance, allowing him and his remaining soldiers a means of escape. The design of the city gates also posed challenges in preventing them from being opened from within. Standing atop the city ramparts, Moronku observed with a sense of admiration as Deng Xiao emerged from the fray, exclaiming with a sigh, "Indeed, a fierce warrior hails from the south. What a pity." Deng Xiao's objective was to return to the ship, where a scant number of soldiers awaited. Once aboard, the enemy would be powerless against them. However, he had grossly underestimated the determination of the Yin troops. Shortly after exiting the city, a cavalry battalion of 1,000 surged forth in pursuit. Naturally, 2 legs could not outrun 4, and as Deng Xiao witnessed his men falling in droves, fury surged within him. He turned to engage the enemy, striking down a Yin soldier and his steed with a single thrust of his spear. Yet, not all were as valiant as he. The infantry struggled to withstand the cavalry's onslaught, succumbing beneath their long spears. The more he fought, the bolder he became, directing his men to retreat into Wuyun Mountain while he and his personal guards held the rear, fighting and retreating simultaneously. The battle raged from dawn until noon, and it was only when they found refuge in the mountains that Deng Xiao's remaining troops could catch their breath. After tallying their numbers, he realized they were down to fewer than 300. Exhausted, they lay on the ground, reluctant to move. Suddenly, one of his guards shouted, "General, look!" Following the direction of his finger, Deng Xia beheld thick smoke rising from the Sisui River. The realization dawned upon them. Their ships had been lost. The Yin forces, unable to commandeer the vessels, had set them ablaze. The moment Deng Xia resolved to ascend the mountain, this fate was sealed. Yet, there was no alternative. Trapped within the mountains with over 200 men, devoid of reinforcements and provisions, and in the midst of winter, a palpable sense of despair began to permeate the group. Noticing the shift in morale, Deng Xia rallied his spirits and addressed his men, "Do not lose heart. The Xiongnu will not expend effort to hunt us down in these mountains for such a small number. Once we have regained our strength, I shall lead you to Woyang." The Xiongnu were often scornfully referred to by the Han as those with braids due to their distinctive hairstyle. Following their defeat, it was impractical for Deng Xia to retreat to Xuchang and Yuzhou. He could only seek refuge with Wang Ningzhi before devising further plans. Meanwhile, news reached Jinyong City 2 days later of the Yin army's assault on Xingyang, the destruction of Deng Xiao's naval forces, and the uncertain fate of his troops. Wang Ningzhi dispatched Zheng Yu to scout for accurate information around Xingyang, where they stumbled upon the famished and disheveled remnants of Deng Xiao's men, leading them back to Jinyong City. After his resounding victory, Moronku showed no inclination to withdraw, commanding his forces to advance westward, clearing out the surrounding fortifications and escorting the captured civilians to Hebei for resettlement, while he himself led 20,000 men further west. Almost simultaneously with Deng Xiao's arrival at Jinyong City, Moronku's grand army reached Luoyang. With no time for rest, Deng Xiao ascended the city walls alongside Wang Ningzhi to survey the encampment of the Yin army not far away. In such circumstances, Wang Ningzhi had little time for consolation. Instead, they deliberated on the situation, noting that the Yin forces appeared to number no more than 20,000, a seemingly inadequate force for a siege. Deng Xiao nodded in agreement but expressed his concern, "Yet we lack the strength to break out." Since his arrival in Luoyang, Wang Ningzhi had planned for defense and was unperturbed by this predicament. Patience is paramount. There will come a day when we can strike back. For now, we must focus on consolidating our strength. Deng Xia let out a sigh, his forces nearly annihilated, leaving him uncertain of how the court would respond, or even if there would be a future for him. Wang Ningzhi, perceiving his unease, cautiously inquired, "Would the general consider temporarily remaining in Luoyang? Once the enemy retreats, I shall petition the court on your behalf." Although the defeat stemmed largely from negligence, facing an adversary tenfold his own strength, Deng Xiao's subsequent handling of the situation could hardly be deemed inadequate. Should he manage to repel Moronku within the walls of Luoyang, he could redeem himself and potentially secure leniency from the court. Gratefully accepting Wang Ningzhi's offer, Deng Xia nodded with a bittersweet smile and, feeling somewhat despondent, retreated from the city ramparts. Chapter 45, The Withdrawal of the Xianbei. On the day following the siege, Moronku, accompanied by several subordinates, cavalierly patrolled the city of Jinyong. Wang Ningzhi stood atop the city walls, observing this small contingent, flanked by Deng Xia and Shenjin, among others. The proximity of the Xianbei warriors incited a sense of indignation among them, with Xie Jin exclaiming in anger, "This is utterly disrespectful." Wang Ningzhi, however, remained unfazed and smiled, stating, "Having clashed with them several times, we know they are not adept at siege warfare, and they are aware that we will not venture out for a battle. It is merely a matter of who will falter first." Deng Xia, having recently faced the Yin army, though defeated, retained his confidence. In terms of individual combat, the Jingzhou army was not significantly inferior to the Xianbei, with cavalry being their only major concern. This was not mere bravado. The Jingzhou army's previous external confrontations had proven their mettle. Wang Ningzhi concurred, "Our naval forces are sufficient to compensate for the shortcoming. Between the Yellow River and the Huai River, we are not outmatched by the Xianbei." Xie Jin, eager to achieve merit and redeem his family's tarnished reputation, felt somewhat restless, pondering why the court had not launched a northern expedition to curb the Xianbei's rampage in the Central Plains. The answer was evident. The court was reluctant to act under Huan Wen's leadership, and no other party possessed the strength to mount a northern campaign, leaving them to endure this situation. Wang Ningzhi reassured him, "There is no need for haste. Establishing our foothold in Luoyang serves as a precursor to the northern expedition. The Central Plains have long been in decline and require time to recuperate. The enemy is currently in their prime. It is prudent to avoid direct confrontation and utilize our defenses to diminish their fervor." After completing his circuit, Morong-ku, observing the vigilant defenders, recognized the challenges of a siege and thus halted outside the city gate, calling out to the defenders above, "Where is Lord Wang?" Wang Ningzhi chuckled softly. "Could it be that he seeks to persuade us to surrender?" Xie Jin leaned out, responding loudly, "The Lord is here. What words do you have, you canine rogue?" Morong-ku, unfazed by the retort, instructed his subordinate to reply, "Is this how a civilized nation treats its guests?" Wang Ningzhi intercepted Xie Jin, retorting, "We see not guests but brigands." The Yin army responded, "In the land of China, the Jin have forsaken it. Our clan, acting in accordance with the will of heaven, treats the abandoned people with kindness. How can we be considered thieves?" Amused by the exchange, Wang Ningzhi mused that a thief robbing another thief's possessions does not render it the rightful claim of the latter. The territory of the Xianbei was seized from the Chang's later Zhao. Dismissing the frivolous debate, Morong-ku earnestly began his attempt at persuasion, emphasizing the decay of the Central Plains, the Jin's lack of interest in governance, the rampant banditry, and the Yin state's mobilization to protect the innocent populace of the region. When the opponent did not engage, Wang Ningzhi found the encounter tedious and instructed Xie Jin to release 2 arrows as a gesture of defiance. Morong-ku said no more and turned his horse back to the encampment. For the Xianbei, the act of persuasion was merely a customary procedure, as numerous others had surrendered. They would take a shot in the dark, perhaps saving themselves some trouble. Watching the Xianbei retreat, Wang Ningzhi addressed those around him, "Everyone, remain vigilant. Beyond the city walls, we must constantly monitor the movements of the Yin forces. Fear not their siege, but dread their unchecked mobility. The innocent populace elsewhere shall surely suffer." Several voices echoed in agreement. After a 2-day encampment beneath the walls of Jinyong City, the Yin army broke camp and hastened toward Xuchang. Following the battle at Xingyang, Wang Ningzhi had already notified the prefectures of Yuzhou and Jingzhou, urging them to bolster their defenses, prompting the citizens to seek refuge within the city's walls. The forces from Yuzhou dispatched reinforcements northward, pausing in Xiaojun and Xinjun to observe, while Jingzhou increased its garrison in Nanyang. Farther afield, in Xuzhou, Chitan personally led troops from Xiapi to station in Langya County. In an instant, the winds of conflict stirred in the Central Plains. Although the Jin forces refrained from initiating an offensive, they advanced their lines considerably, forcing the isolated Morong-ku to halt his progress. Under such circumstances, even if he managed to breach 1 or 2 cities, a safe retreat would be elusive, rendering such an endeavor rather unwise. After careful consideration, Morong-ku decided to withdraw his troops back to Xingyang and establish a camp there. Observing the enemy's retreat, the various Jin armies refrained from pursuit and also withdrew. Wang Ningzhi, upon receiving the intelligence, though unsurprised, felt a pang of disappointment. His allies were indeed unreliable, eager to preserve their own safety, but disinterested in further northern advances. With Morong-ku's formidable presence in Xingyang, both Luoyang and Yuan found themselves enveloped in a tense atmosphere this winter, especially for Lu Hu, who repeatedly petitioned the court for assistance in reclaiming Xingyang to safeguard his connection with Hunan, yet the court remained indifferent. Lu Hu sent multiple letters to Wang Ningzhi, forewarning that next year's offensive would certainly sever the supply line from Luoyang to Yuan, leaving Yuan isolated in Hebei, destined to be besieged by the Yin forces. Wang Ningzhi, helpless, could only respond with reassurances. Regardless of the cost, Luoyang would not abandon Yuan. However, even he felt a twinge of uncertainty. After the complete destruction of the naval forces, he lacked the means to supply Yuan any longer. Yet, heaven showed mercy to the innocent citizens of the Central Plains. At the year's end, Murongku unexpectedly led his troops away from Xingyang, returning to Yeqing. The Yin sovereign, Murongjun, lay gravely ill. Summoning Murongku back to Yeqing to entrust his legacy, Wang Ningzhi and his companions remained unaware of these internal developments. But the departure of Murongku was undoubtedly a welcome turn of events. The protracted peace of the third year was finally drawing to a close. This year had seen the conflict at Yung stalemated, yet Murongku's assault on Xingyang had nearly annihilated the troops of Deng Xia, restoring some measure of honor. Overall, the Jin forces remained on the defensive, yet the Yin strategists found their ambitions somewhat thwarted. The spring festival at Jinyong City lacked the festive spirit. The proximity to conflict weighed heavily, with many citizens having accumulated meager rations throughout the year, yet they chose to flee southward. Wang Ningzhi did not impede them. It is only natural for individuals to desire safety. Having been away from home for a year, he longed for his family, yet the ongoing warfare prevented him from departing. A few days prior, he received a letter from Xie Daoyun, revealing that his father, Wang Shiji, was in declining health. The adverse effects of long-term consumption of wuxi sen began to manifest, tormenting him with insomnia, vomiting, and diarrhea, while his appetite dwindled. Wang Ningzhi found himself utterly helpless in this matter. He had indeed made attempts to persuade Wang Shiji, yet the exhilarating sensation following indulgence was simply inextricable for him. Some individuals genuinely regard life and death with indifference, while Wang Shiji would counsel his brother-in-law, Xie An, to partake less in such indulgences. He himself remained unconcerned, experimenting with various prescriptions in collaboration with Taoist priests to concoct new remedies. Faced with such a father, Wang Ningzhi experienced not only helplessness but also an underlying anxiety for the future, despite the inappropriateness of such thoughts. Should Wang Shiji pass away, he would be obligated to observe a period of mourning lasting 27 months. In this era, there existed no concept of emotional recovery, and even if it did, Wang Ningzhi would not qualify. During moments of despondence, he would ascend the city walls to observe the townsfolk and gaze upon the vast expanse beyond. Over the years, he had become indistinguishable from his past life, becoming thoroughly integrated into this epic. The luminous auras surrounding figures such as Wang Shiji, Huan Wen, and Xie An gradually faded, revealing them as mere mortals, each with their own paths, impervious to the influence of Wang Ningzhi's words. No one could transcend the constraints of this age. Not even the prophets. Chapter 46. Why doesn't Wang Ming accompany you? In the first month of the year 360, during the reign of the Yin leader Murongjun, a grand military review was held in Yi City. As the Eastern Jin trembled in apprehension, news soon arrived that Murongjun's health had deteriorated, leading to his sudden demise at the age of 12. Crown Prince Murong Wei ascended the throne at the tender age of 11, enacting a general amnesty and renaming the era to Jianxi, with Murongku, Muyugan, and Murongping among those assisting in governance. These two significant developments stirred the emotions of the citizens of Luoyang, and by the end of January, the atmosphere of the new year finally permeated the city. After thorough deliberation, Wang Ningzhi felt that fate had indeed provided an opportunity. It was now a matter of whether the court could seize it. Following discussions with the generals, he decided to return to the capital, aiming to persuade the court to relocate the defense line northward, stockpile provisions, and alleviate the strain on Luoyang. The defense of Jinyong City was entrusted to Shenzhen, while Deng Xia was required to accompany him back to Jingzhou. The court's disposition towards Deng Xia's potential punishment would hinge on Huan Wen's stance. Several guards had now been assigned duties. So to avoid disrupting the operations of Jinyong City upon his departure, he chose to take only Guijing with him. At the beginning of February, Wang Ningzhi and Deng Xia arrived in Jiaogling with over 200 troops from Jingzhou. Upon reaching the Grand General's residence, Deng Xia was left waiting outside, while Wang Ningzhi was granted entry. Huan Wen, in good spirits, welcomed Wang Ningzhi and remarked with a smile, "Uncle Ping, the past year has not been easy. It seems you can finally breathe easy now." Wang Ningzhi responded with a smile, "Indeed, Lord Huan. It is a relief to have some respite to prepare for what lies ahead." Huan Wen, interpreting his words as a reference to the northern expedition, jested lightly, "Uncle Ping, you are truly impatient. The court will not support a campaign during mourning." The typical stance of Jiankong was to delay, and with such a favorable excuse now, they would likely be even more resistant to a northern expedition. Wang Ningzhi was well aware of this and replied with a smile, "While we may not strike during morning, surely we can fortify our own defenses? If our armies remain south of the Huai River, the central plains will wither, deprived of manpower and provisions. How will we find support for a future northern campaign?" Huan Wen nodded in silence. However, Shi Chao interjected, "Should the court decide to mobilize, the Yin people will inevitably respond, which could easily spark conflict. A gradual advance is prudent. Until our forces reach the Yellow River, the Yin will not initiate an attack." Wang Ningzhi disagreed with their cautiousness, believing that prolonged inaction would dishearten the populace of the Central Plains. Huan Wen sighed, "As long as Muronke remains, the Yin will not falter. They continue to pose a significant threat." Wang Ningzhi recalled a certain individual and resolved to provoke Huan Wen, urging him not to dwell on waiting for others to err. Surely, Lord Huan is aware of the recent developments regarding Wang Ming and Wang Jinglu. He has been promoted 5 times within a year in Guangzhou and is highly favored by the Qin leader. Huan Wen nodded, expressing a sense of regret. "In the past, I appointed him as protector, yet he was unwilling to accompany me southward." This was Huan Wen's first recollection of the events preceding the northern expedition against former Qin, a time when he advanced with unstoppable momentum, gathering troops in Bashang, awaiting the allegiance of the regional lords, only to be met by the modestly dressed Wang Ming, who, while scratching fleas, spoke fervently to Huan Wen about the state of the world, seemingly oblivious to all else. The audacious demeanor of Huan Wen, which he had frequently encountered in the south, prompted him to eschew pleasantries with Wang Ming and instead pose a pointed inquiry. "By the decree of the Son of Heaven, I lead the army to quell the rebels, yet why do the esteemed heroes of the 3 Qin fail to respond?" Wang Ming, with keen insight, elucidated the matter succinctly. Though he had journeyed thousands of miles and was now mere steps from Chang'an, the great army remained stationary at the Ba River, leaving many perplexed by Huan Gong's intentions and thus reluctant to approach. Huan Wen fell silent, and after a brief moment of reflection, he lamented that none in Jiangdong could rival him, hastily concluding the interview. Subsequently, after Huan Wen's defeat, Wang Ming, having successfully passed the interview, opted to remain in Guangzhou, forsaking the opportunity to advance southward. Wang Ningzhi now sought to prod at Huan Wen's wounds, inquiring, "Has Huan Gong ever pondered why Wang Jinglu is disinclined to venture south?" Xiao Chao interceded on behalf of his lord, remarking that for some, the ties to their homeland are inescapable. Wang Ningzhi, albeit reluctantly in agreement, continued. "Though Wang Gong has recently returned from the south, Wang Ming swiftly aligned himself with Qin Zhujian, then still the king of Donghai, offering counsel that ultimately led to regicide and usurpation. He has since reformed governance, ushering in a new ethos in Guangzhou. What does Huan Gong think of his talents?" Huan Wen, remaining taciturn, displayed his displeasure, for it was evident that this insinuation implied he could not compare favorably to Fu Jian, thus leading Wang Ming to reject his service. Numerous interpretations have emerged in later generations, speculations that Wang Ming declined to assist Huan Wen in his ambitions for usurpation, or that he feared a lack of prospects in the aristocratic-dominated Eastern Jin. Yet these notions may be overly elaborate. Was not Fu Jian himself guilty of fratricide and usurpation? Did the D people lack their own aristocracy? Ultimately, it came down to Wang Ming's disinterest in Huan Wen as an individual, prompting a decisive separation after a few months of association. In this era, Huan Wen had made strides in recognizing the talents of those from humble origins. Otherwise, Wang Ming would not have even had the opportunity to meet him. However, could Huan Wen genuinely support the endeavors Wang Ming undertook in former Qin? Therefore, Wang Ningzhi believed that even if Wang Ming had allied with Huan Wen, he would still not achieve significant influence. Ningzhi's words were heartfelt. If Huan Gong harbors ambitions for advancement, he must not remain ensconced in Jingzhou, for such a stance invites doubt regarding his true intentions. With this statement, Wang Ningzhi bowed and took his leave. After taking a few steps, he recalled the waiting Deng Xia and turned to say, "The General Deng has erred. He has led a solitary campaign for a year without a city to call home. I implore Huan Gong to show understanding and allow him to redeem himself on the front lines." Huan Wen nodded, instructing them to return while he would consider the matter. Wang Ningzhi expressed his gratitude, then exited to join the eagerly awaiting Deng Xia, and together they departed. The room fell into a contemplative silence until Huan Wen suddenly sighed. "Does our esteemed guest share the views of Shuping?" Xiao Chao hesitated before shaking his head. Huan Gong's pursuit of prudence is not misguided. Shuping, having spent considerable time on the front lines, is bound to possess more radical ideas. Huan Wen constantly wavered between the strategies of northern expeditions and eastern advances. Should he first eliminate the Sima family before embarking on the northern expedition? Or should he prioritize the northern campaign to facilitate a subsequent eastern advance? He oscillated between these two courses of action. Xiao Qiao believed both paths were viable. Loyal to Huan Wen, he did not oppose his desire for power. Do you think we should mobilize forces northward? Huan Wen inquired once more. Su Qiao expressed his agreement with this issue, asserting that it would be unwise to rely solely on the Jiangsu region while neglecting the central plains. Such a strategy would render the northern expedition vulnerable to supply shortages, particularly if they were to depend on Yangzhou for provisions, which posed an excessive risk. After much contemplation, Huan Wen decided to heed this counsel, proposing to petition the court for the armies of Yuzhou and Shuzhou to advance northward, establishing a defensive line across Yingchuan, Jiaojun, and Langya. With the plan firmly in place, the two began to deliberate the finer details. Wang Ningzhi did not linger in Jiangling. Upon realizing Huan Wen's intention to make adjustments, he promptly took his leave, expressing his desire to return to the capital in anticipation of favorable news. Amused by Wang's eagerness, Huan Wen shared a few light-hearted remarks before permitting his departure. With a heart full of longing, Wang Ningzhi was unwilling to tarry any longer. Leaving behind the still culpable Deng Xia and taking along Guijing as he spurred his horse towards the capital. After more than a year apart, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for the lively banner of Jiankong City. Chapter 47. The Wang brothers upon arriving at the ferry crossing north of the Yangtze River. Wang Ningzhi took a boat across, disembarking at Shirtu City. He entered the capital through the Westerly Gate, meandering south of the imperial city, passing by Shizhou City, and along the banks of the Qinhuai River towards the east. After crossing the Zhuke Bridge, he found himself in Wu Yi Alley, the long-awaited city of Jiankong. In stark contrast to Luoyang, radiated the opulence of an entirely different realm. Once within the city, Wang Ningzhi was no longer in a hurry. He slowed his pace, strolling leisurely down the street. In Jiankong, he was a rare sight, dusty and travel-worn, clad in wrinkled attire that had seen several days of wear. He appeared somewhat disheveled while leading a horse, its hooves clattering against the bluestone pavement, attracting the attention of passers-by. Outside the Wang residence, a few ox carts were stationed, presumably from visiting guests. A servant at the door, upon recognizing the return of their young master, hurriedly approached to take the reins. Wang Ningzhi instructed Guijing to return and visit their mother and sister while he made his way into the hall. Wang Huizhi and Wang Xianji were engaged in a spirited debate with a young guest. Upon seeing their elder brother return, they joyfully rose to greet him. Wang Ningzhi, pointing at the two, jested, "At your age, how is it that you still lack decorum, quarreling with a guest?" Wang Huizhi, now 23, and Wang Xianji, 17, stood before him. The young guest stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. "I am Fan Ning of Shenyang. It is an honor to meet Uncle Ping." Wang Ningzhi nodded, realizing he was the son of Fan Wang, the governor of Dongong. "When did Wuzi arrive in the capital? How fares Lord Fan?" Fan Wang had long served under Yu Yang, and after Huan Wen took over Jingzhou, he became the chief clerk of the Anqi General's office, later being elevated to the title of Marquis of Wuxing County for his contributions in pacifying Shu. Fan Ning replied, "I arrived in the capital last year. My father is well and is currently discussing pharmacology with the minister." Upon hearing that his father was still researching formulations, Wang Ningzhi paused his approach to inquire about their earlier argument. Wang Xianji was about to respond when Wang Huizhi interjected, "It was nothing. We were merely exchanging pleasantries, not a quarrel at all." Wang Ningzhi nodded towards his younger brother, questioning why he would not let Xianji speak. At this moment, Fan Ning added, "I do not favor frivolous banter nor am I adept at eloquence, hence my words may have offended earlier." Wang Ningzhi shot a disapproving glance at his younger brother, realizing that Huizhi must have withheld Xianji's response due to his own aversion to idle talk, not wishing to be lectured. Feeling exposed, Huizhi quickly smiled and urged, "Elder brother, go greet father and mother. They are unaware of your return." Wang Ningzhi shook his head in resignation, recognizing he could not reprimand his brother in front of others, and turned to Fan Ning, saying, "I too find idle conversation unproductive. Wuzi is welcome to visit me for a discourse when time permits." Fan Ning bowed in acknowledgement. He was 5 years younger than Wang Ningzhi and had yet to take up an official position. Wang Ningzhi proceeded to the study, where Wang Shiji and Fan Wang were engaged in a lively discussion. One was engrossed in the art of herbal concoction, while the other devoted to healing and saving lives, sharing numerous insights in pharmacology. Upon their reunion, both father and son were delighted, yet with a guest present, they refrained from prolonged conversation. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fan Wang, Wang Ningzhi excused himself. A year apart had visibly altered Wang Shiji, who appeared noticeably frilier, exuding an ethereal presence. After leaving his father, Wang Ningzhi went to see his mother, Xie An. Although the eldest son Xian had passed away prematurely, the remaining 6 sons and 1 daughter gradually reached adulthood. Except for the youngest, Xie An, who had yet to establish a family, the others had settled down, providing their mother with a modicum of reassurance. Upon the return of her only son, who had been striving away from home, Xie An felt a mixture of concern and pride. She inquired, "What brings you back so suddenly? I have heard that the northern regions are rather tumultuous." Wang Ningzhi replied, "With the demise of the Yin ruler, there is a brief respite, so I seized the opportunity to return for a visit." Xie An scrutinized her son, noting his gaunt appearance, and asked, "Have you been eating well? You seem thinner." Wang Ningzhi reassured her, "I am eating and drinking sufficiently. Do not worry, mother." "How can I not worry?" Xie An sighed. "You lack anyone to take care of you, and you are so near to the Hu people. Those of noble lineage do not typically endure such hardships." Wang Ningzhi consoled his mother. "If I do not venture to the north, how can I rise to the position of governor so swiftly?" While Xie An was not particularly concerned about his ambitions, she recognized her son's determination and could only support him. After their conversation, she sent him back to his courtyard. Xie Daoyun had already received word of his return and was pacing anxiously within the house. As Wang Ningzhi entered, Xie Daoyun turned to face him, and their eyes met. The afternoon sunlight streamed in from behind Wang Ningzhi, casting a play of light and shadow that rendered his features somewhat indistinct, yet his voice rang clear as he declared, "I am back." Xie Daoyun, initially composed, was overwhelmed by emotion, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Wang Ningzhi hurried to assist her, but his hands were soiled, and his rolled-up sleeves were unkempt. In a moment of awkwardness, he simply gazed at Xie Daoyun with longing, amused by his clumsy demeanor. Xie Daoyun wiped her tears with her own hands and teased, "Every time you return, you are in such a disheveled state. One might think you had become a vagrant." Wang Ningzhi chuckled, relishing the warmth of homecoming. On the first day back in the capital, the Wang family's sons gathered together, a rare occasion. The second son, Ningzhi, had returned from Luoyang. The third son, Huanji, was reluctant to pursue a career and planned to return to his estate in Kuaiji. The fourth son, Suji, had recently taken a position as a secretary in the capital. The fifth son, Huaiji, and the sixth son, Shaoji, had recently married and were soon to embark on their official careers. The youngest, Xie An, was still quite young and had just finalized his marriage arrangement with Qi Tan's daughter, Qi Daomao. Their daughter, Meng Jiang, had married Lu Chang from the Lu family of Nanyang and was no longer in the capital. Wang Ningzhi had spent little time in the capital over the past few years and had missed many significant family events. Wang Shiji observed the growing composure of his second son and felt a sense of pride as he took on the role of an elder brother, offering guidance to his siblings. He was acutely aware of his own declining health and the limited time he had left. Wang Ningzhi sought to select a companion among his brothers, understanding that the greatest reliance in this era lay in familial bonds. Thus, before their parents, he posed the question, "Which of you would be willing to accompany me to the north for some training?" Wang Huaiji was the first to decline, stating, "I will not go. The northern people are coarse, and I cannot endure it." Wang Ningzhi disregarded him and turned his attention to Suji and Shaoji. Suji preferred the path of a virtuous official in the capital, adhering to the traditional expectations of a nobleman's son, while Shaoji hesitated, glancing at their father for guidance. Wang Shiji inquired on his behalf, "What are your plans for settling down?" Initially appointed as the magistrate of Luoyang, Wang Ningzhi had already devised a plan. With the increasing influx of people from Luoyang, he found himself lacking in energy and intended to transfer the current magistrate of Luoyang to assist him. Wang Shiji pondered the location of Luoyang and inquired, "Is there any danger involved?" "I will keep watch and will inform him of any peril." Wang Ningzhi reassured with a smile. Though the capital is affluent, it can be quite stifling. It is far better to have room for one's abilities to flourish in the provinces. Wang Shiji understood this sentiment well. His sons had grown up, and their current lives in the capital were not ideal. Thus, planning ahead was essential. He turned to his son Shaoji and asked, "Are you willing to go? If you have any reservations, feel free to express them." Among his brothers, Wang Shaoji was known for his earnest nature and nodded in agreement, saying, "I will heed my elder brother." Having secured the sixth brother, Wang Ningzhi then directed his attention to the fifth brother, stating, "When I return to Luoyang, you shall accompany me. You have been aimlessly wandering. It is time for you to witness the world beyond. Wang Huizhi appeared reluctant and sought his father's assistance with his gaze. Wang Shiji steeled himself and remarked, "It would indeed be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons." Wang Ningzhi assumed the authoritative tone of an elder brother, and naturally, as a father, he extended his support. Chapter 48. What it means to be a brother in February. News spread throughout Yu City that the Grand Tutor of Yin, Mu Yujin, was attempting to sow discord between the young emperor and the chancellor, Mu Rongke. However, the 11-year-old Emperor Mu Rongwei saw through this scheme and ordered the execution of Mu Yujin and his accomplices. The late emperor had yet to be buried, and the regents had already begun to engage in internal strife, causing a sense of unease throughout the Yin state, as the soldiers from various provinces gathered in Yu City. Preparing to march south, chaos ensued as many took advantage of the turmoil to flee. In the midst of this disorder, Mu Rongke stepped forward, appearing frequently to reassure both officials and the populace with his calm demeanor. He appointed Prince Wu, Mu Rongchui, as the envoy with the authority to command military forces, and entrusted General Fu Yin to lead 20,000 troops across the river to intimidate the forces in Hunan. Due to the young emperor's minority, the Empress Dowager, from the Hu clan, was able to participate in governance. Her character was harsh, and she held a disdain for Mu Rongchui, refusing to employ him significantly. The Grand Tutor, Mu Rongping, a veteran of the Western court, was valiant and skilled in battle, but was also known for his greed, cunning, and self-interest. It was entirely reliant on Mu Rongke's mediation that the major affairs of the court were discussed with Mu Rongping, while military matters were entrusted to Mu Rongchui, thereby barely stabilizing the disjointed leadership of Yin. Upon receiving news of Fu Yan's southern expedition, Wang Ningzhi departed from Jiankong with Xie Daoyun and the two brothers, returning to Luoyang. To fortify the two brothers, Wang Ningzhi opted for horseback travel rather than by water. Along the way, Wang Huizhi lamented incessantly, complaining of pain in his hands, thighs, and back, requiring frequent breaks. Although Wang Chaozhi was also inexperienced in long-distance riding, he gritted his teeth and endured, refraining from complaints. Xie Daoyun, having had prior experience, fared much better than the two brothers, a smile evident even beneath her veil. In exasperation at his youngest brother's antics, Wang Ningzhi firmly tied him to his horse and brought him to Shouchuan, where Xie An and Xie An were stationed, allowing the group an opportunity to meet them. Upon reaching the outskirts of Shouchuan, Wang Ningzhi graciously allowed his brother a moment to compose himself before leading the horse into the city. However, their limping gait piqued Xie An's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What has happened to Xiu and Zizhong?" Wang Ningzhi remained unfazed, explaining that the hurried journey had left them slightly unwell but would improve with rest. Xie An expressed surprise, questioning whether Uncle Ping intended to take them to Luoyang. Zizhong will head to Luoyang, while Ziyu will take a detour to Luoyang and decide for himself whether to stay. Wang Huizhi muttered under his breath, "Only a fool would choose to remain." Xie An, dressed in elegant attire befitting a prominent official, bore no visible distinction from his days of engaging in idle discourse in the capital. Upon noticing a few younger acquaintances, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Ningzhi did not seek him out but turned to Xie An with a query. "Have there been any reports from the northern front regarding the Yin forces crossing the river to march south?" "Daily updates arrive," Xie An replied. "The 20,000 Yin troops briefly stationed in Xinjiang have since ventured southward but made no offensive moves and retreated." He was well informed about the situation in the northern borders. Wang Ningzhi felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this, remarking with a smile, "It seems they merely came to intimidate us. The Yin people are also wary of us taking advantage of their mourning period to launch a northern campaign." Xie An concurred, affirming that peace would likely prevail in Hunan for some time. Wang Ningzhi, concerned about what was to come next, interjected, "The court is currently deliberating on the governance of Shirvo and Yinzhou. This matter is rather delicate. Taking too large a step could easily provoke the Yin army, while dawdling would squander a prime opportunity. We must deliberate carefully." Xie An glanced at him, instantly grasping Wang Ningzhi's thoughts. He shook his head and refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Wang Huizhi had engaged in conversation with Xie An. Being kindred spirits, their exchange was lively and spirited, one forgetting his pain and the other oblivious to his high status, unconcerned that those who came did not discuss state affairs with him. After several days in Shouchuan, Wang Ningzhi sought counsel from Xie An on various matters concerning the governance of the populace. He intended to select another site for management between Luoyang and Luoyang to further expand the population. Xie An, though languid, was always eager to assist the younger generation with their inquiries. Upon departing Shouchuan, Wang Ningzhi temporarily left his two younger brothers behind. Taking a boat upstream along the Ying River, and after passing through Xuchang, he switched to horseback to reach Luoyang. The court's orders had long been issued, appointing Lu Dexiu as the chief clerk of Hunan. Wang Ningzhi provided a brief introduction to the group before allowing Lu Dexiu and Wang Chao to proceed with the transfer of duties. While he ascended the city tower with Xie Daoyun and Wang Huizhi. Presently, Luoyang County boasted over 800 households, which, by ordinary standards, could still be considered a small county. However, in the region north of the Huai River, the population was already quite substantial. Of course, in Wang Huizhi's view, this county town was lamentably small, hardly worthy of mention. As they walked along, observing much, Wang Ningzhi inquired, "What thoughts have you gathered?" Wang Huizhi pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting, "The people are impoverished, and life is unbearable." "Why is this so?" Wang Huizhi spoke even more softly. "The Hu people are rampant, and the court has relocated southward." Wang Ningzhi smiled and asked, "Do you know why I insisted on bringing you along? Is it because I am idle?" "No," Wang Ningzhi replied, patting his carefree brother. "You may be unproductive, and the family can still support you. But you must understand that this is not how things ought to be." Wang Huizhi remained silent, looking somewhat bewildered. "You are naturally unruly, and I find no fault in that. You need not aspire to officialdom. However, I cannot accept you wandering aimlessly in the capital, neglecting your appearance and the affairs of the world. Fan Ning, whom you brothers dismissed previously, approached me later. Though young, he is determined to revive Confucianism and intends to establish a school and teach. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly assist him. But what of you? You have an affinity for metaphysics, and while I am not entirely content with that, I have never opposed it. Yet, metaphysics cannot merely be a whimsical endeavor. A mere flick of the whisk suffices. Ji Zhongsan and Ruan Buping have left behind literary legacies. What do you intend to leave behind?" Wang Huizhi fell silent. Xie Daoyun tugged at the increasingly agitated Wang Ningzhi, urging him to cease his discourse. Wang Ningzhi turned and patted Xie Daoyun's hand, signaling that he was in control, and added, "Among my brothers, you and Xiao Nu possess the most remarkable talents. To squander such potential is truly regrettable. Reflect on this thoroughly. I shall return to Luoyang first. You stay here to accompany Zizhong for a few more days." With that, he descended the city tower with Xie Daoyun. After walking a distance, Wang Ningzhi quietly inquired, "What do you think? Will my call have any effect?" Xie Daoyun glanced back, noticing that Wang Huizhi remained stationary atop the city tower. Wang Ningzhi quickly urged her, "Do not look, lest he discovers us. That would render our efforts futile." Xie Daoyun retorted, "Wang Lang is no longer a child. You speak too harshly. Although he is of considerable age, his maturity is lacking, and I have endured him for quite some time." The two continued their banter until they reached the county office, where they found Wang Xiaoji. He had just received a substantial pile of documents from Lu Dexiu and was now facing a throng of officials, utterly at a loss. Wang Ningzhi approached and greeted everyone with a smile. "Zizhong has just arrived. I hope you will extend your kindness to him." Many of the personnel at the Luoyang County office were appointed by him in the past, and they all chuckled. "Lord, you are being too modest." Wang Ningzhi reminisced with them for a while before requesting Lu Dexiu to guide Xiaoji in the coming days as he prepares to travel to Luoyang. Lu Dexiu readily agreed. After conveying these instructions, Wang Ningzhi took his brother aside at the entrance, advising, "There is no need to be anxious or rush to prove yourself. Take your time to explore, and if uncertain, send someone to find me." At his words, Wang Xiaoji nodded slightly, his hands clasped together, revealing his unease. After a moment's thought, Wang Ningzhi decided to leave Qijing behind, recognizing the boy's cleverness and potential to help his brother acclimate sooner. As he prepared to depart, he added, "The mountains and rivers surrounding Luoyang are quite beautiful. Zio should take some time to explore, send a few people to accompany him. If he intends to go to Luoyang, let Qijing lead a group with him." Wang Xiaoji, somewhat fearful of his brother's departure, reluctantly escorted him to the city gate. Wang Ningzhi, with a nonchalant wave of his hand, did not look back as he gallantly rode away. Chapter 49. The selection of a new city site. The construction of Jinyong City has reached a bottleneck. The current external circumstances dictate that this modest town can only serve as a military stronghold, rather than a habitable refuge for the populace, rendering further expansion largely meaningless. In this context, Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by Xie Daoyun, explored the picturesque landscape south of Luoyang, ultimately selecting the relatively intact Fulia County, present-day northeast of Song County, Luoyang. Originally named Luhan, the county was inundated during the early Western Jin period due to flooding from the Yishui River. prompting the relocation of the county seat and the subsequent renaming to Fuliu County. As chaos engulfed the Central Plains, this region, being in proximity to Luoyang, was not spared from turmoil. Various factions ebbed and flowed, and the inhabitants of this small town fled westward, leaving the county seat desolate. Wang Ningzhi's choice was also influenced by geographical advantages. The Yishui River flows through here, merging into the Luo River, thus facilitating the transport of goods. The county seat is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, making it conducive for defense. As long as Luoyang stands, this place will serve as a secure stronghold. Should adversaries approach, the people can retreat into the mountains, with Nanyang to the south as an escape route. After selecting the site, the two journeyed north along the Yishui River, passing by the Yik, also known as Longmen. As Wang Ningzhi gazed at the barren cliff faces on either side, he felt a moment of disorientation. Xie Daoyun, having immersed herself in the beauty of the landscapes these past few days, approached him, tilting her head in curiosity and inquiring. "What are you contemplating?" Wang Ningzhi pursed his lips, uncertain whether to feel regret. Had the Central Plains been preserved, the Northern Way might never have arisen, and thus, the Longmen grottos would not have come into existence. "I have dreamt of this place, where the cliffs are adorned with countless caves housing various Buddha statues. You do not strike me as a believer. How could you dream of such things?" Xie Daoyun queried, intrigued. Wang Ningzhi returned to the present, chuckling. "Perhaps I was a Buddha in my past life." "Do not speak nonsense," Xie Daoyun chided. But then, as if recalling something, she asked, "Weren't you a believer before? Why do you seem to have lost faith now?" Wang Ningzhi did not answer directly but defended himself by referencing Lu Tabong's missionary work. "How could I lack faith? I am, after all, a priest for the faithful in Jinyong City." He recounted the events from the recent construction period. Xie Daoyun was not easily swayed. This matter had troubled her for some time, and she continued to press. "You have indeed abandoned your beliefs, Haven Tiyu?" Wang Ningzhi scratched his head, conceding. "I suppose so. I have too many responsibilities to attend to. It seems you are indifferent toward everything mysticism, Taoism, Buddhism. None of these receive your diligence." Xie Daoyun expressed her dissatisfaction. While serving as an official is indeed arduous, one must not neglect scholarly pursuits. Wang Ningzhi could not help but laugh. "Will such knowledge aid me in governing the populace or defending against barbarian incursions?" Xie Daoyun, irked by his evasive response, retorted, "Being an official is one thing, and scholarly pursuits are another. They cannot be conflated." Wang Ningzhi quickly pleaded for mercy. "I do study. Just recently, I discussed Confucianism with Fan Wuzi. Once Luhan is established, I plan to invite him to teach." This piqued Xie Daoyun's curiosity. How old is he to be qualified for such a role? This is not Jiangnan. There are hardly any literate commoners here, and it is a considerable waste of talent for him to teach. Wang Ningzhi smiled and said, "I have great faith in him. He possesses both capability and determination." "Since when did you come to admire Confucianism?" "I was unaware," Xie Daoyun replied with some skepticism. Wang Ningzhi, with a sense of pride, remarked, "Am I not studying the intellects? Does that not count?" Although the study of classics had waned during the Han Dynasty and was supplanted by metaphysics from the Wei and Jin periods, the classics of Confucianism, having originated from both Confucian and Taoist traditions, remain essential reading in this era. Xie Daoyun, somewhat dismissive, questioned, "Who knows if you truly read them? You go over them repeatedly, yet I see no insights from you." Wang Ningzhi pointed to his head, stating, "All my insights are contained within." Noticing Xie Daoyun's inquisitive demeanor, he voluntarily continued, "For instance, I was just contemplating the conversation where Zhigung inquired about governance, and Confucius replied, 'Sufficient food, sufficient arms, and the people's trust.'" He also emphasized the importance of trust, saying, "Since ancient times, all have met their demise, yet without trust, the people cannot stand." Xie Daoyun nodded. "And what of this passage? The reasoning is sound, yet the common folk may not accept it." As Wang Ningzhi ran off, he laughed heartily. "Without food or security, why would the people trust you?" With such absurd reasoning, Xie Daoyun felt exasperated and chose to ignore him. Upon returning to Jinyong City, unexpectedly, Wang Huizhi arrived. Wang Ningzhi circled around the fifth brother, exclaiming, "I thought that in my absence, you would have fled back to Jinkong." Wang Huizhi had been there for 2 days. Having thoroughly explored the once bountiful city of Luoyang, now reduced to a wasteland, and he complained, "You all go off to enjoy the mountains and rivers without waiting for me." The brothers spoke their minds. One had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, while the other was relentless in his retorts. Wang Ningzhi inquired, "So, do you plan to stay and play for a few days, or shall I arrange for someone to send you back?" "Now that I am here, I shall rest for a few more days. There is no rush to return, Wang Huizhi replied, elegantly flicking his long sleeves, maintaining the demeanor of a scholar. I shall not impose on your hospitality without contributing. If there is anything you require of me, do say so. Wang Ningzhi looked at him earnestly, emphasizing that one must approach work with seriousness without lamenting hardships or abandoning tasks midway. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Wang Huizhi turned away, stating, "Arrange everything and inform me tomorrow." Wang Ningzhi chuckled joyously behind him. Xie Daoyun whispered, "What do you plan to have him do?" This required careful consideration. Wang Ningzhi's smile swiftly transformed into a frown. It could not involve menial or arduous tasks, but rather something he was skilled at. Xie Daoyun, her mind racing, suggested, "Why not have him explain the Tao Te Ching to the followers?" "No," Wang Ningzhi immediately rejected the idea. "I intend to impart Confucian classics in the city. I cannot allow him to preach as well." Xie Daoyun sat up, hands braced on the table. Then what else can he do? Wang Ningzhi imitated her posture, feigning ignorance of any skills. Thus, the next day, Wang Huizhi became the clerk responsible for document registration. It is impossible that he knows nothing. At the very least, he can write, and he does so quite well. The calligraphy, a family legacy from the Sage of Letters, is possessed by Ningzhi in its essence, Huizhi in its charm, Shaozi in its form, and Xianji in its source. However, the common folk were not well versed in calligraphy. The information to be recorded pertained to matters such as land reclamation and family member details, requiring no embellishment. Merely a faithful transcription would suffice. By midday, Guijing, who had been stealthily observing for the entire morning, approached to report the situation. Wang Ningzhi was somewhat taken aback. Had he truly managed to hold on until now before relinquishing his duties? No, that was not the case, Guijing chuckled, stating that it was time for lunch, and they would continue in the afternoon. Unable to remain idle, Wang Ningzhi personally made his way to the government office for an inspection. Wang Huizhi, brimming with self-satisfaction, exhibited a rather unrefined posture, one leg crossed over the other, while he admired the documents in hand. Was this affair truly so intriguing? Wang Ningzhi found himself questioning his own judgment as he snatched the document to scrutinize it. Yet, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. Wang Huizhi leaned back against the writing table, asserting that some were acquiring land, others were welcoming new family members, and some were celebrating marriages, all joyous occasions worth recording. So, it was thus. It appeared that the fifth brother was not beyond redemption, but rather, he simply lacked exposure to the world. Chapter 50. The Contest of Confucianism, Taoism. In legalism, however, on the following day, Wang Ningzhi assigned his brother a new task. The matter of documenting official documents was not a daily occurrence. And once the novelty wore off, this proud scion of a noble family would undoubtedly grow impatient. Wang Ningzhi instructed him to accompany the newly arrived Lu Deshio to familiarize himself with government affairs, as well as to experience another facet of the common people's lives. In Jinyong City, the population was not particularly large, with soldiers and civilians being roughly equal in number. Lu Deshio was tasked with managing all matters outside of military responsibilities. The incoming refugees in Jinyong City were of diverse backgrounds. Some came seeking land, others for security, and still others merely for the relief rations. When people gathered around the fire for warmth and shared thin porridge, all seemed well. However, as some began to cultivate land and reap harvests, while others enlisted and received military pay, and yet others engaged in small trades to earn a little money, there remained those who still subsisted on meager rations. The populace does not fear scarcity, but rather inequality. Even if such inequality has its own reasons, it remains intolerable. Among the refugees who managed to survive in harsh conditions, there were naturally those with fiery tempers, leading to an increasing number of conflicts within the city. These issues should have erupted the previous year, but were temporarily subdued by the military affairs of the Wild King and the doctrines enforced by Liu Taobang. However, with the retreat of the Yin army at the beginning of the year, tensions began to escalate once more. This was also the reason Wang Ningzhi had transferred Lu Deshio to the city. Wang Huizhi accompanied Lu Deshio in handling official matters for a time, but the cheerful mood of the previous day evaporated quickly, leading him to leave early and return to complain to Wang Ningzhi. How can my brother still promote such a tyrannical official like Lu? Wang Ningzhi, observing his brother's agitated demeanor, inquired with interest, what makes him a tyrant? Punishing minor offenses with both beatings and fines seems excessively harsh. Wang Huizhi, still seething, retorted that the survival of the refugees was arduous, and they should be treated with compassion. And how do you propose we handle this? Wang Ningzhi asked. Return their belongings. Allow him to reflect in solitude. If that seems insufficient, having him repair 100 paces of road would suffice. How could one resort to punishment first? Upon hearing this, Wang Ningzhi glanced at Lu Taobang, who had returned to his side, and shook his head, saying, "You truly believe I am a ritualist?" Wang Huizhi was referring to Lu Taobang's previous method of handling disputes, which dictated that, according to the doctrines of the 5 pecks of rice sect, those who committed offenses should be lightly punished with tasks such as repairing roads, and only severely punished after 3 instances of leniency. Such a doctrine could only be adhered to by the most devout of followers. Unconvinced, Wang Huizhi argued that such trivial disputes over property should not warrant punishment. And he persisted in his contention. The people labor tirelessly, they deserve a moment of respite. To cherish this land is to ensure the well-being of its inhabitants. Do you not agree, brother? This sentiment was derived from the Book of Songs, implying that the common people work hard and should be allowed to rest, as their welfare leads to stability and prosperity. Before Wang Ningzhi could respond, Xie Daoyun interjected from behind. A lenient governance leads to complacency among the people. When complacency arises, it must be corrected with severity. When severity prevails, the people suffer. When they suffer, leniency must be applied. Leniency and severity must complement each other. Governance is rooted in harmony. This principle, derived from the Zhuozhuan, encapsulates Confucius' philosophy of statecraft, emphasizing the need for a balance between compassion and strictness in governing the populace. Wang Huizhi, unafraid of debate, immediately countered. How can one apply severity without first establishing leniency? Wang Ningzhi interrupted the two with a smile, asserting that governance should be based on law rather than mere literary pursuits. What you propose is less significant than the doctrines themselves. Although the doctrines may be vague, at least they provide a framework to follow. The discussion between Xie Daoyun and Wang Huizhi reverted to a purely theoretical level. Brother, your assertion is flawed. You are not a lowly official. How can you be constrained by regulations? Wang Huizhi felt that his elder brother was merely dismissing him. This is the Eastern Jin Dynasty. There are not so many rigid rules, and the officials possess considerable autonomy in determining guilt. Xie Daoyun was equally dissatisfied, questioning why the implementation of Confucianism was being overshadowed by the law. Wang Ningzhi found himself somewhat exasperated, as the Jin legal system emphasized a combination of ritual and law. Integrating Confucian etiquette into legal statutes, essentially, the law became infused with Confucian principles, both rituals and laws holding legal efficacy. Engaging in further debate seemed futile. One should first observe the public's reaction before passing judgment on what is superior or inferior. Lacking support, Wang Huizhi left, disgruntled, to seek out Lu Dixio. Only Wang Ningzhi remained in the hall when Xie Daoyun emerged from behind the curtains, inquiring, "Everyone has come to Luoyang seeking refuge and sustenance. Do you not worry about losing the people's trust with your approach?" "I am more concerned about their disappointment," Wang Ningzhi patiently explained to his wife. When Emperor Gaozu of Han entered the Guangzhou region, he abolished the harsh policies of the Qin dynasty and established the 3 provisions, yet it was not long before it evolved into the 9 provisions. Do you know why? Xie Daoyun, well-versed in history, promptly replied. The 3 provisions were insufficient to deter treachery. Indeed, the same reasoning applies today, Wang Ningzhi chuckled. Times change, and so do the people. Laws cannot remain static. Xie Daoyun disagreed, believing that Wang Ningzhi's rapid changes would be difficult for the populace to accept. Observing her demeanor, Wang Ningzhi recognized that Xie Daoyun had not been persuaded, but rather chose not to interfere with his decisions. Thus he refrained from further argument. "Once I complete my current tasks, I will take you to explore the city. If you still believe I am wrong, I shall amend my ways as you suggest." "How does that sound?" Xie Daoyun huffed, expressing her skepticism. "I assure you, I too am navigating these waters cautiously. Let the facts speak for themselves." Wang Ningzhi spoke truthfully. Not only did he lack understanding, but even if he did, the contemporary perspective on rule of law was irrelevant in this era. Moreover, the unique circumstances of Jinyong City defied conventional judgment. Xie Daoyun scrutinized him with a curious expression. "Are you inviting me to partake in political affairs?" "Not quite." "Consider it me seeking your assistance," replied Wang Ningzhi, not yet rash enough to overstep the boundaries of the times. Xie Daoyun nodded in approval, finding this arrangement more agreeable. Although she was intelligent, she was still influenced by the constraints of her era, and if asked to engage in governance, she might hesitate. Wang Ningzhi's current focus was on the restoration of Luhan County City. He planned to allocate personnel from both Jinyong City and Luoyang County to address the dilapidated walls and collapsed buildings. followed by constructing fortifications in the mountains to secure the vital routes and monitor the western chain. Establishing these foundations was essential for gradually rallying the displaced populace to migrate there. The primary value of Jinyong City lay in its function as a military stronghold. The current peace is undoubtedly ephemeral. After the burial of Murongjun by the former Yan, it is certain that they will not passively observe the expansion of the Jin to the north. Meanwhile, the former Qin is flourishing, with Wang Ming successfully managing domestic affairs. And they will not remain confined to the Guangzhou region. The northern territories of Liang and Dai, along with the relatively minor Qiuqi, are temporarily set aside. The struggle for supremacy among the three kingdoms of Qin, Jin, and Yin has already been established. On the surface, the Eastern Jin does not appear to be at a disadvantage. However, the rise of nomadic tribes typically coincides with their most vigorous phase. Presently, the Eastern Jin finds itself embroiled in internal power struggles, thus lacking unity in confronting external threats. Consequently, despite dominating the entire Jiangnan region, the Eastern Jin is, in fact, being suppressed by the fragmented northern forces. Chapter 51. The crime of theft. The construction of Luhan City commenced in the late spring of this year, with Wang Ningzhi dispatching Jiang Shun to oversee the project. In addition to the county town, fortifications were also to be erected on the adjacent Tianqi mountain to monitor the movements of the Di people to the west. However, at present, the former Qin had seized control of Hanga Pass, and their intention to assault Luoyang meant that their army could emerge from the pass directly onto the northern bank of the Luo River, approaching the city of Jinyong without the need to traverse the southern mountain routes. After the upheaval in the north, the 8 passes of Luoyang lost their strategic purpose. Whether during the warlord's occupation or the brief reclamation by the Eastern Jin, the rulers of Luoyang lacked sufficient military strength to fortify the 8 passes. The situation remained unchanged under Wang Ningzhi's command. The Hangu Pass was firmly in the hands of the Qin. While he aspired to fortify Mingjin Pass to the north and Hulao Pass to the east to thwart incursions by the Yin, yet he found himself lacking the necessary power. Having arranged for the construction, Wang Ningzhi was discussing with Xie Daoyun about taking a stroll when Guijing entered to report that He Kanjun was outside seeking an audience. Appearing rather urgent, Wang Ningzhi exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Daoyun and gestured for her to wait a moment as he inquired about the matter. Xie Daoyun smiled and gracefully stepped behind the screen. Since joining Wang Ningzhi, He Wu had primarily been responsible for the daily management of soldiers within the city, having only once provided military support to Ping'an County. While his performance did not shine as brightly as Shenjin's, who had seen more battle, he had committed no significant errors, earning Wang Ningzhi's satisfaction. Upon He Wu's entrance, Wang Ningzhi welcomed him with a smile, urging him to forego formalities and asking, "What is you in such a flurry?" He Wu hurried forward but hesitated, opening his mouth as if struggling to find the right words. Wang Ningzhi waited patiently for him to gather his thoughts. After clearing his throat, He Wu clasped his hands and said, "Captain of the Scouts, Zhang Yuji's brother. Zhang De has been accused of stealing from the tent of the Western Zhang. Lu Zhibu has pronounced a death sentence according to the law. But Captain Zhang has expressed a willingness to atone for his brother's crime with military merit, with General Shen supporting his plea." Wang Ningzhi furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is the current situation?" He Wu replied, "Both sides are still in dispute, and many citizens and soldiers are gathered to watch." He paused, then fell silent. Wang Ningzhi tapped on the table before him, commanding, "Go convey my orders, let them disperse, and apprehend the individuals involved." He Wu complied and left. Xie Daoyun emerged from behind the screen, observing Wang Ningzhi's troubled expression, and asked, "Aren't you going to address this matter?" "Not yet, just a moment," he replied. As Xie Daoyun prepared to inquire further, a figure burst in like the wind, exclaiming, "Brother, you must speak to Lu Zhibu." Wang Ningzhi slammed his hand on the table, causing the inkstone to leap. Only then did Wang Huizhi notice his brother's displeasure and hurriedly greet both him and his sister-in-law in a subdued manner. Wang Ningzhi stood and fixed his gaze upon him. Sneering, "Just now, He Kanjun hesitated to speak, leading me to suspect your involvement. Pray tell, how did you assist me in adjudicating this case?" Lu Deshio was not the magistrate but merely acted on behalf of Wang Ningzhi in the legal proceedings. Ultimately, it was Wang Ningzhi, as the magistrate, who would finalize the judgment before submitting it to the capital for approval. Since the Han Dynasty, the death penalty had required imperial consent. Wang Huizhi remained oblivious to his missteps, murmuring, "A few curtains amount to no more than 10 pieces of cloth. How could it warrant the death penalty?" According to the law, a guard who steals 5 pieces faces severe punishment, while a common thief who pilfers 10 pieces is also met with capital punishment. Wang Huizhi was indeed unaware of this, yet he did not concern himself with it. The curtains were still intact, and they could be returned. General Shun had also mentioned that Captain Zheng had repeatedly achieved military merits, which could mitigate his transgressions. Wang Ningzhi laughed lightly, questioning, how can one mitigate a crime? Did Zheng Yu steal? No, but Captain Zheng was willing to take the blame for his brother, embodying the ideals of brotherly respect and support. Shouldn't that be recognized and upheld? Very well, Wang Ningzhi remarked. If I err in the future, let the court take your head. Wang Huizhi gaped in astonishment. Disregarding his unreliable brother, Wang Ningzhi declared, you shall reflect here and contemplate your mistakes until my return. You are not to leave. With that, he strode out. Wang Huizhi dared not speak further and cast a pleading glance at his sister-in-law. Xie Daoyun stifled a laugh, nodding slightly, and hurried after Wang Ningzhi. Upon noticing her approach, Wang Ningzhi halted. I shall first attend to this matter. We will converse later. Xie Daoyun gestured toward Wang Huizhi, softly advising, there is no need for such anger. At least include him in the discussion to clarify matters. Wang Ningzhi had already made up his mind. Do not concern yourself with him. I will address the issue upon my return. He genuinely left the residence, as most citizens resided in the new city, where Ludicio typically conducted his business. Xie Daoyun turned to see her foolish brother-in-law standing idly, wearing an expression of helplessness. I have tried my best, but it was in vain. You should wait for him to return, she said. Wang Huizhi sat down on the ground, dejected. Wang Ningzhi found Ludicio and listened attentively as he detailed the case. The evidence was conclusive, leaving little room for discussion. Lu, the scribe, had rendered a fair judgment today. Wang Ningzhi affirmed the situation, adding, my younger brother has acted rashly. I beg your understanding. As he spoke, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Ludicio readily declined, stating, I dare not say otherwise. Zio is naturally carefree. What fault is there in that? Wang Ningzhi shook his head with a sigh. He should learn from the scribe, yet he behaves so rudely. It is my failure to discipline him adequately. Ludicio, eager to shift the topic, remarked, General Shun has some concerns that require your intervention. I shall seek him out shortly. Zheng Yu's family is essentially under his care, and the scribe understands his sentiments. Wang Ningzhi wished to avoid discord among his subordinates. Ludicio chuckled. My duty is fulfilled. How matters are resolved rests entirely with you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Ningzhi returned to the governor's mansion and summoned Shenjin and Zheng Yu. The two arrived promptly, accompanied by two children who appeared to be just over 10 years old. After exchanging pleasantries, Zheng Yu spoke first. Your Excellency, my elder brother was momentarily confused. He now recognizes his error and is willing to compensate doubly. He compelled the two children to kneel before Wang Ning, continuing, my elder brother has two young sons. I implore the esteemed lord to show mercy and spare my brother's life. Wang Ning remained silent, directing his gaze towards Shenjin. Shenjin interjected. Since Zheng Yu joined the army, he has repeatedly placed himself in peril to gather intelligence. After the Battle of Xingyang, it was he who rescued General Deng. Wang Ning dismissed these words, ordering the two children to leave before questioning. The verdict ultimately rests in my hands. What rationale do you have for troubling Lu Zhu? Zhang Yu dared not speak. While Shenjin whispered in defense, Lu Zhu's decisions have never been countermanded by the esteemed lord. We are merely concerned, which is why. He hesitated as he observed Wang Ning's expression darkening. Is concern a justification for disrupting the scribe's duties? Wang Ning retorted angrily. The military is distinct from the civilian realm. We all have our roles to play. Do you believe that Jinyong City cannot function without you? Shenjin and Zhang Yu hastily prostrated themselves, repeatedly asserting their unworthiness. Wang Ning, still seething with anger, was discontented that they dared to interfere with the scribe's proceedings, causing a ruckus throughout the city, and now they had the audacity to approach me with talk of merit. Do they think I am kind-hearted and will not resort to violence? Chapter 52. A step forward, the two men lay motionless on the ground, too fearful to utter a word. Wang Ningzhi was genuinely infuriated. Initially, the case adjudicated by Ludicio could have been resolved with a more lenient approach, perhaps demoting the punishment to exile or hard labor, a decision that would have been widely accepted. However, the situation had escalated dramatically, with his trusted aides creating a scene before both the citizens and soldiers, and his own brother entangled in the chaos. To handle it any further would imply that the instigator had a legitimate grievance. After venting his frustration, Wang Ningzhi's mood slightly calmed. Do you know what the priority should be now? He inquired. Shenjin, not lacking in intelligence, quickly responded, we should go and apologize to Lu Zhu. Then off you go, Wang Ningzhi retorted curtly, urging the two to leave. Shenjin immediately rose, dragging the reluctant Zheng Yu along as they exited. Wang Ningzhi made his way to the inner hall, where he found Wang Huizhi lost in thought. "Did you hear everything? Speak your mind," he prompted. The first time witnessing his elder brother in such a rage left Wang Huizhi somewhat bewildered. He lowered his head and spoke softly. "Elder brother, I should have focused on my studies. I should not have overstepped my bounds or argued in front of Lu Zhu." Raising his head, he declared, "A mistake is a mistake. There is no need for fear." Wang Huizhi straightened his neck, though he still dared not meet his brother's gaze. Wang Ningzhi seated himself before him and softened his tone. "What is your assessment of the others involved in this matter?" "Lu Zhu is principled and unyielding." Wang Huizhi pondered aloud. Captain Zheng was flustered and lost control, while General Shen shielded his subordinate, overstepping his authority. "You overlooked the matter of Yi Kanjun, who came to inform me." Wang Ningzhi recounted the incident involving He Wu. Wang Huizhi smirked disdainfully. "Yi Kanjun was not present to dissuade anyone. Instead, he rushed to you to report, yet he dared not mention me. That is the behavior of a petty person." Wang Ningzhi chuckled. "Is that so? Yet, he is the one I am most pleased with in this affair. Elder brother, do not be deceived by such a person. He clearly seeks to see his superiors falter, intending to ascend in their stead," Wang Huizhi asserted, growing increasingly agitated. Wang Ningzhi smiled with a hint of satisfaction. "That will suffice. Return and rest. Save this question for tomorrow when you consult Lu Zhu, and remember to acknowledge your mistakes and offer your apologies." Wang Huizhi uncharacteristically agreed with sincerity. Upon returning to his chamber, Xie Daoyun curiously inquired about the events that unfolded. Wang Ningzhi recounted everything in detail. "So you believe Yi Kanjun is the most loyal to you?" Xie Daoyun quickly formed her judgment. Wang Ningzhi nodded. "To some extent, yes. However, given his position, approaching me was indeed the most prudent choice. Shinjin was his superior, Zhang Yu served alongside him in the military, and Lu Dixio held greater esteem than he did. If Yi Kanjun intended to persuade anyone, it would necessitate a collective approach to Wang Ningzhi. However, such a statement would only lead to resentment and further awkwardness." "What issues does Lu Zhu possess?" Xie Daoyun queried in confusion. Wang Ningzhi replied with a smile, in essence, "I hope Lu Zhu will clearly recognize that the power of judgment resides with me, rather than engaging in disputes with Shinjin and the others." Xie Daoyun felt that he was being overly fastidious. Matters under her purview naturally required clarity. How could one simply defer to superiors upon the slightest doubt? Wang Ningzhi refrained from further elaboration, acknowledging that everyone harbors self-interest. For instance, although he had reprimanded Shinjin and Zheng Yu, he still intended to spare Zheng Da's life. Lu Dixio was well aware of this nuance, which was why he dared to argue with them despite the circumstances. The following day, rejuvenated, Wang Huizhi sought out Lu Dixio once more, somewhat sheepishly stating, "Regarding yesterday's events, Huizhi may have overstepped. I beg your forgiveness, Master Clerk." Lu Dixio, hesitant to accept his apology, hurriedly replied, "Disagreements in political matters are quite common." Wang Huizhi acknowledged with a soft then inquired, "I mentioned to my elder brother that Yi Kanjun harbors ulterior motives. He believes quite the opposite. What is your perspective, Master Clerk?" Lu Dixio paused, awkwardly responding, "Yi Kanjun is indeed motivated by public interest, as the Lord has rightly said." Wang Huizhi, though innocent, was not naive. He quickly discerned that his question was somewhat misplaced and thus chose to remain silent, calmly observing the documents at hand. After enduring a lengthy wait until noon, Wang Huizhi, anxious yet sluggish, returned to the governor's residence, confronting his elder brother with a scowl. "You've taken advantage of me, haven't you?" Quick to react. What did Master Clerk say? Wang Huizhi's displeasure was palpable. What could he possibly say other than, "You were correct"? Xie Daoyun, unaware of the underlying context, blinked at Wang Ningzhi. Wang Ningzhi, smiling, explained to her, "Zio consulted Master Clerk, wondering why I do not perceive any issues with Yi Kanjun." Xie Daoyun found amusement in this, remarking, "What kind of elder brother are you?" putting him in such an awkward position. Wang Ningzhi's mischievous intent was to convey to Lu Dixio, through his somewhat foolish younger brother, that he disapproved of his methods. His objective was achieved. Yet Wang Huizhi appeared rather simple-minded. Hearing his sister-in-law's comments only fueled Wang Huizhi's ire, as he complained, "Indeed, it's too much. I cannot stay in Luoyang any longer. I shall return to the capital tomorrow." "You ought to return," Wang Ningzhi replied with a grin. "Having spent this time away, you've made some progress. Once back in Jiankong, reflect on what you wish to pursue. If I must leave, then so be it. I am no longer inclined to remain in this place." Wang Huizhi declared haughtily as he exited. In the ensuing days, Wang Ningzhi's subsequent arrangements unfolded. Shinjin led 1,000 men to Hulagwan for reconnaissance and repairs. Zheng Yi was demoted to a squad leader and reassigned to Tianqi Mountain for surveillance. Zhang De, guilty of theft, was dispatched to Xie An for military service, and he assumed command of Jinyang's defenses. A few days later, Wang Huizhi departed Jinyang City, returning to Jiankong. There was unanimous agreement that this matter had been settled. Xie Daoyun chose to remain, as the situation in Luoyang gradually stabilized and expanded into surrounding areas, providing her ample justification for staying. Wang Ningzhi was delighted to have her by his side, and thus allowed her to make her own choices. Away from the ostentation of Jiankong, the two found a sense of ease in the simplicity of Jinyang City, where, beyond their daily work, they had ample time to explore and enjoy the surroundings. At the suggestion of Huan Wen, Prince Sima Yu repeatedly confirmed that both the Qin and Yin states were preoccupied with internal affairs and quelling domestic rebellions, rendering any military action against Jin improbable. Consequently, the defenses of Yuzhou and Shuzhou were shifted northward to the banks of the Huai River. The garrisons in Qinjun, Chaojun, Peijun, Lanlingjun, and Donghejun were fortified, while the waterways surrounding several commanderies were cleared to ensure unobstructed access to the Huai River. Once the court mobilized, the displaced populace in the Huainan region gradually began their return northward, eager to reunite with their homeland, as few wished to endure the scorn of living in a foreign land. Seeing the hardships faced by the people during their relocation, Xie An and Xie An dispatched vessels to assist in transporting the refugees, with official ships traversing swiftly between the Huai River and its tributaries, gradually restoring the long-broken trust of the populace. Meanwhile, Jingzhou remained relatively stable, as Huan Wen's northern front was already established around the Nanyang area, with Luoyang lying further north. Following his defeat, Deng Xiao was relieved of his position as the governor of Jingling, and Huan Wen assigned him 2,000 troops to garrison at Mengjin Pass, allowing him the opportunity to redeem himself through service. Chapter 53. Following the incident of Zhang Da's theft, the atmosphere in Jinyang City significantly improved. The populace gradually awakened from their state of being displaced and came to realize the potential consequences of criminal behavior, such as the threat of execution. After Xinjin and Deng Xia stationed themselves at Hulao Pass and Mengjin Pass, the defenses of Luoyang were further fortified. However, due to the dwindling population in the Central Plains, raising an army remained a formidable challenge, rendering the situation somewhat precarious. The common folk were not akin to wild grass that could be easily cut down and would regrow abundantly the following year. The restoration of population was a gradual process. A city's demographic could not experience exponential growth overnight. Thus, when the northern tribes achieved victories, they often resorted to pillaging the populace to augment their territories, as this was the most straightforward and effective means of increasing their numbers. Huan Wen's two northern campaigns brought back many individuals to Jingzhou for resettlement. Whether for protection or to bolster his own strength, his intentions were not entirely unjustifiable. Wang Ningzhi lacked the capacity to raid the territories of former Qin and former Yin for their populace and could only attract citizens through land incentives. The renovation and restoration of Luhun County were progressing smoothly, having initially met the standards for habitation. As for further enhancements, those would naturally be resolved once the populace relocated. Standing outside Jinyang City, Wang Ningzhi conversed with Lu Dexiu as they awaited the arrival of a notable figure. The citizens entering and exiting the city gates were puzzled, unsure of the esteemed guest's identity. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage made its way through Luoyang, slowly approaching. Due to the expansion of Jinyang City and the repairs of Luhun City, much of Luoyang had been dismantled, leaving only the majestic palaces standing amidst a landscape of farmland. Succumbing to the passage of time, the carriage halted at the city gate, and a young scholar disembarked. After adjusting his attire, he stepped forward to pay his respects. Introducing himself as Fan Ning, the magistrate of Luhun County, Wang Ningzhi smiled as he grasped the young man's arm, exclaiming, "At last, you have arrived, Wuzi." Fan Ning meticulously completed his formalities and inquired, "Might this be Lu Zhubu?" "I, Fan Ning, pay my respects." Lu Dexiu was taken aback by the youthfulness of the newly appointed magistrate, but quickly reconciled this with his esteemed lineage, responding with a smile. "I am unworthy of such praise. I am indeed Lu Dexiu." Fan Ning's ancestry traced back to the renowned official Fan Gui of the Western Jin, who established the Fan clan of Shenyang. His family revered Confucianism and imperial authority, standing in stark contrast to the prevalent aristocratic politics of this era. Fan Ning's father, Fan Wang, was a former subordinate of Huan Wen, making it rather effortless for his son to assume the role of a mere county magistrate. Wang Ningzhi escorted Fan Ning into the city, providing insights into the developments in Luhan County. The restoration of the city walls was nearing completion, the roads had been cleared. And while the dwellings were temporarily neglected, they could be refurbished once the populace had relocated. Fan Ning politely nodded and inquired, "May I ask when Your Excellency intends to relocate the citizens?" Wang Ningzhi, already formulating plans in his mind, replied, "There is no rush. I have everything arranged. However, I do require a bit of assistance from Wuzi." Fan Ning halted, clasping his hands in respect, and said, "Your Excellency, please do instruct me." Wang Ningzhi, leading him toward the governor's office, replied with a smile, "It is but a minor matter. The majority of the townsfolk are displaced individuals, unfamiliar with Wang's benevolence. I would like to request your assistance in educating them through a few lessons." Upon hearing this, Fan Ning paused once more, stating, "Such matters of enlightenment cannot be considered trivial. I dare not commit without due consideration." Wang Ningzhi stood helplessly, asking, "Why do you hesitate? As the county magistrate, is it not your duty to enlighten the people?" "Indeed, yet enlightenment cannot be achieved merely through a few lectures. Hence, I cannot promise," he replied. This stubbornness, fixating on semantics, made Wang Ningzhi nod repeatedly. Yes, I misspoke. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Let us commence with teaching." Only then did Fan Ning agree, not refusing on account of his youth. Wang Ningzhi chose the square in front of the Taya Hall as the venue for the lessons. It was ideally situated with a palace on one side and fields on three, making it quite appropriate. The transition from farmer to imperial courtier was merely a matter of a few steps here. There were not many children in Jinyong City. But Wang Ningzhi was not establishing a school this time, so he did not impose strict requirements, inviting everyone, regardless of age or gender, to attend if they had the time. After 2 days of preparation, Fan Ning was ready to commence his inaugural class. The weeds in the square had been cleared, yet patches of moss remained visible between the stones. A few straw mats were laid out in the center. This was all there was for the classroom. Without hesitation, Fan Ning took a seat first, while Xie Daoyun, wearing a veil, sat beside Wang Ningzhi. The townsfolk gathered in small clusters at the edge of the square, curiously observing. Only a few children reluctantly sat in the center under the threat of their fathers, squirming uncomfortably and exchanging mischievous glances. Wang Ningzhi turned to glance at the crowd behind him and waved his hand, beckoning them to come closer. A few bold youths responded. Yet they remained a few meters away. Wang Ningzhi shook his head with a smile and said to Fan Ning, "Let us not wait any longer. Please begin, sir." Fan Ning nodded and commenced his lecture on the spring and autumn annals. He spoke in a fragmented manner, captivating his audience with tales from the Zhuan, elucidating the principles through the Gu Liangzhuan and Gong Yangzhuan, while infusing his own interpretations. When he reached the discussion of the nuances in the alliance between Gong and Zhu Yi, many in the crowd, unable to hear clearly from afar, instinctively moved closer. By the time he explained the circumstances surrounding Zheng Bo's conquest of Duan at Yan, a throng had gathered around him, some seated, others squatting. Yet all were silent and attentive. Why use coup? Because Duan had followers, it was no longer a mere brotherly conflict. The two sides were akin to warring states. Why refer to Duan and not brother? Because of a lack of respect for his elder. Wang Ningzhi listened intently as well. History is like a young maiden subject to interpretation, and so is Confucianism. A single spring and autumn annals can bear myriad interpretations, and the thoughts of the sages are long lost to us. Whoever delivers the lesson inevitably injects their own biases. Nearly 2 hours passed before Fan Ning concluded the first section, pertaining to the year of Duke Ying's reign. Noticing the time, Wang Ningzhi rose and said, "Let us conclude for today." "Thank you, sir." Fan Ning stood and returned the bow. The surrounding townsfolk expressed their gratitude with bows, yet some lingered, reluctant to disperse. Wang Ningzhi smiled and said, "Go about your business. Return tomorrow, but do not tire the teacher." With that, the crowd departed with smiles. Wang Ningzhi expressed his thanks once more, then gazed at the distant Tai Chi hall, reflecting. How many years has it been since the sound of reading was last heard here? Though it is said that education knows no boundaries, the manner of teaching today has proven ineffective. Fan Ning began his post-class reflection in earnest, asserting that instruction must commence with the young in order to yield tangible results. How could Wang Ning not be aware of this? He offered a wry smile, recognizing that it has been but a short while since Luoyang found stability, leaving few children available for instruction. Thus, the current efforts seemed merely a gesture, albeit better than nothing. After contemplating, Fan Ning nodded in agreement. acknowledging that the governor's dedication is indeed commendable. Presently, with metaphysical studies flourishing and the alternating influences of Taoism and Buddhism, the space for traditional Confucianism has been severely constricted. Scholars like Fan Ning have found themselves marginalized by the ruling aristocracy and are not held in high regard. On a positive note, the inclusion of Buddhist and Taoist philosophies has enriched the content of Confucianism. Yet, from another perspective, one must question, has this truly enhanced Confucianism? Chapter 54. Passing through Luoyang City upon returning home, Xie Daoyun felt a surge of excitement. Her knowledge stemmed from her family's education, and this was her first experience attending a public lecture in such a grand setting. Wang Ningzhi and Fan Ning, much like each other, were not entirely satisfied with the lecture's impact and felt a sense of melancholy. Observing their demeanor, Xie Daoyun approached and inquired, "Do you believe the common people cannot comprehend?" Rendering this arrangement futile, Fan Wuzi had invested considerable effort in making the spring and autumn annals accessible, and I believe the populace could grasp at least some of it. Then why do you appear so discontent? Wang Ningzhi replied earnestly, "It indicates my dissatisfaction with the status quo, as I aspire for loftier goals." Xie Daoyun dismissed his eccentric comment and mused aloud, "Let me think. It is not that the common folk are unable to comprehend, but rather you harbor ulterior motives, aiming to entice the populace to Luohan. Am I correct?" "Very close. Try again," he challenged. With furrowed brows, Xie Daoyun concentrated, her eyes blinking rapidly. Wang Ningzhi gently smoothed the furrow on her forehead, chuckling, "Indeed, I seek to attract the learned, not merely those who enjoy storytelling." Xie Daoyun pushed his hand away, remarking, "That is no easy task. Who among the erudite would wish to come here? Yet Fan Ning has come. While I cannot offer a position as county magistrate, there is still a role as an assistant official," Wang Ningzhi replied, shaking his head at his own suggestion. Xie Daoyun laughed, "A neglected small county. And even the common people have not arrived." Implicitly, she suggested that few would desire to serve as an assistant official in such a place. While the magistrate's position might be tolerable as a means of gaining experience, there is no such pathway for an assistant official. They lack the promotion opportunities. Regardless of the century, talent remains paramount, and Wang Ningzhi was truly exhausting every possible avenue. Fan Ning's daily lectures on the spring and autumn annals saw the common folk progress from merely observing to needing to secure seats in advance. Setting aside the effectiveness of the lectures, the spectacle was undeniably impressive. Most attendees regarded it as mere entertainment, with only a handful grasping the profound principles conveyed. A month later, Fan Ning departed with 500 households for Luohan, marking the conclusion of the lectures at Taiji Hall. The outcome, as Wang Ningzhi had stated, was somewhat better than nothing. However, seizing this opportunity, Wang Ningzhi established a rural academy within Jinyong City, admitting children aged 8 to 15. After Fan Ning's arrival in Luohan, his scholarly endeavors continued alongside his administrative duties, and his reputation gradually spread, at least making the people of Jiangnan aware of such a place in the Central Plains. When Wang Ningzhi's plan failed, he decided to pursue a route of fame, writing to invite Xie An to travel north, extolling the splendid scenery surrounding Luohan. Boarded Shochuan and currently unoccupied, Xie An gladly accepted the invitation. To Wang Ningzhi's surprise, Xie An accompanied him, nonchalantly departing his jurisdiction as the governor of Yuzhou alongside his brother. However, with Xie An's presence, it mattered little whether Xie An remained in Shochuan. If there were pressing matters, he would be better off absent. As the two brothers ventured forth, they naturally traveled north by boat along the Ying River. Wang Ningzhi and Xie Daoyun met them at the foot of Mount Song, leading them on an exploration of the majestic mountain. Certainly, there exists no Shaolin temple upon the mountain. Upon descending Songsan, the group took to their carriage towards Luoyang. Upon witnessing the palaces amidst the farmlands, Xie An was utterly astonished, inquiring, "Was it not a clamor for relocation back to Luoyang? How have you dismantled it thus?" "In truth, the relocation shall never occur. I am merely alleviating the court's burdens, effectively severing this fanciful aspiration," came the reply. The notion of moving was but a threat wielded by Huan Wen against the court. He himself dared not approach Luoyang, and the folk of Jinkong were even less inclined to do so. Xie An felt a pang of regret for the loss of Luoyang, a city that had thrived for 3 centuries, now reduced to naught. Throughout these 3 centuries, Luoyang endured considerable suffering, yet it was not at my hands that it vanished. Wang Ningzhi chuckled, distancing himself from the matter. If one seeks to understand the rise and fall throughout the ages, let them gaze upon Luoyang. The city has borne witness to the blood and tears of the late Eastern Han and Western Jin periods, with every inch of land steeped in sorrow. As the group traversed the remnants of the stone path, they arrived before the Taiji Hall. The dilapidated state of the Grand Hall rendered the visiting Xie brothers hesitant to step inside, prompting them to sigh in lamentation. Upon reaching the outskirts of Jinyong City, the Xie brothers drew the attention of the local populace. The inhabitants, unaccustomed to such distinguished figures, fair-skinned, exuding an exceptional demeanor, draped in voluminous garments, ambled leisurely with an air of natural ease, gazed in wonder. Wang Ningzhi guided them up the city tower, thus evading the peril of becoming embroiled with Wei Jie. Jinyong City, situated to the north against Mang Mountain, stands as a high point in Luoyang. From the tower, the view became more distinct. Aside from the palaces, only remnants of crumbling walls lay hidden within a sea of verdant greenery. Wang Ningzhi, a pragmatic individual, observed the flourishing crops, while the Xie brothers, being men of letters, were engulfed in a profound sense of melancholy. As they mourned the past and lamented the present, Wang Ningzhi did not forget to urge Xie An to emerge from his seclusion, for the land lay in tatters, the nation beset by calamity, and the populace impoverished. My safeguarding of Jinyong City is fraught with challenges. The revival of Luoyang's former splendor is a task that requires your esteemed presence. Xie An chuckled. Am I not in Shochuan? Is this not sufficient? Observing a slight thaw in Xie An's demeanor, Wang Ningzhi jested, for you. Your province remains a mere underutilization of your talents. You ought to ascend to the central authority. Xie An had heard such sentiments all too often. Yet his disposition was one of leisure and freedom. He found the current state quite satisfactory, with stability prevailing, and preferred to avoid stirring further troubles. Should he accept a central position, it would imply a redistribution of the court's power, greatly enhancing the Xie family's influence. Such matters were not trifling. Wang Ningzhi wished to elaborate further, but Xie An had already departed with Xie Wan. Jinyong City, being a fortress, offered little in terms of exploration. After spending a night, Wang Ningzhi accompanied them via boat to Luhan. Arriving without prior notice, they found Fan Ning engaged in lecturing. Xie An listened with keen interest from outside, nodding in agreement intermittently. Once the class concluded, Fan Ning emerged and noticed the gathering. Wang Ningzhi introduced him, and Fan Ning graciously acknowledged each one. Observing the few students present in the room, Xie An remarked, with your talents akin to those of Wuzi, imparting knowledge to these young minds here is a noble endeavor. Fan Ning humbly reciprocated the compliment. Wang Ningzhi, aware of Fan Ning's social reticence, interjected, I have duly noted your words, Sir Xie. I shall reference this during the next court evaluation. Xie An gestured towards Wang Ningzhi, expressing his regret at having accepted the invitation, suggesting that it lacked sincerity. Wang Ningzhi laughed heartily, assuring him that after witnessing the surrounding landscapes the next day, he would surely have no regrets. As they descended along the Yi River into the mountains, the highest peak among them was Jingshi Mountain, reputedly the place where the Taoist patriarch Laozi, also known as Li Er, once practiced, hence referred to as Daoyuan or the ancestral shrine, more commonly known as Laojun Mountain. It received this name only after Wei Qi Jingda of the Erfeng sect refurbished the Laojun temple. Currently, the Qin and Jin dynasties regard this mountain range as a boundary. Thus, the group did not venture deeply, merely observing from a distance before turning eastward to Mount Yao. Here, a shrine was established by Lu Lei, a descendant of Emperor Yao, in honor of his ancestor, giving the mountain its name and marking the origin of the Lu clan. The scenic beauty of the Jiangnan Mountains is indeed remarkable. However, it lacks the profound cultural heritage found in the Central Plains, where history can be felt with every step. Wang Ningzhi, having done his homework, proved to be a competent guide, leading the group through Mount Yao until they beheld Lushan County. Xie An pointed at Wang Ningzhi with a look of resignation, realizing the young man's excessive self-interest, as he had brought him along to support Wang's endeavors. Wang Ningzhi, growing ever more audacious, laughed it off, suggesting they take a break after a long walk to appreciate Zizhong and seek Xie Gong's guidance. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries at the city gate, a swift horse galloped in from the north, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 55, The Rising Smoke of War in the North. Upon seeing the scout approach, Wang Ningzhi squinted, his gaze sharpening as he stepped forward to await his arrival. The knight dismounted from his steed 10 meters away, briskly advancing to present a letter. Wang Ningzhi promptly opened it, revealing a brief note with sparse figures. Di Qin mobilizes 20,000 troops to attack Pingyang. The last time the Xinbei had besieged Zhongping, he had surrendered to the former Yan. Now, taking advantage of former Yan's demise, the former Qin sought to settle old scores. Pingyang County, present-day Linfen, Shaanxi, is separated from the northern region of Taiyuan by the Taiyue and Liang mountain ranges, yet it enjoys convenient access to the Guangzhong Plain. Thus, Fu Jian had dispatched the governor of Bingzhou, Fu Lu, to station at Puban, modern-day Yunqing, Shanxi, tasked with overseeing the northern Ping'an. The commander leading this expedition was none other than Fu Jian's cousin, the son of the former Qin king, Fu Jian. After reading the letter, Wang Ningzhi stood lost in thought. The conflict between Qin and Yin presented an opportunity for him. The onlookers, sensing the gravity of his affairs, refrained from interrupting. Standing by the city gate in wait, it was Xie Daoyun who, perceiving the moment, urged the somewhat dazed Wang Caozhi to escort their two uncles into the city while she remained behind to wait for Wang Ningzhi. Xie An, observing his niece, noted her evident transformation from before, sparking his curiosity. "Will Uncle Ping discuss official matters with you?" he inquired. Xie Daoyun hesitated, fearing that frankness might tarnish Wang Ningzhi's image. Yet, Xie An, having grasped the situation, chuckled. Such a Wang Lang is indeed a rarity. This remark playfully referenced the past, when he had expressed disbelief at the existence of someone like Wang Lang in the world. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xie Daoyun was unable to respond before Xie An followed Wang Caozhi into the city. Meanwhile, Wang Ningzhi had resolved to instruct the soldiers to return to Luoyang, notifying Shen Jin at Hulawin and Deng Xia at Mengjin to convene for a discussion. As he watched the soldiers mount their horses and depart, Wang Ningzhi turned back to find only Xie Daoyun remaining to await him, while her maid, Qingyang, and his attendant, Guijing, whispered behind them. "Trouble has arisen in the north. I must hasten back to Luoyang. Perhaps you could accompany your uncles for a few more days of exploration?" Wang Ningzhi proposed. Xie Daoyun quickly inquired, "Is it urgent? Shall I return with you?" "It is not pressing. It is merely the impending conflict between Qin and Yin. I must return to strategize," Wang Ningzhi replied candidly, never withholding information from her. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Daoyun deemed it inappropriate to rush back. "Please bid farewell to your uncles before you depart. I shall return a few days later." Wang Ningzhi, intending to consult Xie An, smiled. "Very well. I have matters to discuss with uncle." The two then proceeded to the county office, where Wang Caozhi and Fan Ning were seated opposite Xie An and Xie Wan. Wang Caozhi offered a few dry pleasantries before lapsing into silence, while Fan Ning responded only to Xie An's inquiries. Xie Wan appeared lost in thought, his eyes vacant, as if his spirit wandered afar. Upon entering, Wang Ningzhi drew their attention. "There are matters in Luoyang that require my immediate attention. I apologize for interrupting your leisure." Xie An answered on behalf of the group. "You may attend to your affairs. We too shall need to depart in a couple of days." With a hesitant expression, Wang Ningzhi clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xie An. "There is a matter I wish to consult you about, uncle." Xie An, having been summoned on numerous occasions, found his perception of Wang Lang transformed. With a sigh, he remarked, "Speak, for if you do not offer any insights, I would feel rather uncomfortable residing here." Wang Ningzhi complimented him, saying, "Uncle, you jest. My difficulties are but trifles to you." He then turned to Wang Chao and said, "May I borrow your study for a time?" Upon witnessing Wang Ningzhi's earnest demeanor, Xie An suppressed his playful spirit and followed him towards the study. After walking a short distance, Wang Ningzhi halted and beckoned to Xie Daoyun, saying, "You should join us to listen." Xie Daoyun sensed the barely concealed laughter on her uncle's serious face and retorted crossly, "Why call me to discuss serious matters?" Wang Ningzhi, perplexed by her response, awkwardly turned away and continued leading the way. Upon reaching the study, Wang Ningzhi first shared the intelligence he had received, then expressed his thoughts. "I wish to seize Hangu Pass while Qin and Yin are engaged in battle." Xie An was taken aback by his audacity, stating, "The court would never consent to such a proactive assault." Wang Ningzhi did not hide his disdain for the court, asserting, "Why must we seek their approval? Hangu Pass is the gateway to Luoyang. It is imperative that I reclaim it." During the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, Hangu Pass, which had previously defended against the Six Kingdoms' assault on Qin, was relocated to the eastern side of the Shaohan Ancient Path, significantly diminishing its strategic importance. This was because the Shaohan Ancient Path split into two routes, with Han Hangu Pass constructed along the northern route, blocking only one direction. Thus, towards the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Cao Cao, to prevent unrest in the western territories, built Tongguan to the west of the original site of Hangu Pass, establishing it as the eastern gate of the pass, where his fierce battle with Ma Chao took place. Xie An disagreed with Wang Ningzhi's reckless ambition, advising, "Hangu Pass holds little significance. At present, Tongguan is of utmost importance." Wang Ningzhi smiled wryly, fully aware of this truth. Tongguan could entirely seal off the Shaohan Ancient Path, while Hangu Pass could only block half of it. However, the critical issue was Hanggu Pass's proximity to Luoyang, merely 50 miles away, leaving Luoyang vulnerable to an impending siege without warning. To the Qin people, Hanggu Pass may not be crucial, yet for Luoyang it is of paramount importance. Presently, Luoyang is exposed to threats from the west. Once Hanggu Pass is reclaimed, the pressure from the northern front will diminish, allowing me to fortify the defenses along the southern line. After pondering this seriously, Xie An posed a pivotal question. Without the court's military support, do you have confidence in capturing Hanggu Pass? We have conducted reconnaissance on Hanggu Pass, and the Qin forces number merely 1,000, Wang Ningzhi patiently explained. Moreover, they have always underestimated us, with their focus diverted towards their conflict with Yan. If we prepare adequately, the opportunity is substantial. Seeing his unwavering conviction, Xie An resignedly remarked, if you have already devised your plans, why solicit my opinion? It was then that Wang Ningzhi presented his request, chuckling as he said, our forces are somewhat strained. I seek a contingent from Yuzhou to assist in defending the existing strongholds. Xie An was reluctant to acquiesce, yet upon observing Wang Ningzhi's pitiful yet shameless demeanor, he relented and inquired, how many men do you require? With a grin that nearly froze his face, Wang Ningzhi replied, 2,000 would suffice, as Xuchang has enough. It need not be a cumbersome endeavor. So you have arranged everything and are merely awaiting my consent? Wang Ningzhi retracted his smile and, with a serious demeanor, stated, I dare not proceed without your consent, uncle. If you refuse, we shall have no choice but to fight valiantly. Should we fail, the safety of the Central Plains will rest entirely upon your shoulders. Xie An, weary of his elaborate discourse, waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart quickly so as not to disturb his enjoyment. Wang Ningzhi understood this as acquiescence, smiled, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave, adding as he walked away, Uncle, do not forget to inform General Liu and Xuchang. This matter is urgent. Do not let it slip. With that, he hastily disappeared from sight. Xie An remained seated in his study for a considerable time before brushing off his sleeves, stretching lazily, and rising to exit slowly. After Wang Ningzhi left, he had little time to say much. Offering a brief word to Xie Daoyun and encouraging Wang Chao with a few remarks before bidding farewell to Xie Wan and Fan Ning. He then mounted his steed and galloped out of the city, returning to Luoyang. Chapter 56. The ambush at Hanggu Pass. The citizens within Jinyang City remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Upon his return, Wang Ningzhi meticulously examined the latest intelligence gathered from Hanggu Pass, which instilled him with a greater sense of certainty. The following day, Shen Jin and Deng Xia hurried back, and Wang Ningzhi summoned He Wu and Lu Lao to deliberate together. Upon learning of Wang Ningzhi's intention to launch a surprise attack on Hanggu Pass, the group was filled with enthusiasm. The martial generals were eager for military achievements, showing no resistance to the notion of taking the initiative. Particularly, Shen Jin and Deng Xia, one exiled and the other recalled, were both in dire need of an opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. Wang Ningzhi raised his hands to calm them, emphasizing that if they were to undertake this endeavor, it must be executed flawlessly. Thus, they needed to devise a feasible strategy. Deng Xia inquired about personnel support from the court. Wang Ningzhi shook his head, explaining that he had borrowed 2,000 troops from Yuzhou, who would arrive from Xuchang in a few days, but they would not participate in the attack, only assisting in the defense of the city. Shen Jin calculated that Jinyang City could deploy 1,000 men from the west, 1,005 from Mengjin Pass, and 500 from Hulao Pass. This was already the limit. After a period of development, the total military strength at Jinyang City and Hulao Pass had reached 6,000, with the 2,000 newly assigned troops from Jingzhou allocated to Mengjin Pass. Launching an assault on Hanggu Pass with 6,000 leaves them with 2,000 remaining. With the additional 2,000 borrowed from Yuzhou, they could still ensure a defensive force of 1,000 at each of the two passes. This was the maximum troop mobilization Wang Ningzhi could orchestrate at present. The garrisons at Luoyang and the newly established Lun were insufficient to provide support. He could not withdraw all the defending troops, as concerns over a potential enemy ambush loomed large, but more importantly, he was mindful of the thoughts and feelings of the populace. The refugees were like startled birds, and if the defending forces were withdrawn, who could predict what chaos might ensue? Deng Xia clenched his fist, brimming with confidence, declaring that 6,000 would suffice. The Qin people underestimated them, leaving only a small contingent here, which presented a prime opportunity. Wang Ningzhi replied sternly that such a statement belittled the enemy. They had but one chance to strike and must ensure it was decisive. Deng Xia nodded, taking the lesson to heart. In the ensuing days, the group focused on assembling their forces while meticulously discussing the details of the ambush. Deng Xia was a fierce warrior, skilled in offensive maneuvers, while Shen Jin possessed more insights into defense than attack. He Wu, coming from a background of hardship, was not particularly adept at siege warfare. Yet the young Lu Lao demonstrated remarkable insight during the discussions, earning the admiration of the others. Fu Lu led his troops north along the Fan River, and Zhang Ping, having learned from past mistakes, chose to remain within the city, sending wave after wave of messengers to Yi City seeking aid. Upon receiving the news, the former Yin were incensed by the actions of the Qin, prompting Murong Ku to prepare for an expedition. However, Murong Ping stepped forward to oppose this course of action, arguing that it was inappropriate to mobilize troops so soon after a national tragedy and that Zhang Ping, known for his fickleness, was not worth rescuing. Murong Ku rejected this viewpoint, asserting that while Zhang Ping may be expendable, failing to respond to the provocations of the enemy would undermine the court's authority in the West. The two sides were at an impasse over this matter. Murong Ku, usually patient and focused on the greater good, felt that in this instance, retreat was no longer an option. Under his insistence, the young Emperor Murong Wei ultimately sided with him, consenting to Murong Ku leading the troops to rescue Pingyang. When the Yin army arrived, Fu Lu had yet to capture Pingyang City. Upon seeing the reinforcements approach, he withdrew to establish camp. Murong Ku refrained from launching an attack, instead encamping with the Qin army across from Pingyang City, trapping the feeble Zhang Ping in between. Wang Ningzhi received the news and was greatly invigorated. The standoff between the two sides created a situation most favorable for Luoyang. Everything was in readiness. It was time to act. The contingent of 6,000 was divided into 3 squads, traversing the rugged mountains in the summer. The mountainous paths were perilous, a challenge even for foot travelers, let alone for those bearing siege equipment. Thus from the outset, a stealthy assault was planned. The Hanga Pass lay nestled within a gorge, flanked by mountains to the north and south, elongated from east to west, divided into large and small towns. The front of the smaller town comprised the watchtower, the Rooster Call platform, and the Auspicious Sight platform. The watchtower served as an observation post atop the town, while the Rooster Call and Auspicious Sight platforms flanked it. The former drew inspiration from the tale of Ming Chongjuan's cunning, and the latter from the story of Laozi's entrance through the pass on a green ox, heralded by auspicious clouds. Of course, this pertains to the Qin Hangu Pass. The thoroughfare ran between the Rooster Call and Auspicious Sight platforms, passing through the watchtower. The larger town was constructed on the side of the Auspicious Sight platform, sharing a wall with the smaller town, which served as the living quarters for the garrison. The time designated for the surprise attack by the Luoyang forces remained the same, at dawn. Deng Xia led 2,000 men westward along the stream, felling numerous giant trees along the way, binding them together to serve as makeshift battering rams. Silently, they approached the eastern gate, nearing the watchful eyes of the sentinels atop the high platforms. With a wave of his hand, Deng Xia signaled a group of soldiers to raise their shields, angling them to protect those bearing the massive timber overhead. With a collective roar, they charged towards the gate. The soldiers stationed on the Rooster Call and Auspicious Sight platforms, alerted by the commotion below, no longer needed to signal the other Qin forces, as the resounding crash of the timber against the city gates echoed throughout the valley. The Qin troops, positioned above, began to rain arrows down, most of which were deflected by the shields, yet a few struck the Luoyang soldiers. After a volley, the wounded were supported as they retreated, allowing another group to surge forward. Deng Xia had prepared 5 such battering rams, and the troops wove back and forth between the 2 high towers, shields held aloft, as the relentless assault from the Luoyang forces continued. An increasing number of Qin soldiers began to gather in this area, with archers filling the walls on both sides, while fierce combat raged at the front of the gate. 2 additional squads stealthily approached the northern and western walls, over 100 men synchronously casting grappling hooks toward the walls. Although Qin soldiers still manned the walls and reacted swiftly, many iron hooks were cast down, yet the Luoyang forces, being more numerous, persistently hurled their ropes upward and began to scale the heights. The Qin troops, abandoning the futile back and forth of throwing hooks, resorted to severing the ropes with knives, causing several soldiers to plummet from heights of several meters, the sound of bones fracturing distinctly audible as they lay on the ground, writhing in agony. However, the Qin's resistance was ultimately limited. With superiority in numbers, the Luoyang soldiers began to ascend the walls, engaging in close combat with the Qin forces. A young general with a ruddy complexion, wielding a long spear, swiftly scaled the tower using both hands and feet, then pivoted, sweeping his spear to fell a nearby Qin soldier. Grasping the long spear with a reverse grip, he first dispatched the fallen Qin soldiers, then stationed himself by the rope hook, providing cover for more soldiers to ascend. The scenarios on the western and northern flanks were largely similar. Soon, this contingent of 1,000 Jin troops surged into the city from the rear. Upon hearing the commotion behind, Deng Xia's forces abandoned the siege, retreating beyond the range of the Qin army's assault, realigning their formation in anticipation of the city gates opening. Before long, the troops from Luoyang had scattered the Qin soldiers at the city entrance and swung open the gates. Once all 3 battalions had entered the city, they commenced their assault on the city towers, engaging in combat with the Qin forces. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the Qin soldiers, after a desperate struggle, began to abandon their weapons and surrender. Chapter 57. The aftermath of war. Securing Hanggu Pass was merely the initial step in a meticulously devised plan. Shinjin and his comrades did not dare to exhibit any semblance of negligence. They busied themselves with clearing the battlefield, tending to the wounded, and counting the captives. In this confrontation, the forces from Luoyang suffered over 200 fatalities, with nearly 500 injured, the majority of whom bore arrow wounds inflicted outside the main gate, while a few had fallen from the ropes. On the side of the Qin army, over 600 soldiers ultimately chose to surrender. Once the army entered the city, the disparity in forces rendered the battle brief, resulting in relatively minor casualties on both sides. For Wang Ningzhi, it was yet another sleepless night. Beyond the immediate conflict, he found himself pondering the potential reactions from various factions. Would the Qin people swallow this loss? Would there be dissent from the imperial court? And what of Huan Wen? Prior to initiating hostilities, Wang Ningzhi had dispatched a message to inform him of the impending action, yet he had not awaited a response before advancing. Back in Jinyong City, Xie Daoyun stood atop the city tower, gazing westward alongside him. The night enveloped the landscape, with the flickering flames illuminating only a small patch beneath the tower, while the expanse beyond lay shrouded in darkness. The anticipation was excruciatingly prolonged, prompting Wang Ningzhi to voice his thoughts. Having lingered in Luoyang for an extended period, he could not help but harbor resentment towards the court and Jingzhou. The innocent populace here, desperate to survive, was compelled to forsake their homes and seek livelihoods in unfamiliar territories. This sentiment resonated throughout the Central Plains, where millions were born and raised, only to be scattered across distant lands, leaving behind a remnant of solitary souls and restless spirits. Even if this surprise attack were to succeed, Luoyang would only gain a modicum of security. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges, with fate still held firmly in the hands of others. Xie Daoyun listened intently, occasionally offering a comforting pat on his back. Time slipped by unnoticed until distant fires ignited in the mountains, advancing towards Luoyang. Wang Ningzhi ceased his murmuring, exhaling a deep breath, and smiled at Xie Daoyun, saying, "Let us return for a brief respite. There is much to be done come dawn." Xie Daoyun could not help but smile, bemused by the swift ebb and flow of his emotions, yet feeling a twinge of sympathy, aware that such fluctuations stemmed from the weight of his burdens. That afternoon, a messenger returned to Luoyang to report the outcomes of the battle. Wang Ningzhi organized a team to transport supplies to Hanggu Pass, which had previously served as a bulwark against the eastern forces but now required modifications for defense in the opposite direction. Uncertain of how much time the Qin would afford him, he hastily summoned a portion of the populace for assistance. The following day, He Wu led a contingent escorting the wounded and guarding the captives back to Luoyang, a prearranged plan, leaving 1,000 men at Hanggu Pass to remain vigilant against potential counterattacks. However, by the time news reached Chang'an, 3 days had already elapsed. The Xiaofeng Road, including Hanggu Pass, fell under the jurisdiction of Fu Lu, who was presently engaged in a standoff with Murongku and Ping'an. Fu Jian, uncertain of the Jin army's intentions, dispatched orders to Fu Lu to abandon Pingyang and return to Pabao, focusing on the developments in Luoyang. After Fu Lu's withdrawal, Murongku also retreated to Yeqing, taking with him the residents from the eastern fort of Ping'an. It is difficult to recall how many times the Battle of Ping'an has concluded, and this time only Zhang Ping was injured. After suffering continuous losses of civilians, he was nearing the point of being unable to support his soldiers. The scouts of the Qin army penetrated deep into the Shaohan Road and discovered that the Jin army had no intention of advancing westward. Instead, they were tirelessly fortifying their city defenses day and night. Upon receiving this report, Fu Jian summoned the Chancellor Wang Ming, the Deputy Minister of Justice Deng Chang, and General Fu roamed to the palace to discuss the matter. Wang Ming, at the age of 36, was deeply trusted by Fu Jian. Alongside Ding Chang, he suppressed the powerful factions of Guanzhong and the Di people, enforcing strict laws and purging corruption, thereby enlightening the Qin populace about the notion of governance. Fu Jian was moved, realizing that today he truly understood the importance of law and the nobility of the emperor. Upon hearing this, Ding Chang suggested seizing the opportunity while the Jin forces were still establishing their position to swiftly reclaim the Hanggu Pass. Both Wang Ming and Fu Rong opposed this idea, arguing that it would be more prudent to capture Pingyang first, rather than undertaking a long journey to attack the relatively insignificant Hanggu Pass. Fu Jian was one to heed advice. With Tongguan in their grasp, the Hanggu Pass was of little consequence to the Qin, and if it were lost, so be it. Deng Chang's concerns echoed those of Murong Ke previously. If they remained passive, would it not portray the Qin as weak and easily bullied? Wang Ming analyzed the situation, stating that the Jin forces were firmly entrenched in Luoyang and posed little threat. The peril from Pingyang far outweighed that from Hanggu Pass. If they could capture Pingyang in one decisive blow, it would serve to intimidate both nations. Fu Rong expressed his agreement, but noted that Fu Lu had recently returned empty-handed, raising concerns about how to launch an attack. Wang Ming was acutely aware of Zhang Ping's predicament, having previously surrendered to the Qin. He had seen a portion of his populace taken away, and with the assistance of the Yin people, he had lost yet another batch of civilians. Life in Pingyang would only grow increasingly difficult. Thus, he proposed, "Your Majesty, it would be wise for you to lead the campaign once more." Accompanied by General Zhang, how to persuade the surrender of Zhang Ping. His strength is waning, and he should recognize the correct choice. Fu Jian readily agreed, and even jested that this time, Zhang Ping would likely wish to remain behind. The court erupted in laughter. In August of that year, Fu Jian led an army of 50,000 to once again besiege Pingyang. Zhang Ping, filled with curses, could only remain trapped within the city, sending envoys to Yi City for aid. However, when the Qin forces arrived, they did not assault the city, but instead sent someone to call Zhang Ping out for a discussion. Zhang Ping leaned out from the city wall, spotting Fu Jian and his adopted son Zhang Hao at the forefront. Fu Jian, being a man of integrity, stepped forward and called out loudly, "General Zhang, your allegiance to the Yin is a result of my failure to provide adequate support. I have come to clarify any misunderstandings." Zhang Ping, not lacking in intelligence, understood the gravity of the situation. He had no inclination to argue or issue threats, and thus chose silence. Zhang Hao stepped forward to persuade him, expressing his willingness to guarantee his life that if his adoptive father opened the gates and surrendered, the court would ensure no past grievances were held against him, and high office and wealth would be assured. Zhang Ping glanced at the vigilant Qin forces below and surveyed the uncertain expressions of the soldiers defending the city. Several trusted confidants looked at him with hopeful anticipation. With the Qin leader personally present, formalities had been observed, and face had been given. To remain obstinate now would risk his own life at the hands of those near him. Zhang Ping rose and issued his final command to lay down arms and open the city gates. The sound of jubilation erupted from both inside and outside the city. At this moment, Murongke's rescue team had just crossed Shandong, unaware that Pingyang had already surrendered, and thus they halted their advance. Fu Jian personally arrived, and the city was lost. To venture forth alone into the depths of the mountains for aid would prove exceedingly challenging. Murongke hesitated for 2 days in Shandong, and as the army assembled, action was imperative. Thus, he decisively marched southward, once again approaching Yong. The timing was fortuitous, as the season for sowing winter wheat was imminent. If Elhu of Yong chose not to engage in battle outside the city, he would be forced to watch helplessly as vast tracts of land lay fallow for an entire season. Like Zhang Ping, Elhu was acutely aware that he could not muster significant resistance. The powers of Qin and Yin were swiftly escalating, and the once fragmented minor forces were being systematically eradicated. In this era of chaos, there was still a chance to claim a share, but as the situation clarified, he found himself to be one who had not secured a ticket to the contest for supremacy. Wang Ningzhi swiftly received the news and promptly dispatched a messenger to soothe Elhu's concerns, assuring him that the matter of provisions would be addressed, as he would devise a solution. The Eastern Jin, comfortably situated in the south, faced no shortage of grain. Sustaining a city like Yuan was hardly a dilemma. Chapter 58. Winter is coming. Elhu's reply was succinct, expressing his unwavering commitment to defend Yuan while urging the court to dispatch reinforcements swiftly. The strategic advantage of Yaowang over Pingyang lay in its proximity to the Yellow River and its closeness to Luoyang. However, Wang Ningzhi had just captured Hanga Pass, leaving his forces severely stretched. To demonstrate his sincerity, he hastily reassigned Deng Xia to lead 2,000 troops by boat to reinforce the Yellow River. Murong Ku's army had yet to launch an assault, instead encamping separately to the south and east of the city, creating an appearance of a prolonged siege. Elhu felt a slight sense of relief, choosing not to rush into decisions as the three factions remained in a stalemate once more. Upon receiving news of Wang Ningzhi's reclamation of Hanga Pass, the Jinkong court symbolically promoted him to the military title of General of Ningyuan, equivalent to that of a prefect, both holding a 5th rank. This gesture bore little practical significance, and Wang Ningzhi initially declined the honor, opting instead to seek recognition for his subordinates. Huan Wen, upon learning of the victory, was naturally elated, for Luoyang belonged to Huan Chang's jurisdiction, and Wang Ningzhi's accomplishments were thus a boon for the Huan family. Consequently, he dispatched 2,000 troops from Nanyang to bolster Wang Ningzhi's forces, alleviating his immediate concerns and providing him with ample manpower for defense. After Murong Ku had previously advanced effortlessly to the city S-gates, Wang Ningzhi had contemplated stationing troops at Hulao Pass. Coincidentally, Shinjin had encountered this directive and was temporarily assigned as a laborer for construction. Presently, Shinjin remained at Hangu Pass. Wang Ningzhi surveyed those around him and resolved to send Li Shou and Lu Laoji to Hulao Pass. Among those who had initially followed him from the west, Guo Baoji had perished, leaving Li Shou as a viable option, albeit not without age. Jiang Shun served as a steward, managing various trivial matters and conveying Wang Ningzhi's orders, while Lu Taobang, true to his name, was rather inept, primarily serving as a cart driver and guard. Accompanying the two were 500 soldiers and 600 prisoners from Hangu Pass. As Wang Ningzhi observed the departing contingent from above, the prisoners exhibited no dissent, dutifully marching in the midst of the ranks. 15-year-old Guo Jing gazed at Wang Ningzhi, suddenly expressing envy. That Lu Laoji is merely 3 years my senior and already commands troops. Wang Ningzhi chose to ignore him. Guo Jing, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, muttered, "What good is reading every day? It's better to wield a spear." Wang Ningzhi could no longer restrain himself, delivering a light blow to his head, reprimanding, "Nonsense. Return to your studies. In a few days, I shall test you, and if you show no improvement, you shall return to Jiankong." Guo Jing, unfazed, yelped in pain and scampered away. Xie Daoyun, unable to stand by, interjected on behalf of the youth. "He noticed your foul mood and was merely trying to engage you in conversation. Why chase him away? At such a tender age, he ought to dedicate himself to his studies rather than dwell on trivialities." Wang Ningzhi was well aware of Guo Jing's underlying thoughts. Xie Daoyun chuckled. "Isn't this simply a reflection of your own teachings?" Wang Ningzhi laughed softly, gesturing toward the distant prisoners, lamenting, "Their families reside in the Central Plains. Yet I compel them to remain and toil as laborers, which weighs heavily on my conscience. This sentiment is partly due to the hypocrisy of scholars and partly a product of modern sensibilities." Xie Daoyun, feeling unburdened by the situation, advised, "The Qin people have not sought to redeem their captives. You are overthinking it. In this era, even the common folk are compelled to plunder. How could they possibly spare those who have been captured at such a cost?" Wang Ningzhi nodded silently, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Every circumstance has its first time. After witnessing the ravages of war, the task of managing captives became apparent. Historically, those in power or in command of troops have rarely been benevolent. After repeated cruelty, the heart hardens and grows cold. The siege of Yuan persisted into October, yet the Yin army showed no inclination to withdraw. Wang Ningzhi felt the weight of mounting pressure, having repeatedly petitioned the court for reinforcements, all to no avail. Huan Wen advised him to observe the situation further, suggesting that if necessary, Elhu could retreat to Hunan and garrison in Xinjiang. This was mere pretense. If the carefully managed Yung city could not be held, what use was the battered Xinjiang? Though Elhu still had provisions to sustain his forces, the tone of his correspondence with Wang Ningzhi grew increasingly severe. He had never been the type to be a loyal subject, and it was unrealistic to expect him to fight for the Eastern Jin until the bitter end. After several discussions with Deng Xia, Wang Ningzhi considered the possibility of a coordinated supply effort. However, his forces were too few to bear such losses. Murong Ku had now concentrated his troops defensively on the southeastern front, rendering Deng Xia's 2,000 men incapable of breaching the line. Should they attempt to move west, they would likely be intercepted by Yin cavalry. Wang Ningzhi could only reply to Elhu, stating that with winter approaching, the Yin army would undoubtedly retreat, and they could then transport supplies. Yet, Murong Ku was resolute. unwilling to grant Yung any further chance. In November, the Yin army deployed 10,000 troops along the eastern front, swiftly seizing Xingyang City, thereby threatening Huan and blocking the vital route from the Yellow River to Qishui. The absence of waterway support meant that any attempt to aid Yuan from Luoyang would necessitate a land assault. Wang Ningzhi urgently submitted another missive to the court and Jingzhou. But both parties continued to advise him to firmly hold Luoyang, discouraging any rash actions. The latest imperial directive appointed Huan Wen as the Duke of Nanjun, Huan Cheng as the Duke of Fengqing, and demoted Huan Wen's former title of Duke of Linhe to a county duke for his second son, Huan Ji. Huan Ji's wife was the daughter of Sima Yu, Sima Daofu. The Huan family's influence further solidified, yet El Hu, seeing no hope for Yuan, could no longer endure. Provisions remained, but morale was faltering. The isolation of their forces left the soldiers within the city feeling despondent. Wang Ningzhi began to prepare for the worst, hastening the construction of war chariots in Luoyang, readying for a forced land assault. As the year drew to a close, the banks of the Yellow River were suffused with the scent of impending conflict. From Mingjin Pass to Huan, Luoyang was fully prepared to face the enemy. Unable to remain in Jinrong City, Wang Ningzhi traversed several checkpoints, inspecting defenses and reassuring his troops. Upon returning from Mengjin on a day when the snow began to fall, he wrapped himself in white as he entered the governor's residence, standing in the courtyard to brush the snow from his outer robe. He then summoned a servant to bring a brazier to warm his hands and dispel the chill. Qingyang lifted the heavy door curtain, peering out, and called, "My lord has returned." Wang Ningzhi replied with a simple acknowledgement, saying to his wife, "I shall warm myself for a moment before entering." Qingyang withdrew her head momentarily, only to re-emerge shortly after, seemingly unaware of her destination. Once Wang Ningzhi felt sufficiently warmed, he removed his outer robe and stepped indoors. Xie Daoyun, seldom seen in such a posture, reclined on the couch, neither engrossed in a book nor approaching him. After nearly 10 days away, Wang Ningzhi noticed Xie Daoyun's unusual demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Xie Daoyun, gazing downward, remained silent. Growing increasingly anxious, Wang Ningzhi speculated, "Could it be that the cold these past few days has affected you? I've warned you. This place is unlike Jiangnan. One must exercise caution during winter, ensuring warmth while also allowing for ventilation, and not to be overly frugal with the charcoal." As he rambled on, he prepared to summon a physician. At that moment, Qingyang returned, cradling a bowl of ginger soup. It was evident she had overheard Wang Ningzhi's words. Rather than displaying concern, she appeared to be stifling a laugh. Wang Ningzhi glanced at her, then at Xie Daoyun, and a sudden realization struck him. Could it be? Xie Daoyun, blushing slightly, nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 59. The Dilemma of the Wild King. Under the continuous strain of tension, the news of Xie Daoyun's pregnancy shone like a beacon, momentarily dispelling the looming shadows of war that enveloped Wang Ning's heart. He slowly sat down beside the bed, grasping his wife's hand, attempting to smile, but only managed a faint grimace. Xie Daoyun gently patted the back of his hand, aware of the hardships he had been enduring lately. "This child certainly knows how to choose the right moment." Wang Ning composed himself and spoke softly. "I had intended to persuade you to return to Jiankong upon my arrival." The snow had already fallen in Luoyang, yet the Yin army remained outside the Wild King city, seemingly determined to capture it. Should the Wild King fall, there would be no stronghold left in Hebei, and Mengjin Pass would be exposed to the Yin forces, threatening both the northern and eastern fronts of Luoyang simultaneously. Xie Daoyun, undaunted, tenderly caressed her belly and smiled. "Perhaps this child wishes for me to stay." Outside, the world lay blanketed in ice and snow, and the risks of long travel loomed large for her in her condition. Wang Ning, shedding his worries, chuckled lightly, saying, "With you both here, I feel even more invigorated." The couple nestled together for a while, before Wang Ning mentioned his official duties, urging Xie Daoyun to rest well, before stepping out of the room. Qingyang was crouched in the corridor warming herself by the fire. Upon seeing Wang Ning emerge, she quickly rose. Wang Ning took a few steps forward and softly instructed, "Take good care of my wife. Should any issues arise, ensure someone informs me immediately." Qingyang nodded in acknowledgement and retreated into the room. Wang Ning lingered in the corridor, gazing dreamily at the swirling snowflakes. After a considerable time, he finally made his way towards the front hall. He Wu, having anticipated Wang Ning's return, was already awaiting him in the hall. No need for formality. Wang Ning invited He Wu to sit by the brazier. "How fares the situation within the city?" He Wu respectfully replied, "All is well. Nanyang has sent a shipment of grain, and the supply of charcoal for warmth is ample. The morale of the soldiers is high. Let everyone endure a bit of hardship for now, Wang Ning instructed. We must maintain communication daily between Ming Jin, Hulao, and General Deng's forces. Ensure the soldiers on the city walls rotate duty punctually, remain vigilant, and watch for rising waters. He Wu acknowledged each point, puzzled. What troubles you today, my lord? These matters have been addressed previously. Wang Ning offered a wry smile. My wife is with child. My heart is unsettled. He Wu was taken aback, exclaiming, Is my lord planning to leave Luoyang? Wang Ning cast a glance at him. Realizing his blunder, He Wu quickly offered his congratulations and, feeling somewhat sheepish, added, After all, my lord holds a distinguished position. Unlike us, if you were to depart, we would surely understand. Rest assured, I will not leave, Wang Ning reassured him, providing a sense of comfort. He Wu secretly sighed with relief. The region of Xizhou relied heavily on Wang Ning's leadership, and should he depart, the spirit of the troops would surely falter. After dismissing He Wu, Wang Ning summoned Jiang Shun, instructing him to prepare a comfortable carriage and dispatch someone to Jingzhou and Yuzhou to summon a physician, ensuring readiness for any potential evacuation of Xie Daoyun. The hastily constructed war chariots had already been delivered to Deng Xia's warships, and once tranquility returned to the pass at Hanggu, Wang Ning stationed Xinjin at Mengjin Pass, having completed the necessary preparations. Next, it is time to observe how the Yan's people will make their move. War has never been merely a clash of weapons. More often, it is endured through waiting and torment. Every few days, news from Wild King arrives, and Lu Hu has abandoned any illusions regarding the court. He no longer mentions the transportation of supplies, but instead requests Wang Ningzhi to assist him in breaking out when necessary. Wang Ningzhi agrees in his correspondence. Yet both sides are acutely aware that with the meager forces in Luoyang, they could hardly make any progress against the mighty Yan army unless they were to risk everything. The so-called assistance merely involves stationing naval troops by the riverbank. Worse news follows. The snow has ceased, and the sun has emerged. Wang Ningzhi, atop the city walls, opens the recently delivered letter, wherein Lu Hu inquires if the Luoyang side can clear the Qishui waterway, allowing for a naval retreat from Wild King. After reading the letter, he silently hands it to He Wu beside him. He Wu glances at it and shakes his head, stating that if Lu Hu reaches the Yellow River, they might be able to assist him, but Qishui is out of the question. Wang Ningzhi does not respond directly, and instead poses another question. Do you know why the Yan army besieges the city, yet our communication with Wild King remains unbroken? He Wu has not contemplated this, speculating that perhaps due to the frigid weather, the Yin people have grown somewhat complacent. Wang Ningzhi gazes into the distance, seemingly spotting the Yin army's command tents. The Yin people are deliberate. They are confident that Jiankong will not send reinforcements. Thus each letter's delivery serves as a blow to Lu Hu's morale. He Wu nods in agreement, suggesting that the Lord implies Lu Hu should surrender. It is difficult to say. If there is a chance to break out, he might choose us, given Wild King's geographical position and Lu Hu's dubious past. Even if he surrendered to the Yin, he could never reclaim authority in this region. After the snowfall ceased, the Yin began felling trees, right under Lu Hu's nose, to construct siege engines. Murongku had already sent men to build 2 siege towers, towering far above the city walls, with soldiers stationed atop to observe. Not only did the guards on the walls become aware of their presence, but even the situation within the city was laid bare. Lu Hu ordered his men to use crossbows to strike back, yet the Yin forces calculated the distance perfectly. Their massive bolts fell to the ground before they could reach their target. Daily subjected to such an elevated vantage point, Lu Hu's psychological defenses began to waver. And Zhang Xing, in a fit of anger, declared, I will lead the troops to dismantle them. This was undoubtedly an impulsive remark. Should he venture out, it would surely be a one-way trip. Lu Hu, resigned, descended the city walls with Zhang Xing. Given the circumstances, it seemed the Jin forces would not come to their rescue. What do you think? Should we attempt to break out or surrender? Zhang Xing was unwilling to surrender. After fighting the Yan for so long, who could predict if they would face further persecution? He believed breaking out was preferable, although Qishui was blocked. There were warships from Luoyang on the river. If they could reach the riverbank, they could find refuge in Hunan. Lu Hu remained undecided, fearing it would not be easy. With Xingyang occupied by the Yan, even if they crossed the river, they would have to bypass Luoyang and continue southward, reliant entirely on the Jin's goodwill for a place to take shelter. Seeing that he remained undeterred, still calculating the prospect of establishing a stronghold, Zhang Xing could hardly contain his frustration and responded, the Jin people are known for their magnanimity. We have contributed significantly over the past few years. Upon our return, we would likely be granted a modest official position to enjoy our twilight years. However, if we were to defect to the yin, we would undoubtedly find ourselves as mere pawns in their southern incursions. Elhu fell silent for a moment, perhaps contemplating which form of retirement would be more suitable for him. Finally, he declared, "Then we shall break out. I will compose a letter to Luoyang to discuss the details further. You should instruct the soldiers to prepare in advance." With the approval granted, Zhang Xing hurried off to make arrangements, eager to conclude such days as swiftly as possible. The unusual activities within the city did not escape the watchful eyes of the sentinels atop the lookout tower. Upon receiving the report from the sentinels, Moronka swiftly deduced that Elhu intended to break out, and thus began dispatching cavalry to intercept the messengers from both sides. Consequently, the once seamless communication between Luoyang and Yuang suddenly ceased. Chapter 60. The tactics of Moronku in the initial days. Both parties remained oblivious, but as the messengers continued to be dispatched without return, it became evident that something had gone awry. On Wang Ningzhi's side, the situation appeared somewhat favorable. Although the messengers had not returned, the Yin army showed no signs of movement, indicating that the Wild King city had not yet changed hands, and that Moronku had merely commenced intercepting the messengers. However, from Lu Hu's perspective, he was uncertain whether the messengers had been captured by the Yin army or if Luoyang had entirely forsaken him and detained them. He harbored doubts regarding Lu Hu's credibility, suggesting that perhaps both sides had colluded to lure them ashore. Shall we indeed go ashore? Certainly not. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. Even if they were to engage in battle, we would not venture ashore, let alone indulge in any supernatural antics. He striving to preserve his dignity, insisted, this signifies that the Yin army intends to launch an assault on the city. Wang Ningzhi hesitated, contemplating that perhaps Lu Hu was planning a breakout. This posed a considerable dilemma. The two parties had yet to agree upon a designated rendezvous point. The lengthy stretch of the river between Hulao Pass and Mengjin Pass was not conducive to boarding vessels at will without prior arrangement. Although Lu Hu had already prepared for a breakout, he suddenly found himself unable to contact the designated allies, causing him great distress. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm facade to reassure his subordinates that the timing was not yet ripe and urged them to remain patient. While the Wild King displayed no urgency, Moronku was even less concerned, diligently constructing siege engines and intercepting messengers, preparing for the upcoming new year outside Wild King City. After dispatching several more waves of messengers, Lu Hu finally discerned some activity, realizing that the shadowy hand of Moronku was at work. However, it was too late to alter the situation, and he could only reconsider his escape plan. As the year drew to a close, each day was a torment for those within Wild King City. Several incidents had already arisen, with soldiers attempting to flee the city, all of which Lu Hu ruthlessly suppressed, leaving bloody heads displayed at the city gates. Time could not be squandered any longer. Lu Hu summoned Zhang Xing and resolved to break out. Zhang Xing inquired, "In which direction shall we break out?" Lu Hu pondered for a considerable time before instructing, "We shall break out through the west gate, where the enemy has not established defenses, making it relatively easy to charge through." Zhang Xing did not grasp his intention. "Are we to take refuge in the mountains?" At this season, the mountains are blanketed in snow. It may not be an ideal refuge. To the northwest of Wild King, the Tying Mountains loomed not far off. Lu Hu shook his head and clarified to his capable aide, "We shall not enter the mountains. After breaking out through the west gate, we will head directly to the opposite bank of Mengjin Pass, where there will surely be boats available to ferry us across." Zhang Xing hesitated. "There are still over 10,000 people within the city. Without sufficient boats to support us, it could be perilous." Lu Hu clenched his teeth and coldly remarked, "We cannot afford to deliberate any longer. If we do not leave soon, we may find ourselves with our heads on the chopping block one fateful night." Without prior arrangements with their allies, and with pursuers hot on their heels, a complete escape was improbable. However, the chance for the two of them to flee remained promising. Zhang Xing was not a paragon of virtue. Upon realizing Lu Hu's resolve, he ceased to inquire further and went to make preparations. In Luoyang, Wang Ningzhi awaited news that never seemed to arrive, fearing that the three factions had once again fallen into a stalemate. Suppressing his anxiety, he spent his days conversing with Xie Daoyun and strolling in the backyard when the weather permitted. One day, while they were walking, Qingyang rushed in, her demeanor frantic. Gasping for breath as she stammered, Chanjun urgently requests an audience. Wang Ningzhi felt a tightness in his chest, momentarily frozen before relaxing, nonchalantly remarking, "These people thrive on dramatics. They wait for me to adjudicate every matter. He gently assisted Xie Daoyun back to their quarters, smiling as he said, "Rest for a while. I shall see what this is about and return shortly." Xie Daoyun nodded with a smile, striving to conceal her concern. Once outside, Wang Ningzhi strode purposefully towards the front hall. He found Yiwu agitated as if he were an ant on a hot pan. Rushing over at the sound of his approach, exclaiming, "News has arrived from Mingjin Pass. Approximately 3,000 cavalry from the Yin army have appeared on the opposite bank." Wang Ningzhi inquired, "Is there any commotion in Yang City?" "No reports have come back yet," Yiwu replied. As he walked out, Wang Ningzhi endeavored to maintain his composure. The appearance of cavalry could not signify an attack on Mingjin Pass. Rather, it suggested an ambush against the retreating Elhu. Yet, the lack of movement from Elhu's side raised questions. Wang Ningzhi quickly visualized the map of the northern bank, asking, "Is the Yin army deployed in a formation east and south of Yuan? Did these cavalry emerge from their encampment?" Indeed, Yiwu confirmed. Previously, a small number of cavalry patrolled the opposite bank, but this is the first time such a sizable force has been reported. "Where is General Deng's navy now?" Wang Ningzhi pressed urgently. Today's report indicates they remain at Luoshui, not far from the river's mouth. The Yellow River in Luoyang flows rapidly, with muddy banks unsuitable for prolonged mooring. Thus General Deng usually anchored in tributaries. Wang Ningzhi pieced together the situation, alarmed as he realized, this is dire. Elhu is about to fall into a trap. Although Yiwu sensed something amiss, he had yet to grasp the full implications. Wang Ningzhi quickly elucidated. The Yin deliberately left the west gate unguarded and intercepted messengers to compel Elhu to circumvent and break through towards Mingjin Pass, unable to contact me. He could have fled through the east gate to the vicinity of Hulao Pass, but the Yin army has heavily stationed troops there and sealed off the Qingshui, while an additional 10,000 troops are stationed outside Hulao Pass and Xingyang, forcing Elhu to choose the closer route to Mingjin Pass. Yiwu, taken aback, asked, "What should we do now?" "Hurry and dispatch someone to inform General Deng to proceed to Mingjin Pass," Wang Ningzhi commanded. He could only hope for a miracle and instructed General Shin to prepare for Elhu's reception. Yiwu hurriedly departed. Once Wang Ningzhi had given all his orders, he sank helplessly to the ground, acutely aware that this time they had lost. Deng Xiao would have to go against the current, making rapid arrival nearly impossible. Shinjin had hardly any boats, incapable of providing adequate cover or evacuating many. The greatest concern remained, could Elhu truly reach the riverbank? Every movement of Murong preceded the reactions of Wang Ningzhi and Elhu, methodically driving Elhu onto the predetermined path. Such a person would certainly not afford Elhu an opportunity to escape from his entrapment. Moreover, for Wang Ningzhi, the loss of the Wild King meant he would require the soldiers and populace of the Wild Kingdom. Emir Elhu held no value for him. While the Jinkong court might need Elhu as a tool for propaganda, Wang Ningzhi had no such need. On the side of the Wild King, Elhu and Zhang Xing were prepared, having thoroughly confirmed that there were no ambushes outside the western gate. One fateful night, they opened the city gates and fled. The response from the Yin army was swift. The troops outside the southern gate quickly assembled, pursuing them relentlessly. Elhu dispersed his infantry for cover while he and Zhang Xing led 1,000 cavalrymen towards Mingjin Pass. However, this tactic yielded little effect. After their escape, the infantry left behind hastily discarded their weapons and chose surrender. The Yin cavalry swiftly circumvented the numerous surrendering foot soldiers, continuing their relentless pursuit. Elhu was taken aback by the extent of his isolation, yet there was no time for reflection. He allocated 500 cavalrymen to create a barrier. This cavalry unit was his lifeline, and they had always received the finest treatment. Thus, despite the seemingly futile mission they had accepted, these 500 men gallantly turned their steeds and charged forward. Elhu, with no time for sentiment, pressed on with the remaining 500 as they continued their dash. Mingjin Crossing was now within reach, and victory seemed imminent. Chapter 61. The troops at Mingjin Pass. Upon the watchtower of Mingjin Pass, Shinjin, having received the news, was keenly observing the situation across the river. Even through the Yellow River, he could sense the tremors emanating from the northern bank, where a battalion of cavalry was charging forth. After receiving a message from Wang Ningzhi, the only 3 warships within the pass had already set sail from the harbor, casting down their heavy stone anchors, and positioned themselves in the river, ready for battle with boarding planks arranged and crossbowmen in place. The sounds of slaughter grew increasingly closer, and from his elevated position, Shinjin could see a contingent hastening from the north. Yet, a chill gripped his heart, for amidst the mist on the opposite shore, 3,000 cavalry lay in silent ambush. He could vaguely discern the leading general suddenly raise his lance, and like a drawn sword, the 3,000 surged forth to meet the incoming troops. The elation of Elhu was short-lived. This massive cavalry force erupted from the shadows into his line of sight. With no retreat possible at this juncture, Zhang Xing bellowed, "General, take care. Everyone, follow me to break through." He brandished his spear and led the charge into the enemy ranks, striving to carve a path for Elhu. Leading the Yin forces was Fu Yan, who intercepted Zhang Xing after he had felled several foes. Their long weapons clashed violently, causing both horses to rear back and retreat. Then, both men urged their steeds forward, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. Their personal guards clashed nearby, effectively halting the momentum of the Wild King army's assault. The battlefield erupted with cries of battle. Soldiers fell from their mounts, and in the chaos, friend and foe alike were trampled underfoot by frenzied horses. Horses, now bereft of their riders, stood still, snorting and stamping, oblivious to their surroundings. Elhu, shielded within the ranks, found himself encircled by the encroaching Yin forces, their formation tightening around him. Zhang Xing's valor could not withstand the onslaught for long. After his personal guards suffered heavy casualties, he was beset by several adversaries. Fu Yan seized the moment, piercing Zhang Xing's throat with his lance, causing him to tumble from his horse, eyes wide in shock. Observing the distant Yellow River and the warships, Elhu, expressionless, relinquished his weapon. The few cavalrymen remaining at his side also surrendered, forsaking the struggle. Fu Yan commanded his subordinates to tidy the aftermath, then rode slowly towards the riverbank. At a distance that would allow an arrow's flight, he drew his bow, the string taut like a crescent moon, and loosed an arrow that struck heavily against the ship's hull. The soldiers aboard, incensed, retaliated, yet their efforts fell short, the arrows landing impotently nearby. And those that came close were easily deflected by Fu Yan's lance. After his provocation, he then withdrew his forces, leaving behind hundreds of corpses from the Wild King army. From the watchtower, Shinjin witnessed the grim scene with clenched teeth, nearly grinding them to dust in his fury as he pounded the railing with his fists, echoing in the night sky. When the news returned to Jinyong City, Wang Ningzhi had already regained his composure. With the Wild King vanquished and Elhu defeated, life must go on, and the defense of Luoyang remained paramount. He commanded Deng Xia to allocate half of the forces to garrison Mengjin Pass, while the warships returned to the Luoshui to await further orders. After Morongku captured the Wild King, he showed no intention of taking further action. He left Fu Yan to garrison the troops and returned to Yi City. Regarding the surrender of Elhu, the Yin people chose to let bygones be bygones and appointed him as the governor of Xinjiang, commanding his former subordinates to defend the region and collaborate with the 10,000 soldiers led by Murongchen to assault Hulao Pass. The final days of the peaceful Xianping era thus passed quietly. The court showed little reaction to the loss of the Wild King, but with the Yin army occupying Xinjiang, not only did they pose a threat to Hulao Pass, but also rendered the southern regions, including Xuchang, wide open to the enemy's iron cavalry. Consequently, Sima issued a decree commanding Xie An, the governor of Yuzhou, to mobilize troops to prevent the Yin forces from advancing further south. As the year drew to a close, Xie An returned to Dongshan and Kuaiji and was not among Xie An's troops. In the city of Jinyong during the Spring Festival, the looming atmosphere of impending war weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. Wang Ningzhi flitted between various locations, busy to the point of exhaustion. Before the great battle, he needed to inventory the arms and provisions across different regions, inspect the city defenses, and bolster the spirits of the soldiers. One day, upon returning from Hulao Pass, Wang Ningzhi encountered a family pushing a cart as they departed at the city gates. Such scenes were not uncommon. He quietly led his horse aside, allowing several attendants to pass. The leading man, noticing Wang Ningzhi, lowered his head in silence and hastened forward. His son, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, was at that age of curiosity and fearlessness, tiptoeing to touch the horse's mane. Wang Ningzhi gently tugged on the reins, lowering the horse's head so the boy could reach it, eliciting a proud giggle from him. The man turned back, seeing his son's antics, and abruptly yanked him back, delivering 2 firm slaps to his backside, nervously addressing Wang Ningzhi, "Forgive my child's mischief, my lord." Wang Ningzhi shook his head, urging them to be on their way. Lu Taobing muttered, "These ungrateful people, why do you let them go so easily? What do you propose? Shall we kill them or imprison them like criminals?" Wang Ningzhi retorted, exasperated. Lu Taobing scoffed, insisting they should at least have retained the provisions. "With the people gone, what's the use of that little grain? If you act like this, no one will come to Luoyang again." Wang Ningzhi dismissed his flawed reasoning with disdain. After all, only a minority had left. and being too ruthless would sever their own paths. That winter, in Jinyong City, Luoyang, and Luhan, Wang Ningzhi recruited soldiers. Although the turnout was modest, he managed to raise the forces at Mengjin Pass and Hulao Pass to 3,000, while maintaining 2,000 at Hangu Pass and an additional 1,000 naval troops as a mobile force. At this juncture, Jinyong City was left with merely 3,000 soldiers. Yet nearly 5,000 civilians remained, who could provide assistance should the city be besieged. The military strongholds were solely occupied by soldiers. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Wang Ningzhi exchanged a few words with Xie Daoyun, steering the conversation back to her return to Jiankong. I have prepared the carriage and horses. Once the weather improves after the new year, and if your health permits, we shall journey southward, stopping first in Luoyang for a rest before proceeding to Xiangyang. Once aboard a ship, you will find some comfort. Xie Daoyun retorted sharply, I cannot endure it. Wang Ningzhi, with heartfelt earnestness, continued to persuade. I have made all the arrangements. Jiang Shun will accompany you along with the physician. If you feel fatigued, you may rest in Nanyang or Xiangyang. There is no need to rush. However, Xie Daoyun disregarded his words, turning her body to lie inward. Wang Ningzhi moved to the other side, crouching down and reiterating, you must heed my advice. After the new year, Luoyang will undoubtedly become a battlefield. I have no certainty about how long Hulao Pass and Mengjin Pass can hold out. If you do not depart soon, you may find it impossible to leave. After speaking, he felt the ominous weight of his words, spitting twice for good luck, lest he become trapped within the city. Xie Daoyun retorted angrily, do you wish for me to flee like those commoners, driven by fear of death? Who does not fear death? I fear it too. Wang Ningzhi offered a bitter smile, then why do you not leave? It is my duty, I cannot abandon my post. He replied resolutely, yet your presence here not only proves unhelpful, but also distracts me. Undeterred, Xie Daoyun stated, I will not leave. Departing in this manner leaves me unsettled, and my body cannot withstand it. Wang Ningzhi, at a loss for words, sat down with a sigh, lamenting the disarray of their situation. Chapter 62. The assault on Hulao Pass. Throughout the entire month of January, the Yin army exhibited little in the way of significant maneuvers. The region surrounding the Wild King remained tranquil, with occasional patrols circling near Hulao Pass, yet they refrained from approaching the stronghold. Xie An, having received an edict from the court, leisurely departed from Shochuan with an army of 50,000. Traversing through Ruyan and Xinjun before arriving in Xuchang to rendezvous with General Lu Jian. Upon reaching Xuchang, Xie An chose to remain inactive, showing no intention of advancing northward to drive away the Yin forces. By the end of the month, the North Central General and Commander Su Yan, overseeing military affairs in the regions of Jingling and Yangzhou, faced the untimely demise of Qiao Tan, who passed away at the age of 62. Sima Yu appointed Fan Wang, the governor of Danyang, as his successor. This turn of events displeased Huan Wen. Although Fan Wang was a former subordinate, he had distanced himself following the pacification of Shu, and upon arriving in Yangzhou, had grown close to Sima Yu. Huan Wen believed that it was only fitting for a member of the Huan family to assume such a position. Among the myriad titles, Huan Wen was particularly concerned about the seemingly inconspicuous military affairs of Jingling, as Jingkou belonged to Jingling County, a gathering place for refugees heading south. These were not ordinary refugees. Rather, they were individuals who yearned for their northern homeland, hoping to reclaim it. The resources available in Jingkou, both in terms of provisions and military potential, had long been an object of Huan Wen's envy. However, Fan Wang's achievements and qualifications rendered his appointment to this position indisputable. Huan Wen suppressed his discontent, biding his time for another opportunity. Wang Ningzhi, having lost yet another family member, found himself somewhat numb to the harsh realities of life. As February arrived and the weather began to warm, the movements of the Yin army became increasingly frequent. Lu Hu, accompanied by his troops, stationed himself outside Hulao Pass, preparing to turn against former allies from months prior. Fu Yin of the Wild King led his forces to the opposite bank of Mengjin Pass, brazenly gathering boats before the eyes of the defending troops, projecting an intent to cross the Yellow River. Mengjin Pass, recognized as one of the 8 passes leading to Luoyang, was not only strategically positioned with the Yellow River to its north and the Mang Mountains to its south, but also benefited from a flat terrain along the northern bank of the river, peppered with sandbanks, making it an ideal crossing point. Especially during the dry seasons of winter and summer, with upstream water levels drastically reduced, the river's width contracted, complicating the defense against a potential enemy crossing. Upon receiving news that 2 passes had been sealed, Wang Ningzhi promptly visited Mengjin Pass to assess the situation, as its proximity to Luoyang posed a greater threat. Xinjin reported that the Yin forces had recently acquired numerous small boats, seemingly intending to construct a floating bridge. Wang Ningzhi inquired, "Have you dispatched warships to harass them?" "We attempted once," Xinjin replied, "but the enemy's defenses were formidable. Before our ships could reach their position, they had already erected large shields, creating an impenetrable barrier, rendering us unable to act, and we dared not approach too closely." Wang Ningzhi nodded in understanding. The Yin forces would not recklessly engage in an attack that could lead to unnecessary casualties. He anticipated that in 2 months, as the Yellow River's water receded, their warships would lose value, marking the most perilous moment to come. Xinjin had prepared diligently. The riverbank served as the first line of defense, Medjin Pass as the second, and 3,000 soldiers constituted the third. "Rest assured, my lord," he assured, "without natural fortifications, there are still barriers and men. The Hu dogs shall not pass through here." Wang Ningzhi managed to smile, reassured by Xinjin's confidence. "That is good to hear. I shall come to lend my support when the time arrives." Xinjin smiled broadly and said, "My lord, you need only await my good news in the city." Although Jinyong City and Mengjin Pass were separated by the majestic Mang Mountain, their proximity rendered them invisible from the heights of either place. After departing from Mengjin, Wang Ningzhi hastened to Hulao Pass, where the momentum of the offensive now rested upon Lu Hu's disposition. The court of Yin had entrusted the task of assaulting Hulao Pass to Lu Hu, while Murong Chun commanded an army of 10,000 at Xingyang City to support him. Upon ascending the watchtower, Wang Ningzhi found no sign of Lu Hu, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia, reflecting on their years of camaraderie that ultimately led them to part ways. Had the court dispatched someone to station in Xingyang earlier, the Wild King might not have suffered a defeat without a fight. He pondered whether Lu Hu now harbored a deep-seated resentment, eager to unleash it upon Wang Ningzhi. Li Shou felt a wave of anxiety. This was his first time bearing such a significant responsibility. It was not fear of death that troubled him, but rather the dread of inadequacy in defending Hulao Pass. Thus, he sought out Wang Ningzhi in private. "My lord, perhaps it would be prudent to recall General Deng or General He, and I shall return to Jinyong City." Wang Ningzhi declined, noting that He Wu was more acquainted with Jinyong City, while Deng Xia was a sharp blade whose presence within the pass held little value. "No need for that. I shall remain here, as the armies of Yuzhou have already arrived at Xuchang. We must first join forces to deal with the Yin troops outside Hulao Pass." Li Shou's concern for Wang Ningzhi grew. "My lord, how can you risk yourself in such peril? You should return to the city at once." Wang Ningzhi chuckled. "What difference is there between Jinyong City and here? Besides, I cannot simply hide behind the lines, allowing the enemy to mock us." He halted Li Shou's further entreaties and firmly declared, "As for the city's defenses, I trust you to manage them well. I shall orchestrate the counteroffensive, it is settled." With that, he departed with Lu Laozi. Lu Laozi, youthful and impassioned, was filled with fervor before the impending battle. The previous raid on Hangu Pass was merely a prelude. And now, facing the 10,000 enemy troops outside Hulao Pass, his blood surged with excitement. "You are to go to Xuchang, deliver my letter to Governor Xie, and also visit your father, urging him to lead his troops here. If Xie An is absent, instruct Xie Wan to remain in the city and not venture out, while Lu Jian will command the forces." Xuchang boasted over 50,000 soldiers, with an additional 3,000 within Hulao Pass. Combined, Lu Hu and Murong Chen's forces did not exceed 20,000. Wang Ningzhi aimed to first drive back the Yin troops on the eastern front, which would allow them to fortify their defenses at Mengjin Pass as summer approached. Deng Xia's contingent of 1,000 naval troops received their orders, departing from Luoshui and entering the Yellow River, making their way downstream towards Hulao Pass. Everything was in place. They awaited the reinforcements from Xuchang. However, the first to arrive were the Yin forces, launching their siege. After repeated urgings from the Yin court, Lu Hu, who had lingered outside the pass for an extended period, finally mobilized his 10,000 troops, advancing with siege machinery towards Hulao Pass. Wang Ningzhi donned his soft armor and stood atop the watchtower, observing the scene. Murong Chen led 1,000 cavalry to the site, watching the developments from behind Lu Hu's main forces. The original Wild King's army surged forward to assault the city, and with the protection of shield bearers, several ladders were pushed up against the city walls. The iron hooks at the tops of the ladders clung to the edges of the battlements. The troops of Luoyang began their counterattack, hurling massive stones at the bases of the ladders, some strikes so precise that they shattered both men and their ladders into ruin. Upon the expansive city walls, cauldrons of boiling water had long been prepared, ready to be poured down by two individuals onto the iron-hooked areas below. Defending the city is a prolonged endeavor, and crossbow bolts must be conserved. Thus, the initial strategy involves utilizing large stones and boiling water to deplete the enemy forces. As siege ladders were dismantled, the battering rams arrived at the city gates, crashing against them with great force, propelled by dozens of soldiers. However, the gates had been fortified long ago. Reinforced with massive stones and timber, each strike of the battering ram merely shook the walls without affecting any real damage. Meanwhile, the troops from Luoyang hurled down enormous stones, which the shield-bearing Yin soldiers could not withstand. They were mercilessly crushed, their bodies mingling with the earth and the remnants of shattered siege engines. With each wave of assault, the Yin forces suffered grievously, yet they had not even touched the parapet. Hu observed this spectacle with an expression of indifference, showing no inclination to withdraw his men, but rather urging his soldiers to advance relentlessly. Only when a thick layer of corpses had accumulated at the base of the walls did he finally order the retreat. Wang Ningzhi, witnessing the events from above, noted the grim toll. On the first day of the assault, Hu's casualties approached 1,000, demonstrating his relentless commitment. However, this was merely the beginning. Such a siege placed immense pressure not only on the defenders but also on the attackers. After all, before the city fell, it was primarily the assailants who bore the brunt of the losses. While the honor of being the first to scale the walls is immense, the fate of most siege soldiers is reflected in the mountain of bodies that accumulate at the foot of the walls. Chapter 63. Turning defense into offense as dust fell. A small detachment from the Yin army arrived to collect the remains of the fallen soldiers. Prior to this, the defenders of Hulao Pass had already sent out men to gather the armor and weapons from the corpses, bringing them back within the fortifications. After cartloads of bodies were dragged away, a great fire soon ignited in the distance, thick smoke billowing into the air. The battlefield was left with blood-soaked earth and shattered siege equipment, while a multitude of crows circled low, drawn by the scent of blood, their hoarse cries echoing as they searched for sustenance. The setting sun appeared like blood. Many witnessed its ascent, yet few beheld its descent. Following the initial day of uncounted assaults, the offensive of the Yin army slowed on the second day. Hu demonstrated his loyalty before Morongshan. Realizing that the defenses of Hulao Pass were formidable, and a single vigorous assault would not suffice to breach them. Thus, trebuchets and siege towers were deployed to engage in a war of attrition. The trebuchet operated on the principle of leverage, having been extensively utilized by Cao Cao during the Battle of Guandu, where it was dubbed the Thunder Car by Yuan Shao's forces. Wang Ningzhi had anticipated this, knowing that the accuracy of the trebuchet was quite low, inflicting far greater harm on individuals than on the walls. Therefore, the defenders made better use of it, having also made improvements based on the design of the trebuchet to increase its range while conserving energy. Soldiers atop the walls raised their shields, braving the arrows raining down from the siege towers, as they activated the trebuchets to launch stone projectiles into the ranks of the Yin army. A volley of reciprocal stone attacks ensued. Several stones from the Luoyang forces struck the Yin army, shattering those who were struck into a bloody mess, causing the Yin soldiers to retreat in fear. Although the Yin army launched numerous stones at the city walls, they were insufficient to damage the sturdy fortifications, with most Luoyang defenders sheltered behind the parapets, suffering no injuries. The siege towers did not endure for long, ultimately succumbing to the assault of the crossbows. Seizing the moment when the Luoyang soldiers dared not raise their heads, the Yin army once again deployed battering rams and ladders, intending to catch the defenders off guard. However, this tactic had become predictable. The Luoyang soldiers, positioned behind their shields with long spears held at an angle, aimed at the crenellations. As soon as a Yin soldier exposed himself, they would strike in unison, ensuring that even if they did not hit a vital spot, they could still knock the assailant off the ladder. Once the ladders were deployed, the Yin trebuchets ceased fire, for such imprecise weaponry posed a greater threat to their own troops. With the pressure from the trebuchets lifted, the battle reverted to the state of the first day, with the Luoyang forces retaliating with large stones and boiling water. After half a day's assault, the Yin army once again sounded the retreat, returning empty-handed. As the battle came to a close, Li Shou hurriedly arranged for troop rotations, clearing the walls and redistributing defensive supplies. Wang Ningzhi approached amidst the chaos, observing the departing Hu's forces with a sense of vexation. These individuals could have been allies, yet now they fought against him under the watchful eye of the Xianbei. Having commanded for 2 days, the tension slightly eased. Li Shou inquired, "What of the reinforcements from Xuchang?" Wang Ningzhi shook his head, indicating ignorance. "Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Our priority is to fortify our own position." The Yin were not fools. they would undoubtedly place scouts to the south, making a surprise assault on the besieging forces from the rear impossible, even if reinforcements were to arrive. There remained much to do in the absence of conflict. Adjust the trebuchet, modifying the counterweight and the size of the stones based on today's practical outcomes. The stone should be shaped as spherical as possible to facilitate bouncing and inflict secondary damage. Additionally, stones, water, and firewood for boiling need to be replenished and evenly placed behind the parapet. Shields, spears, and crossbows must be checked for quantity, ensuring sufficient reserves to meet a day's consumption. Wang Ningzhi meticulously examined each detail, leaving no room for oversight. The significance of Hulao Pass lies in its strategic position, bordered to the north by the Yellow River and to the south by Mount Song. If the Yin army fails to seize it, they must circumvent the southern side of Mount Song to reach Luoyang. However, this would stretch their supply lines excessively, exposing their grain routes to the Jin forces in Xuchang. Thus, despite the challenges, they had no choice but to engage fiercely outside Hulao Pass. Upon receiving Wang Ningzhi's letter, Xie An of Xuchang pondered intently for a considerable time before consenting to send troops to repel the enemy. Lu Jian proposed to lead the army himself while the governor remained in the city, a suggestion that Xie An accepted. Generously, Xie An dispatched troops to Xiwang, placing them under the command of General Lu Jian, who advanced northward to Xingyang. A few days later, the movements of this army were detected by the Yin forces, prompting Murong Chun to summon Lu Hu back, consolidating over 10,000 troops to retreat to Xingyang City. Lu Jian did not enter the pass, but camped near Hulao Pass, establishing a base in the mountains. Lu Lao returned after completing his mission to seek reinforcements and, upon meeting Wang Ningzhi, was filled with eagerness. "My lord, our army has arrived. Shall we not attack Xingyang now?" Wang Ningzhi felt a stir of excitement. The Yin army had not occupied Xingyang for long and merely utilized it as a foothold for offense. Thus their defenses were likely weak, presenting a prime opportunity for the Jin forces. "What does your father say?" Lu Lao's expression fell at this inquiry. The task assigned by Governor Xie was to break the siege of Hulao, not to launch an attack, and he was uncertain if his father would consent. Wang Ningzhi contemplated briefly and replied with a smile, "If we do not drive the enemy out of Xingyang, how can we claim to have lifted the siege? I shall negotiate with your father." Lu Jian's original intent was to avoid an assault on Xingyang. With over 10,000 Yin troops still inside and lacking siege equipment, it seemed ill-advised to attack. Wang Ningzhi proposed, "I will provide the trebuchet, and we can construct a ladder on site. The Yin are unprepared for a siege. Let us attempt one round. If we cannot secure it, we shall withdraw. I will explain the situation to the court and Governor Xie. What say you?" Lu Jian remained hesitant. Though Wang Ningzhi spoke lightly, their backgrounds differed significantly, and should anything go awry, he would likely bear the blame, having already successfully repelled the enemy. Was there truly a need to complicate matters? Observing his silence, Wang Ningzhi sighed internally and suggested, "Very well. Let us construct the siege ladder and ram while simultaneously sending word to Governor Xie. If he responds in agreement, we shall set out immediately. Does that sound acceptable?" At last, Lu Jian nodded. If his superior agreed, he would have no objections. Wang Ningzhi promptly penned a letter and dispatched a messenger post-haste to Xuchang, requesting an immediate reply. However, given Xie An's somewhat sluggish nature, it was inevitable that this would delay matters by a day or two, granting the enemy additional time to prepare and increasing uncertainty. Indeed, the following afternoon, the messenger returned, bearing Xie An's consent. He had no valid reason to disagree. With the Yin forces refusing to retreat, he could not return to Shochuan either. Wang Ningzhi, disregarding Li Shou's objections, set out early the following morning with Lu Laoji to join the main army heading towards Xingyang City. The troops stationed within Hulao Pass remained unmoved, and he instructed Shenjin by the river to bring the war chariots ashore to safeguard the trebuchets. The proactive assault from the Jin army caught Murongchen somewhat off guard. He had indeed not adequately prepared for the defense of the city. Not to mention the lack of defensive measures, the supplies within the city were also scant. As he observed the Jin army's trebuchets beginning to batter the walls, Murongchen summoned Lu Hu, adopting an unusually conciliatory tone. "Do you believe, Governor Lu, that Xingyang can be held?" Lu Hu decisively shook his head, revealing that no preparations for a defense had been made. Relying solely on the soldiers to man the walls, it was likely they would not withstand for long. Murongchen promptly made a decision. "Then we must retreat, exiting through the eastern gate. You will need to delay them." Lu Hu bowed in agreement, his eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of uncertainty. Chapter 64. Foot soldiers countering cavalry. The Jin army had been hammering away at the fortress for some time, and upon witnessing the complete lack of response from the battlements, they proceeded to advance their ladders. The soldiers, equipped with shields, had yet to begin their ascent, and the siege engines were still a considerable distance away when, unexpectedly, the city gate swung open. A wave of panic swept over the Jin troops, who mistakenly believed that the enemy was about to charge out, prompting them to hastily abandon their siege equipment and fall back into formation. To their surprise, it was Elhu who emerged, unarmed and accompanied by his men. He was reluctant to engage in a bloody confrontation with the Xianbei, but equally unwilling to become their cannon fodder. As Murongchen departed, Elhu seized the opportunity to once again surrender to Eastern Jin. Wang Ningzhi hastened forward, inquiring about the whereabouts of the Yin forces. With an expression of utter defeat, Elhu replied, "As you were assaulting the city walls, he led his troops through the eastern gate and escaped." Wang Ningzhi could not help but lament, pondering why Elhu had not attempted to intercept them. If they could have trapped the enemy within the city, it would have been a case of 50,000 against 10,000. However, upon seeing Elhu's expression, Wang Ningzhi found some understanding. He approached Elhu respectfully and said, "I bear responsibility for our failure to rescue Yuang. I am deeply ashamed that you have chosen to abandon your grievances and embrace the light today. Your involvement is inconsequential." Elhu gently shook his head. "I have one condition for my surrender today." "Please state your condition, General." "I shall not refuse anything within my power," Wang Ningzhi assured him. Elhu glanced back at his subordinates, who would not be forced to remain against their will, as Governor Wang intended to relocate them to Luoyang. Wang Ningzhi was taken aback. He saw no issue with this arrangement. "For those who feel Luoyang is unsafe, I can arrange for them to go to Luhan or Jingzhou, ensuring their comfort." Elhu nodded. "Must I go to Jiankong?" Wang Ningzhi understood that Elhu's implication was a death sentence in Jiankong, and he replied with a smile, "There is no need. Your contributions to the court are commendable. I will submit a petition to explain the circumstances and advocate for your merits." Elhu showed little interest in such assurances and said nothing further, leading his unarmed men out of the city gates and towards the rear of the Jin army's formation. Wang Ningzhi borrowed 1,000 troops from Lu Jian to escort Elhu and his men back to Hulao Pass for resettlement, while also dispatching others into the city to retrieve the weapons and equipment of the surrendered soldiers and reclaim the unused ladders and siege engines. Once these arrangements were made, he approached Lu Jian again and asked, "Will the general be stationed in Xingyang?" Lu Jian immediately declined. "No, I intend to return to Xuchang." As Wang Ningzhi was preparing to discuss further matters, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned towards the east. The ground trembled beneath them, and a cavalry force was rapidly approaching. The commotion indicated that it was surely more than just Murongchen returning. Uncertain of the situation, the Jin soldiers dared not enter the city and formed ranks outside its walls. Wang Ningzhi ordered the ladders to be laid down and the bundles of weapons and equipment to be stacked and discarded in front of the formation, creating a barrier to impede the enemy cavalry's charge. The chariots, originally positioned to protect the trebuchets, were also pushed outward to flank the army's sides. Before long, a large contingent of cavalry encircled the city walls and charged forth from both flanks. Wang Ningzhi, stationed in the center of the formation, directed the trebuchets, gauging the distance, and called out, "Release." A multitude of colossal stones descended upon the enemy ranks, causing chaos and disarray, limbs severed and blood spattered, while nearby steeds neighed in distress, rearing up in terror, nearly colliding with the cavalry trailing behind, who pulled tightly on their reins, abruptly halting their advance. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil of the enemy, Wang Ningzhi unleashed several more volleys without a moment's hesitation. Murongchen shouted from the rear, "Do not stop, spread out to the sides, continue the charge." As they drew closer, the trebuchet lost its efficacy, prompting Wang Ningzhi to push it to the periphery, repurposing it as a makeshift barrier. Though it offered little more than a token defense, the archers of the Jin army began a relentless barrage, while the shield-bearing infantry at the forefront continuously adjusted their positions, maneuvering obstacles to prevent the cavalry from breaching their formation. The formation was vast, and mere ladders and a handful of chariots could not entirely seal it off. Gaps were blocked by spearmen, who crouched low, angling the tips of their long spears outward, glimmering menacingly at the cavalry of Yin. Among the 10,000 reinforcements from Wanqing, 3,000 were cavalry, and with Murongchen's contingent, the total reached 5,000. Murongchen gathered these 5,000 cavalry to charge first, intending to breach the Jin formation and buy time for his main force to arrive, even with their numbers doubled. The disarrayed Jin troops would surely be no match for them. However, although the terrain outside the city was open, the cavalry, hindered by the trebuchets and ladders, failed to break through the Jin defenses head-on. As they flanked the sides, their momentum slowed, and they became ensnared in a stalemate. The Jin army, boasting over 10,000 foot soldiers, rendered the cavalry's advantage null once they established their positions. Even those few who managed to penetrate the Jin phalanx were swiftly overwhelmed. Amidst the deadlock, Shinjin commanded the chariots to form small square formations, shields facing outward, as their sharp pikes extended through the large shields of the chariots. Launching a proactive assault against the encircled Yin forces, the Yin cavalry soon learned the ferocity of this unit, like a hedgehog. They were met with a flurry of arrows before they could even approach, and upon nearing, they faced relentless thrusts from the pikes, indiscriminately targeting men and horses alike. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Morongshin swiftly called for a retreat, withdrawing from the range of the Jin army's attack. The Jin soldiers, composed primarily of infantry, did not pursue but rather reformed their ranks, awaiting the next charge from the Yin forces. Yet, Morongshin would not be easily ensnared, considering the reinforcements. His forces were still at a disadvantage, making it implausible to continue this engagement. He promptly turned his horse around and retraced his steps to halt the infantry's advance. After a considerable wait, the Jin army sent scouts to ascertain the Yin troops had truly departed, and only then did they gradually retreat towards Hulao Pass. With the arrival of reinforcements for Yin, Wang Ningzhi abandoned the notion of persuading Lu Jian to hold Xianyang, as he had not brought sufficient provisions. Should he become besieged within the city, he could not rely on Xie An to deliver supplies, which would be far too perilous. This battle was marked by a stroke of fortune. First, Lu Hu's prompt decision to surrender confronted Morongshin with the well-prepared Jin forces. Subsequently, the trebuchets disrupted the Yin army's momentum, and the toppled ladders along with recently captured weaponry compelled them to abandon their frontal assault, opting instead to break through from the flanks, affording the Jin army ample time to reorganize their formation. Otherwise, the outcome could have been truly uncertain. On the plains, the 5,000 cavalry charging at full speed undoubtedly possessed the capability to overwhelm the infantry of the Western Yin, who were still besieging the city. Moreover, with the subsequent reinforcements, if the Jin army failed to withstand the initial onslaught, a rout was highly probable. Wang Ningzhi felt a twinge of fear and somewhat blamed Xie An. Had he not delayed for a day, they would not have encountered the reinforcements from the Yin. Fortunately, the outcome was not disastrous. Hu surrendered, Morongshin fled, and they managed to acquire over 100 warhorses. Upon returning to Hulao Pass, Lu Jian chose to camp outside the fortress. Naturally, Wang Ningzhi's first task was to address the situation concerning Hu and the thousands of surrendered soldiers. Hu insisted that their fate should not be interfered with, and one of the reasons Wang Ningzhi readily agreed was that there were simply too many of them. He could not support them all. However, gathering them for questioning posed a bit of a dilemma. The unmarried individuals were inclined to remain in Woyang. As military provisions were available there, it mattered little where they ate, and following the Jin was psychologically less burdensome than aligning with the Hu. Yet among the surrendered soldiers, many were family men, with their loved ones still in Yuan City. If released, they would likely return only to serve as vanguards for the Yin army against the Jin. This left Wang Ningzhi in a state of indecision. Chapter 65. The battle at Mengjin Pass. Lu, who was a perceptive individual, instantly recognizing Wang Ningzhi's concerns. The situation was indeed somewhat precarious, and he hoped that the governor would honor his commitments and ensure the well-being of everyone involved. Wang Ningzhi was aware that he had once again fallen into the trap set by the seasoned strategist, yet he maintained a congenial demeanor, assuring the general that there was no need for undue worry. Today, we are all fatigued. Let us first rest well. And tomorrow we shall observe the movements of the Xianbei and deliberate further on this matter, shall we? If the Yin army continues its assault on Hulao Pass, we certainly cannot allow that to transpire. Lu understood that there was no urgency to resolve the matter within the next couple of days. At present, he was akin to a fish on a chopping block, and he could not afford to push this seemingly affable nobleman too hard. Thus, he readily acquiesced. In the ensuing days, there was no activity beyond the pass. The scouts dispatched by Wang Ningzhi reported that there were no signs of the Yin army in the vicinity of Xingyang, and it appeared that the main forces were moving eastward. This indicated a retreat towards Qinzhou or Hebei. With no threats at Hulao Pass, Lu Jian prepared to lead the troops from Yuzhou back to Xuchang. Wang Ningzhi finally devised a plan for the repatriation of the surrendered soldiers. He summoned Lu Hu and inquired, "Are your soldiers truly sincere in their allegiance, no longer wishing to oppose my forces?" Lu Hu could only affirm this query. Wang Ningzhi continued, if I manage to rescue the families within Yung City, would that resolve our issues? Lu Hu was taken aback. Did the governor intend to assault Yung? Such a notion seemed implausible. Wang Ningzhi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly clarified, I intend to facilitate their return, coordinating with the families from within. Utilizing waterways for their rescue, there is a significant opportunity here. Lu Hu hesitated, realizing this would entail a confrontation for the city gates with the garrison. Even if successful, the losses could be considerable. However, Wang Ningzhi remained confident, smiling as he asserted, the Yin forces are currently preparing to attack Mengjin Pass. The defenders of Yuan will undoubtedly be distracted, making our endeavor less formidable. Lu Hu still harbored doubts. What if they are all sent to the front lines? Wang Ningzhi regarded him with a knowing smile. Then we shall see whether their loyalty to my dynasty is genuine. Realization dawned upon Lu Hu. If the soldiers were indeed sent to the front, it would be advantageous for them to switch allegiances and join forces with the Luoyang army to defeat the Yin. Has the governor truly agreed to allow them to depart freely? Lu Hu's tone was somewhat weary. I have indeed made such a promise, Wang Ningzhi replied earnestly. But should they turn against my troops again, how shall I justify that to my subordinates? Lu Hu fell silent. While Wang Ningzhi's demands were not unreasonable, having already agreed to their release, he found it unacceptable if they were to rejoin the Jin forces afterward. However, these soldiers had followed him for many years. It was implausible that the Yin would allow all of them to return to a peaceful life as farmers. Wang Ningzhi issued an ultimatum, stating, I have laid my thoughts bare before you, General. If they choose not to return to Yuan, I shall not interfere, and will leave the decision to them. However, should they wish to return, they might consider my proposal. With that, he departed, leaving Lu Hu to ponder. This young man is becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate. 2 days later, Lu Hu relented and approached Wang Ningzhi with a response, revealing that the majority of the soldiers would remain in Luoyang, while 3,000 would be permitted to return. Whether they would collaborate or switch sides would be entirely at Wang Ningzhi's discretion. Wang Ningzhi nodded in acknowledgement, awaiting further details. As Lu Hu realized there was no escaping his fate, he reluctantly stated, My younger brother Xing is willing to return to Yuan with these 3,000 men. Wang Ningzhi nodded in satisfaction and remarked, General L, your arrangements are indeed prudent. Let us proceed thus. I shall release these 3,000 men shortly, while the rest will accompany me back to Luoyang. Lu Hu, having no sons and only this one brother, found this sincerity somewhat acceptable. However, he still harbored discontent, pondering how the governor could ensure their safety at the front lines. Wang Ningzhi contemplated the matter, recognizing the necessity of preemptive planning. Once they were at a standoff across the river, communication would falter. Thus, the two conspired for a considerable time, exploring various possibilities. Upon returning to Jinyong City, Wang Ningzhi entrusted the matter of the surrendered soldiers to He Wu, dispersing those willing to remain in the military across several passes, while those unwilling were sent to Luhun County under Fan Ning's care. Lu Hu himself remained in Jinyong City. After delegating these trivial matters, Wang Ningzhi, eager to avoid He Wu's reports, hastened to the rear courtyard. Months had passed, and Xie Daoyun's abdomen had begun to gently swell. She was taking a stroll with Qingyang in the courtyard. Wang Ningzhi approached briskly, replacing Qingyang, and supported Xie Daoyun, exclaiming, At last, I have returned. The spoils of this venture are substantial. He recounted his recent experiences, deliberately omitting the more gruesome aspects of warfare. Xie Daoyun rejoiced for him, exclaiming, At long last, we may enjoy a period of peace. Wang Ningzhi sighed and shook his head, aware that the Yin army continued to watch Mengjin Pass. And with the failure at Hulao Pass, the pressure would only intensify. It is better than facing enemies on multiple fronts, Xie Daoyun comforted. The Yin people have underestimated us. Had they attacked both passes simultaneously, your burden would have been even heavier. Wang Ningzhi boasted, It is not their underestimation, but rather, your husband's prowess that prevails. Indeed, you are the mightiest. How many days can you remain in the city this time? Xie Daoyun inquired. Wang Ningzhi, reluctant to dwell on such matters, decided to wait for the latest news from Mengjin Pass before making any plans. Since capturing Hangu Pass and deploying troops to occupy Hulao Pass and Mengjin Pass, the safety of Jinyong City had indeed been secured. Yet, Wang Ningzhi found himself spending less time in the city, especially during these tumultuous times. His absence from Xie Daoyun's side weighed heavily on him. Thus, in rare moments of respite, he devoted most of his time in the rear courtyard. Aside from listening to various reports, one day He Wu reported on the handling of the surrendered soldiers. The majority of Lu Hu's subordinates were willing to continue receiving military provisions. After a careful selection, he Wu retained only half, amounting to less than 3,000 men, while the rest were sent to Luhan County to work the land. Maintaining an army requires not only sustenance but also military pay. The lack of commercial income in Luoyang made it impossible to sustain a large force. Presently, the military pay for Luoyang's troops primarily stemmed from the court and Huan Wen's support, alongside what Wang Ningzhi obtained from the key points in Yangzhou and Jingzhou, with only a small portion being rewards granted by the court. Over the past few years, amidst intermittent battles, the court had periodically bestowed cloth and other materials, all of which Wang Ningzhi had exchanged for funds. However, after the development of Luoyang and Luhan, life has improved significantly compared to the initial days. The common folk now have surplus grain in their homes, and the city of Jinyong has gradually stabilized, with commercial prosperity on the horizon. Overall, the most challenging times have passed. Wang Ningzhi had been in the city for nearly 10 days when Sun Jin sent word that the river waters were beginning to recede, and the Yin army across the river was visibly increasing in number. This time, Wang Ningzhi took Elhu with him, as no news had come back from the Wild King, leaving them uncertain about the fate of those 3,000 men. In the latter part of the month of Xie An, the Yellow River exhibited a marked decrease in water level, revealing sandbanks that gradually expanded within the river. The Yin army began to recklessly utilize small boats and wooden planks to construct floating bridges, rendering the warships within Mengjin Pass incapable of posing a threat to them. By the time Wang Ningzhi arrived, the enemy had already erected several floating bridges leading to the sandbanks in the river, poised to make a swift advance to the opposite shore. Advancing further would bring them within the range of the Luoyang army's firepower. Chapter 66. The brutality of war. Mengjin Pass, nestled against the mountains and bordered by water, lacks the geographical advantage of Tiger Lock Pass, which could be defended by a single warrior against a multitude. With the declining water levels of the Yellow River making crossings less arduous, Mengjin Pass is unlikely to completely thwart the invasion of the Yin army, serving primarily as a deterrent to supply routes. After all, soldiers can traverse floating bridges, attempting to circumvent attacks within the pass, yet the transport of provisions still necessitates a secure and stable route. However, Wang Ningzhi was not inclined to permit the Yin army an easy crossing. He dispatched Sun Jin with 2,000 men to exit the pass, arraying them along the riverbank and deploying catapults to extend their range of assault, aiming to inflict significant casualties on the enemy amidst the waters. Following the reception of Elhu's troops, the garrison at Mengjin Pass reached a strength of over 1,000. In the event of an emergency, reinforcements from Jinyong City could arrive within half a day. With all preparations in place, they awaited the enemy's move from across the river. During this interval, Wang Ningzhi remained active, sending scouts to infiltrate Yung for intelligence. The Yin army predictably summoned a majority of Elhu's former soldiers to the front lines for tasks such as bridge construction, leaving only a few hundred in the city, while the defenders numbered 2,000. Concerned for his brethren, Elhu proposed a timely internal and external coordination to rescue the families trapped in Yuan, thereby delaying the Yin forces' advance and allowing them to address instability in their rear. Wang Ningzhi, however, disagreed. Such an action would jeopardize the frontline troops, placing them at risk of annihilation by the enraged Yin soldiers. In the grand scheme of the battle, the value of these frontline troops outweighed the potential gains. Wang Ningzhi instructed Deng Xia to prepare 2,000 naval troops and alerted Elhu's remaining forces in Yuan to be ready. Once the moment was ripe, they would signal with smoke and flames for immediate action. In May, Fu Yin arrived at the front lines to personally oversee the Yin army's river crossing operations. The first contingent to be dispatched was the original Yuan army, who, with shields raised in one hand and assembled wooden bridges in the other, slowly advanced along the previously constructed floating bridges. Upon entering the range of the Luoyang army, Sun Jin, aware of their origins, hesitated to issue an immediate attack order. Without a moment's pause, Wang Ningzhi commanded the catapults to strike. As Elhu silently closed his eyes in contemplation, the shields could withstand arrows but not the heavy stones. Each boulder that fell claimed both bridge and soldier, plunging them into the muddy depths. Fu Yin felt no remorse. What could be sacrificed to fill the river? And bodies too, as long as his forces could swiftly traverse the waters. He ordered the soldiers behind to hasten their advance, disregarding the wounded, and to quickly secure the floating bridge in the water. The Yellow River grew increasingly murky, obscuring the hues of silt, blood, and drifting timber. Under the relentless drive of the Xinbei, they paid a toll of over 200 lives before the floating bridge finally reached the shallows of the southern bank. With a commanding shout, Fu Yin signaled Hu's former troops to retreat to the opposite side, allowing the main force of the Xianbei to initiate their assault. Xinjin had meticulously established multiple defensive lines along the riverbank, a row of wooden palisades, followed by earthen walls, and behind them, shield-bearers, spearmen, and archers stood ready. The infantry dispatched by the Yin army were robustly built, clad in heavy armor, and wielding long polearms. Although their pace was slow, the damage inflicted by arrows and crossbows upon them was minimal. Upon reaching the end of the floating bridge, they brandished their formidable weapons, easily shattering the wooden barricades. The forces of Luoyang remained unperturbed. The trebuchets operated by Guan continued to hurl stones, while immense logs, thrust forth from the gaps in the earthen walls by the efforts of hundreds of soldiers, came crashing down upon the Yin troops in the water. Despite their valiant spirit, the Yin soldiers struggled to maintain their footing on the floating bridge and in the muddy waters, often being toppled by the tumultuous logs. A few agile individuals managed to grasp the logs, but they could not withstand the overwhelming force of the hundreds behind them, resulting in their being flung into the water. Xinjin, commanding from atop the earthen wall, noted the effectiveness of this tactic and ordered the soldiers to retrieve the logs for another coordinated assault. Just as the Yin army had managed to advance a few meters, they were pushed back once more. On the opposite bank, Fu Yin, observing the situation, commanded a large-scale offensive, directing the Yin forces to assault along multiple floating bridges across the several hundred meters of the river. The Luoyang army, being limited in number, found their lines stretched thin, leading to a loss of composure as they began to feel the pressure from the advancing Yin troops. The heavy infantry, impervious to arrows, crashed against the earthen walls, while the shield-bearers of Luoyang held steadfast. However, the makeshift defenses could not withstand the relentless waves of assaults, ultimately collapsing under the pressure, leaving soldiers on both sides covered in dust and dirt. Once the earthen walls were breached, the Luoyang forces began to retreat towards the pass. But the Yin army refrained from pursuit, instead establishing a defensive position by the riverbank to cover the crossing of their comrades. Xinjin, having sustained minimal losses, did not rush to enter the pass, instead arranging his troops at the base of the fortifications. Wang Ningzhi, commanding from above, continued to direct ranged attacks against the soldiers attempting to cross, seizing every opportunity to eliminate an enemy. Seeing that the vanguard had successfully landed, Fu Yin could no longer contain himself and led the main force to commence the river crossing. Hu's old unit did not belong to the main body of the Yin army and was left behind. As Wang Ningzhi recognized the opportune moment, he ignited beacons atop the city walls, signaling a counterattack. Fu Yin sensed the impending danger as Hu's forces, following closely behind the main body, began to dismantle the segment of the floating bridge connecting the sandbank to Hebei, retreating to solid ground. They then hastily made their way towards the direction of Yuan. In this assault on Mingjin Pass, cavalry were rendered useless and had been redirected to the eastern front. Watching these traitors attempt to flank him, Fu Yin found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Xinjin seized this chance, leading his troops into a fierce charge that scattered the bewildered Yin soldiers, many of whom were once again thrust back into the water. After several rounds of tumultuous clashes, Fu Yin, filled with fury, finally reached the shore and bellowed orders to his soldiers, urging them to remain calm. However, Xinjin, recognizing the advantage, swiftly retreated with his subordinates towards the interior of the pass. A hail of arrows soon rained down from above, preventing the Yin forces from closing in. As they witnessed the city gates being sealed once more, frustrated, Fu Yin began to reorganize his formation, facing significant losses due to the persistent tactics employed by the Luoyang army, with many of his men lying in the mud, groaning in pain. The gravest issue remained. The route back was severed, and they possessed only the provisions they carried, leaving them to ponder not only the assault on the pass, but their very survival. Upon receiving the signal of smoke, Deng Xia led his naval forces from the Yellow River into the Qinshui. After the Wild King was occupied by the Yin people, the defensive line contracted, allowing unimpeded access along the Qinshui, and Deng Xia smoothly arrived outside the eastern gate. Inside the city, Xing, upon noticing the signal, gathered retired soldiers and capable family members, stealthily arming themselves as they moved towards the eastern gate. Although the Yin army's defenses within the city could not be deemed lax, given the substantial supplies and munitions stored there, 2,000 defenders proved insufficient against an external invasion while being somewhat inadequate against an internal assault. As Xing approached the eastern gate, He drew his weapon and boldly shouted an attack against the guards. Others emerged from various alleyways, joining in the siege of the city gate. Deng Xia, lying in ambush at a distance, observed the gate swing open and promptly commenced his charge. Fu Yan had only left an aide-de-camp stationed within the city upon facing the sudden onslaught. He wisely opted to secure the supplies and munitions rather than engage in urban combat with Deng Xia. This strategy was astute, as both sides were evenly matched. And against the fully committed defenses of the Yan army, Deng Xia would struggle to breach their stronghold. Consequently, he allowed Elxing and his family to board the vessels first. Having arrived, and unable to seize the supplies, Deng Xia dispatched men to plunder the mansions within the city, ultimately setting them ablaze. Chapter 67. The Crisis in Luoyang after plundering the Wild King City. Deng Xia still felt somewhat unsatisfied and, before departing, dismantled several of the city gates. His orders from Wang Ningzhi were clear: rescue the family members and retreat immediately to avoid being trapped in the city by the returning Yan army. Deng Xia encountered little resistance and successfully completed his mission. As the fleet left the Qin River and entered the Yellow River on their way back to Luoyang, they fortuitously encountered over 2,000 soldiers who had escaped from Meijin Pass. These men, in a state of disarray and having narrowly escaped death, spent a night by the river in hunger. Upon learning that their loved ones had been rescued, many stood by the shore, weeping uncontrollably. Deng Xia found a gentle spot, lowered the gangplank, and allowed everyone to board the ship, providing food and drink while inquiring in detail about the situation at Meijin Pass. Upon discovering that the main force of the Yan army was still on the southern bank and would not return quickly, Deng Xia was overjoyed. He immediately rallied the men, proclaiming, "Now that the defenses in Wild King City are weak, let us charge back and seize the Yan army's supplies. What say you?" The men exchanged glances, clearly reluctant. Observing their hesitation, Deng Xia shifted his approach, promising that the food, cloth, and weapons they seized would be evenly distributed among them. This proposition stirred their interest, and they clamored, "General, do you speak true?" Deng Xia assured them, declaring that his desire was for military merit, not material wealth. Once consensus was reached, the men hastily rested, and the fleet turned around, heading back toward the Qin River. Meanwhile, within Wild King City, the garrison, after a night of trepidation, confirmed that the Luoyang army had indeed departed. The deputy general had just begun to organize his subordinates to clear the looted city and dispatched messengers to the front lines and the rear for reinforcements. However, merely a day had passed when Deng Xia returned, now accompanied by twice as many soldiers. Upon witnessing the empty city gates, he raised his arm in triumph and, with a fierce battle cry, charged inside. The deputy general of the Yin army, having only just calmed his nerves, felt a fresh wave of anxiety. But soon, the unprepared defenders were overwhelmed and defeated by the Luoyang forces, with Deng Xia delivering the final blow to the deputy general. Once they breached the supply depot, chaos ensued as everyone frantically grabbed whatever they could before hastily fleeing with carts. Deng Xia led the rear guard, after ensuring the bulk of the troops had safely departed. He set fire to the remaining supplies, reducing them to ashes, and left with a sense of fulfillment. By the time the Yin reinforcements arrived from Puyang, Wild King City had become a desolate ruin. Meanwhile, at Meijin Pass, Fu Yan found himself in a quandary. Should he continue the assault? He still commanded over 30,000 men, which seemed ample, yet attacking such a military stronghold required more than sheer numbers. Should he retreat across the river? With forces deployed along the eastern front as well, if he fled first, it could leave the eastern front in dire straits, and the court would certainly not spare him. Wang Ningzhi, observing the distant Yin army resting, remarked to Xinjin, "What are they still hesitating for? If they do not depart soon, they will be left without provisions." It was difficult to ascertain, perhaps due to their unwillingness to yield, as they seemed intent on assessing the situation on the northern bank. Wang Ningzhi's expression remained grim. He feared they might descend southward to attack the fortresses and even county towns along the way, seizing supplies. When the time comes, even if the Jin army manages to encircle and annihilate them, it would still be a catastrophe for the populace surrounding Luoyang. Upon hearing his concerns, Xinjin dismissed the possibility, believing it improbable for the Xianbei main forces to bring about their own demise. Wang Ningzhi, however, shook his head, harboring a lingering unease. Fu Yan's reluctance to retreat left him with an unsettling feeling. That evening, the Yin army set up camp by the river, and fortunately, it was summer, making the conditions for camping bearable. On the following day, the Yin army displayed no intention of leaving, and events began to unfold unfavorably for Luoyang. Fu Yin dispatched 10,000 troops to circumvent Mingjin Pass and Mang Mountain, entering Yanshi to seize grain supplies. Although Wang Ningzhi was stationed outside Jinyong City, managing the counties of Luoyang and Luhun, numerous commoners still resided in the fortified settlements they had inhabited for decades. In a short while, the surrounding area of Luoyang was engulfed in turmoil. He Wu within Jinyong City dared not act recklessly. He sent out scouts to monitor the Yin army while also risking a messenger to traverse Mang Mountain to convey news to Wang Ningzhi. The bad news did not cease with that. Lu Jian from Xuchang sent word to Luoyang that the provincial governor, Xie An, was gravely ill and had led his troops away from Xuchang, returning to Shouchuan. Wang Ningzhi, upon receiving this news, fell into a prolonged silence before responding to He Wu, instructing him to disregard the Yin army and focus on defending Jinyong City. He also advised Li Shou and Lu Lao from Hulao Pass to remain vigilant against any enemies lurking behind them. With the absence of a garrison in Xuchang, the Yin army could now traverse Song Mountain and enter Luoyang unimpeded. Doubtful of Xie An's reliability, Wang Ningzhi penned another letter to Huan Wen, elucidating the situation and urging him to hasten the mobilization of the Nanyang troops northward. Observing the suppressed fury on Wang Ningzhi's face, Xinjin refrained from uttering a word. After Wang sent off the messenger bound for Luoyang, he finally asked, "Could the situation be this dire?" "Do not harbor false hopes," Wang Ningzhi replied, leaning back against the table. Fu Yan's prolonged presence, risking so much to forage within Luoyang, undoubtedly signifies ulterior motives. Xinjin, perplexed, inquired how they could have known that Governor Xie would withdraw his troops. "I do not know," Wang Ningzhi replied with a bitter smile, "if even I am unaware. How could they possibly know? Thus, their plan carries immense risk." No, their initial strategy was certainly to launch a surprise attack on Hulao Pass. If that succeeded, it would be ideal, but if not, they could retreat through Mingjin Pass, which explains Fu Yan's reluctance to depart. Wang Ningzhi continued to elucidate for Xinjin, stating that now, with the absence of a large force in Xuchang, they felt emboldened, for the entirety of the Central Plains lacked sufficient strength to thwart them. With a dejected expression, Xinjin asked, "What can we do now?" "Wait," Wang Ningzhi replied resolutely. "Defend the city and await reinforcements." At that moment, news arrived from outside indicating unusual activity in the northern city of Yuan. Wang Ningzhi and Xinjin ascended the city tower, gazing at the billowing black smoke rising above Yuan. Xinjin, perplexed, remarked, "Did we not send aid yesterday? Why such commotion today?" Wang Ningzhi calculated the time and surmised that it was likely General Ding and the 2,000 remnants from Yiwang who had joined forces to incinerate the supplies amassed by the Yin army in Yiwang. Xinjin excitedly shouted twice, but upon seeing Wang Ning's indifferent demeanor, he realized that the Yin army had no intention of retreating. The lack of provisions did not affect the situation in Luoyang. Fu Yin also noticed the black smoke rising from the direction of Yuan City. Understanding that the supply lines had been severed, yet he remained unfazed, as his current task was to defend the remaining half of the floating bridge. At that moment, a scout reported that Jin troops had traversed the winding path of Mang Mountain and emerged from Mingjin Pass. Fu Yin commanded the closure of the rear mountain, severing the connection between Mingjin Pass and Luoyang. To the east of Xingyang, Morongchen led an army of 30,000, making a formidable return. He initially intended to personally lead 10,000 cavalry to circumvent Song Mountain and launch a surprise attack on Hulao Pass with his 20,000 infantry. However, before he could advance, scouts reported significant troop movements in Xuchang. Alarmed, Morongchen halted, pondering where the leak had occurred, as the Jin army seemed to be well prepared ahead of time. Yet, not long after, another scout returned with news that 50,000 Jin troops had exited the city and were heading south. Morongchen was overjoyed, thinking that it was indeed better to arrive fortuitously than too early, and he decided to have all 30,000 troops circumvent into the territory of Luoyang. Chapter 68, The Severance of Communication Within the Confines of Hulao Pass. Li Shou and Lu Lao were deliberating strategies in response to the message from Luoyang. The design of the pass was intended to prevent external foes from breaching Luoyang, and they had never anticipated facing adversaries approaching from that very direction. Lu Lao suggested a retreat, advocating for the preservation of their strength. Li Shou vehemently disagreed, asserting that fleeing without a fight would severely demoralize their troops. Besides, they could still hold out behind the city walls for a time. With a cold scoff, Lu Lao retorted that if they did not depart now, they would find themselves trapped when the enemy arrived at the gates. Li Shou, in a fit of anger, declared that if Lu wished to flee, he could do so, while he would remain to cover their retreat. Lu Lao, equally incensed, stood and exclaimed, "Do you think I am cowardly? Our Lord has painstakingly gathered these men. Do you intend to sacrifice them all?" Li Shou hesitated at the mention of Wang Ningzhi, recalling that their Lord's correspondence did not authorize a retreat. Lu Lao persisted, arguing that their Lord had misjudged the situation. Currently, there were no Yin forces obstructing their escape. They could withdraw at any moment. As long as Jinyong City remained intact, Hulao Pass could eventually be reclaimed. This was indeed a miscalculation on Wang Ningzhi's part. He believed that the Yin army would certainly launch a dual assault on Hulao Pass. Unaware that Murongchen, upon learning of the withdrawal from Xuchang, deemed it more prudent to direct his forces to attack Jinyong City directly, rather than waste time circumventing to assault Hulao Pass. Thus, Lu Lao also erred in his assumptions, thinking that the Yin army would inevitably split its forces to seize Hulao Pass as a fallback route should they fail to capture Luoyang. This was a matter of informational disparity. From Murongchen's perspective, if he could conquer Jinyong City, Hulao Pass would be easily taken, and should he fail, he could retreat via Mingjin Pass, where Fu Yin awaited him. Therefore, Hulao Pass was not essential as a retreat path. In the midst of these miscalculations, Li Shou and Lu Lao dismantled the catapults and ballistae on the city walls, gathering provisions to leave Hulao Pass and rendezvous with the naval forces by the riverside. However, Deng Xia had only just returned with a full load, and the vessel could not accommodate so many individuals. After a brief discussion, they resolved to allow the fleet to enter the Luoshui River, transporting their families and supplies to hide in the Mongshan Mountains, and then regroup the nearly 8,000 men on board, waiting for the opportune moment to act. With their plans settled, they immediately set to work. Meanwhile, at Jinyong City, Xie Daoyun noticed the rising smoke signals around her, stirring concerns for Wang Ningzhi's safety. She summoned Qingyang to bring Jiang Shun to inquire about the situation outside. However, Jiang Shun was only aware of the general circumstances. Their lord was still stationed at Mingjin Pass, while the Yin forces had crossed the river, with one contingent currently raiding for provisions in the west. Suppressing her unease behind a screen, Xie Daoyun inquired, "Has General he sought assistance from Yuzhou or Jingzhou?" Jiang Shun, now solely focused on domestic matters and not military affairs, quickly replied, "I have not been involved in military matters. Let me inquire and return with an answer." Growing impatient, Xie Daoyun insisted, "No need for that. Just bring General He to me and inform him I have matters to discuss." Jiang Shun complied and departed. Qingyang, supporting Xie Daoyun, softly urged, "Madam, do not fret. Be mindful of your health." Xie Daoyun glanced down at her already rounded belly and exhaled deeply. Imu hurried over, now the highest commander in Jinyong City, overwhelmed with daily responsibilities. "Madam, the Lord is currently besieged by 30,000 Yin troops at Mingjin Pass. But he is not in peril. I have already requested reinforcements from Jingzhou as per his instructions." Xie Daoyun furrowed her brow, questioning, "Why seek distant aid when there are troops in Yuzhou?" Himu respectfully replied, "The governor of Yuzhou, Xie Sishi, is gravely ill and has returned to Shouchuan with his army." "What?" Xie Daoyun stood up in alarm upon hearing this. Qingyang quickly supported her, softly advising, "Madam, please be cautious." Himu, frightened into silence, recalled that the lady was indeed from the Xie family. Regaining her composure, Xie Daoyun inquired, "Is it still possible to communicate with Mingjin Pass?" "It cannot be guaranteed. The last messenger we dispatched was discovered by the Yin troops and barely escaped. The Yin army has intensified their blockade," Himu replied. "If you have a message for the Lord, I can send someone to attempt delivery." Xie Daoyun pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "Never mind, you may return to your duties. Ensure that the citizens entering the city are thoroughly inspected to prevent any Yin spies from infiltrating." Himu bowed in acknowledgement and exited. Jiang Shun had not yet left, as his duty was to protect Xie Daoyun. He added, "Madam, do not fret over external matters. It is paramount to take care of your health. The Lord has made adequate arrangements, and there will be no issues." Xie Daoyun walked a few steps, cradling her belly, her expression gradually firming. "There are numerous affairs within the city. Assist General He in managing them, and report to me daily on the latest developments." Jiang Shun replied quietly, "The Lord instructed me to protect the madam. Was it not conveyed that if the city falls, you are to escort me to safety?" Xie Daoyun unexpectedly laughed, saying, "On that day, do you truly believe we could escape?" Jiang Shun did not answer definitively but stated, "I would risk my life to ensure your safety." With such thoughts, "You might as well assist in defending the city," Xie Daoyun commanded. "Take the household troops with you. They are seasoned soldiers, and it would be a waste to keep them here." Jiang Shun hesitated slightly. Xie Daoyun feigned anger. "What? Must I ascend the city tower for you to depart? Jiang Shun hastily assured her he would go. Xingyang helped Xie Daoyun sit, placing a cushion behind her. Suddenly, Xie Daoyun asked, "Are you afraid?" Xingyang shook her head. "If the madam is unafraid, what do I have to fear? Who said I am unafraid?" Xie Daoyun glanced at her belly, murmuring, "The more one fears within, the less one must show it." Xingyang looked on, somewhat perplexed. At Mingjin Pass, Wang Ningzhi did not regard the menacing Yin troops in the distance, but instead turned his gaze toward the southern Mongshan Mountains, his eyes seemingly piercing through the mountains. The towering walls of Jinyang City, and the barriers of houses, seeking the one person he held dear in his heart. Xinjin, consumed by thoughts of war, failed to notice Wang Ningzhi's distraction and suddenly shouted, "The Yin army is on the move." Wang Ningzhi turned to see Fu Yin departing with a contingent of around 10,000 soldiers, heading toward Jinyang City. Xinjin felt a sense of urgency. The Yin army was poised to unite and assault Jinyang. He was uncertain about the situation at Hulao Pass. Wang Ningzhi had not received any news from the Eastern Front for some time, which caused him concern. The movements of the Yin people were swifter than anticipated, and he wondered how many troops were currently amassed outside Jinyang City. He had confidence in the fortress he had meticulously constructed, yet, being absent from the city, he could only fret and place his hopes in Hewu. As this thought crossed Xinjin's mind, he sighed. The Lord should not have come here. If you were within the city, you could surely hold out until the reinforcements arrive. General, he possesses capability. Yet there is a fear that the soldiers may not rally behind him. Hewu's military achievements were not prominently displayed, and his demeanor was understated and unpretentious. Although he held some foundational support among the soldiers, he was not the type to inspire fervor with a mere call to arms. In contrast, Wang Ningzhi commanded respect and loyalty from the troops due to his status and contributions over the years, while Deng Xia and Xinjin earned their trust through valor and military accomplishments. In warfare, morale is paramount, especially when besieged. It is crucial for someone to step forward and uplift the spirits of the men. In this regard, he will undoubtedly face a significant shortcoming. Chapter 69, The Siege of Jinyang City. Within the confines of Jiaoling City, Huan Wen received a letter from Wang Ningzhi. The initial passages detailed the current situation in Luoyang, serving as a basis to persuade Jingzhou to dispatch troops. However, the concluding line revealed the underlying motive. Should Lord Huan decide to mobilize forces, victory would yield control over Yuzhou. Upon reading the correspondence, Huan Wen handed it to Qiao Chao, inquiring whether he found Xu Ping's calligraphy had gained a sharper edge compared to before. In the realm of calligraphy, the Western aristocracy, alongside the prominent families that once held power in the Jiankong court, experienced only a singular shift. The Gaoping Chao clan had supplanted the Longqing Huan family, joining the ranks of the Wang family of Langya, the Yu family of Yingchuan, and the Xie family of Qinjun. Yet, Huan Wen's own calligraphy was commendable. The Huan family's downfall lay not in his capabilities, but rather in the shortcomings of his son. As previously stated, Huan Wen was well versed in both literature and martial prowess, albeit slightly deficient in all arenas. Qiao Chao swiftly perused the letter, refraining from commenting on Wang Ningzhi's calligraphy. He concurred with Xu Ping's insight. Should we dispatch troops to relieve the siege of Luoyang, we could seize the momentum to establish a presence in Xuchang and subsequently hold the court accountable for Xie Wancher's dereliction of duty. Huan Wen reclaimed the letter from him, appreciating its contents, and remarked, "The character reflects the individual. Xu Ping truly deserves admiration. I must preserve this letter to share with Yishao next time." Qiao Chao, aware that further discourse on this topic was futile, replied with a smile. Xu Ping has been remiss in practice in recent years. He might even face some reprimand. Only then did Huan Wen set aside the letter, acknowledging that the Wang family already boasted an abundance of skilled calligraphers, with Wang Xuping being the singular standout. Qiao Chao returned to the matter at hand, emphasizing the urgency of the situation, insisting they must promptly inform Nanyang to mobilize troops. Otherwise, should Luoyang fall, their position at court would weaken considerably. Huan Wen nodded, affirming, "I will dispatch my brother, Huan Hua, from Yiyang with an army of 50,000 to the north to aid Luoyang." Huan Hua, styled as Longzi, was Huan Wen's third brother. Qiao Chao cautioned, upon completion of the mission, ensure to establish a foothold in Xuchang before sending forces northward to eliminate the Yin army along the southern banks of the Yellow River. Huan Wen understood his intent, to demonstrate to the court that the plight of the Central Plains was due to the incompetence of the Xie family, thus compelling Sima Yu and Jiankong to acquiesce through established facts. The two men swiftly resolved their plans and dispatched a swift horse to inform Huan Hua to lead the forces from Nanyang northward, entering the heart of Luoyang through Guangqing Pass. At that moment, Jinyong City was already encircled by Murongqin's 30,000 troops and Fuyin's 20,000. The capture of Jinyong City would render Hulao Pass and Mingjin Pass inconsequential to the Yin army. Thus, the moment the 50,000-strong army gathered, they commenced the siege without delay. The siege engines, prepared by Murongqin, had not been deployed against Hulao Pass, but were instead positioned before Jinyong City. The Yin army, brimming with confidence, began filling the moat, preparing for a vigorous assault from the west. The defenses of Jinyong City, meticulously orchestrated by Wang Ningzhi, were designed to counter each advance with methodical precision. Wu and Jiangshun commanded from the city walls, utilizing catapults to hurl stones at the advancing Yin troops, who were engaged in earthworks. For the shield bearers, arrows proved ineffective. Only the catapults could marginally impede their progress. The Yin forces, undeterred by the flying stones, repurposed the fallen projectiles as materials to fill the moat. For the defenders, this was an inescapable dilemma. Should they refrain from offensive action, the Yin army would only expedite their entrenchment. After spending half a day and sacrificing several hundred lives, the Yin army successfully filled the moat of Jinyong City. The troops showed no sign of rest as Murongqin and Fu Yin mobilized siege ladders and siege engines, launching a vigorous assault from the west side of Jinyong City. Aware of the preciousness of time, they recognized that although Xuchang had no significant military presence, the Jin forces were regrouping and could arrive in as little as half a month. Thus, the window for breaching the city was nearly as short. Nevertheless, both men remained confident. The forces from Luoyang were scant and scattered, and their own numbers were at least 10 times greater than those of the defenders. By their estimation, they could breach this modest Jinyong City in just a few days. However, the first day of the siege proved to be a harsh awakening, as the Yin army made no progress and suffered considerable losses to their siege equipment. The defenders of Jinyong City utilized catapults, crossbows, and arrows, raining down death upon the advancing Yin soldiers with boulders and boiling water. The soldiers of Yin faced relentless trials on the battlefield: the whistling stones, the massive bolts that pierced multiple men, the dense hail of arrows, and the falling boulders and scalding water. One Yin soldier, desperately holding his shield, managed to touch the city wall, only to have his fingers severed by a swift blade, then was thrust from the wall by a spear emerging from the parapet. The pain in his fingers was hardly felt before he plummeted to his fate. This soldier was merely one of the fortunate few favored by destiny. The majority of the Yin soldiers fell before they could even reach the wall. Murongqin and Fu Yin observed this grim scene with stoic expressions. The fierce resistance of the Luoyang army was not unexpected, yet this was merely the beginning, and their confidence remained unshaken. The assault continued until the sun dipped below the western hills. The summer's heat exacerbated the situation, even after clearing the corpses from outside the city. The acrid stench and swarms of flies were maddening, not to mention the cawing crows that circled overhead. Wu and Jiangshun could not afford to rest. There remained only 3,000 soldiers in the city, and they needed to gather laborers to assist in transporting supplies, allowing the soldiers some respite. The citizens of Jinyong City cooperated fully, contributing their strength to prepare for the next day's defense. Jiangshun busied himself until the hour of the pig. When he remembered he needed to report to Xie Daoyun, he hurried back to the governor's residence. Upon reaching the entrance to the backyard, he slowed his pace and peered inside. Qingyang quickly spotted him and approached with a complaint. "Why are you so late? The lady has been waiting." Jiangshun offered a wry smile but said nothing, following Qingyang inside. Before reaching the door, he stopped at a distance and called in, "Madam, please forgive me. I want to be coming in. Everything is well today, please rest assured." Xie Daoyun appeared at the window, inquiring about casualties and the morale of the soldiers. A few dozen were wounded by stones and arrows, but morale remains high, Jiangshun replied from outside. "Please go rest. If you cannot leave tomorrow, just have someone send a message to Qingyang," Xie Daoyun said softly. "Not knowing the situation outside makes me anxious, and I must trouble you." Jiangshun hurriedly responded, "Madam, it is no trouble at all, I understand." Having spoken, he hastily departed, the sound of his armor clinking resonating clearly in the stillness of the night, lingering even as he ventured far away. Once inside, Qingyang assisted Xie Daoyun to recline upon the couch. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remarked, her voice tinged with a sob, "I had just lamented his tardiness." Xie Daoyun took her hand and gently patted it, inquiring how she had come to such a realization. With teary eyes and a quivering voice, Qingyang replied, "He bears the sin of blood, which is why he refrained from approaching this chamber." "Indeed." This indicated that on the very first day, foes had already scaled the city walls. Xie Daoyun instinctively tightened her grip on the maid's hand, a premonition of the greater challenges that lay ahead. Sensing her trepidation, Xingyang gazed at her in alarm, oblivious to the pain in her hand. However, Xie Daoyun quickly regained her composure, asserting calmly, "I have faith in this city, fortified with years of labor, and in the soldiers and citizens within, who will undoubtedly defend it." For many, this summer's night was one of sleeplessness, while for others, it marked the final night. Chapter 70, The Honest Man Inspires Morale. The assault on the following day commenced shortly after the sun ascended the horizon. The Yin army, resolute and unwavering, unleashed their overwhelming numerical superiority to mount a vigorous offensive from the west, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon the defenders within the city. He Wu, having endured a sleepless night, traversed the battlements with bloodshot eyes, leading a reserve force to identify and rectify any deficiencies. The number of defenders posed a significant challenge. In order to sustain the defense, he was compelled to risk the lives of several laborers, enlisting them to ascend the walls and assist the soldiers. The Yin forces continued their relentless assault, yet the outcomes remained modest, with only a scant few managing to scale the walls via ladders. However, the presence of catapults and siege towers inflicted continuous casualties upon the defenders. The siege towers, albeit somewhat protective due to their shields, still left the defenders vulnerable to arrows aimed at vital areas, while the impact of the Yan's projectiles proved devastating. Many laborers were left pale and trembling in the wake of the gruesome carnage, prompting He Wu to rotate them out for rest. The circumstances on the second day mirrored the first, with the Yin army retreating only at sunset after a day of intense conflict. The casualties among the defenders of Luoyang showed little change, with over 10 slain on the spot and more than 10 wounded by arrows and debris. Conversely, the Yin army suffered losses exceeding 1,000 men daily. Nonetheless, Morongqin and Fu Yin remained optimistic, noting the presence of laborers on the walls as a sign of dwindling defender numbers. The situation had escalated into a battle of attrition and resolve. On the third day, the scenario persisted, with the Yin forces sparing no effort, alternating their troops while dispatching a contingent to continue the construction of siege equipment. Under He Wu's direction, the defenders operated at maximum capacity, seizing every opportunity for respite. From the outset, the Yan's concerted efforts and the pressure from the Western Front began to take their toll, with numerous defenders unable to find rest due to the immense psychological strain. On the fourth day, prior to the assault, the Yin army collectively proclaimed, "Your little emperor has perished, surrender and open the gates." The defenders, uncertain of the veracity of this claim, turned their gaze towards He Wu, who himself was at a loss for how to respond, unable to ascertain whether this was a genuine announcement or a tactical ploy. It was then that Jiang Shun stepped forward, hoarsely shouting, "We fight for ourselves, we fight for Luoyang. Do not be distracted, do not fall for the enemy's ruse." A few of Wang's troops joined him in this rallying cry, their voices echoing across the city walls. Gradually, the defenders regained their composure. Recognizing the truth in Jiang Shun's words, the fate of the emperor in Jiankong had little bearing on their current struggle in Luoyang. Observing the ineffectiveness of this declaration, Fu Yin exchanged a knowing smile with Morongqin. "I told you this news would yield no fruit. These men were sent here by their little emperor and hold no concern for his fate." Morongqin, however, disagreed, asserting that it would have some effect from today onward. "We shall encircle the 3 gates. I refuse to believe they will not waver." The death of the little emperor, Sima, was indeed true. This intelligence had been relayed urgently by Morongqin's scouts from the Eastern Front. Sima passed away in late May of this year at the tender age of 19, having reigned for 17 years. After this brief interlude, the Yin army resumed their siege, following Morongqin's orders to leave the western gate unassailed. He Wu understood the intentions of the Yin people, yet this development alleviated the issue of insufficient military strength for the defending forces. Thus he temporarily set aside his concerns and refocused on bolstering the defense. On that day, the siege by the Yin army concluded earlier than usual, and by the afternoon, they hastily withdrew. After several days of relentless assaults, the Yin forces had suffered considerable losses, with cartloads of corpses being transported back for cremation. The remaining soldiers could not help but be affected by this grim sight, necessitating a period of rest for the Yin army. Jiang Shun sought out He Wu and pulled him aside to a secluded area, voicing his concerns. "This cannot continue. While a fierce attack from the enemy is manageable, it keeps everyone on edge with no time to ponder other matters. Now, with the emperor's passing and the need to carve out an escape route, thoughts are bound to wander." He Wu, fully aware of this reality, responded by suggesting increased patrols, proposing to replace any soldier exhibiting signs of distress. Jiang Shun, exasperated by this notion, retorted, "What are you thinking? Are you not afraid of inciting a rebellion?" He Wu, slightly flustered, inquired, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shun replied, "I mean that you should soothe the emotions of the soldiers and the civilians. After all, you are a veteran of this city. Can you not find a way to uplift everyone's spirits?" Jiang Shun looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and resolve. After a moment's contemplation, He Wu said, "I will give it a try." Jiang Shun, now lacking confidence, cautioned, "You must not speak recklessly." He Wu nodded vigorously in understanding and turned to leave. During dinner that evening, He Wu climbed atop a stone and clapped his hands vigorously. The crowd turned their attention towards him. And after a brief cough to clear his throat, he surveyed the assembled faces before speaking. "We have coexisted for several years. Yet I realize I have never properly introduced myself. My name is He Wu, a local of Luoyang. However, I was born into turbulent times, shortly after my birth. Luoyang was engulfed in conflict. My parents perished at the hands of the Xiongnu, and my wife and child fell victim to the Chang. Now, I am all that remains." Eventually, unable to endure the hardships in Luoyang, I, along with many others, fled southward as refugees, seeking mere sustenance. Through perseverance, I gradually rose to the rank of captain and eventually became a military officer. Nonetheless, my heart has always yearned for Luoyang, and after a long journey, I returned. The court appointed officials to guard Luoyang, yet their hearts were not in it, for the danger was too great. When Lord Wang arrived, he expressed his desire to remain in Luoyang, recruiting refugees and repairing the city walls. I chose to support him. Many of you arrived later and are unaware of the hardships we faced. We subsisted on thin gruel, huddled together for warmth during the cold nights. Yet we persevered step by step. Recently, some individuals left Jinyong City, and while the Lord did not impede their departure, I was profoundly disappointed. This place was built through our collective efforts. Can we so easily abandon it at the first sign of adversity? As soldiers, Luoyang is our battlefield, and we must protect our loved ones behind the lines. As citizens, Luoyang is our home, and how can we so readily forsake it? The esteemed Lord is currently engaged in battle at Mengjin Pass. He will not abandon us and will undoubtedly find a way to return and rescue us. Reflecting on the efforts he has devoted to us over the past 2 years, can we not endure a little longer? He Mu spoke as if conversing with an old friend, rambling on for quite some time. Those around him listened intently, occasionally recalling past events and discreetly wiping their eyes. Once he concluded, the crowd remained absorbed in his words, offering no immediate response. Jiang Shun felt uncertain about the impact of his words, a twinge of anxiety lingering within him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "We will not flee. As long as Luoyang stands, so shall we." More voices joined in the chorus, proclaiming, "We shall guard Luoyang together. Who says we must escape? Tomorrow, we shall slay even more barbarous foes." At last, Jiang Shun felt a wave of relief. It seemed that the earnest man still wielded some persuasive power. Chapter 71. Where are the reinforcements? At Mengjin Pass, Wang Ningzhi was observing the 10,000 yen troops surrounding the fortress, yet unwilling to attack. After sending out the rescue signal, he had lost contact with the outside world, though he had witnessed Fu Yin leading the majority of his forces away. Despite the overwhelming anxiety within him, Wang Ningzhi compelled himself to remain composed, pondering strategies to break the stalemate. As waiting for reinforcements from Jingzhou was not a viable option, Jinyong City might not endure until then. He summoned Shinjin and shared his thoughts. "You take half the men out of the pass while I provide cover from within. Is it possible to secure the battlefield below?" Shinjin hesitated, expressing concern over the proximity of the enemy. "If I venture out, we may not have time to form ranks before being scattered. Even with 2,000 men exiting the city, it would take a moment." The Yin troops, no matter how sluggish, would not allow the defenders to establish their defenses unchallenged. Wang Ningzhi chuckled ruefully, realizing his impatience. After striking his forehead with clenched fists, an idea struck him. We could find a few skilled swimmers and lower them from the city walls at midnight, allowing them to escape via the river to contact General Deng. Although the Yin army had besieged Mengjin Pass, there was no fortification between the pass and the Yellow River. A mere arrow's flight away. At this moment, Wang Ningzhi was unaware that Deng Xia and Lu Lao had joined forces. But Deng Xia had gathered remnants of the former Wei Wang troops, boasting at least 1,000 men. Shinjin found this suggestion feasible and hurried off to recruit volunteers. Most of the naval forces from Jingzhou had been taken by Deng Xia, and although there were still some capable swimmers among the defenders, The prospect of undertaking such a perilous task instilled fear in them. Observing the individual Xinjin had gathered, Wang Ningzhi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at their apparent lack of agility. Seeking assistance was not as simple as delivering a message. It required a clear account of the situation to enable Deng Xia to make an informed judgment, as a letter could not encompass every detail. At that moment, Guojing stepped forward and quietly declared, "If you trust me, my lord, I am willing to go. I grew up by the river and am an excellent swimmer." Wang Ningzhi patted his head gently, replying, "You are still young. This matter does not fall to you. I have always been by your side, my lord." "And I am well aware of the circumstances," Guojing said bravely, despite his inner trepidation. "I am the most suitable for this task." Wang Ningzhi shook his head again, asserting that the venture was fraught with danger, and he could not permit Guojing to undertake it. Xinjin felt the urgency of the decision and was about to persuade Wang Ningzhi when he was silenced by a fierce glare. Guojing tugged at Wang Ningzhi's sleeve, insisting, "My lord, allow them to proceed." Wang Ningzhi waved his hand dismissively, and Xinjin led the group down from the battlements. "You do not think I am too young. Rather, you fear for my life because my father perished trying to save you, correct?" The 16-year-old Guojing saw through the intentions clearly. Yet, who among them would not face danger? They were not as familiar with the situation as he was. Wang Ningzhi closed his eyes, recalling the moment when Guo Baofei had lunged to protect him. Throughout this journey, countless lives had been lost before him. He believed his heart had grown hardened enough, yet when the only son of his savior stepped forward, he found himself unable to make that fateful decision. Guojing observed Wang Ningzhi's hesitation and remarked, "My lord, you must not let a fleeting selfish sentiment cloud your judgment. I am the most suitable candidate for this task. General Deng is familiar with me, which will spare us considerable trouble." Wang Ningzhi turned around, gazing at Guojing's youthful visage, and offered a bittersweet smile. Wishing for a safe return, Guojing stood tall, replying, "Yes, my lord, take care." As night fell, he secured a rope and swiftly descended, racing against the arrows of the Yin army outside the gates. He reached the riverside and leapt into the murky waters, vanishing from sight. The Yin army, witnessing this from afar, could only lament in vain. Wang Ningzhi stood atop the city walls, his gaze following Guojing until he was enveloped by shadows. The battle for Jinyong City had entered its 7th day. After He Wu's heartfelt yet unembellished speech, the citizens and soldiers were reinvigorated, immersing themselves in the defense. Dismissing thoughts of distant Jiankong and ignoring the retreat path deliberately left by the Yin. 3 more days of relentless combat ensued. Yet the Yin army still failed to breach the city walls. The land outside became a treacherous terrain of craters, with shattered siege engines and broken weapons strewn about, while rats gnawed on the remnants in forgotten corners. Murong Chun and Fu Yin began to grow anxious. Their time was running thin. However, the Luoyang army proved far more resilient than they had anticipated, adequately prepared for defense. Thus, from the 7th day onward, the Yin army resumed their vigorous assault from the west, deploying even greater forces. Conditions within the city were dire. After days of combat, the Luoyang army had suffered hundreds of casualties. Although new recruits could be summoned, these hastily assembled laborers could hardly match the proficiency of trained soldiers. He Wu could only disperse the seasoned and novice troops into groups for practical training. Fortunately, the tasks of defending the city were relatively fixed, with each individual performing their designated roles, barely maintaining the situation. After the day's siege concluded, He Wu, exhausted, leaned against the wall to rest, gazing skyward. Jiang Shun approached and followed his line of sight, inquiring, "Will it rain tomorrow?" Rain would undoubtedly favor the defenders. However, He Wu shook his head, offering a wry smile. "It is indeed strange. In previous years, this time of season invariably brought heavy rains, yet this year has shown no signs." Jiang Shun sat beside him, tilting his head toward the horizon. "It has been 7 days. I wonder how things are beyond these walls. The Lord must be devising a plan. And reinforcements from Jingzhou are on their way. We must hold on a little longer." He Wu had uttered these reassurances countless times before. Jiang Shun stretched his legs and laughed. "Spare me these words. Focus instead on how to invigorate everyone. Emotional encouragement has its limits and duration." He Wu's fervent motivation was gradually losing its impact. It wasn't that the soldiers wished to flee, but after day upon day of fierce combat, they began to feel numb, their movements growing mechanical. He Wu observed all of this, yet felt powerless, relegated to repeatedly rallying the troops. On the subsequent 8th, 9th, and 10th days, casualties among the defenders began to rise. Numerous laborers on the city walls failed to adhere to regulations, resulting in an increase of injuries from stone projectiles and arrows. The situation deteriorated further, as the increasing number of injured individuals caused widespread panic among the townsfolk, who began to flee in disarray. Yiwu and Jiang Shun maneuvered westward, desperately attempting to rally the new recruits teetering on the brink of collapse, but their efforts yielded little success. Jiang Shun, unfortunately, was struck by an arrow in the shoulder, blood spilling forth on the spot. The Yin army, perceiving the demoralization of the defending forces, pressed the attack relentlessly. They fought until darkness fell, refusing to retreat. Yiwu deployed all available reserves, managing to endure until the Yin forces finally sounded the retreat. Once the army withdrew, the Luoyang troops sat in a daze at their position, their eyes devoid of any spark of vitality. Yiwu, his throat hoarse, called for everyone to take turns resting and to inspect their supplies. After 10 consecutive days of intense combat, the Yin army, though not invincible, began to show signs of weariness. Yet, with the prospect of breaching the city walls tantalizingly close, their spirits soared, eagerly anticipating the dawn when they would surge into the city. In this ebb and flow, Jinyong City teetered on the brink of its most perilous moment. Chapter 72. Xie Daoyun on the city tower. After arranging the defenses on the city walls, Jiang Shun made his way to the governor's mansion. Having not visited for 2 days, relying instead on messengers to convey messages to Qingyang. This time, he was not alone. He brought along Lu Taobang. Qingyang observed the bandaged shoulder of Jiang Shun but refrained from commenting, hastily ushering the two into the courtyard. Jiang Shun stopped at a distance, foregoing a report on the battle situation, and instead stated, "Tomorrow, the lady will relocate to reside outside the mansion. Should any misfortune arise, she must seek refuge. Lu Taobang will find an opportunity to escort her away." A shadow flickered against the window before Xie Daoyun's voice emerged, questioning, "Are we unable to hold the fort?" Jiang Shun fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the absence of their lord, which left the troops lacking a steadfast leader. The defenders were already few in number, making it increasingly difficult to sustain their position. Did General He not express confidence before? Why is it not feasible now? Xie Daoyun inquired. Jiang Shun replied, "General, he cannot replace our lord. The soldiers do not wish to flee, but they are fatigued." Xie Daoyun, resolute, declared, "What if I were to step forward as the representative of Wang Lang? What do you think?" She had contemplated this matter long before, with Wang Ningzhi absent. She felt compelled to take a stand. Before Jiang Shun could respond, Lu Taobang interjected, "No, it is far too perilous on the walls. The lady is with child, and our lord would never consent." Xie Daoyun found amusement in Lu Taobang's earnestness, remarking, "If Wang Lang were present, there would be no need for my intervention, nor any question of consent." Lu Taobang scratched his head, adamantly insisting that it was out of the question, as their lord had instructed him that if the defense faltered, he must ensure the lady's escape. Xie Daoyun, undeterred, turned to Jiang Shun, asking, "If I were to take action, could we perhaps hold out for a few more days?" Jiang Shun hesitated. He believed it could be beneficial, yet he was wary of the consequences. Understanding his uncertainty, Xie Daoyun asserted her authority, commanding them, with Wang Lang absent, "You must heed my orders. Tomorrow at dawn, carry me to the city tower on a shoulder litter." Lu Taobang shouted in protest, "Jiang Shun, you cannot agree to this. Both the lady and the child will be in danger." Jiang Shun gritted his teeth, unwilling to relinquish hope, and replied, "The walls may be perilous, but I can escort the lady to the lookout. It is safer there." In a moment of frustration, Lu Taobang swung a fist, inadvertently striking Jiang Shun's injured shoulder, causing him to groan and fall to the ground. Qingyang rushed forward to protect Jiang Shun, spreading her arms to shield him from Lu Taobang, crying out, "He is already injured. How can you still resort to violence?" Hearing the commotion outside, Xie Daoyun struggled to push open the window and admonish Lu Taobang. "What is this? Are you ignoring my words?" Lu Taobang, caught off guard by her rebuke, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Shun rose, signaling that he was unscathed, and approached Lu Taobang, offering support with one hand and smiling, "I may not be able to best you now, but tomorrow I will rely on you to protect the lady." Lu Taobang nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will ensure the lady's safety." On the 11th day of the siege of Jinyong City, early in the morning, the doors of the governor's mansion swung open, revealing a shoulder litter being carried out, with Xie Daoyun sitting calmly atop it, unadorned by a veil. The current shoulder sedan chair differs significantly from the palanquins of later generations, possessing a rather simplistic design, typically consisting of 2 bamboo poles with a seat made of a wooden plank in between. to ensure that Xie Daoyun could sit comfortably. Jiang Shun worked through the night to add a low railing for her to lean against, and Qing Yang carefully wrapped a circle of soft cushions inside. Once the shoulder sedan chair was brought out, the citizens of the city, upon seeing it, spontaneously followed behind, forming a lengthy procession towards the city gate. Xie Daoyun instructed Jiang Shun and the others carrying the sedan to turn around, so she could face the people. The citizens gathered around. Even the soldiers atop the city walls craned their necks to look down, without delving into grand philosophies. Xie Daoyun spoke clearly. You all see that I am indeed unable to join you. Otherwise, I would have been with you much earlier. The crowd felt a sense of trepidation. The vast disparity in status rendered them hesitant to respond. She continued. The governor is absent because the Yin army is also attacking Mengjin Pass, and he is trapped within. Although we are not together, we are all fighting for Luoyang in different places. Slowly, a glimmer of hope emerged in the eyes of the crowd, with someone calling out, We trust in our Lord. Xie Daoyun nodded and added, From today onwards, I shall be with you in spirit. I know you are weary, but please hold on a little longer. Do not panic. Listen to the commands, and we shall await reinforcements. The crowd was revitalized, beginning to take turns urging her to return home. Madam, please rest in the residence. We shall manage things here. We can hold the line. The Yin people will not breach the walls. Indeed, the losses for the Hu dogs are far greater than ours. They cannot last long. Xie Daoyun graciously declined their kind offers, and Jiang Shun and the others lifted her onto the city wall. While Qing Yang assisted her step by step up to the lookout tower, with Lu Taobang following closely behind, wielding a large shield. The common folk, inherently sincere, were inspired to see the governor's wife, pregnant and present at the battlefield. They were unwilling to be left behind and eagerly volunteered to participate in the conflict. Many womenfolk gathered at the base of the wall, assisting in counting and distributing supplies. It is a rare occurrence for those in power to stand alongside the common people, especially in an era marked by rigid hierarchies, which undoubtedly resonates deeply with the populace. The delayed Yin army remained unaware of the unfolding events, however, once the siege began. They experienced a stark difference. The defenders of Luoyang today not only coordinated their movements more effectively but also counterattacked while launching verbal assaults, extending greetings to the Yin soldiers and their ancestors across many generations. Murong Chun and Fu Yin, stationed at the rear, sensed something amiss and exchanged glances. Was it possible that news of reinforcements had reached the city? Both dismissed the notion, as Jinyong City was tightly besieged, with no means of communication with the outside world. Moreover, if reinforcements truly were on their way, how could they remain entirely oblivious? Lu Taobang, peering through the lookout tower's window at the battlefield, chuckled. Madam's strategy has proven effective. I see the soldiers on the wall moving with much more agility. At this moment, Xie Daoyun, attended by Qing Yang, reclined. Her complexion somewhat pale, yet a faint smile graced her lips. On that day, the effectiveness of the Yin army's attacks paled in comparison to previous days, yielding no hope of success, and as the sun dipped in the west, they withdrew early. The soldiers atop the city walls and the common folk below resounded in jubilant cheers, celebrating yet another day of successful defense. Xie Daoyun, mustering her strength, emerged from the watchtower with a radiant smile, only to take her seat in the palanquin and return to the governor's residence. Utterly drained and unable to engage in further conversation, Guojing, having plunged into the river, swam for quite some time before finally reaching the shore in darkness. His adventure was only just beginning. He dared not linger, swiftly making his way downstream, gnawing on the water-soaked rations when hunger struck, and haphazardly sipping the river water to quench his thirst. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would seek a shaded spot during the day to rest briefly. Sleep was a luxury he could not afford, particularly at night, for the Yellow River lay perilously close to Mang Mountain, necessitating constant vigilance against the wild beasts lurking within. With relentless determination, he traversed day and night, alternating between walking and running for 2 full days, until at last, Guojing arrived at the confluence of the Luo River. What thrilled him even more was the sight of a fleet of warships anchored within the river, belonging to Deng Xia. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Guojing raised his arm and shouted with fervor. Chapter 73. Xie Daoyun beats the drum after Deng Xia arranged for Guojing to have a bite to eat. He summoned Li Shou and Lu Lao to discuss matters. Although these two men did not possess the same stature as him, they represented Wang Ningzhi, whose forces were not to be underestimated. Li Shou proposed traversing the Luo River to first rescue Jinyong City, as the situation there was dire. They could rely on the naval forces for cover, thereby restraining the besieging Yin army while informing the city of the arrival of reinforcements. Deng Xia was not particularly enthusiastic about this suggestion. He preferred direct confrontation rather than support tactics. Thus, he turned to Lu Lao for his opinion, inquiring what he thought. Lu Lao's perspective was indeed different. Guojing had just mentioned that there was still half a floating bridge at Mengjin Pass, which they could utilize to transport boats and collaborate with the defending troops for a strong crossing, aiming to eliminate the 10,000 adversaries stationed there first. Deng Xia clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "I share the same sentiment. First, we must rescue Lord Wang before uniting forces to go to Jinyong City." Li Shou found this plan unwise, as the round trip for the fleet would consume considerable time. If they headed to Mengjin Pass, they would have no choice but to proceed overland to assist Jinyong City. Currently, their ships were on the Luo River. Heading east would lead them to Luoyang. Once they navigated against the current into the Yellow River, there was no waterway connecting Mengjin Pass to Luoyang. They could either return by boat along the original route or abandon their vessels and march overland to Jinyong City. However, taking the long detour raised concerns about whether Jinyong City could withstand the siege until their arrival, making land travel the preferable choice. Yet, they were already at a disadvantage in troop strength, and the enemy possessed cavalry. Engaging in land combat was fraught with danger, risking a counterattack instead of a successful rescue. Li Shou's apprehensions were quite valid. The group expressed their differing views, unable to reach a consensus, thereby falling into a deadlock. Upon returning with a full stomach, Guojing timidly suggested, "May I offer a few words?" The trio ceased their dispute and turned to him. Guojing spoke softly. "The reinforcements from Jingzhou should not be far off. We merely need to secure a few passes. The ones in haste are the Yin people." Having stayed close to Wang Ningzhi, he had a clearer grasp of the entire situation than the three men. Upon hearing this, Deng Xia nodded in approval. "Indeed. The Yin army is unaware that we have abandoned Hulao Pass. Therefore, upon learning of the fall of Mengjin Pass, they will surely be more concerned with seizing the pass than attacking the city." With this, Li Shou no longer opposed the notion, and the group reached an agreement to mobilize their warships into the river en route to Mengjin Pass. After sending Guojing away, Wang Ningzhi spent his days in anxious anticipation, spending most of his time gazing into the distance from the city walls. The Yin army stationed reinforcements on the opposite bank near Yuan, numbering approximately 2,000, preparing materials for constructing a floating bridge. This morning, after a long wait, Wang Ningzhi finally spotted the reinforcements arriving from the east, as a fleet of ships bravely navigated upstream against the dawn light toward Mengjin Pass. Wang Ningzhi quickly informed Shinjin to prepare for battle. Both the northern and southern banks of the Yin army noticed this fleet but, uncertain of its strength, refrained from advancing recklessly. Deng Xia assessed the situation and promptly commanded the warships to dock on the northern shore, first using crossbow bolts to repel the enemy before lowering the boarding planks and personally leading the charge. The reinforcements from the northern bank were dispatched to assist in the river crossing, yet they proved to be no match for Deng Xia, who swiftly repelled them with his 5,000 men, forcing them to retreat back to Yuan. Following this, Deng Xia ordered the destruction of the floating bridge prepared by the Yin forces before returning to the ships. The Yin troops on the southern bank were left bewildered, compelled to gather their forces near the riverbank in an attempt to prevent Deng Xia's landing. However, the naval archers were plentiful, and they chose a location close to the city walls for disembarkation. Consequently, the Yin soldiers found themselves exposed to the firepower of the Luoyang troops, caught in a crossfire from both the city walls and the ships, suffering heavy losses. It was only at this moment that the Yin general realized the significant number of reinforcements equal to their own, prompting a decisive retreat to regroup at Jinyong City with their main forces. Wang Ningzhi was overjoyed, personally leading the charge out of the city to welcome his comrades. After Deng Xia and the others reported the situation, Wang Ningzhi affectionately ruffled Guojing's hair, exclaiming that everyone had performed admirably. He continued, stating that the next step was to coordinate with the reinforcements to confine the Yin army within the borders of Luoyang. The crowd responded with enthusiastic agreement. Invigorated by the prospect of victory, Wang Ningzhi then restructured their tasks, dispatching several warships with Li Shou and 2,000 men back to Hulao Pass, intending to let the Yin forces know that there were still troops in the Central Plains. Should a large army arrive, they would resist momentarily before retreating into the river, avoiding a desperate defense. Given Hulao Pass's considerable distance from Jinyong City, it was unlikely to be the Yan's primary target, especially since the narrow pass would suffice to delay them. Next, he assigned Xinjin to lead 5,000 men to dismantle the floating bridge in the river. Unloading war chariots from the ships and positioning them in a defensive formation reminiscent of Lu Jin's famed crescent moon array, archers remained aboard the ships for long-range support. The war chariots formed a crescent shape along the riverbank, with massive shields mounted on the yokes to protect both the chariots and the soldiers behind them. Each chariot was equipped with a large crossbow, with several soldiers armed with long spears concealed behind the shields, ready to attack at various ranges. Once preparations were complete, Wang Ningzhi returned to the pass with Deng Xia and the others, awaiting the moment of the decisive battle. Within Jinyong City, Xie Daoyun's appearance rekindled the fighting spirit of the military and civilians alike, successfully delaying the impending assault for several more days. Morongchen grew increasingly agitated. Despite leading an army of 50,000 against the modest Jinyong City, they had suffered over 10,000 casualties without breaching its walls. Fu Yin, sensing retreat, advised, "A direct assault is ultimately a poor strategy. It would be wiser to withdraw for now and seek another opportunity later." Morongchen, unwilling to concede, was determined to lead the main force against Luoyang, fearing accountability from the court for a failure to achieve results. Thus, he irritably declared, "Today, we shall make one final attempt. I will personally oversee the battle. If we cannot take it this time, I shall heed your counsel." Fu Yin nodded, refraining from further insistence, recognizing that the situation remained manageable as the scouts from the south had not raised any alarms, indicating that the reinforcements from Luoyang were still far off. On the day of the siege, Morongchen, accompanied by the supervisory team, positioned himself at the city's base, personally executing several captains whom he deemed ineffective in battle. The Yin soldiers, intimidated by his fierce presence, were compelled to abandon any lethargy, fighting with renewed vigor to scale the walls. The defending troops soon noticed the unusual fervor. The Yin forces surged upward along the ladders, undeterred by the spears piercing their bodies, clinging tightly to the long spears lodged within them, determined to drag the defenders down with them. The defenders had no choice but to relinquish their hold, allowing them to tumble from the walls along with their weapons. The number of Yin troops on the siege towers has increased, risking being torn apart by crossbow bolts as they relentlessly rain arrows down upon the city walls, right up until the moment the towers collapse. The main force of the Luoyang army has already suffered over half of its losses during the prolonged skirmishes of the past several days. Those still fighting atop the battlements are considered veterans. Lu Taobang, witnessing the dire situation from the watchtower, was filled with anxiety and struck the window furiously with his fists. Xie Daoyun, perceiving the unfavorable circumstances from his reaction, rose and approached the window, inquiring, "What is the matter?" A general from the Yin army has taken command on the battlefield, and in this brief span, he has already slain several captains. Thus the Yin soldiers are fighting with reckless abandon today. Lu Taobang felt powerless and agitated. Xie Daoyun, determined to rally her spirits, commanded, "Open the window and bring over the war drums. I shall personally encourage everyone." Chapter 74. The moonlit array blocks the enemy as the deep rumble of war drums reverberated. Both sides within and outside the city walls instinctively lifted their heads. The windows of the watchtower had been removed, revealing a woman clad in simple garments, who stood at the window, striking the drum vigorously with her mallet. Witnessing this, the soldiers of Luoyang on the city walls erupted in a unified cry, their voices filled with a tragic fervor. Below, the women, too preoccupied to wipe away their tears, busily assisted in transporting supplies. He Mu and Jiang Shan, armed with long spears, dashed back and forth atop the walls, aiding in repelling the advancing Yin forces. Morongchen and Fu Yin were initially taken aback, only to quickly succumb to despair, realizing that they were destined for yet another defeat. At that moment, a rider galloped forth from the south. Dismounting to report, reinforcements from Jin had crossed the Ru River the previous day and were expected to arrive at Luoyang by tomorrow. With a heavy sigh, the two men had yet to speak further when a cloud of dust rose in the east, heralding the approach of a large army numbering in the thousands. Fu Yin, with a sudden flick of his whip, felt his heart sink. The forces at Mingjin Pass had indicated that their escape route had been severed. Morongchen, recognizing the dire situation, hastily sounded the retreat. Amidst the cheers from those atop the city tower, Xie Daoyun's drumstick fell to the ground as she slowly collapsed. After regrouping, the Yin army still boasted nearly 50,000 troops, yet a rift emerged between Morongchen and Fu Yin regarding their withdrawal from Luoyang. Fu Yin favored a nearby retreat through Mingjin Pass, reasoning that although there were 10,000 defenders, Their own strength of 50,000 gave them a solid chance of forcing a river crossing. Conversely, Murongchen preferred the route through Hulao Pass, asserting that it would require little time for 50,000 soldiers to breach a minor fortress. They both disregarded the southern route that circumvented Mount Song, aware that it would likely lead them directly into the path of Jin's reinforcements. Fu Yin, unable to suppress a sardonic laugh at Murongchen's suggestion of a minor fortress, retorted, "Have we even captured this small city yet? Should we fail to seize Hulao Pass, we could find ourselves trapped by the Jin army, with no escape." Murongchen shot back in anger. Is taking Mingjin Pass an easy task? The Jin forces will certainly blockade the river. We would need to launch a fierce assault and construct a floating bridge. How many soldiers' lives would that cost us? Not wishing to engage in further argument, Fu Yin proposed that they each seek their own escape route and see who could successfully break through. In a fit of frustration, Murongchen raised his whip, pointing it at Fu Yin, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? In this situation, dividing our forces means no one will escape." With a dismissive snort, Fu Yin ignored him and commanded his subordinates to assemble, preparing to head toward Mingjin Pass. He understood that a bloody battle awaited them there. Yet the likelihood of escape was greater. Choosing Hulao Pass was a gamble. Should they be intercepted by reinforcements before breaching the pass, they could face annihilation. Murongchen's expression shifted dramatically, yet he ultimately chose to follow Fu Yin's army. That night, the 50,000 Yin troops circled around Mount Mang, arriving outside Mingjin Pass. Gazing at the poised soldiers of Luoyang along the riverbank and the brightly lit city walls, Fu Yin felt an unsettling trepidation. Having come this far, Murongchen suppressed his simmering anger and approached to discuss their plan for the following day. Fu Yin was acutely aware that this was not the moment for impulsive decisions. Thus he moderated his tone and suggested, "I will deploy infantry to construct the floating bridge, while your cavalry will engage the enemy in a charge. What do you think?" Murongchen nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in such a strategy. Before dawn on the following day, Fu Yin commanded his subordinates to ascend the mountain and begin felling trees for the construction of the floating bridge. The arch-shaped formation of the Luoyang army was extensively spread out, attempting to seal off any potential crossing points along the riverbank. If the Yin army did not break through a gap, they would be compelled to leap into the water to build the bridge, which would entail even greater risks. Murongchen ordered his men to charge. Nearly 10,000 cavalrymen surged forward, creating a powerful momentum that shook the very earth. The Luoyang soldiers stationed atop the city walls were not idle either, although the cavalry avoided the range of crossbows. The confined space beneath the city gate left them vulnerable to the onslaught of catapults and heavy crossbows. Against the densely packed cavalry, the effectiveness of stone projectiles and massive bolts was remarkable, requiring no precise aiming. Merely directing them toward the target often sufficed to claim multiple lives with a single shot. Murongchen had foreseen this and shouted to his troops on the cavalry's flank, urging them to maintain their momentum and break through the enemy's chariot formation. Shenjin, already poised for action, signaled the archers within the chariot formation to commence fire, causing the front line of cavalrymen to fall in droves. Undeterred, the Yin soldiers circumvented their fallen comrades and pressed onwards. Shenjin waved his hand again, prompting the archers in the formation to unleash a volley, while those on the ships behind also began to rain arrows upon the enemy. The Yin cavalry, disregarding casualties, charged forth, brandishing long spears to strike against the shields atop the chariots. Behind the protection of their shields, the Luoyang soldiers thrust their long spears in unison, their sharp tips piercing through several foes in succession. Soon, the ground before the chariot formation was littered with the bodies of the Yin army, while the horses, bereft of their riders, galloped wildly, struck by crossbow bolts. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Murongchen called out to Fu Yin, "We must advance together and compress their formation." Fu Yin, equally resolute, commanded his men to initiate an assault from the side farthest from the gate, wielding long spears and massive shields to strike against the Luoyang army's position, striving to clear a path for the floating bridge. Shenjin adjusted the defensive focus within the chariot formation, targeting Fu Yin's infantry battalion with precision. The ground, strewn with the fallen, rendered the Yin army's advance increasingly arduous. Each step forward exacted a toll of hundreds of lives. The numerical advantage of the Yin forces was diminished under such circumstances. After suffering the loss of over 1,000 cavalrymen, they found their momentum stifled and were compelled to temporarily retreat. The array of the Luoyang army, now fortified by the corpses of cavalry and steeds, was even more formidable. Murongchen, having lost over 1,000 cavalry in a single charge, felt a pang of sorrow but was pressed by the urgency of pursuing enemies, compelling him to command another charge without hesitation. This time, he adjusted their approach to align with Fu Yan's infantry, not aiming to disperse the Luoyang formation but rather to create a breach. After a series of relentless assaults, the chariot formation was gradually forced back along the riverbank. At last, the Yin army could commence the construction of the floating bridge. Fu Yan, standing at the water's edge, called out urgently for his men to hasten their efforts. Rafts were cast into the water, and Fu Yan directed the soldiers to reinforce them swiftly. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, the Luoyang forces on the ships adjusted their aim towards the Yin troops in the river, initiating a barrage of fire. Fu Yan, undeterred, dispatched wave after wave of men into the waters, with many being trapped beneath the wooden rafts, becoming the very foundation of the floating bridge. Observing this grim scene, Murongqin callously ordered the bodies of the fallen soldiers to be cast into the river. The conflict raged from the early hours of dawn until noon, and at last, the Yin army's floating bridge reached the central sandbank. Once they crossed this sandbank, they would be liberated from the relentless assaults of the Luoyang forces. Murongqin still commanded several thousand cavalry, a force far superior to foot soldiers, and thus insisted on crossing the river first. Fu Yan consented to allow him to cross half of his troops, both men acutely aware of the necessity to leave some behind for the rearguard. At such a critical juncture, to exhibit restraint would be tantamount to self-destruction. Murongqin agreed and personally led his cavalry across the river. The floating bridge proved less than stable, rendering it impossible for the horses to gallop. Consequently, they were led across on foot. The incessant rain of arrows from the Luoyang forces continued, and as Murongqin surveyed the scene upon reaching the opposite bank, he noted the loss of several hundred men. Before he could unleash his fury, the tremors of a cavalry charge resonated from the far side. Reinforcements from Jingzhou had arrived. Chapter 75, The Great Victory at Mingjin Pass. Upon the arrival of the reinforcements from Jingzhou at Jinyong City, Huan Wen learned that the Yin army had retreated from Mingjin Pass. He entrusted 3,000 cavalry to his son, Huan Shimin, instructing him to continue pursuing the enemy, and then dispatched an additional 7,000 infantry to follow closely behind. The remaining western forces, numbering over 10,000, split into two paths. Huan Hua led one contingent towards Xuchang, while the other proceeded to Hulao Pass, taking up position in Xingyang. Huan Shimin's 3,000 cavalry became the final straw for the Yin troops, who, despite maintaining numerical superiority, had completely lost their fighting spirit and merely sought to escape this hell on earth, littered with corpses. As the gates of Mingjin Pass swung open, Wang Ning ordered Deng Xia and Lu Laoji to lead the remaining 5,000 defenders out of the pass, joining the fray against the beleaguered Yin forces. Fu Yan, still eager to fight to the bitter end, commanded his cavalry to intercept Huan Shimin's troops. However, following Murongqin's departure, this cavalry unit disregarded his orders. Surging towards the floating bridge, many soldiers, encountering difficulties with their steeds, discarded their horses mid-escape, jumping into the water to scramble onto the bridge. At this juncture, the Yin forces faced utter rout, with countless lives lost to trampling and drowning amidst the chaos of this one-sided massacre. The troops from Luoyang could only lament their inability to strike faster. Ultimately, Fu Yan relinquished command, dismounting to blend into the main force, darting towards the floating bridge under the protection of his guards. Yet, the moment he set foot on the bridge, a massive crossbow bolt pierced his chest from behind, propelling him several meters away before he collapsed, trampled by countless feet. Shinjin, amidst the chariots, let out a triumphant laugh, finally avenging the previous arrow he had suffered. Under the relentless assault and encirclement of 13,000 Jin troops, approximately 20,000 Yin soldiers, finding no avenue for escape, chose to surrender. In the ensuing turmoil, many of those who leaped into the river perished from trampling and drowning, leaving Murongqin with fewer than 20,000 remaining troops on the opposite bank. The Yellow River was nearly choked with Yin corpses, while many still living soldiers lay in the mud, moaning in despair, the scene utterly heartrending. Seeing the tide of battle turned, Wang Ning eagerly exited the pass to express his gratitude to Huan Shimin for the timely assistance. Huan Shimin's wife happened to be Xie Daoyun's sister, Xie Daoyun, making them familial connections. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Ning prepared to leave, expressing his concern for the safety of Jinyong City, promising to return later for a more thorough discussion. Huan Shimin, somewhat baffled, pondered what further concerns could linger now that the battle was concluded. Wang Ning sought out Shinjin and Deng Xia, instructing them to tidy up the aftermath and ensure the reinforcements were settled. Still reveling in their victory, Deng Xia detained Wang Ning, who was mounting his horse, and proposed building a mound of Yin corpses on the northern bank to intimidate the enemy. That would be unwise. Simply gather them and burn them, Wang Ning replied. rejecting the idea, and swiftly mounted his horse, leading a contingent back towards Jinyong City. The mound, known as Jingguan, comprised piled enemy corpses covered with earth to display military prowess following a great victory. Setting aside the morality of such an act, the potential for triggering a plague in the summer heat by undertaking this task on the opposite bank was also a concern. By the time Wang Ning arrived at Jinyong City, it was already the hour of the dog. Beneath the moonlight, the remnants of the battlefield outside the city lay in disarray, clearly indicating that the defenders had not yet finished their cleanup. The sentinel above spotted Wang Ningzhi and erupted into jubilant cheers, urging those below to open the city gates. Wang Ningzhi slowed his pace, entering the city with measured steps. Upon hearing the commotion, the townsfolk emerged from their homes. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ningzhi promptly dismounted, bowing deeply in apology to the survivors. I have returned late, and I am deeply remorseful. Many of the citizens bore visible injuries, standing along the roadside to gaze at Wang Ningzhi, their faces a blend of sorrow and pride. After over 10 days of siege, both military and civilian casualties had been significant, yet they had ultimately held their ground. Observing the numerous citizens clad in mourning white, Wang Ningzhi swallowed his words of victory, bowing deeply once more, remaining in that position for an extended moment. The people of the city bore no grievances against him. In the central plains, choosing not to flee in the face of a great enemy was already commendable, and Wang Ningzhi had meticulously arranged the city's defenses and summoned reinforcements. An elderly man stepped forward to assist Wang Ningzhi, speaking on behalf of the crowd. Lord, we have witnessed your efforts over these years. How could we blame you? Wang Ningzhi's voice trembled with emotion. The danger in Luoyang is great. Yet everyone still chooses to follow me. It is my failure. The elder reassured him. Your humility is unwarranted. This is the finest Luoyang we have seen in many years. You have done well. The city has sheltered us. The townsfolk surrounded him, offering words of comfort, which only deepened his sense of inadequacy. Injured Jiang Shun stepped forward to assist him. Upon seeing Jiang Shun, the crowd recalled the previous day when the governor's wife had been carried down from the city tower, and they hastily parted to create a path, calling out, Lord, you must return. The lady awaits you. Jiang Shun, with an anxious expression, stood at the forefront. The lady is not well. Wang Ningzhi could not afford to heed his words and hurried towards the governor's residence. After the drums of the watchtower sounded, Xie Daoyun fainted on the spot. But fortunately, Qing Yang was nearby to support her, preventing her from falling. Once Qing Yang laid Xie Daoyun down, she did not dare to move hastily, instructing Lu Taobang to fetch a physician upstairs. Wang Ningzhi, foreseeing potential difficulties, had arranged for several physicians to be stationed within Jinyong City when Xie Daoyun decided to stay. After several physicians ascended to examine her, they deemed the situation serious. Xie Daoyun's pregnancy showed signs of instability, with risks of premature labor, compounded by her lack of proper rest over the past days, leaving her exceedingly weak and at great risk during delivery. After deliberation, they enlisted a few women to carry Xie Daoyun back to her residence to allow for a period of quiet recuperation. When Wang Ningzhi returned, he found Xie Daoyun lying on the couch, her complexion pale as snow, still unconscious. Lu Taobang and the subsequently arrived Jiang Shun knelt in the courtyard, not daring to utter a word in defense. Qing Yang knelt beside the couch, recounting the events of the past days in detail. Wang Ningzhi, holding Xie Daoyun's hand in a daze, inquired, What did the physician say? The physician indicated the child may arrive prematurely, but the lady is too weak to endure it. Qing Yang replied, her voice thick with tears. Wang Ningzhi closed his eyes, gesturing for her to leave. Once silence enveloped the room, he sat cross-legged on the floor beside the couch, pressing Xie Daoyun's hand to his face. It felt somewhat cold. It is entirely my fault, despite lacking the ability. I insisted on occupying so much space. Had I remained quietly within the confines of Jinyong City, such calamities would not have arisen. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, dampening Xie Daoyun's hand. I was blindly confident, believing that everything was within my grasp, yet matters on the battlefield cannot be deciphered through mere logic. Amidst the sorrow, Wang Ningzhi suddenly felt Xie Daoyun's fingers graze his face, prompting him to hastily glance towards the couch. Xie Daoyun had finally awakened, gazing at him with weary eyes, softly inquiring, Did we win? Wang Ningzhi fervently nodded. Indeed, we achieved a resounding victory before Mengjin Pass. Xie Daoyun managed a faint smile, her voice weak as she remarked, Why cry if we have won? Such a lack of ambition. Wang Ningzhi's tears flowed uncontrollably as he chuckled. Indeed, I lack ambition. Once you recover, please teach me. Chapter 76. Mother and child safe. The awakening of Xie Daoyun did not signify the all-clear. Yet her ability to consume a modest meal brought a sense of relief to the physicians. Wang Ningzhi, attending to her with unbound garments, took charge of affairs following the conflict, while Jiang Shun represented his own interests. The primary concerns revolved around the captives and the war horses. It was evident that Luoyang could not sustain the 2,000 prisoners, not due to a lack of provisions, but because of security concerns. Even if they were dispersed, their numbers would still be excessive for the small cities surrounding Luoyang. Wang Ningzhi contemplated doing a favor by delivering the bulk to Huan Wen, retaining only a small portion for himself. With regards to the war horses abandoned by the Yan army, excluding the injured, Luoyang's forces had managed to gather approximately 2,000. A significant count. However, Wang Ningzhi intended to keep merely half, offering the remainder to Huan Wen in exchange for other supplies. The maintenance of cavalry was exceedingly costly. 1,000 riders were already a substantial force for Luoyang at present. Until the northwestern or southern pastures were seized, the Jin cavalry could only serve in a supporting role. Seeing Wang Ningzhi juggling his care for her along with official duties, Xie Daoyun felt a pang of sympathy and advised, "Qingyang can attend to me. You should focus on your responsibilities." Wang Ningzhi shook his head, asserting that those matters were not urgent. The emperor's south passing meant the court would not act in haste. And the same applied to Jingzhou. Thus, he intended to draft a plan for their preparations, promising to address these matters personally upon his return to the capital. With the ascension of the new emperor and the burial of the late emperor, a delay of at least 2 or 3 months was inevitable, leaving many issues in abeyance. As for the identity of the new emperor, Wang Ningzhi felt indifferent. His memories were somewhat hazy, recalling only that before the emperor derided by Huan Wen, there was one who indulged in drugs. The emperors of the Eastern Jin were not particularly commendable. The only notable figure might be Emperor Ming, Sima, who quelled the Wang Dun rebellion, yet he passed away after a mere 3 years on the throne. If one were to consider later reigns, perhaps Emperor Sima Yao was slightly more favorable, though his victory at the Battle of Feishui was largely unconnected to him. With the restoration of imperial power relying on the Xie clan of Qinjun, which hardly merits praise. Throughout the entirety of the two Jins, one could scarcely identify a truly commendable emperor. Perhaps the fortune of the Sima family had long been depleted by the same fate that befell their 3 horses. On this day, while Wang Ningzhi was in the midst of feeding Xie Daoyun, Qingyang entered with a message stating that Lu Lao had come seeking him. With no choice but to relinquish the meal to Qingyang, he proceeded to the courtyard to meet Lu Lao. "Did I not instruct you to train the cavalry outside the city? What brings you here?" Lu Lao abruptly knelt, exclaiming, "My father has been dismissed by General Huan and sent to the capital for punishment. I implore you, my lord, to save him." Wang Ningzhi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired?" Lu Lao bitterly replied, "After General Huan stationed his troops in Xuchang, he used my father's failure to intercept the Yan army as grounds for his dismissal, escorting him back to the capital for trial by the court. It was a case of calamity befalling the innocent. For Huan's ambitions were not aimed at someone as insignificant as Lu Jian." Wang Ningzhi shook his head, saying, "I understand. You may return for now." Seeing that Wang Ningzhi appeared unconcerned and prepared to retreat indoors, Lu Lao, in desperation, shouted, "With the recent death of Inspector Xie, if you remain indifferent, my father will surely face charges." A sudden exclamation echoed through the room. Wang Ningzhi, irate, kicked Lu Laoji, demanding to know why he was being so loud. After that, she ignored him and hurried into the room. Indeed, Xie Daoyun had heard the words, and sorrow overwhelmed her. Within the span of 3 short years, she had lost her father and 2 uncles in succession. When Wang Ningzhi reached the bedside, Xie Daoyun's face was already streaked with tears, and cold sweat began to beat on her forehead as the child within her stirred prematurely. "Hurry and summon help." Wang Ningzhi instructed Qingyang, who stood frozen in panic. "Fetch the physician and the midwife, and also call for Jiang Shun." In an instant, the entire governor's residence was thrown into disarray. Wang Ningzhi leaned over the bedside, soothing Xie Daoyun, urging her to remain calm, assuring her of his presence. He murmured comforting words while gently wiping away her tears and the sweat from her brow. At that moment, Xie Daoyun could no longer contain herself. She grasped Wang Ningzhi's hand tightly, her nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet, he continued to speak softly to her, leaning forward to gently restrain her movements. After a considerable time, Qingyang entered the room with the midwife and several women. Ushering Wang Ningzhi out, Jiang Shun and Lu Taobang had already arrived, aware that Lu Laoji was the cause of the turmoil. Lu Taobang pinned him to the ground and delivered several hard blows. Had Jiang Shun not intervened, Lu Laoji might have lost half his life. After stepping outside, Wang Ningzhi did not wander far, instead sitting on the corridor steps to wait. Lu Laoji crawled to Wang Ningzhi, whispering tearfully, "My lord, I was worried about my father." It was unintentional. Wang Ningzhi suppressed his irritation, commanding him to sit quietly and wait. Lu Laoji complied, casting furtive glances at Wang Ningzhi while sitting at his feet, motionless. Jiang Shun approached, inquiring, "My lord, is there anything else to prepare?" "Let us await news from within," Wang Ningzhi replied, uncertain how he could be of assistance. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a situation. A number of physicians were waiting nearby, with people rushing back and forth, relaying the latest developments and preparing medicine. Lu Taobang paced anxiously beside them, prompting Wang Ningzhi to admonish him, "You've made me dizzy with your pacing. What can I do?" Lu Taobang replied, feeling aggrieved. Wang Ningzhi offered a wry smile. "Why not go to the quiet room and pray?" Lu Taobang smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course, why didn't I think of that?" He then hurried off to his meditation room. The room remained busy until nightfall when the moon ascended and the stars twinkled. Each time Wang Ningzhi noticed the silence from within, he would anxiously approach the door, only to retreat in concern, resuming his place in the corridor, caught in a cycle of worry. Finally, at the hour of high, the sound of a newborn's cries filled the room. Wang Ningzhi immediately rose and rushed to the door, calling out, "How's my lady?" Inside, chaos ensued as the attendants tended to the newly born infant, leaving no one to respond to him. Burning with anxiety, Wang Ningzhi disregarded all caution and burst into the room, approaching the bedside. Xie Daoyun lay there, eyes tightly shut and face ashen, her body drenched in sweat. Wang Ningzhi grasped her hand and gently inquired by her ear, "Are you all right?" Xie Daoyun's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet she lacked the strength to open her eyes, merely twitching her fingers in response. Wang Ningzhi exhaled with relief, but before he could utter a few more words, he was ushered out by Qingyang. Outside, the crowd gazed at him eagerly, yet none dared to inquire. With a smile, Wang Ningzhi nodded, affirming that the lady had weathered this ordeal. The crowd erupted in hushed cheers, hastily dispersing, their laughter echoing distantly. Wang Ningzhi gave a sympathetic kick to the hapless Lu Laoji, admonishing, "You must amend your temperament. Are you not aware of the current state of the court? Your father's plight is of no concern at present." Lu Laoji, in his concern, was thrown into disarray. Who would ponder the fate of a minor general before the emperor's burial? Even if Huan Wen were anxious, he could hardly petition the court for Yuzhou at such a time. Both sides would need to negotiate for a while longer. Chapter 77. Preparing to return to the capital at the tender age of 19, Sima Dan passed away, leaving no progeny. The Empress Dowager, Chu Xuanzi, supported Sima Dan's cousin, Sima Pai, to ascend the throne at the age of 21. Sima Pai was the eldest son of Emperor Qing, Sima Yin, and by rights, the throne should have been his. However, when Sima Yin died, Sima Pai was merely 2 years old. At that time, the powerful Yu Bing, seeking to preserve his status as a maternal uncle, advocated for the establishment of a long-standing ruler, which led to the ascension of Emperor's younger brother, Sima Yu. Yet, Sima Yu's reign was brief, lasting only 2 years before his demise, and the throne was passed to his 2-year-old son, Sima Dan. The Yu brothers, albeit reluctantly, became the emperor's maternal uncles. Fortuitously, they both departed this world within 2 years, allowing Huan Wen to seize Jingzhou, marking a shift of power from the Yu clan of Yingchuan to the Huan clan of Langkang. Following the safe delivery of Xie Daoyun, Wang Ningzhi finally had the opportunity to reflect upon the recent shifts within the court. Sima Pai conferred the title of King of Langya upon his brother, Sima Yi, akin to the informal designation of heir apparent in the northern Song's Kaifeng. He also appointed Wang Muji, of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and daughter of the renowned scholar Wang Ming, as empress. Subsequently, he enacted a grand amnesty, a customary gesture accompanying the ascension of a new emperor. These were the extent of Sima Pai's capabilities. Beyond this, he had little influence. The matter of the governorship of Yuzhou remained unresolved. Following the demise of Xie An, Yuzhou was left without a leader. Yet Huanhe continued to occupy regions north of the Huai River, including Xuchang, with no intention of retreating. The latest news received by Wang Ningzhi indicated that Sima Dan's burial would take place in July, and Huan Wen was already en route to Jiankang, presumably to engage in discussions with his close associate, Sima Yu. As Xie Daoyun's health gradually improved, their newborn son mostly slept peacefully, bringing joy to Wang Ningzhi. Had it not been for the national mourning, he would have undoubtedly hosted a celebratory feast in Jinyang City. Following the Great Battle, the Central Plains regained tranquility, as the Yin forces failed to capture Luoyang. After annexing Qingzhou on the Eastern Front, they continued their southward encroachment into Shuzhou, on the side of former Qin. After persuading Zhang Ping to surrender, Fu Jin ceased all military actions, laying down arms and allowing the populace to rest. Once Wang Ningzhi concluded the post-war compensations, he was burdened with the task of bestowing rewards upon the soldiers. A lengthy list of names loomed before him, inducing a sense of overwhelm. Xie Daoyun reclined on her couch, laughing. You are merely a governor yourself. What merits can you possibly claim for them? You must still rely on the Huan family. Not necessarily, Wang Ningzhi retorted, feeling deserving of a promotion. I have been managing matters in Xizhou single-handedly. It is high time for rightful recognition. Huan Chong was nothing more than a nominal figure, never having made an appearance. Xie Daoyun mercilessly countered, what difference does it make? In everyone's eyes, Xizhou is merely a vassal of Jingzhou. You must depend on the Huan family. Feeling disheartened, Wang Ningzhi set down his pen and paper, kneeling beside the couch to gently squeeze his son's tiny hand, lamenting, your father has achieved victory, yet I have not heard your mother offer a single word of praise. Xie Daoyun coldly brushed his hand away. He is sleeping. Do not wake him. Wang Ningzhi chuckled. Last time you allowed me to name our child, I thought of one. Let us name him Triumphant to commemorate my victorious return from Mingjing Pass. Xie Daoyun queried, is such a name truly appropriate? Due to their adherence to the 5 pecks of rice sect, Wang Shiji's lineage did not observe taboos, and both father and son bore the character Xi in their names. Wang Ningzhi looked at his son and said with a smile, do not concern yourself with that. I have already communicated with your grandfather. He had long since dispatched someone to inform his parents, who resided far away in Jiankong, of the momentous event of his son's birth. Xie Daoyun, pondering deeply, speculated that Wang Ningzhi's intention was to signify a severance from the 5 pecks of rice sect, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Thinking it unnecessary to draw attention and invite criticism, Wang Ningzhi shook his head, asserting that belief was a separate matter. He simply wished to free future generations from such constraints. Noticing Xie Daoyun's lingering hesitation, he playfully interjected, do you not find the name Wang Kaixin to be melodious? Not at all, Xie Daoyun replied, unable to grasp his peculiar sense of humor. Wang Ningzhi sighed, what a pity that you do not appreciate such a meaningful name. I shall consider another. Dismissing his jest, Xie Daoyun inquired about their return to the capital. When do you plan to go back? Let us wait for another 2 months. Until you and Anu can venture out, and we shall return together, Wang Ningzhi contemplated the timeline. Believing that it would take at least 3 to 4 months for the court to return to normalcy, returning too soon would be futile. Upon hearing this, Xie Daoyun's face brightened. It had been years since she had seen Aji, and she wondered if he had made any progress. Aji was Xie Xian's son, and with the conclusion of his mourning period of 27 months, as the elder sister, Xie Daoyun was concerned for his future. Wang Ningzhi, also attentive to this younger brother-in-law, proposed, why not invite him to stay with me, rather than let him linger in Jiankong? Xie Daoyun retorted candidly, the Huan family intends to seize Yuzhou. Do you think I am unaware? Aji, being proud and ambitious, would certainly be unwilling to serve the Huan family. That can only be attributed to your uncle Xie An. If he had been willing to step forward, the Xie family would not be in such a dire predicament. If he were here, Luoyang would not have been driven into such a corner. Wang Ningzhi expressed his frustration towards Xie and Xie Daoyun's side. Personally, she believed Xie An's aspirations lay in the mountains and forests, which was not problematic. Yet, from the perspective of the Xie family, her uncle did indeed seem somewhat irresponsible, enjoying the benefits of the family while shunning the responsibilities that came with it. Wang Ningzhi advised, do not dwell too much on this. Let Aji come to me for training first, and we can seek opportunities for restoration in the future. It was clear that the Xie family would not be able to retain Yuzhou this time. Xie Wan's peculiar maneuvers had afforded Huan Wen an opening. And even if Xie An were willing to serve now, it would be too late. Xie Daoyun primarily worried for her younger brothers, lamenting the loss of Yuzhou, which they had painstakingly managed for many years, leaving their futures uncertain. However, Wang Ningzhi understood Xie An's abilities. The decline of the Qingjun Xie clan was merely temporary, with greater glory yet to come. In July, the lingering aftermath of war had completely subsided, and the city was washed clean by the long-awaited downpour, leaving no trace behind. Huan Shimin, accompanied by reinforcements, departed from Luoyang to rendezvous with Huan Wen Xuchang, where father and son began to reorganize defenses and prepare for a permanent presence. Wang Ningzhi allocated the captives and reassigned the military strength across various cities, With He Wu stationed in Jinyong City, Shenjin at Mengjin Pass, Deng Xia at Hulao Pass, and Lu Laoji training the newly formed cavalry regiment. In August, an urgent letter was delivered to Jinyong City, pinned by Wang Huizhi. The content revealed that their father, Wang Shiji, was gravely ill, urging his sons, Ningzhi and Shaoji, to return to the capital without delay. Upon reading the letter, Wang Ningzhi's 3-month-long good spirits vanished entirely. Wang Shiji had suffered from poisoning due to the prolonged use of wuxia powder, and despite years of medicinal treatment, his health had irreparably deteriorated. Xie Daoyun took the letter, hastily glanced over it, and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? You ride ahead, and we shall follow by boat shortly." Wang Ningzhi, troubled by the thought that he might not be able to leave Luoyang upon his return, replied with a wry smile, "I will arrange for the boats. You may depart first, and I shall set out afterward." Chapter 78. The final days of Wang Shiji. Wang Ningzhi arranged for Xie Daoyun and her son to travel by boat, accompanied by Jiang Shun. While he himself chose to linger for an additional day, he reflected that should he fail to return, the fate of Luoyang would rest solely in the hands of Deng Xia, for none other possessed the requisite qualifications. Otherwise, the Huan family would need to appoint a new leader. He summoned the few individuals outside in haste, briefly outlining the situation, and restructured the plan. He would recommend General Deng to assume the role of governor of Hunan, striving to maintain the current state of affairs. General Shun would continue to guard Mengjin Pass, while General He would proceed to Hulao Pass, ensuring the safety of Luoyang. The assembly expressed no dissent. Wang Ningzhi turned to Lu Dexiu and remarked, "The population of Luoyang is bound to increase. Send someone promptly to rebuild Gong County, modern-day Gongyi City in Hunan, and Yangcheng, present-day Gaocan Town in Dangfeng. I shall persuade the governor's office to support you." Lu Dexiu stood and acquiesced. Fan Ning had not joined them, as he was not considered one of Wang Ningzhi's circle. He remained in his position as the magistrate of Luhan County. Wang Caoji would return with him, and once Luoyang was vacated, it could be entrusted to Xie Xian for practice, a minor concern. Lu Laozi would stay in Luoyang to continue training the cavalry. After a lengthy contemplation to ensure no oversight, Wang Ningzhi smiled at the group, assuring them, "There is no need for concern. Perhaps in due time, I shall return." Deng Xia, reluctant to part with such a stalwart ally, felt uncertain of his stability as governor in the absence of Wang Ningzhi, especially considering his standing with Huan Wen was far less formidable. With the Huan family advancing northward and occupying Xuchang and Xingyang, they had become neighbors to Luoyang, raising questions about future interactions. Thus, with a heavy heart, he expressed, "Without your presence, I find myself somewhat apprehensive." Wang Ningzhi replied with a smile, "If trouble arises, I am not beyond reach. Rest assured, I will not abandon you." Comforted, Deng Xia laughed heartily. Before departing, Wang Ningzhi retained Guijing, instructing him to diligently study Confucianism and martial arts under Fan Ning and Lu Laozi, while regularly updating him on the state of Luoyang through correspondence. He exchanged a final glance with Wang Caoji at Jinyong City, and the two brothers mounted their horses, heading southeast towards Jiankong. Having just concluded the late emperor's funeral, Huan Wen lingered in the capital and, upon hearing of Wang Shiji's grave illness, hurried to Wu Yilane to pay a visit. The two had been longtime friends. Although their encounters had dwindled in recent years, their correspondence remained steady. Observing Wang Shiji, frail and emaciated upon his couch, Huan Wen felt a pang of sorrow. In the twilight of life, the departure of old friends was an unavoidable lament. Wang Shiji, having endured numerous afflictions, had long since come to terms with his fate, chuckling. "How does the old rogue fare? In a fluster, perhaps?" Huan Wen sighed deeply, lamenting how the number of those who could engage in meaningful discourse was dwindling. Amidst coughing fits, Wang Shiji laughed heartily. "Indeed, there are fewer bold enough to call you an old rogue." Huan Wen pondered this statement. Recognizing its truth, as old friends passed away and his own status ascended, fewer dared to address him thus. "Thus, you must strive to live well, lest I find myself in solitude." "I wish to, yet heaven has other plans," Wang Shiji replied with a tinge of regret. "I still wish to witness my little servant finding a family." Wang Xianji had already become engaged to his cousin, Qiao Daomao, but with the recent death of Qiao Tan, Qiao Daomao remained in mourning, delaying their union. Huan Wen consoled, "The sons of the Yi Shao family are all extraordinary. There is nothing to worry about." Wang Shiji, well aware of his own son, thought to himself that he was either intent on seclusion, unruly, arrogant due to his talent, or of mediocre aptitude. The only one with potential had bizarrely chosen to associate with the very person before him, leading him to lament, the most exceptional second son. Yet he chooses to follow you. Huan Wen laughed heartily, responding with pride. If he is indeed extraordinary, then his vision must differ as well. After a recent close call, Wang Ningzhi shook his head, stating, I cannot meddle in your dealings with the court, but you must ensure the safety of Shuping under your command. Huan Wen, his demeanor shifting to seriousness, assured, rest assured, Yi Shao. Over the years, Shuping has made quite a name for himself in the Central Plains. I intend to recommend him for the position of governor of Xizhou. Wang Ningzhi calculated his son's age. He was now 28. Coincidentally the same age as when Sun Stian was appointed as the governor of Shuzhou. What he once deemed mere boastfulness was on the verge of realization. Yet, contemplating his frail health, Wang Ningzhi recognized that he was inadvertently hindering his son. Old rogue, remember my words today. Do not forget, he admonished. Huan Wen solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. When Wang Ningzhi returned to Jiankong, he fortuitously encountered the departing Huan Wen outside Shitu City and promptly dismounted to greet him. Huan Wen invited him into the carriage, praising, Shuping has worked hard. The battle in Luoyang was executed splendidly. Wang Ningzhi humbly replied, it was thanks to Lord Huan's military support. Otherwise, victory would have been unattainable. Has everything been settled in Luoyang? Huan Wen glanced at Wang Ningzhi. Aware that Wang Ningzhi could not return, Wang Ningzhi briefly outlined his arrangements and added, for now, the Qin people to the west show no inclination to advance eastward. But we must be wary of the Xianbei and Hebei. Our efforts in Luoyang have been insufficient for conquest. To secure our northern campaign, we require Lord Huan's leadership. Huan Wen had just completed his preparations, declaring, I have ordered Governor Fan Wang of Shuzhou to mobilize troops northward to reclaim Qingzhou. Wang Ningzhi sighed in resignation, Lord Huan, please do not dismiss my concerns. How can Governor Fan contend with the Xianbei? Huan Wen laughed heartily. Shuping, fortunately, your words are heard only by me. Wang Ningzhi understood that Huan Wen was scheming against Fan Wang. However, such petty maneuvers were counterproductive. Thus he advised, if Lord Huan can achieve success in the northern campaign, these individuals will pose no obstacle. Huan Wen preferred not to debate the matter, patting his shoulder, let the arrangements in Luoyang proceed as you suggested. Now, hurry home. With no choice, Wang Ningzhi dismounted and mentioned Lu Jian's situation, requesting Huan Wen to intercede on his behalf. It was a trivial matter, and Huan Wen readily agreed. Upon returning home, Wang Ningzhi's mood was markedly different. The Wang family residence felt somewhat oppressive. Observing his two sons return from afar, Wang Ningzhi was elated and inquired about various matters in Luoyang, particularly asking detailed questions about Wang Chao. As for Wang Ningzhi, he only asked when Xie Daoyun and the children would return. Once the earnest Wang Chao finished answering, Wang Ningzhi instructed him to leave. Wang Ningzhi moved to sit by his father's side, gazing at the frail figure of his father, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Ningzhi smiled faintly. How could he wear such an expression after a hard-won victory? The triumph was anticipated, yet the illness of his father was unforeseen. Wang Ningzhi wore a look of melancholy. His previously boastful words now devoid of spirit. Wang Ningzhi reached out and gently tapped him twice, jesting, am I to blame for interrupting your path to promotion? Observing his father's attempt at humor in such a moment, Wang Ningzhi sniffled and forced a smile. Indeed, I shall soon become the youngest governor in our dynasty, father. Do wait and see. Wang Ningzhi took his hand, cautioning that climbing too swiftly was not wise. I merely wish to grant you time to observe more. Wang Ningzhi bowed his head. I can forego the governorship. Father, please do not leave us. Large tears fell onto Wang Ningzhi's veined hands. Chapter 79. The conclusion of the Sage of Calligraphy. Wang Ningzhi, upon witnessing the genuine emotions of his son, tenderly extended a slender hand to tousle Wang Ningzhi's hair. Naturally open-hearted, he devoted himself to the path of cultivation, remaining indifferent to the notions of life and death. Yet, the bonds of family proved difficult to sever, rendering him no exception to worldly attachments. I have heard of your endeavors in Luoyang, and it brings me great solace. At your age, truly no one excels you, he expressed. Wang Ningzhi shook his head vehemently, tears streaming down his face. Wang Ningzhi continued, from now on, the family shall rely on you. You must honor your mother and care for your siblings. Wang Ningzhi, stifling sobs, replied, yes, I will ensure that the Wang family's reputation and my father's legacy remain untarnished. Wang Ningzhi, dismissive of such concerns, chuckled gently, why strive for ephemeral accolades? As long as we all lead peaceful lives, that suffices. Indeed, I shall fulfill that promise. Wang Ningzhi affirmed earnestly. Reluctantly, Wang Ningzhi lowered his hand and softly instructed, please summon your mother and your brothers?" Wiping away his tears, Wang Ningzhi rose to comply. The family awaited just outside and soon gathered at the bedside. Wang Shiji gazed at each one in turn. First, there was his wife, Xie An, with whom he had shared nearly a decade of mutual support. Next was his second son, Ningzhi, who had risen to prominence among his peers, surpassing even Wang Tan and Taiyuan. His third son, Huan, his fourth son, Chao, and the sixth son all displayed average talents, neither seeking obscurity nor striving for distinction, yet unlikely to commit any grave errors. The fifth son, Huizhi, was rebellious and flamboyant, while the seventh son, Xinji, prided himself on his lofty ideals and talent, both gifted yet prone to folly. After surveying his family, Wang Shiji felt most concerned for the latter two. However, upon seeing his wife Xie An and the support of Wang Ningzhi, he found comfort again and smiled, concluding with a heartfelt, "May you all be well." That night, surrounded by his wife and children, Wang Shiji passed away at the age of 59. Born in turbulent times, he fled southward with his family at the age of 5, lost his father at 7, and learned calligraphy under the guidance of his uncle Wang Yi and his aunt, Lady Wei. He was married to a woman of exceptional talent, and together they nurtured 8 children, establishing their legacy as the foremost family in calligraphy. Although his official career was stable, he remained outside the spotlight of power. He opposed the northern expedition, favored the serene landscapes of Jiangnan, and preferred a life of seclusion over public affairs. His character embodied the traits of a typical scholar of his era, valuing personal life above fame and success. Thus, he completed his life's journey. Wang Ningzhi, representing his father, declined the court's offer of posthumous honors and began to prepare for the funeral. After their migration south, the family had chosen a burial site in Kuaiji. So following the funeral in the capital, Wang Ningzhi would bear the coffin to Kuaiji for interment and remain there in mourning. The entire funeral process was intricate and lengthy. Attended by a multitude of guests, Wang Ningzhi noticed representatives from the Xie, Qi, and Huan families had come, yet he lacked the spirit to engage with them. Xie An was also occupied with the arrangements for Xie Wan's burial in the capital, having selected Meiling, outside the city of Jiankong, for the family grave. After bidding farewell to 2 elder brothers and a younger sibling, he had no choice but to step forward for the sake of the family. Xie Daoyun returned home late with her child. However, given the child's tender age, it was perhaps for the best that he did not attend such an occasion. After the funeral concluded, the family began to pack their belongings, preparing to journey south to Kuaiji. The first to seek out Wang Ningzhi was Lu Jian. Although he had been acquitted, he could no longer return to Xuchang. Thus, besides expressing his gratitude to Wang Ningzhi, he sought his assistance in arranging a new residence. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ningzhi penned a letter to his uncle, Xie An, arranging for Lu Jian to settle in Jinkou. Following Xi Tan's demise, the Xi family had further declined, yet their influence in the Jinkou area remained substantial, and accommodating Lu Jian would pose no difficulty. Next to arrive was Xie An, who had come upon receiving a letter from Xie Daoyun. However, with the troubles befalling the Wang family, the siblings could not afford to engage in scholarly pursuits. Wang Ningzhi informed him of his appointment to Luoyang, which Xie An received with evident displeasure, remarking, "My uncle is soon to take office. If he can reclaim Yuzhou, I will have my own path. Do not harbor fanciful dreams. Yuzhou is already firmly within the grasp of the Huan family," Wang Ningzhi retorted, unwilling to elaborate further. "In Luoyang, aside from governing the county, I can also arrange for you to familiarize yourself with military life in advance." Xie An was somewhat tempted but ultimately declined, stating, "I shall heed my uncle's counsel." Wang Ningzhi shook his head, "Suit yourself. Should you change your mind before my departure from the capital, do come to find me." Observing the discord between the two, Xie Daoyun sought an excuse regarding the child to usher Wang Ningzhi away, before addressing her brother, "Ajie's stubbornness will lead to folly. Our uncle remains in office, and to linger in this manner is to squander time." At last, Xie An revealed his true sentiments before his sister. "The Huan family has seized Yuzhou. How can I possibly serve in the Huan family as Xizhou?" "Do not throw childish tantrums," Xie Daoyun admonished. "The Huan family currently wields great power, and our uncle must bow his head to preserve the Xie family's standing. You are in no position to be choosy." Xie An fell silent, yet it was clear he remained unconvinced. Xie Daoyun continued, "Luoyang has been specifically reserved for you by your brother-in-law. Once you arrive, the officials of Xizhou will not dare to trouble you, given his standing. What dissatisfaction could you possibly have with such an arrangement?" Xie An stubbornly replied, I shall first consult our uncle and then make my decision. Exasperated, Xie Daoyun retorted, Go. Go. If our uncle consents, you will come to apologize to your brother-in-law without delay. After dismissing Xie An, Xie Daoyun approached Wang Ningzhi, who was attending to the child. Without turning, he inquired, Is his reluctance due to the Huan family? He is still young. Do not take offense, Xie Daoyun sighed. Wang Ningzhi shrugged. What is there to be upset about? If he is unwilling, I shall offer the position to Lu Chong. Lu Chong of Nanyang, who had married Wang Shiji's only daughter. Wang Mengjiang was Wang Ningzhi's brother-in-law. An influential county magistrate holds far greater allure for ambitious youth than an equally ranked upright official in the capital. A position many would covet in vain. Though Xie Daoyun was vexed that her brother disregarded her counsel, she ultimately remained supportive of Xie An, declaring, Our uncle will surely consent. When the time comes, I will have a Jiao apologize to you. Indeed, the following day, Xie An personally accompanied Xie An to visit, where Wang Ningzhi and Xie Daoyun received them together. Under the watchful gaze of Xie An, Xie An hesitantly addressed Wang Ningzhi, confessing, I recognize my mistakes. My brother-in-law truly has my best interests at heart. I am willing to go to Luoyang. Wang Ningzhi, displaying no resentment, nodded in agreement and advised, once you arrive, endeavor to learn and observe diligently. Should you encounter any governmental matters that confound you, do not hesitate to seek guidance from Lu Dexiu in Jinyong City. Do not confine your learning solely to Luoyang. Fan Ning is in Luhan, and you might benefit from attending his lectures. Lu Laoji commands a cavalry unit. Accompany him to hone your equestrian skills. Moreover, take the time to explore several passes to familiarize yourself with the topography of the Central Plains. Xie An earnestly acquiesced to each of these recommendations. Xie An interjected on his behalf, expressing gratitude. Uncle Ping's words clearly reflect his long-term considerations and genuine concern for Xie An. Wang Ningzhi, in a humble manner, replied, We are all family. Such words are unnecessary. Observing that Xie An and Wang Ningzhi still had matters to discuss, Xie Daoyun found an excuse to escort the uncomfortable Xie An outside. Chapter 80. Xie An emerges from seclusion after a period of quiet contemplation. Xie An broke the silence, inquiring, Is there any hope of salvaging the situation in Yuzhou? Wang Ningzhi decisively shook his head, asserting that the established facts were beyond remedy. This predicament could only be attributed to Xie Wan's lack of ambition. Had he not withdrawn the entire army, the triumph in Luoyang would have included a share of glory for the Xie family. A rare frown appeared on Xie An's face as he asked, In your opinion, Uncle Ping, what should the Xie family do next? Wang Ningzhi felt the weight of the question but hesitated to respond, saying, Your words instill a sense of unease in me, Uncle. Xie An found himself in a quandary. He had never anticipated such misfortune for the Xie family. In a mere span of 3 years, 3 governors of Yuzhou had succumbed to illness, culminating in his brother's loss of the family's stronghold in the region. To speak candidly, even if I wish to support the Xie family now, the complexities are overwhelming. And I am at a loss as to where to begin, he admitted. Understanding that Xie An was probing, Wang Ningzhi hesitated but ultimately expressed, I believe it would be more advantageous for you to remain in court rather than take up a post in the provinces. He was reluctant to see Xie An follow the historical trajectory of serving under Huan Wen. What leads you to this conclusion? Xie An inquired. If a Jiao were to venture to the Central Plains and endure for a few years, attaining the position of governor would not be difficult. Should war arise, opportunities would abound, Wang Ningzhi analyzed. With you in Jiankong as a stabilizing force, you would have a better grasp of the overall situation, aligning with long-term strategies. The rise and fall of a family hinges not only on its prosperity but ultimately on the success of its most distinguished members. With Xie An and Xie An, one in civil affairs and the other in military, as long as one flourished, the Xie family would have no cause for concern. Historically, these two complemented each other, one excelling in scholarship and the other in martial prowess, controlling a significant portion of the Eastern Jin court and elevating the Chunjun Xie clan to its zenith. Xie An nodded thoughtfully, and after Wang Ningzhi concluded, he sighed, Yet, it has only been a few years. Your growth, Uncle Ping, is truly remarkable. Wang Ningzhi humbly replied, Your praise is unwarranted, Uncle. The current circumstances are challenging, and I am compelled to advance. Xie An was aware that Xie An was the standout of the next generation. Should he be sent to Huan's territory in Xizhou, Huan Wen would then have secured Yuzhou for the Xie family, thus facilitating Xie An's entry into court without obstruction. Having discussed these matters, Xie An prepared to take his leave, remarking, Since my arrival in Jiankong from Kuaiji and your departure to Kuaiji from Jiankong, we have scarcely found the time for a meaningful dialogue. Wang Ningzhi rose to see him off, saying, "There will be opportunities ahead. With your immense talent, I am certain that by the time I return, you will have ascended to a position of prominence." Xie An brushed away the unseen dust from his garments and sighed. "I can only hope to return to Dongshan soon." With that, he departed gracefully, not waiting for Xie An. Wang Ningzhi watched his figure fade into the distance. Lost in thought, Xie Daoyun approached with Xie An and asked, "Why did uncle leave alone?" Wang Ningzhi did not respond, only sighing, "Life seldom grants lasting joy." Before stepping outside, the remaining siblings exchanged puzzled glances. Xie An curiously asked, "Does my brother-in-law usually converse this way?" Xie Daoyun shot him a glare and retorted, "You go ahead. Once in Luoyang, conduct yourself well. I will be observing your every move," before following Wang Ningzhi. Xie An was utterly perplexed, calling out from behind, "How am I supposed to get there? Who has arranged a carriage for me?" By the end of September, Wang Ningzhi, accompanied by his mother and several brothers, set off southward with a large entourage to escort the coffin. Preparations had long been made in Kuaiji, ensuring that all necessary arrangements were in place by the time they arrived. Following the interment of Wang Shiji, it was customary for the brothers to dwell in huts near the grave. However, such formalities had become less stringent. Wang Ningzhi permitted his younger brothers to return to the estate with their mother. As the eldest, he found himself shuttling back and forth, spending a few days at each location. The days of mourning were exceedingly monotonous, yet they offered a rare opportunity for reflection. Drawing from his experiences over the past few years, Wang Ningzhi shared his insights with his brothers. Nevertheless, the brothers were all grown, with the youngest, Wang Xinji, already 18. Despite Wang Ningzhi's earnest counsel, certain ingrained personality traits remained firmly entrenched. For instance, Wang Huizhi and Wang Xinji were inherently impatient with mundane matters and often spoke harshly, leading them to either refrain from official duties or only serve as virtuous officials, utterly incapable of handling administrative tasks without support. The remaining brothers were somewhat more compliant. With proper guidance, they could alleviate some of Wang Ningzhi's burdens. In Luoyang, Guijing sent letters every fortnight, and Huan Wen adhered to Wang Ningzhi's arrangements upon his departure, refraining from inserting any of his own people, likely considering the sparsely populated Xizhou beneath his notice. As anticipated, Yuzhou fell into the hands of the Huan family, with Huan Ho assuming the position of governor and relocating to Xuchang. Following Xie Wan's death, the court ceased to hold him accountable. Xie An was recommended to re-enter public life, and Sima Yu appointed him as a minister. The political landscape in the court was in constant flux, with the Huan family encroaching further upon Jiankong. In October of that year, Huan Wen accused the governor of Shuzhou, Fan Wang, of procrastination, which impeded the northern expedition. Sima Yu, left with no choice, complied with Huan Wen's demands and demoted Fan Wang to commoner status. Fortunately, Fan Ning had already been assigned to Luhan County by Wang Ningzhi. Otherwise, he would have faced years of stagnation, as offending Huan Wen offered no prospects. With Shuzhou vacant, conflicts arose between Jiankong and Jingzhou. Huan Wen sought to gain complete control over the middle and lower Yangtze River, while the court aimed to preserve its dwindling resources. In correspondence, Xie An consulted Wang Ningzhi, indicating that the court favored appointing Yu Bing's son, Yu Shi, to fill the vacancy. He was the nephew of Empress Mingmu, and his sister was married to the Prince of Langya, Sima, thus closely related to the Sima family. Moreover, Huan Wen's wife, Sima Xingnan, was the daughter of Yu Wenjun, establishing familial ties between the Huan and Yu clans. This arrangement pleased the court, leaving Huan Wen with little room to object. Wang Ningzhi proposed his maternal uncle, Xie An, who had a solid foundation in Shuzhou. Xie An's son, Qi Chao, was Huan Wen's chief strategist, making him an acceptable candidate to both parties. Most importantly, Xie An was devoted to Taoism and preoccupied with wealth accumulation, showing little ambition for an official career. Of course, Wang Ningzhi could not openly declare his uncle as mediocre, but Xie An would likely understand. Although the Yu family had lost its former glory, it remained deeply rooted and substantial, causing Huan Wen to harbor suspicions and potentially resort to underhanded tactics to suppress them. The Qi family, on the other hand, was relatively small, and Qi Yin's conduct inspired confidence among all. Rather than allowing Huan Wen to create further chaos and eliminate Yu Shi, it would be more prudent to place an evidently harmless individual in that position, thereby redirecting Huan Wen's focus towards the northern expedition. Once Wang Ningzhi's suggestion was relayed, there was no subsequent development. As the year drew to a close, the court's activities became increasingly sluggish. It seems the fate of Shuzhou will remain uncertain until after the new year. Sima, though weak and ineffectual, inadvertently prolongs the life of the Eastern Jin with his procrastination, successfully transforming the middle-aged Huan into an elderly figure. Wang Ningzhi's family, in a period of mourning, refrains from taking any action, quietly observing the tumultuous world outside. 5 years of peace have passed, and with the arrival of the new year, the new Emperor Sima Pai has changed the era name to Longhe, marking the first year of Longhe, 362 AD. Chapter 81. Remote Command in the Realm of Jiankong. The new Emperor Sima Pai was consumed by his obsession with the elixir of immortality, leaving the critical affairs of state in the capable hands of his uncle, Sima. Following the Council of Xie An, the province of Shuzhou was entrusted to Xi Jin, temporarily quelling Huan Wen's ambitions. However, Huan Wen, ever cunning, petitioned the court once more, advocating for the relocation of the capital to Luoyang. Previously, Sima had dismissed such a notion, citing the insecurity of Luoyang and insisting that the region of Hunan be cleansed of threats before any consideration could be made. With Wang Ningzhi's decisive actions, the situation in Hunan had indeed improved, and the Huan family had established a presence in Xuchang, greatly enhancing the safety of Luoyang. Yet, upon Xie An's visit to the current state of Luoyang, which had devolved into a mere expanse of farmland, he penned a rebuttal, asserting that Luoyang had become a desolate ruin, unfit to serve as the capital. Huan Wen dismissed this claim, arguing that it was a mere triviality. All that was required was an imperial edict to authorize the move, and he would promptly dispatch workers to reconstruct Luoyang. Sima found himself in a precarious position and hastily convened a meeting with Wang Shu and Xie An to deliberate on the matter. According to Wang Shu, Huan Wen was merely leveraging this situation as a threat. Yielding to him would reveal whether he dared to embark on substantial construction in Luoyang. Sima, however, viewed the situation with trepidation. If Huan Wen acted on his threats, what would become of the court? Relocating the capital would render them mere puppets, while refusing to do so would invite Huan Wen to occupy the imperial palace. Another suggestion arose. As Qingzhou remained under the influence of the Yan people and Hunan was not entirely liberated, it could serve as a justification for refusal. Yet, Xie An intervened, deeming this approach imprudent. If Huan Yuanzi demanded a northern expedition from Shuzhou, how would they respond? According to the delineation of the central court, Qingzhou extended roughly south of the Yellow River and north of Mount Tai, reaching towards the coastline, while the area south of Mount Tai, extending to the Yangtze River, was classified as Shuzhou. Sima concurred, stating that Xie's assertions were valid. The court lacked the capacity to support military endeavors from Shuzhou. Huan Wen's strategy, cloaked in righteousness, proved highly effective against the court. After much deliberation, they could only resolve to initially decline his request and subsequently offer Huan Wen a promotion to silence him. Under Huan Wen's extensive list of titles, he was also appointed as the governor of Guangzhou and Jiao province. The court leveraged the remoteness of these regions as justification for elevating Huan Wen's rank, granting him command over military affairs in the 3 provinces of Bingzhou, Jizhou, and Sima. Meanwhile, news of these developments reached Kuaiji, where Wang Ningzhi was amusing himself with his child. He smiled at his son, advising him not to be so indecisive in adulthood, lest he delay all matters. Detecting the undertone in his words, Xie Daoyun, who had just finished reading the letter, interjected. Wang Ningzhi playfully pinched his son's chubby cheek, unfazed by his wife's sharp remarks. It was not a matter of cruelty, but rather a lack of decisiveness. The court had no firm boundaries, and there was no need for gradual testing. Xie Daoyun inquired, "What do you mean by that? If I were in his position, I would immediately lead troops southward, positioning them at Shirtu City, demanding passage for a northern campaign to reclaim Qingzhou." Wang Ningzhi scoffed. "Do you think the court would dare oppose such a move? That would be tantamount to rebellion." Xie Daoyun countered. "Yet the court would never acquiesce," she added. Wang Ningzhi, lifting his son, chuckled. "How naive you are, akin to Anu. Fighting for the court to reclaim lost territory, how does that equate to rebellion? The court's audacity to make such a statement is truly rebellious." In his view, Huan Wen, a mere military figure, consistently seeks to resolve issues through political means. Yet, devoid of support within the court, how could he possibly succeed? Xie Daoyun perceives Wang Ningzhi's perspective as somewhat perilous. She takes the child, cautioning against leading Anu astray. Wang Ningzhi counters, asserting that he is merely teaching the child to grow up without being taken advantage of. Amidst their playful banter, a letter from Luoyang arrives. Wang Ningzhi receives the missive, glances through it swiftly, and hands it to Xie Daoyun. In addition to detailing the circumstances in Luoyang, Guojing also mentions news from the Western Front regarding the former Qin. The ruler of Qin, Fujian, visits the Taishua monthly to engage in discussions on Confucian classics with scholars and students. After Xie Daoyun finishes reading, Wang Ningzhi gestures towards the north, remarking that even a sagacious monarch, aspiring for immortality, would first achieve tangible accomplishments. However, our current ruler seems to have bypassed the entire process. Such treasonous words are familiar to Xie Daoyun. She refrains from correcting him, for the stark contrast between the two sides is indeed disheartening. What intrigues her more is Wang Ningzhi's focus on the west, when the court's foremost adversary appears to be the Yin people from the north. It seems you harbor greater trepidation towards the Di and Qin. Wang Ningzhi ponders for a moment and explains that the young Yin ruler Murong Wei has yet to assume power. While capable ministers like Murong Ku and Murong Chui are met with suspicion, thus unable to exert their full potential. Conversely, Fujian of Qin is a man of exceptional talent, supported by a wise minister like Wang Ming. Their harmonious dynamic suggests that they are merely recuperating. Once they decide to act, their momentum will be unstoppable. Xie Daoyun, having not witnessed the original narrative, expresses skepticism, stating that according to your reasoning, the Di will inevitably dominate the world. Wang Ningzhi, recalling the fortunes of the fluctuating Fu Tianwang, chuckles and replies, "How could that be? This requires collective effort. We cannot merely lie back and wait for a blade to be drawn across our throats." Before long, another letter arrives from Jingzhou, in which Huan Wen seeks his opinion on the matter of relocating the populace to Xizhou. Xie Daoyun teasingly remarks on his busyness, suggesting that one might mistake him for a high official in the court. Wang Ningzhi stretches lazily, plays with his son, and responds with a grin. The capable must bear more burdens, that's me. With Huan Wen's associates awaiting his response, Wang Ningzhi dares not delay and retreats to compose his letter. The matter of relocation is more feasible than moving the capital. The central plains are desolate, and it would be unwise to compel the nobility to return and fend for themselves. Moreover, a campaign against the north necessitates a solid foundational support among the populace. Wang Ningzhi had already made arrangements before his departure, instructing Lu Dexiu to commence the reconstruction of Gong County and Yang City, preparing to accommodate a larger population. Most commoners from the north, upon migrating south, would find themselves relegated to tenant farming, with many even reduced to servitude. Returning to Xizhou, however, would afford them their own land, a disparity substantial enough to entice many. Although the resounding victory in Luoyang does not guarantee the court's resurgence, it does instill a measure of confidence among the people. Huan Wen's proposal for resettlement at this juncture is quite astute. Yet the primary challenge lies in determining which individuals to relocate. Huan Wen's perspective suggests moving the indigenous populace back, akin to the notion of southerners returning south and northerners returning north, despite the fact that the current north and south still constitute one family. Wang Ningzhi does not oppose this idea but believes the execution would be excessively challenging. Instead, he favors the more pragmatic allure of tax exemptions or reduced taxes. At present, the court imposes a tax of 1/10 on land, which translates to 3 sheng of rice per mu. In Xizhou, the tax can be reduced to 1 sheng per mu, making it quite feasible for daring commoners to venture forth. Although Xizhou is fraught with peril, it also offers certain advantages. The prominent families are unlikely to return, thus simplifying governance and improving the livelihoods of the people. After composing a letter in response to Huan Wen, Wang Ningzhi sent another missive to Jinyong City, instructing Lu Dexiu to prepare for the reception of migrants, while also urging Deng Xia to reorganize military forces to prevent conflict and civil unrest among the newcomers. As Wang Ningzhi was not present in Luoyang, many matters had to be managed remotely. Fortunately, Huan Wen did not seem inclined to turn against him, and Xizhou continued to progress in accordance with Wang Ningzhi's vision. However, there loomed a hidden danger, as this state of affairs was likely to persist for only a little over 2 years. The saying goes, when people depart, the warmth fades, indicating that the cooling of relations is a gradual process rather than instantaneous. Thus, after dispatching several letters, Wang Ningzhi's heart was less optimistic than it outwardly appeared. Chapter 82. 3 years have passed in the second month of the first year of Longhe. Huan Wen submitted a memorial to the court, citing the desolation of Sizis and Yuzhou, where vast tracts of land lay uncultivated and devoid of laborers. He requested that the court modify the land tax in the regions north of the Huai River and Sizis and Yuzhou to 1/30, thereby encouraging the populace to migrate northward. Sima acquiesced to Huan Wen's intentions, recognizing that the financial gains from these two provinces, and how much would be accrued by Jiankong, were ultimately at Huan Wen's discretion. Following the issuance of the decree, the displaced populace of Huainan began to stir restlessly, and the lands adjacent to the Huai River quickly became highly sought after. Distant Kuaiji remained largely unaffected, as this area was populated by the estates of northern gentry, with its inhabitants mostly being the tenants and retainers of noble families, rendering escape nearly impossible. Presently, the prefect of Kuaiji was Wang Biao, who, unlike his predecessor Wang Shiji, was a man of strict regulations, managing the local aristocracy with firm authority. Wang Ningzhi would occasionally visit his uncle to gain insights and gather information regarding court affairs. On one such day, while engaged in casual conversation, the prefectural office received the latest edict from the court, announcing a reduction in land tax to 2 shing per mu, approximately 1/15. Wang Biao conveyed this news to Wang Ningzhi and speculated, might the court's decision to lower taxes stem from a fear that the populace will flee to the north? Wang Ningzhi responded with a smile. It is undoubtedly a positive development. The taxes since the crossing of the river have indeed been rather burdensome. Since the establishment of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, the realm had been ensnared in conflict, resulting in heavy taxation. However, with the recent tranquility in Jiangnan, a tax reduction was entirely reasonable. Wang Biao, recalling that his nephew had spent several years with Huan Wen, inquired, is Huan Yuanzai's call for displaced people to migrate north genuinely aimed at restoring the old capital? Or does he harbor other ambitions? Wang Ningzhi refrained from providing a direct answer, mentioning, during my time in Luoyang, there was also a fervent recruitment of the displaced. Do you think Luoyang can withstand such pressures? Wang Biao, like most officials in Jiankong, was not well versed in the specifics of the northern situation. But the repeated failures of the Eastern Jin's northern campaigns had cast a long shadow over their ambitions. Wang Ningzhi nodded, acknowledging that while proclaiming the annihilation of Qin was indeed grandiose, there remained considerable hope in uniting efforts to secure the territories of Hunan. Wang Biao redirected the conversation, expressing concern that should the lands of Hunan fall into Huan's hands, the situation could swiftly deteriorate. The court could easily appoint another to reclaim the Central Plains. Wang Ningzhi lamented, but one cannot simply relinquish their own interests and allow the Huan family to take what should not belong to them, thus granting an advantage to the Xianbei. Wang Biao, however, did not intend to imply that, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, neither Wang Shu of Yangzhou nor Xie An of Shuzhou are capable of leading a northern expedition, with Huan's family now holding Yuzhou, who remains to take their place. This predicament could only be attributed to a prevailing atmosphere of complacency, where the status of scholars was exalted while that of military leaders was diminished, leading many to prefer superficial pursuits. However, the issue of migration soon faced a formidable challenge, as the Yin sent General Murongzhong from Qizhou, advancing westward to besiege Xingyang. Lu Yuan, the prefect of Xingyang appointed by the Huan family, fortified the city and requested reinforcements from Xuchang. The troops dispatched by Huan Ho arrived nearly simultaneously with the Yan's reinforcements led by General Murong Chun, resulting in a fierce clash outside the city. The Jin forces, ill-prepared, suffered an initial defeat and retreated. Observing the retreat of his reinforcements, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to open the city gates and flee, allowing the Yin forces to easily capture Xingyang. General Huan Ho led his troops into battle, encountering the Yin forces in the vicinity of Mixian, present-day Shimi City, Hunan. Neither side managed to gain the upper hand, and both retreated to their respective strongholds. Upon hearing news of the Yin invasion, the refugees preparing to migrate northward quickly regained their composure, the fervor of migration waning. Nevertheless, some desperate individuals still chose to embark on the perilous journey north. Without consulting the court, Huan Wen executed Lu Yuan, who had fled, and simultaneously reinforced the troops in Luoyang, ordering the governor of Hunan, Deng Xia, to lead an army out of Hulao Pass to reclaim Xingyang alongside Huan Hua. A protracted tug-of-war ensued over Xingyang, with the city changing hands multiple times. The conflict persisted for several months, marked by intermittent skirmishes, as neither side could decisively defeat the other, nor did either reinforce their numbers. As summer approached, Murong Ku summoned Murong Chun and Murong Zhong back to garrison their forces in Qingzhou. Deng Xiao once again distinguished himself in battle, receiving accolades from Huan Wen. Throughout the duration of the conflict, Wang Ningzhi maintained a close watch through He Wu and others, and the outcome did not surprise him. The Yin forces were ill-prepared for a national conflict, and so were Huan Wen's troops. Both sides were merely probing each other's defenses. The sensation of observing the battle reports from afar was profoundly unsettling, and Wang Ningzhi found himself reminiscing about his days in Luoyang. Fortunately, he could accompany his son as he grew, witnessing his tentative steps and hearing his innocent calls of father, which made the past 3 years feel less futile. The reign named Langya lasted but a year before the court declared a change to Xingning, issuing a general amnesty. In March of the first year of Xingning, the Empress Dowager, mother of Emperor Sima Pai, passed away, prompting him to delegate state affairs to Sima Yu as he intended to observe a period of mourning for 3 years. The ministers, of course, could not consent to such a lengthy absence from governance, and after considerable persuasion, they managed to convince the disinterested emperor to limit his mourning to 3 months. In May, the court elevated Huan Wen to the position of inner minister, grand marshal, and commander of military affairs, granting him the authority of the Yellow Decree, while Huan Chong was appointed as the governor of Jiangzhou. Wang Tongji and Wang Dao's grandson, Wang Sun, entered Huan Wen's grand marshal's residence, with Wang Tongji serving as the chief clerk and Wang Sun as the principal registrar, alongside Xiao Chao as a military advisor. The prominent families had already expressed their allegiance to Huan Wen. With a sense of fulfillment and ambition, Huan Wen began preparations for a third northern expedition. That winter, the Jin and Yan states clashed again near Chenlu, though the skirmish was of minor scale, resulting in no clear victor. Following the conclusion of the year, the mourning period for the Wang brothers came to an end. Besides his own affairs, Wang Ningzhi was also burdened with concerns for his younger siblings. 2 years after leaving Luoyang, he found himself unsurprisingly forgotten, receiving significantly fewer letters. The position of inspector of Xizhou, once within reach, now appeared unattainable. As Huan Wen's court was filled with the talented youth from noble families, Wang Ningzhi's significance diminished greatly. The situation in Luoyang had remained secure under Deng Xia, indicating that his presence was not indispensable. This was not merely a reflection of the coldness of society, but rather the stark reality. Wang Ningzhi had been prepared for this. And shortly after the new year, he returned alone to Jiankang to seek an audience with Xie An, having been promoted to Minister of Personnel and Central Protector, greeted Wang Ningzhi with a teasing remark, suggesting that he was rather hasty. Wang Ningzhi, compelled by familial obligations, did not disguise his intentions and requested his uncle's assistance in securing placements for his brothers. Xie An nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "I can arrange for them. But what about you?" Wang Ningzhi feigned a rogue demeanor, expressing that he would not be particular. A mere appointment as a county magistrate would suffice, suggesting that his uncle should resolve matters simultaneously. Xie An lightly tapped him with a feather duster, admonishing him to behave himself while in his presence. With a smile, Wang Ningzhi expressed his gratitude and remarked, "I shall first journey to Jiangling to ascertain if there are any positions available. If not, I shall return." Xie An, aware that times had changed, perceived that Wang Ningzhi's aspirations might prove difficult to fulfill and inquired with concern, "Have you not left yourself a contingency?" Wang Ningzhi, with a forthrightness, replied that any contingency must not jeopardize the situation in Luoyang, acknowledging that the foundation in Xizhou remained precarious and could not withstand upheaval. Sighing on behalf of the young man, Xie An offered counsel, "This mindset is commendable. Should you return, I shall assist you in finding a solution." Wang Ningzhi laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude to his uncle, stating that it bolstered his confidence. Xie An shook his head and began discussing the arrangements for the Wang brothers. Chapter 83. A time for everything. Upon departing from the Xie residence, Wang Ningzhi did not linger in Jiankang but promptly returned to Kuaiji. Soon after, an imperial edict summoned Suji, Huiji, and Chaoji to the capital. The third son, Huanji, had no aspirations for the court, and Wang Ningzhi did not press him, allowing him to remain at the Wang family estate in Kuaiji, while Xianxi prepared for his impending nuptials, with the prospect of entering officialdom in a couple of years. After receiving the summons, Wang Ningzhi finally led his family back to the capital's Wu Yi Lane. According to the arrangement he had discussed with Xian, Suji would assume the role of secretary, Huiji would serve as an officer in the Central Guard, and Chaoji would seek a suitable position in the provinces. As for Wang Ningzhi's own future, it remained uncertain, so there was no immediate rush regarding Chaoji's arrangements. Upon returning to the capital, Wang Ningzhi settled his family before embarking towards Jingzhou. After a 3-year interval, he returned to Huan Wen's stronghold in Jiangling as he entered his 30s. The city and the residents had not changed much. However, the former general of the Western expedition had now transformed into the Grand Marshal's residence, where he was welcomed by his cousin, the boisterous Xiao Chao. Adorned with a grand beard, maintaining a calm demeanor, Wang Ningzhi remarked, It is an inconvenience for you, Xiao Kenjun, to wait here. Recently invigorated by success, Huan Wen was in high spirits, and Xiao Chao responded with equal enthusiasm. It has been a long time since I last saw you, elder brother. Naturally, I must come to greet you. After exchanging pleasantries regarding their families, Xiao Chao led Wang Ningzhi into the residence, lowering his voice to say, regarding Xizhou, Huan Gong has yet to reach a decision, though there appears to be a leaning towards Deng Xia, the governor of Hunan. Following Huan Chang's transfer to Jiangzhou, the position of Xizhou's inspector became vacant, and Huan Wen intended for Deng Xia, who had achieved several victories in Luoyang, to take charge of this western front as the vanguard for the northern expedition. Wang Ningzhi nodded in acknowledgement, unsurprised by the revelation. Having inferred as much from Huan Wen and Deng Xia's reactions over the past 2 years, when Wang Ningzhi met Huan Wen, Wang Tanzhi and Wang Sun were also present. Wang Tanzhi was a serious and dignified individual, resembling his father, Wang Shu, yet possessing a more refined demeanor. Wang Sun, still young and diminutive, was Wang Ningzhi's younger cousin. After exchanging the customary salutations, Huan Wen gestured for everyone to take their seats, chuckling. With such illustrious pearls and jades gathered, I feel somewhat ashamed. The younger generation humbly deflected the praise, insisting they were undeserving. Huan Wen turned to Wang Ningzhi and remarked, Uncle Ping, your journey has been arduous. It has been over 2 years since our parting at Shirtu City. Wang Ningzhi clasped his hands in respect, replying, Huan Gong's presence remains as impressive as ever. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Observing the youth before him, Huan Wen was struck by a sense of melancholy. With great ambitions unfulfilled and the specter of age looming, where was the joy in that? Though the path may seem near, without action, one cannot arrive. How much more so for great undertakings? Wang Ningzhi interjected. This phrase, derived from the Xuanzi, conveys that even the closest journeys cannot be completed without taking steps. Huan Wen laughed heartily. Truly, you are Wang Shuping, with words sharper than others. Wang Ningzhi, speaking candidly, gradually steered the conversation towards his intentions, stating, in my character, I find little favor in Jiankong. Huan Wen wholeheartedly concurred, for he, too, aspired to penetrate the circle of the eminent while harboring disdain for those very individuals. However, he grasped Wang Ningzhi's underlying meaning and inquired, Uncle Ping, do you intend to remain in Jiaokling? Under the auspices of Du Quan, adorned with an array of exquisite jewels. Where could I possibly find my place? Wang Ningzhi, borrowing the words of Huan Wen, replied, if I could return to the Central Plains, that would indeed be my desire. Huan Wen, however, had no intention of allowing Wang Ningzhi to return to Luoyang. I am already preparing for a northern expedition, by next year at the latest. My forces will march forth to completely pacify the Central Plains. It would be better for Shuping to remain here for now. After a moment of silence, Wang Ningzhi politely declined. In that case, I shall return to manage Zijing's marriage and await good news from Duke Huan. He had come to see Huan Wen with the aim of returning to Luoyang, and if he were to waste time in Zhongling, it would be wiser to return to Jiankong and seek another path. Huan Wen felt regret but did not press the matter. He was on the verge of his northern campaign, and Sizhu was a crucial link. Ultimately, Wang Ningzhi was of the Langya Wang family, and he did not wish to cultivate a rival. The current circumstances differed from those 3 years prior, and Huan Wen preferred Wang Ningzhi to remain under his command rather than govern a territory. Although somewhat disappointed, Wang Ningzhi concealed his feelings, engaging in light-hearted conversation with others before bidding farewell and leaving the Grand Marshal's residence. It was Qiao Chao who saw him off, feeling a bit awkward, as his father, Qiao Yin, had been appointed governor of Su and Yenzhou, and Wang Ningzhi had lent his support. Brother, do not take offense. If you wish to hold an official position, I can explore some avenues. Wang Ningzhi shook his head, expressing, I was merely harboring a glimmer of hope in making this trip. But it seems I have only brought upon myself humiliation. Qiao Chao, reluctant to see him and Huan Wen at odds, explained, with the northern expedition imminent. Du Quan relies more on seasoned generals to lead the troops. It is not that he undervalues you. Given the circumstances, Wang Ningzhi had little to say. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement towards Qiao Chao and departed Zhongling, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Upon Qiao Chao's return to see Huan Wen, both Wang brothers had already left. Huan Wen inquired, does Shuping harbor any grievances? A hint of disappointment marked Qiao Chao's expression as he exited the city. He had some reservations regarding Huan Wen's decisions. The transformation of Luoyang from desolation to its current state was largely due to Shuping's efforts, and Du Quan's arrangements were indeed disheartening. Huan Wen defended his stance, It is not that I am unwilling to make arrangements. You've heard it yourself. Shuping only desires the position of governor of Sizhu, which at present I cannot grant him. If Shuping is unworthy, what merit does Deng Xia possess? Xiao Chao is not one to simply acquiesce. After all, Deng Xia had suffered a significant defeat at Xingyang, and had it not been for Shuping's rescue and advocacy, would he have achieved his current standing? Huan Wen candidly remarked, Deng Xia is a man who values fame and fortune, someone I can manage. However, Shuping's desires elude my comprehension. In essence, Wang Ningzhi merely shared a short-term objective with Huan Wen, both seeking the northern expedition, albeit with differing motivations. Consequently, Wang Ningzhi was not truly loyal to Huan Wen. Should Huan Wen succeed in his northern campaign and aspire to supplant the Sima family, Wang Ningzhi would not only refrain from opposition, but would actually offer his support. However, he had no inclination to assist Huan Wen in internal strife against the court. With a sigh, Xiao Chao noted that as Huan Wen drew closer to success, he became increasingly hesitant and suspicious, a matter he could no longer advise on. Just as they were deliberating, urgent news arrived. Grand Tutor Murongping and General Longxiang Li Hong, leading their forces across the river, were launching a comprehensive assault on Henan alongside General Murongchen from Qizhou, in the regions of Qilu, Xuchang, and Xinjiang. Alarm bells rang out simultaneously as the Yin people plundered the populace and relocated to Hebei. Upon receiving the news, Huan Wen was greatly incensed and commanded General Yuan Zhen to march north, while Governor Deng Xia advanced eastward, both tasked with sealing off the Yan's route of return. Meanwhile, he himself led a formidable army towards Runan to thwart any attempts by the Yin to cross the Huai River. Originally, a northern expedition had been anticipated for the following year. However, the Yan's aggressive advances necessitated an earlier mobilization. Unfortunately, further ill tidings followed swiftly, as the Jin forces suffered defeats in multiple locations and were reluctant to venture beyond their city walls. The Yin wreaked havoc in Yuzhou, breaching several county strongholds and seizing Qingjun, causing tremors throughout Huaibei. At this juncture, Wang Ningzhi was en route back to Jiankang. Chapter 84. The turmoil in the Central Plains. As Wang Ningzhi passed through Wuchang, he encountered fleeing commoners from the north, who informed him of the invasion of Yinzhou by the Yin forces. It was said that a multitude had gathered along the northern banks of the Huai River, anxiously awaiting the developments of the conflict. Should the imperial court emerge victorious, they would return. If the Yin forces triumphed, they would continue their retreat southward. Wang Ningzhi halted his horse and gazed northward along the river, the panicked expressions of the refugees piercing his heart. His companion, Lu Taobang, muttered, I wonder how Luoyang is faring. The Yin forces were intent on pillaging the populace to weaken the strength of the Central Plains. Wang Ningzhi responded that as long as Luoyang could hold the passes, they would not launch a full-scale assault, though his eyes betrayed a lack of confidence that belied his words. Upon reaching the administrative center of Jiangzhou, Xuanyang County, Wang Ningzhi remained uneasy and sought news of the latest military developments at the governor's office. Huan Chong, a humble and composed man, warmly welcomed the former officer Wang Ningzhi, providing him with the latest intelligence. Upon learning that Deng Xia had led the Luoyang army to engage the Yin forces at Hulao Pass, Wang Ningzhi's unease deepened. Do you know the specifics of the troop movements, my lord? He inquired. Huan Chong shook his head, stating that no reports had yet arrived, but according to the deployment, forces from Shouchuan, Xuchang, and Luoyang were mobilizing simultaneously, with their total strength likely matching that of the Yin. The Yin forces advanced on two fronts, deploying 20,000 troops each to the eastern and southern lines. For the Jin army to intercept the Yin cavalry in the open fields, their numbers would need to exceed those of the enemy. Wang Ningzhi thought to himself, this could spell disaster. Given Deng Xia's combative strategy, he was surely aiming for a decisive confrontation with the Yin forces, yet the Yin had no intention of engaging in such a battle. The Luoyang army was bound to be led astray. Huan Chong perceived Wang Ningzhi's anxiety and asked, do you believe this arrangement is flawed? Wang Ningzhi replied with a wry smile. If the Yin were intent on besieging cities, this deployment would be adequate. However, observing the Yan's movements, it is clear they are not pursuing the occupation of cities, but rather focused on pillaging the populace. Huan Chong understood. Wang Ningzhi was concerned that the Yin forces might be maneuvering in circles within the Central Plains, while the Jin army strained to keep pace. Wang Ningzhi's fears were soon validated in Yenzhou, as the Yin forces avoided direct conflict with the Jin army, instead engaging in a game of hide-and-seek across the vast plains. When encountering well-defended cities, the Yin forces would circumvent them, targeting only the unprotected small counties or fortresses for their attacks. They split their forces into several groups, leaving the Jin army confounded as to where to allocate their defenses. Deng Xia had received orders to prevent the Yin from retreating north with the civilians. Yet the Yin forces simply bypassed the river, heading eastward toward Qizhou. The Jin forces did manage some interceptions, but the Yin army evaded direct confrontation, abandoning their spoils and retreating deeper into the central plains. Subsequently, the Jin army found themselves in a reactive position, compelled to recover the abducted civilians. However, in escorting them, they could only allow the Yin to continue their rampage. Wang Ningzhi lingered in Xuanyang for several days, receiving reports that detailed the Yin army's conquests, the number of civilians they abducted, or skirmishes where the Yin withdrew. Although it seemed the Jin army had not suffered significant losses, they were, in truth, being led in circles. Huan Chong inquired of Wang Ningzhi, "Does Uncle Ping have any strategies to address the current predicament?" Wang Ningzhi sighed. "There are numerous approaches, such as proactively advancing into Qizhou to compel the Yin forces to retreat, or relocating the populace to the larger city, or even dispersing troops for garrison duty. We must not persist in the futile hope of annihilating the Yin army in a single blow in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Huan Chang's expression turned to one of resignation. These strategies seemed somewhat belated. By the time they were set in motion, the Yin forces would have already returned laden with spoils. To mend the fence after the sheep are lost is merely a lesson for the next time. This time, the wolves have feasted well. Nonetheless, Huan Chong dispatched messengers to urgently convey Wang Ningzhi's counsel to Huan Wen. Wang Ningzhi surmised that the Yan's current offensive would likely subside, and took his leave from Huan Chong to return to Jiankong. However, before he could mount his steed, graver news arrived from the north. Over 10,000 Yin soldiers had invaded the territory of Luoyang, breaching the recently constructed Yaqing. In fury, Wang Ningzhi cast aside his riding whip and addressed Huan Chong. Years of effort, squandered in an instant. Huan Chong felt a pang of shame. Such a calamity was primarily the fault of Yuzhou, which not only failed to provide timely warnings of the Yin movements, but also neglected the defense of the city, allowing the Yin to seize the opportunity and instill terror among the people of the Central Plains. Furthermore, Huan Wen's response was too sluggish. Instead of dispatching troops from Nanyang, he ordered Yuan Jun from Huainan to move northward, while also reallocating Deng Xia from Luoyang, choosing instead to observe the battle from Runan. Lastly, Deng Xia, eager for accolades, completely disregarded Luoyang's own defenses, taking most of the forces away and leaving the city vulnerable to the Yin. Seeing Huan Chong silent, Wang Ningzhi recognized that the blame could not be placed upon him and earnestly urged, "Lord, you must counsel Lord Huan. In the face of a formidable enemy, the welfare of the people must be paramount. Otherwise, what use is it to capture Yuzhou if the populace cannot be retained?" This remark targeted Huan Wen's decision to summon Yuanjun from Huainan. Rather than utilizing his own troops from Jingzhou, his ulterior motives were all too apparent. Huan Chong nodded. "I shall send a letter forthwith. I implore Uncle Ping to remain a few more days." Indeed, this was a misjudgment on Huan Wen's part. He had not anticipated that the Yin would seize an opportunity and then retreat. Wang Ningzhi, concerned for Luoyang, chose to stay in Jiazhou. At Hulao Pass, He Wu was patrolling the city walls. After Wang Ningzhi's departure, he continued his vigil over this strategic stronghold. Though he preferred to remain in the familiar confines of Jinyong City, he found solace in the knowledge that Hulao Pass served as its gateway. Outside the pass, Yin soldiers were seen lurking, occasionally approaching to test the defenses. He Wu had already taken note of this. With only 2,000 men at his disposal, he considered holding Hulao Pass a victory, never contemplating a sortie to confront the enemy. However, on this day, the Yin forces began to gather outside the pass, even deploying rudimentary siege ladders and assault carts, indicating an impending attack. He Wu dared not be negligent, dispatching scouts to report back to Gong County and Jinyong City while supervising his soldiers to prepare for the defense. Having experienced the recent battle at Luoyang, he felt confident in his ability to hold Hulao Pass. The Yin forces, numbering approximately 5,000, began to converge upon the gates. He Wu was puzzled. How could such a small contingent dare to assault Hulao Pass? Nevertheless, with the enemy at his doorstep, he had no time for further contemplation and ordered the soldiers on the watchtower to gauge the distance and ready the catapults and crossbows. In the initial wave of the Yin army's assault, He Wu effortlessly repelled their advance. Seizing the moment as the enemy retreated, he methodically directed his comrades to regroup and inspect their supplies. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the rear. A panicked soldier rushed forward, exclaiming, The Yin army has breached from behind, numbering in the tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, He Wu's body trembled, and in despair, he closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them wide. He drew his long sword from his waist, raising it high, and proclaimed, "Fight for Luoyang." He had no intention of fleeing. The message had already been dispatched. Every second he could delay would grant an extra measure of safety to the Jinyang city behind him. That was his Luoyang. Chapter 85. The fall of He Wu as the eastern forces of the Yin army commenced their assault. Mu Rongchen led over 10,000 men to infiltrate the Tiger Pass from the rear. He Wu, having received word of the impending attack, found himself unable to make any further adjustments. With 2,000 defenders, he hastily erected rudimentary fortifications atop the city walls, bracing for the Yin army's advance. Upon the enemy entering range, He Wu commanded his soldiers to rain arrows down from their elevated position. The Yin troops, bearing shields, steadily approached the ramparts with the intention of engaging the forces of Luoyang in close combat. However, as they traversed midway, He Wu ordered the release of stone projectiles. A barrage of stones rolled down the ramp, gaining momentum and sending the obstructing Yin soldiers reeling, forcing them to retreat into a chaotic mass. A second wave of stones soon followed. The Yin forces attempted to form a defensive line with their shields, yet many stones rebounded violently off their shields, plummeting into the tightly packed ranks and inciting further disarray. Unable to advance, the Yin soldiers withdrew to the base of the wall, initiating a counterattack against the defenders above. He Wu adjusted the trajectory of the catapults, targeting the rear ranks of the Yin army. Mu Rongchen, taken aback by the unexpected resistance despite breaching the gates, ordered his men to cease their futile archery and clear the path of the obstructing stones and fallen comrades. The stones atop the city walls were finite, and such measures merely served to prolong the inevitable. They posed little threat to the thousands of Yin soldiers amassed. Recognizing the impasse, Mu Rongchen personally directed a contingent of soldiers forward, with those behind supporting the front line. The foremost soldiers lowered their shields to the ground and advanced step by step. This tactic proved effective, neutralizing the defenders' rolling stones. Observing this development, He Wu refrained from wasting further projectiles, opting instead to reorganize his formation and establish barriers upon the walls. Once the Yin shield bearers ascended the ramparts, they found themselves halted before the defenders' makeshift fortifications. Mu Rongchen commanded the heavy infantry to the front, determined to breach the barricades constructed from debris. Yet behind each fortification lay the long spears and polearms of the Luoyang forces, which struck down with such force that even the sturdiest protection could not withstand the assault, leaving enemies disoriented and fallen. With the Yin archers now atop the walls, they were able to target the rear ranks of the Luoyang forces. The two sides exchanged a deadly volley of arrows. Each arrow met with another in a fierce and relentless exchange, occasionally colliding midair and plummeting to the ground. He Wu stood resolutely in the center of the battleground, with the ramparts on both sides overtaken by the Yin army. The hastily constructed defenses were systematically breached, and the number of defenders atop the walls dwindled. Silence enveloped the combatants as they fought valiantly. Even those who were wounded pressed forward, intent on claiming another enemy life. He Wu had long ceased directing operations. With the Yin soldiers on the walls, there was little left to command. Every warrior shared a singular objective: to slay one more foe, to prolong the struggle for just a moment longer. The battle raged from noon until dusk, and the ramparts had become a desolate landscape, strewn with shattered fortifications, broken weapons, and the lifeless bodies of both sides. He Wu, pierced by two long spears, sat atop the corpse of a Yin soldier, his back against the wall, eyes wide open as he gazed toward the west. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon his pale visage, illuminating his final moments. Mu Rongchen, having fought in the Central Plains for many years, encountered for the first time a battalion that fought to the very last man, which filled him with admiration. After dismantling the gate, he led his troops westward, making haste towards Gong County. Gong County, being in close proximity to Jinyang City, had a well-established defense. And upon receiving word from Hulao Pass, the civilians had retreated within the city walls, while soldiers stood vigilant atop the battlements. Upon his arrival the next morning, Mu Rongchen noted the preparations in Gong County and, after a moment of consideration, decided to abandon the siege, calculating that the pursuing forces would soon arrive. He resolutely turned back, passing through Hulao Pass and hastening towards Xingyang. Wang Ningzhi, upon receiving the news of the annihilation of the troops at Hulao Pass, wore a grim expression, rendered speechless for a time. He had dispatched He Wu to Hulao Pass, intending to leave Jinyang City to the more senior Deng Xia. He believed that such a strategy would ensure stability in Luoyang, not foreseeing that it would ultimately cost He Wu his life. Huan Chong sighed beside him, offering comfort. Now that the Yin army has retreated, Yuzhou can reorganize its defenses, and we shall not repeat such a blunder next time. Wang Ningzhi gave a bitter laugh. And before Huan Chong summoned Lu Taobang, instructing him, He Wu has no family. Assist in collecting his remains and bury them beside the old imperial palace in Luoyang. As for the other fallen soldiers, see to it that Lu Dixio handles their arrangements. Lu Taobang complied, inquiring, once this is done, shall I return here to meet with you, my lord? Wang Ningzhi rose, stating, I shall wait for you in the capital. Huan Chong, sensing Wang Ningzhi's genuine ire, quickly grasped his arm, urging, Uncle, temper your anger. I will send someone to accompany you, and the compensation shall be arranged forthwith. Wang Ningzhi obstinately shook his head, acknowledging Huan Chong's goodwill, yet insisted, this matter transcends my individual concerns. The truth shall be determined by the court. The Huan family, indeed, wielded immense power. But given the devastation wrought upon Yuzhou by Huan Hua, which also adversely affected the common folk of Xizhou, an explanation was requisite. Huan Wen, having lost face, would not dare to confront the court directly, thus affording Wang Ningzhi room to maneuver. He departed the governor's office with Lu Taobang, bidding farewell to Huan Chong. One heading north and the other east, both hastening on their respective paths. Huan Chong, resigned, returned to his residence to pen a letter to Huan Wen, informing him of the situation and advising him to prepare for the impending scrutiny. Wang Ningzhi rode swiftly back to the capital, first seeking out Xie An to provide a detailed account of the recent battles. After a moment of contemplation, Xie An inquired, do you intend to seize this opportunity to return to Luoyang or compel the Huan family to relinquish Yuzhou? To be candid, uncle, Wang Ningzhi replied. Prior to the assault on Luoyang, I had already abandoned Xizhou, planning to seek an appointment in Shuzhou. Before an astute mind like Xie An's, I dared not conceal my intentions, admitting, but the Huan family's performance has been abysmal this time. It would be unreasonable not to strive for something. Xie An nodded with a smile, indicating his agreement, yet remarked, you have yet to answer my question. Wang Ningzhi replied, both are possible. Yet the Huan family will not relinquish Yuzhou. Xizhou is merely a faade, while Yuzhou is a formidable barrier obstructing the eastward advance into Jingzhou. How Huan Wen chooses will be abundantly clear. Xie An reclined comfortably against the table, cautioning, consider this well. Should this unfold, even if you return to Xizhou afterward, Huan Yuanzai will no longer support you as he once did. Wang Ningzhi blinked, pondering whether this was not precisely what the court and his uncle desired to witness. Xie An scrutinized Wang Ningzhi with an amused expression, brushing his nose as he remarked, you seem rather feeble. Xie An, afflicted with rhinitis, spoke with a slightly husky voice, which led many to admire his scholarly demeanor. Some